Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. Master, your disciple is unfilial. Today I must descend the mountain to inherit the family business. I hope you take care. A somber voice echoed from outside the door. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in white wore a bitter expression, lacking the heart to even glance at his disciple. His name was Shun Anze, and he had been in this world for some time. Initially, he had anticipated a path of grandeur and conquest awaiting him, yet fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Born with a wasted body and obstructed meridians, the original host had been over 30 years old upon his arrival, leaving him devoid of any chance to alter his destiny. Over a decade prior, the former leader of Qingyun Peak and its disciples had perished in a fierce battle against the demonic sect, leaving only the original host to carry on. The master of Lingfu Mountain, out of compassion, had exceptionally bestowed the position of Peak Master upon the original host, who possessed merely a late-stage body refinement. The sole individual to enter Qingyun Peak thereafter was his disciple, Murong Tian, who had also been a veritable waste, lacking in talent. Over the past 2 years, he had only reached the mid-stage of body refinement. Now, this disciple was set to forsake his solitary master and return home to inherit his family's legacy. Oh heavens, have you sent me here merely to suffer? Shun Anze lamented. While others traverse to greatness, I struggle to even pull weeds or catch birds, confined to this petty mountaintop as a peak master, subject to disdain. Even if I am not destined for kingship, could you not at least arrange for me a handful of beautiful wives to enjoy a blissful life? He clenched his fists in frustration. I despise this existence. I wish for a thunderbolt to strike me down. He pounded his chest, simmering with discontent. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the clear sky outside, startling him into hiding beneath the table. After confirming the outside was calm, he began to curse, though this time silently. You ignore my pleas for wives, yet you're swift to send lightning. Is this not a cruel jest upon the meek? Master, I take my leave. Please, take care. Just as Shun Anze wallowed in his grievances, a series of thud, thud, thud sounds emanated from outside, followed by the fading footsteps of Murong Tian. Sighing, Shun Anze felt a twinge of regret at his disciple's departure. Although Murong Tian lacked talent, he had shown profound respect towards his master. With his leaving, there would be no one left to serve him tea. Detected that the host is about to sever ties with the disciple, activating the good disciple cultivation system. What is the good disciple cultivation? Shun Anze was momentarily bewildered, then elated. Surely the heavens were watching over him. He had finally received his golden finger as a transmigrator. How does this system work? He inquired impatiently within his mind. Can it help me break through my realm? Not possible. This system exists to assist the host in cultivating disciples and can provide rewards through task completion that increase disciple admiration. Can the rewards enable me to break through? You are truly adorable, but alas, it is still not possible. Shun Anze's expression darkened. If it couldn't aid him, what was its worth? Mission issued. Win back Murong Tian. Completion of the mission will reward you with a skill card package X1, a skill inheritance card X1, and a lottery opportunity X1. Failure will result in. What happens if I fail? It wouldn't lead to annihilation, would it? Shun Anze felt a tightening in his chest. Incorrect. Upon failure, the system will forcibly make the host practice the evil-repelling sword technique. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to bolt from the room. Losing one's manhood is a symbol of a man's failure. Even if he couldn't break through his cultivation, that skill card ought to be of some use. At worst, he could accumulate powerful skill cards and become a card master. Disciple, please pause. Outside, Murong Tian, burdened with packages, turned in surprise. His master rushed out, holding his garment's hem, his expression markedly different from the usual despondency. Master, what is this? Disciple, do you truly intend to abandon your master and descend the mountain alone? Shun Anze took a deep breath, trying to feign tears, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. If you leave, what shall I do? Can you bear to let your master grow old alone in this mountain? Murong Tian lowered his gaze and resolutely replied, Master, do not worry. Once I descend, I will have my family send 10 maidservants to the mountain, ensuring you are not left alone. Shun Anze paused, instinctively asking, are the maidservants beautiful? Naturally, they are fair and lovely. Hearing Murong Tian's words stirred Shun Anze's desires, but he coughed to interrupt, feigning deep contemplation. Ahem, Master desires not maidservants, but wishes for you to remain on the mountain. Murong Tian raised an eyebrow, stepping back to cover his blossoming emotions, his expression peculiar. What kind of wolfish thought is this? Master, I am grateful for your guidance over the past 2 years, but my decision is firm. Please do not try to persuade me. Murong Tian shook his head, resolute in his departure. Shun Anze frowned. Do you truly have to leave? Indeed. Can you not stay for your master's sake? Murong Tian glanced at the middle-aged man, now graying at the temples, wondering why his master seemed so different today. Typically, Shin Anze rarely ventured out or spoke with him, merely tossing aside some body refinement texts for him to ponder, hardly offering guidance. Now, upon hearing his intent to leave, could it be the shock had affected his mind? Disciple, you entered Lingfu Mountain to cultivate, yet in these 2 years, your progress has. Murong Tian's gaze fell, feeling the weight of his mid-stage body refinement. Progress cannot be rushed. Look at me. I am nearing 40 and still only at late-stage body refinement, Shin Anze advised earnestly. However, Murong Tian only grew more despondent. To be frank, 2 years ago, my fiancée came to break off our engagement. In a fit of anger, I made a 3-year pact with her. Now, 2 years have passed, and I have yet to even catch up to her original cultivation. Shin Anze was taken aback. A 3-year pact with his fiancée? He had never delved deeply into his disciple's life, unaware of the story behind it. Yet, the term 3-year pact felt oddly familiar. Master, I am aware of my lack of talent. I could never hope to match a paragon. This 3-year pact is but a jest. Murong Tian spoke bitterly, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of loss. In youthful arrogance, he had made grand declarations, yet now, 2 years gone, he remained merely at the body refinement stage. Even if he fulfilled the pact, he would merely become a subject of ridicule. What nonsense! My disciple is no less than anyone else. A deep voice resonated, surprising Murong Tian into looking up. Shin Anze stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bathed in the warm glow of the rising sun, his eyes deep and distant. Let them speak of paragon status. My disciple, Shin Anze, shall not be bullied by anyone. With 1 year remaining in this 3-year pact, I will find a way to enhance your cultivation. But if you give up on yourself, you shall indeed become the subject of laughter. Shin Anze's gaze intensified, speaking earnestly. You must understand, fortunes shift over the years. Do not underestimate the youth. The despairing light in Murong Tian's eyes reignited upon hearing those words, his heartbeat quickening, blood stirring within him. Yes, there was still more than half a year remaining. Could he truly abandon his aspirations? Would he allow the humiliation of his broken engagement to crush him? Do not underestimate the youth. Murong Tian clenched his fists, the sorrow in his eyes dissipating, replaced by renewed determination. He raised his head and declared, Master, I shall not leave. Even if only 1 year remains, I will dedicate myself to cultivating on Qingyun Peak. Upon the completion of the task to retain Murong Tian, a voice resonated in Shun En's mind, announcing the rewards. 1 skill card package, 1 skill inheritance card, including beginner-level experience and the option to select a skill for inheritance, and 1 chance for a lottery draw. Unable to suppress a smile, Shun En felt a surge of excitement. He was here, he had arrived, and he came bearing extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 2. I bestow upon you a sword that can open the heavenly gate. Open the gift package. Without any hesitation, Shun En spoke eagerly in his mind. Acquired a sword that opens the heavenly gate, Tianling Realm. Consumption card X1, Cloud Dispersing Palm, Qihai Realm. Duration card X5. Martial Artist cultivate through body refinement, Qihai. And returning to origin, which constitutes the lower 3 realms. The Earth Spirit, Heavenly Spirit, and Qiankuan represent the middle 3 realms. As for the upper 3 realms of Nirvana, Chengxiu, and True Ancestor, none have ever appeared in the Graydon dynasty. The skill card of the Tianling realm suggests that if he were to accumulate a few thousand more, he could practically dominate the Graydon dynasty. Shun En was elated. The very name of this skill was impressively formidable. Just as he was about to continue drawing lots, Murong Tian looked at Shun En, whose eyes were wide with delight, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Master, what is the matter? Huh. Shun En came back to reality and chuckled. It's simply that I'm pleased to see you considering staying. Rest assured, my dear disciple, with me around, I will ensure that in a year, you will sweep away your past shames. Murong Tian, filled with excitement, declared, Yes, I will personally ascend the gates of Tianxue sect and challenge Qianyue as promised. Indeed. Maintain this momentum. Huh. Shun En suddenly froze, staring intently at the young man before him. Where did you just say you would go, and whom would you challenge? Murong Tian blinked. Tianxue sect, Qin Qianyue, the direct disciple of the Tianxue sect's master, who has now reached the returning to origin realm. Is it? Yes, that is her. Shun En's expression fell, a hint of bitterness creeping in. Disciple, perhaps you should consider descending the mountain. He had not anticipated that Murong Tian's fiancée would be that once-in-a-century prodigy from Tianxue sect. If she were merely an ordinary Qihai realm practitioner, he could devise a way to assist Murong Tian with medicine, but his opponent was Qin Qianyue. That girl, who had reached the returning to origin realm at merely 16, was poised to break through to the middle 3 realms before she turned 18. Ah, Master, what are you saying? Murong Tian blinked in confusion, thinking he had misheard. Host, Please reconsider. The exorcising sword technique is always prepared for you. Shannon took a deep breath. It's nothing. Please return your items for now. All right. The youth, filled with fervor, eagerly returned his bundles. Once he left, Shannon immediately wore a troubled expression. What to do? If he could not provide Murong Tian with a glimpse of hope for a breakthrough in the remaining year, he would inevitably descend the mountain. Once his only disciple left, he would lose his precious radish head. It would be better to meet an untimely end than to lose such a treasure. Oh, there was still one chance at a lottery. Shun An's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he hastily inquired about the contents of the prize pool in his mind. The host has a chance to draw techniques or martial arts that can be inherited by disciples. 9th grade heavenly elixirs, dragon pearl, phoenix blood, Qilin essence, divine weapons, supreme bones, and other extraordinary treasures. Upon hearing this, Shen En's hope surged once more. If he were to randomly draw any of these items, wouldn't he still have a chance? Quickly, let us draw. As he eagerly spoke, an ethereal roulette began to spin swiftly before him, dazzling in its brilliance. Under his tense gaze, the pointer gradually slowed, gliding past an array of resplendent treasures such as the dragon pearl, phoenix blood, and the exquisite sword of the immortals, ultimately coming to a halt on a seemingly tattered green orb. Congratulations, host, you have acquired experience as a 3rd-rank alchemist, along with 10 2nd-rank body refinement pills and a formula for a 3rd-rank cleansing pill. Shun An's lips twitched in response. System, does your father happen to have the surname Ma? Please, host, refrain from jesting. Do you not desire the radish head? All right, you are quite bold. Embracing the sentiment that a hero should not contend with a minor system, Shunin chose to swallow his irritation as a torrent of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind. Master, a youth approached with buoyancy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, how should I proceed with my cultivation? Shunin, gathering his thoughts, regarded the eagerly awaiting Murong Tian, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance with the demeanor of a reclusive sage. My disciple, do you comprehend what kind of formidable being can cleave mountains and cross rivers, moving with the wind? Murong Tian's eyes shimmered with longing, his heart ablaze. To walk upon the wind, that must require at least the strength of the intermediate 3rd realm, right? Do you believe they could split the heavens with a single sword strike? Murong Tian was taken aback, glancing up at the boundless azure sky, and shook his head. How could human strength rival that of the heavens? Even a powerful figure of the intermediate 3rd realm should be incapable of such feats. Noticing his skepticism, Shunin smiled, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. I shall impart to you a sword technique, which, when mastered, will enable you to cleave the heavens and traverse the 9 provinces and 10 domains. Murong Tian's mouth fell agape, his expression tinged with doubt. He found it hard to believe that his modestly skilled master, at the later stage of body refinement, possessed such a formidable sword technique. To cleave the heavens, it must at least be a celestial-grade martial art, right? Do you doubt it? Shannon regarded him with a bemused smile. Murong Tian remained silent, yet his expression betrayed his thoughts. Shannon said no more, merely pointing to his brow and discreetly activating a legacy card. Disciple, today I shall bestow upon you a sword. This sword can open the gate of heaven. A fierce wind surged, causing their garments to flutter and their long hair to dance wildly. Murong Tian's gaze froze, his brow ablaze with heat, as the scene before him transformed. He beheld a figure strikingly resembling his master, soaring through the wind, raising a sword that unleashed a sword aura extending 3,000 miles, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in lament. The boundless expanse of clouds parted, and all things dimmed in the presence of that unparalleled sword energy. At first glance, it appeared as though the very heavens had been split asunder by that strike. The youth, overwhelmed with astonishment, even forgot to breathe, enraptured by the awe-inspiring vision of the sword that could shake the world. Such a peerless sword technique truly existed, and it was bestowed upon him by his master. After the vision of the figure who had split the heavens faded, Murong Tian remained in a daze for a considerable time. He gazed deeply at the middle-aged man in white, who stood at the cliff's edge, hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the vast sky. The gentle breeze lifted the corners of his robe, revealing 2 strands of silver hair at his temples, exuding an ethereal and profound aura. Disciple, I thank you for the gift of the sword, master. Without a moment's hesitation, Murong Tian knelt before him, bowing 3 times with fervor. Standing at the precipice, Shen En's countenance was ashen, silently cursing under his breath. The system certainly did not inform him that utilizing the inheritance card would deplete such immense energy, akin to visiting every establishment in the red light district, nearly draining him entirely. Murong Tian's worship value, 300. Current worship level, 3. Obtained special youth elixir, reverses aging, x3. Shunin twitched the corner of his mouth. What purpose does this serve? Does the system believe he is handsome enough that it would be a pity to age? Chapter 3. With a master present, no one shall drive you away. Shunin consumed a youth elixir, and as the medicinal energy coursed through him, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes diminished at a visible rate. Although he still bore the appearance of middle age, he now exuded an air of ethereal elegance. His silver hair, though still present, appeared otherworldly and with fewer wrinkles. He projected a greater sense of authority. The earlier exhaustion from using the inheritance card was swiftly dispelled. He slowly turned around, beaming as he regarded the kneeling Murong Tian. The once ineffectual disciple now seemed a prized possession in his eyes, even if he could not personally break through. If he could bestow several million mid to upper realm skill cards upon his disciple, it would be akin to invincibility, wouldn't it? At worst, he could simply become a card master, letting his disciple attain the title of the supreme ruler. Rise, my disciple. He took a couple of steps forward, assisting the ecstatic and fervent young man to his feet. With this sword technique, if his realm were to improve in the coming days, who could tell who would prevail a year hence? Shunin presented a vial of elixir into Murong Tian's hands, speaking earnestly. Disciple, here are 10 body refinement pills. Take them to enhance your physique and strive to break through soon. Thank you, master. Murong Tian accepted the pills, his eyes glistening with excitement as he gazed at his seemingly rejuvenated master. Although his family was not lacking in elixirs, the sword technique was unprecedented. In the 2 years since ascending the mountain, this was the first glimpse of hope he had seen. Murong Tian's worship value, 30, Shunin nodded slightly, preparing to offer further words of encouragement to boost his worship value when suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted along the mountain path. Murong Tian, come out here. Damn it. You've grown bold today, haven't you? Not even bothering to collect demon dung, and now I've been thoroughly scolded by the steward because of you. Murong Tian furrowed his brows. Sensing trouble, the one shouting was Zhang Shan from the miscellaneous department. This was problematic, as Zhang Shan was a late-stage body refinement practitioner who, with the backing of a cousin in the law enforcement hall, often flaunted his authority in the miscellaneous department, frequently taking on numerous jobs and having other disciples do the work while he collected the rewards. Murong Tian had intended to leave Lingfu Mountain today and had overlooked this matter. He never anticipated that trouble would come knocking at his door. Shunin frowned, questioning the situation. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, he was no mere errand boy. Why was he being treated as such? It soon became clear to him that the low status of Qingyun Peak within Lingfu Mountain was the reason Murong Tian was looked down upon, even regarded as a mere laborer. During these recent days, he had little inclination to pay attention to Murong Tian, thus remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon noticing Shunin's furrowed brow, Murong Tian mistakenly believed that his forgetfulness regarding work had displeased his master, prompting him to anxiously exclaim, Master, please do not blame me. I shall rectify this immediately. Halt. Just as he turned to leave, a stern voice rang out. Murong Tian lowered his head, anxious and silent. The reason I have not intervened with you over the past 2 years was to allow you to cultivate your temperament. Now that you have sufficiently matured, focus solely on your training. Murong Tian was astonished, his eyes brimming with emotion. So, his master had been guiding him for his own development. However, he hesitated, considering how to explain this to Brother Zhang. With me as your master, who dares to compel you? Shunin spoke coldly. No sooner had he finished his words than a derisive laugh echoed nearby. Approaching the mountain's entrance was a burly man with squinting eyes, his expression laced with mockery. Shunin, you are given the title of Peak Master, and you truly believe yourself to be of some significance? Hurry and have him fetch dung for me. Or else the steward will hold you accountable, and you shall face my wrath. You dare. Murong Tian's face flushed with anger at the audacity of calling his master by name. Shunin's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he stared ahead. What did you just call me? Zhang Shan frowned. Do you not have ears? I bang. A dull thud resonated. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light surged forth, sending him crashing backward to the ground, as if struck with great force, pain searing through his chest. Murong Tian stood in stunned silence, gazing at Shunin, who had withdrawn his hand with an air of nonchalance, unable to comprehend. Wasn't he his master at the late stage of body refinement? Shunin, you dare strike me? Zhang Shan clutched his chest, struggling to rise, disbelief filling his eyes. My cousin is Wang Hu from the law enforcement hall. You seek death? Regardless of who you are, daring to wreak havoc on Qingyun Peak, do not blame me for being merciless. Shunin snorted coldly. Seizing the opportunity while the 5-minute grace period was still in effect, he unleashed the cloud-dispelling palm once more, the spiritual energy swirling into a palm print that roared down upon Zhang Shan's chest. Spiritual energy unleashed. Zhang Shan's pupils dilated in terror as he flew backward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he crashed heavily to the ground, his mind reeling. To be able to unleash spiritual energy, He must be at least a Qi Si realm warrior. He could hardly believe that Shunan had broken through to the Qi Si realm. It was inconceivable. Return and inform your superiors that Murong Tian is my direct disciple. How dare you treat him with such contempt? Should there be a next time? Do not blame me for crippling you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shan's face paled. He never anticipated that the usually meek master of Qingyun Peak would assert himself so boldly today. Shun An's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Shan panicked, quickly changing his tone, gritting his teeth as he said, Elder Shun, have you forgotten the sect's rules? Murong Tian placed last in last year's sect competition. Had it not been for your influence, he would have been expelled from the sect long ago. He currently has no right to remain at Lingfu Mountain. Nor is he your direct disciple. My offer for him to serve as a menial disciple was a chance for him. If you refuse to appreciate this, I shall report this matter to the law enforcement hall immediately. Having spoken, he hastily turned and dashed down the mountain, his countenance dark and foreboding. For the past 2 years, he had assigned all his tasks to Murong Tian, who had, until now, remained silent on the matter, and Shin Anze had never opposed it. Gradually, he had grown accustomed to issuing commands to Murong Tian, but little did he expect to be struck today. Merely a useless peak master and his inept disciple. If he could not deal with the master, could he not handle the disciple? Surely, by bringing up Murong Tian's dismal performance in the last competition, he would swiftly gather his belongings and depart. Watching the other leave, Shen Anze furrowed his brows. Was it truly possible for one to be expelled from the sect after finishing last in the grand competition? How could he be unaware of such a thing? Host. The evil suppression sword technique is ready. Get lost. Shen Anze could not help but curse, his brow furrowing deeper. It had taken considerable effort to persuade his disciple to stay. If he were expelled, where would he go to earn rewards? Master, I am sorry, Murong Tian said. His head bowed, an expression of remorse etched on his face, feeling that finishing last in the competition had brought shame upon his master. Apologize for what? With me around. Even the King of Heaven cannot force you away, Shun Anze declared with unwavering confidence. It was no jest if his disciple were to leave. Not only would he lose the opportunity to safeguard his position, but where would he find more skill cards? Master, Murong Tian gazed at him, his eyes reddening, deeply moved. Admiration value 10, admiration value 20, chapter 4. Disciple, has your master ever harmed you? Though touched, Murong Tian quickly grew troubled. Master, that Zhang Shan's cousin, Wang Hu, is a member of the law enforcement hall and possesses mid-stage Qi Si realm strength. He looked on with a hint of trepidation. Mid-stage Qi Si? Shun Anze raised an eyebrow, while the cloud-dispelling palm in the Qi Si realm could deal with those in the body-refining realm. Facing a mid-stage Qi Si practitioner would be a different matter altogether, especially with only 4 cards remaining, each one precious. Do not fear. He is merely a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Does he dare to challenge me, the Peak Master? He scoffed, holding his head high. At this moment, the weight of his identity became apparent. If he could not win, he could leverage his status. If word of such insubordination were to spread, the higher-ups of the sect would certainly not turn a blind eye. Murong Tian hesitated. Wang Hu is the direct disciple of the law enforcement hall's master. Whose status surpasses that of you, master? Ahem, disciple, it would be best to convey such matters in their entirety next time. Shun Anze coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, his brow now knitted with concern. This situation seemed rather precarious. Currently, Qingyun Peak was but a minor peak within Lingfu Mountain, not comparable to the esteemed law enforcement hall, one of the 5 great halls. Within Lingfu Mountain, the 5 peaks held the highest status, followed by the 2 halls, and then the many smaller peaks. The master of the law enforcement hall, Li Yan, was a formidable practitioner nearing the late stage of the returning origin realm, just a step away from entering the middle 3 realms. The sword that opens the heavenly gate was a consumable skill card. Once used, it would be gone, and must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Contemplating this, Shin Anze felt a headache coming on. Unable to compete, and lacking the necessary status, what shall I do now? Seek assistance? To stand against Li Yan, I must at least enlist the help of the leader of Wufeng. However, they are all formidable beings in the earth spirit realm, each ensnared in their own affairs. And my rapport with them is far from sufficient. The only one whose temperament is somewhat amiable is Lu Yunqin, the leader of Qingwan Peak. Yet, in a twist of fate, the original owner of this body had foolishly pursued her, spending over 10 days at Qingwan Peak in a desperate attempt to win her favor. Ultimately, even Lu Yunqin's patience wore thin, and she unceremoniously expelled the original owner back to Qingyun Peak, threatening to take drastic measures should he dare to disturb her again. Thus, seeking her assistance is certainly out of the question. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Shinan contemplated his next move. If all else fails, I shall approach the sect leader. After all, I must do everything in my power to prevent Murong Tian from leaving. I could invoke the memory of the disciples who perished in battle for sympathy. Although the sect leader has been exceedingly compassionate over the years, continually invoking pity may wear thin. Still, it seems to be the only viable option. As this thought crossed his mind, Shunan nodded to himself. Master, did you perhaps secretly use rouge last night? Just as he was preparing to plead with the sect leader, Murong Tian, who had been gazing at his face for some time, hesitantly asked in a soft voice. Rouge? Shunan was taken aback, and then his expression darkened. Are you insulting my master? No. Murong Tian hastily waved his hands, clarifying, Master, you appear significantly younger than before. Apart from your white hair, one would hardly guess you are over 30. Upon hearing this, Shunan suddenly realized. How could I have forgotten? I still have 2 rejuvenation pills left. What do women care about most? Their appearance. Lu Yunqin is 27 this year. In 3 years, she will no longer be in her prime and will inevitably begin to show signs of aging. No woman remains indifferent to the passage of time and the fading of beauty. Without ascending to the upper 3 realms, one remains mortal, unable to reverse the effects of aging. Lu Yunqin, engrossed in her cultivation for years, has not prioritized her appearance. At this crucial moment, the value of the rejuvenation pills becomes evident. Disciple, let us go inside. Shunan exclaimed excitedly, seizing the young man's shoulders with fervor in his eyes. Murong Tian was startled, covering his face once more with his hands, and awkwardly replied, Master, I'm too young for this. What does age matter? I simply want you to enter and speak. Inside the room, Shunan rummaged through drawers until he unearthed an exquisitely crafted white jade box, intricately adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, exuding an air of opulence. This was one of the few treasures the original owner possessed. Opening the jade box, he placed a rejuvenation pill, fragrant with floral notes, inside and carefully sealed it before wrapping it in a piece of cloth to hand it to Murong Tian. The intention behind the ornate box was to lend weight to the gift, while the cloth covering was to ensure it remained safe from theft during transit. Master, what is this for? Murong Tian asked, somewhat puzzled as he held the jade box. Take this to Elder Lu, the leader of Qingwan Peak, and kindly request her presence. Shunan instructed. Thud. Master, the disciple is fully aware of the trouble I have caused. If punishment is to be meted out, must it be with such cruel methods? With no roots beneath me, what face does a dignified man like myself have to exist in this world? Murong Tian knelt resolutely on the ground, clearly unwilling to approach Qingwan Peak, as Lu Yunqin's earlier words were not to be taken lightly. He too belonged to Qingyun Peak. Should he dare to appear at Qingwan Peak, he would surely become a laughingstock. Then return to me the sword techniques I have taught you. Shunan extended his hand. Murong Tian's lips twitched. How could one reclaim teachings once imparted? Moreover, those techniques resided in his mind. How could they be returned? Disciple, have I ever harmed you? Today, all you must do is deliver this item into Elder Lu's hands, and perhaps in her delight, she may reward you with precious elixirs. This is a rare opportunity, and I have bequeathed it to you. Shunan spoke earnestly, attempting to persuade him. Murong Tian felt a deep bitterness. Such words would not convince even a dog. Master, what exactly is contained within? A pill that bestows eternal youth upon women. Murong Tian's lips twitched again, unable to suppress a glance at his master. His family practiced alchemy, yet he had never heard of such a miraculous elixir existing in the world. If one sought to deceive him, at least provide a more plausible reason. Yet, he had no choice but to cradle the jade box and turn to leave, evoking a sense of tragic heroism akin to a lone warrior embarking on a perilous journey. This item can also be deducted? Shunan could not help but scoff, then called out to the retreating youth. Remember to inform the disciples guarding the mountain that the contents herein are what Elder Lu currently seeks, a singular treasure in all the heavens and earth, never to be found again. After the age of 30, it will be too late to use. Understood, Master. Prepare a larger bamboo tube for me. What do you need a bamboo tube for? To pickle radishes as a family heirloom. The youth's voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, echoed back, his figure vanishing around the bend of the mountain path. Shunan shrugged in resignation. There was no alternative. If he were to go himself, he would likely be expelled by the disciples of Qingwan Peak before he could utter a single word. It was not his intention to place his disciple in a precarious situation. A person who values the integrity of the master-student bond and cherishes their disciples would never resort to such reckless actions. Chapter 5. The youth revitalizing pill. Murong Tian descended the mountain, walking in a state of gloom until he reached the entrance of Qingwan Peak. He clutched the jade box, meticulously covered with ragged cloth, gazing hesitantly at the guarding disciples ahead. The 2 female disciples stationed at the mountain saw the furtive Murong Tian and exchanged glances, frowning slightly. Isn't that the disciple of Elder Shun from Qingyun Peak? What does that unrepentant Shen intend to do this time? Humph, who cares who he is? The Peak Master has decreed that any member of Qingyun Peak who approaches shall be dealt with decisively. The other female disciple scoffed. Her eyes filled with disdain as she gestured to Murong Tian with a motion reminiscent of forcefully bending sugarcane. Seeing their expressions, Murong Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, thinking of his master's instructions, he steeled himself and approached, bowing respectfully. Murong Tian had encountered 2 senior sisters and requested them to relay a message. His master had a gift for Elder Lu. How dare those from Qingyun Peak set foot on my Qingwan Peak? Just then, a female disciple, who had been chopping sugar cane, coldly interrupted, drawing her waist knife and striking down. The Peak Master declared that anyone from Qingyun Peak who dared to come would be cut down. What is this called? This is obedience. The strength of a late-stage body tempering practitioner could cleave even stone, let alone flesh. Murong Tian, currently only at the mid-stage of body tempering, was simply no match for her. Cold sweat broke out instantly. He hadn't even had time to finish what Shunan was saying, fixated on the glinting blade. Murong Tian thought he might not survive this encounter, but at that moment, the vast scene of Shun and opening the heavenly gate with his sword suddenly emerged in his mind. The sword energy surged for 3,000 miles, causing clouds to part and the heavens to pale. This sword now shone brightly in his consciousness. Almost instinctively, he kicked up a withered branch from the ground, gripping it in his hand and twirling it like a sword flower. The other female disciple, witnessing this, could not help but shake her head. The disparity in their strengths was already evident, and now one wielded a knife while the other held a twig, rendering any comparison moot. She had already prepared to find a bamboo tube nearby for this disciple from Qingyun Peak, uncertain of the required dimensions. The knife-wielding disciple looked on with disdain. If her knife could be thwarted by a branch, she would not only report back, but could even offer Murong Tian warmth in bed. The forceful blade came crashing down, aimed directly at him. Murong Tian's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly thrust the withered branch upward. Buzz! The seemingly ordinary branch trembled slightly in his grasp, emitting a faint sound akin to a sword's hum. In the next moment, swish! The 2 female disciples seemed to see a dazzling flash of sword light. Then thud! 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 The disciple with the knife retreated 3 steps, her hand trembling slightly, eyes wide with shock, unable to believe that Murong Tian held the withered branch unscathed. Impossible! The other observing disciple was equally astounded, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. A mid-stage body tempering practitioner had actually repelled a late-stage warrior using nothing but a random branch. Soon, the 2 of them came to a realization about the underlying issue. It was the martial technique. Murong Tian's previous strike, seemingly unremarkable, had managed to emit a sword's hum and project sword light from the withered branch. That strike must have been at least of mid-level Xian rank, or even higher. What kind of sword technique is this? They both exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with incredulity. Murong Tian, one hand cradling a tattered cloth-covered jade box, and the other flicking the branch, spoke with pride. A sword opens the heavenly gate. Who taught you this? My master. The Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, Shunan. Murong Tian replied loudly, a surge of excitement swelling within him. A fine sword indeed. His master truly taught him an exceptional sword art. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Shunan, that Peak Master, who was still only a late-stage body tempering practitioner in his 30s, seemingly had no chance of ever reaching the Qi realm, possessed such remarkable swordsmanship. At this moment, uncertainty began to cloud their judgment. The female disciple wielding a blade was somewhat infuriated and seemed poised to advance once more. Murong Tian was startled. Though the previous strike had been commendable, it had also been exceedingly taxing. His right hand, still aching from gripping the sword, was incapable of delivering a second blow in the near future. Halt! At this pivotal moment, another female disciple intervened, stepping in front of Murong Tian. Junior brother Murong, did you just mention that your master wishes to present something to our Peak Master? Murong Tian, overjoyed at their willingness to listen, nodded eagerly. Indeed. My master stated that the item within is something Elder Lu has long sought, yet could not acquire. A singular treasure in all of heaven and earth, and if missed, it shall be too late after the age of 30. Upon hearing this, the 2 female disciples exchanged glances, casting their eyes towards the object wrapped in tattered cloth that he held. Humph, such grandiloquence. How could such a precious item possibly be in the possession of your master? The blade-wielding disciple clearly harbored doubts. Whether my junior brother's words hold truth, the 2 of us shall ascertain by presenting this item to Elder Lu. As Murong Tian spoke, he reached out to unwrap the cloth. The blade-wielding disciple had intended to voice further objections, but upon seeing the exquisitely crafted jade box adorned with intricate carvings beneath the cloth, her brow furrowed. She exchanged a look of uncertainty with her companion, contemplating the authenticity of the treasure within. After a moment's hesitation, the other female disciple nodded and took the jade box. Very well. I shall make an exception and deliver this to the Peak Master. You shall remain here and bear all consequences. I would be most grateful, senior sister. Please ensure to convey my previous words, Morong Tian replied respectfully, watching as the female disciple walked away. In the side hall of the Peak Master, within the Jade Pavilion, Lu Yinxin sat before a mirror, her delicate hand gently brushing over a fine wrinkle at the corner of her eye, sighing inwardly. She had recently noticed a marked decline in the smoothness and vitality of her skin, which had become increasingly dull. Without entering nirvana, she remained a mortal being, unable to reverse the effects of aging. Coupled with years of diligent practice and neglect of self-care, it was too late to remedy the issue by the time she noticed. She had consulted numerous alchemists within the sect, yet none possessed the means to concoct elixirs for beauty and skincare, advising instead that she simply drink more warm water. After days of fruitless inquiries, witnessing her skin darken and the wrinkles around her eyes deepen day by day, her heart bore a heavy gloom. For the past few days, she had even refrained from stepping out of Qingluan Peak. Outside, footsteps echoed, followed by the respectful voice of a female disciple. Peak Master, Elder Shun from Qingyun Peak has sent a gift, claiming it to be something you currently seek, yet cannot obtain, a singular treasure in all of heaven and earth. Lu Yunqin's brows knitted together. It was Shunin again? Refuse it and send it back, she said impatiently, already vexed. And the mere mention of Shun En's name heightened her irritation. Understood. The disciple outside responded and withdrew. Once silence enveloped the space, Lu Yunqin shook her head, feeling a sense of distaste. This Shunin was truly a persistent nuisance, claiming to offer something she yearned for yet could not possess, asserting it was the only one in existence. Suddenly, Lu Yunqin froze, her delicate hand gliding across her brows and eyes. In the present moment, the long-sought item has returned. Bring it to me, she exclaimed immediately. The female disciple outside the door was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully turned back, as the jade box was presented before her. Lu Yunqin opened it, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Inside lay a milky white pill, quietly resting, accompanied by a piece of paper bearing the name of the elixir, Youth-Preserving Pill. This pill, obtained by her master through immense hardship, was flawless in form, exuding a subtle floral fragrance that was invigorating to the senses. The aroma, potent enough to stir even a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the earth spirit realm, must surely belong to a 5th-grade elixir or higher. Lu Yunqin reached for the youth-preserving pill, her lovely eyes filled with astonishment. How could Shinin, a mere practitioner at the late stage of body refinement, have procured such a precious elixir? Moreover, named the youth-preserving pill, could it truly possess such miraculous effects? As Lu's brow furrowed slightly, her skepticism evident, the female disciple delivering the pill, sensing the Peak Master's frown, assumed it was the inferior quality of the elixir that displeased her. Peak Master, Morong Tian, who delivered the pill, is waiting at the foot of the mountain. How shall we proceed? Lu Yunqin waved her hand dismissively, offering no reply. Instead, she delicately pinched the pill between her fingers, hesitating briefly before placing it to her crimson lips. Having already employed her spiritual sense to ascertain its safety, she was assured it was indeed beneficial. Whether it could truly preserve her youth would only be revealed after consumption. As the elixir slid down her throat, it transformed into a refreshing wave, its fragrance enveloping her senses, prompting Lu Yunqin to involuntarily close her eyes in comfort. The pill dissolved like sweet spring water, permeating her limbs and bones. The female disciple gazed in disbelief at her master, her mouth agape. In mere moments, the once slightly mature Lu Yunqin's skin became supple and radiant, akin to white snow, while the fine lines at the corners of her eyes vanished completely. Even her features appeared more exquisite, exuding an ethereal beauty. She seemed to have regained nearly a decade of youth. Peak Master, you the disciple stammered, her astonishment palpable. Lu Yunqin opened her beautiful eyes, noting her disciple's astonishment, and turned to glance at the mirror on the table. When the flawless visage of her own beauty, rosy lips and pearly teeth, reflected back at her, she too was taken aback, her lips parting slightly in disbelief. She had expected the pill to merely delay her aging, yet it appeared she had become even more beautiful than she was a decade ago. Did Shunin truly send this elixir? With a hint of skepticism, she turned to inquire. Indeed, Peak Master, it was Shunin who had his disciple Morong Tian deliver it personally. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she softly commanded, take me to meet Morong Tian. At the foot of Qingluan Peak, Morong Tian paced nervously, his heart racing. It had already been a quarter of an hour with no news from within. Could it be that the gift from his master was a sham, provoking Elder Lu's wrath? And now she was selecting instruments of punishment? Oh, how he lamented. He had suspected that such a miraculous elixir, capable of preserving eternal youth, could not possibly exist. Even his family, steeped in the art of alchemy for generations, had never encountered anything like it. The female disciple, who had been brandishing her knife, couldn't help but smirk at his evident nervousness, eagerly anticipating the moment when their sect leader would cast him aside. Just then, Lu Yinxin appeared at the entrance, clad in a flowing green robe, accompanied by the previously dispatched female disciple. "Greetings, sect leader." The knife-wielding disciple greeted with a cupped fist. Lu Yinxin nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping past the disciple to the young man before her, assessing him from head to toe. "Are you Murong Tian?" "Esteemed Elder Lu, it is indeed I." Murong Tian replied, his voice betraying a hint of trepidation, his palms slick with sweat. "That pill is remarkable, such a precious item. Where did your master procure it?" Caught off guard and bracing himself for an impending reprimand, Murong Tian was momentarily stunned, his gaze rising in astonishment. Upon beholding the breathtaking beauty of the woman before him, he suddenly comprehended. Could it be that his master's pill was genuine? Truly, it was no surprise. He had always maintained that anything presented by his master could never be ordinary. With this thought, he suppressed his overwhelming joy and relief, cupping his hands in respect. In response to Elder Lu, my master did not divulge its origins. Lu Yinxin frowned. Was it a matter of discretion, or does the pill have an unsavory provenance? A jolt of alarm struck Murong Tian, and he quickly sought to clarify. That is utterly impossible. This pill was procured by my master after enduring tremendous hardships in the extreme northern lands, nearly losing his life at the hands of the indigenous people. Throughout this perilous journey, my master was steadfastly devoted to you, Elder Lu, braving countless dangers without faltering. Listening to the boy's fervent and exaggerated claims, Lu Yinxin's beautiful eyes flickered. She found it hard to believe such a tale of the extreme north, a place notorious for its treacherous nature, where even her own prowess as a spirit realm warrior would not guarantee survival, let alone that of Shunin, a mere post-body refining practitioner. Nonetheless, while Murong Tian's words were certainly embellished, the pill's value was undeniable, suggesting that its acquisition was indeed no trivial matter. Reflecting on this, she felt a slight shift in her perception of Shunin, who had spent years in despair following the demise of hundreds of their comrades from Qingyun Peak, leaving him as the sole survivor. As for his earlier pursuit of her, it was only natural for one to desire beauty. His intentions were not entirely misplaced. Compared to those who flaunted their strength or resorted to underhanded tactics, his open admiration seemed far more gentlemanly. It was ironic that she had once looked down upon him as a mere failure and uttered words that were rather callous. Since that time, Shunin had not returned to Qingyuan Peak, perhaps having heard of her quest for medicinal herbs and thus seeking to procure the rejuvenation pill. Fearing that his presence might provoke her ire, he had chosen to send his disciple instead. Lu Yinxin's eyelashes quivered, and she found herself unexpectedly sympathetic towards Shunin. The effort required for a post-body refining practitioner to acquire a pill of at least 5th-grade quality was undoubtedly significant. Moreover, within the sect, Shunin had long been a target of disdain and ridicule, often the subject of whispered insults. Though the sect leader had sternly admonished such behavior on numerous occasions, some individuals still relished gossiping behind his back. Even she had harbored feelings of aversion towards him, having once spoken harshly. Nevertheless, he did not surrender to despair. Rather, he became increasingly attentive to his own affairs. "Please convey to my master that I have accepted the items. Should any difficulties arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Lu Yinxin spoke softly, her tone considerably gentler. The two disciples nearby widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Murong Tian's heart soared with joy. Truly, his master was remarkable. A single medicinal pill wielded such profound influence. However, after the initial elation, a look of distress crossed his face as he sighed, revealing a hint of self-reproach. He feigned hesitation for a moment before bowing respectfully. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Lu Yinxin, noticing the guilt and uncertainty in his eyes, furrowed her brows and inquired, "Has something occurred at Qingyun Peak?" Murong Tian nodded, expressing remorse. "It is entirely my fault. I have implicated my master." He then recounted the events surrounding his last year's sect competition, where he had placed last, and the subsequent discord caused by Shun and in his attempt to protect his disciple against the law enforcement hall. Lu Yinxin's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Why did you not inform me sooner?" Murong Tian replied with a bitter smile. "You have never favored him. So my master was reluctant to trouble Elder Lu and specifically instructed that this matter should not be disclosed to you." Lu Yinxin was taken aback by his words. "Very well, let us return to Qingyun Peak together." "Thank you, Elder," Murong Tian exclaimed with delight, immediately performing a respectful bow. With the support of the Qingyuan Peak's master, how could the law enforcement hall dare to forcibly expel him from the mountain again? Chapter 7. The law enforcement hall arrives meanwhile. At Qingyun Peak, Shunan paced anxiously, his heart aflame with worry. This boy had been gone for nearly half an hour. Why had he not yet returned? He felt increasingly restless. Did Lu Yinqin truly disregard appearances and find no value in the medicinal pill? Was his disciple Murong Tian now rendered powerless? This could not stand. The members of the law enforcement hall were approaching. If necessary, he would retreat down the mountain to avoid trouble. Resolving this, Shunan ceased his hesitation and rushed into the house to prepare his belongings. Just as he was packing, he suddenly froze in astonishment. What was happening? His admiration points had increased. Upon realizing this, a smile broke upon his face. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice with the medicinal pill. Elder Shun, please come out. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, a voice rang from outside, causing Shun An's heart to skip a beat. This was not good. How could the law enforcement hall have arrived so swiftly when Murong Tian had yet to return? Shunan, come out. I know you are inside. Another voice, deep and authoritative, echoed from outside. It was none other than Li Yin, the head of the law enforcement hall. To his dismay, he had come personally. This was disastrous. Shunan raised an eyebrow, feeling increasingly vexed. Li Yin, the head of the law enforcement hall, was notorious for his domineering nature and was one of Lu Yunqin's suitors. Back when the original owner of this body pursued Lu Yunqin, this man had looked upon him with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Alas, Shunan could only sigh in resignation and steeled himself to step outside. At the mountain's entrance stood two imposing figures clad in black robes, one a youth and the other a middle-aged man. They were none other than Wang Hu and his master, Li Yin. As two individuals observed Shun Anze emerging, one furrowed his brow while the other wore a mocking expression. Wang Hu chuckled coldly, fearing Shun Anze would exert his influence due to his status. Thus, he brought his master along with him. Although Li Yin looked down upon Shun Anze, he had long harbored resentment over Shun's audacity to openly pursue Lu Yinqin. Regrettably, Shun Anze had remained secluded at Qingyun Peak, avoiding any missteps, so today presented a rare opportunity to belittle him, much to Li Yan's delight. How dare Elder Shun confront a member of my law enforcement hall? Wang Hu initiated the exchange, his tone condescending and accusatory. Li Yan raised his head, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Wang Hu. Initially, he had believed the rumors that Wang Hu had indeed ascended to the Qi realm, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared he was merely at the late stage of body refinement. A naturally talentless individual could hardly hope to transcend to the Qi. Shaking his head dismissively, Li Yan observed the oppressive aura emanating from Shun Anze, which caused a flicker of trepidation within him. Clearing his throat, Shun Anze mustered his courage to respond. Is it not within my rights as the peak master to discipline Zhang Shan for his insolence? The disciples of the miscellaneous department are not your concern. Li Yan retorted coldly. If anyone deserves chastisement, it is your disciple, who, after 2 years, has shown no progress and consistently ranked last in the last 2 competitions. Yet you choose to admonish the miscellaneous department instead? Shun Anze frowned. Murong Tian was not lacking in diligence. He practiced tirelessly whenever he had the chance. Unfortunately, his innate talent was dismal, and even if he were not a naturally talentless individual, breaking through to the Qi realm would require at least 3 to 5 years of effort. Today, I have come to inform you that Murong Tian is permitted to descend the mountain. According to sect rules, those who rank last in 2 consecutive sect competitions are unworthy of remaining at Lingfu Mountain, Li Yin stated flatly, his words laced with scorn. After all, the sect did not nurture the inept. Had it not been for Qingyun Peak's prior merits, Shun Anze would have been expelled long ago. Shun Anze's countenance darkened, not merely due to the insult of being labeled inept himself, but rather concerning Murong Tian's fate. What would he do if Murong Tian left? Furthermore, what did it mean that the sect did not support the inept? For many years, the sect had been impoverished due to the war, resulting in insufficient resources allocated to Qingyun Peak. At most, the sect leader and other peak masters occasionally sent some provisions out of old affection. And what if I insist on keeping him at Qingyun Peak? He spoke in a low tone. Upon hearing this, both Li Yin and Wang Hu were momentarily taken aback, questioning whether such words truly came from the usually meek master of Qingyun Peak. What do you think you are? Just because you wish for him to stay? Do you believe he can? Do you think the sect's rules are mere decorations? Li Yin scoffed, completely dismissing Shun Anze's authority. Wang Hu shook his head in agreement. Elder Shun, I advise you to mind your own affairs and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Shun Anze's expression darkened further as he took a deep breath and declared, Murong Tian will not leave. I stand by my word. Witnessing his unwavering resolve, both Wang Hu and Li Yin were momentarily stunned, before Wang Hu erupted into laughter. Shun Anze, do you truly believe yourself to be an elder? A mere waste in the latter stages of body refinement, Had it not been for the Master's benevolence in bestowing upon you a title, you would have long since been cast down the mountain. Now you dare to provoke the sect's regulations? If this matter were to reach the Master's ears, you might find it difficult to retain your position as an elder. Shun Anze, undeterred, met the gaze of the two with unwavering resolve. It was you who accepted the gifts from the Murong family, yet refused to take Murong Tian as your disciple, casting him into my Qingyun Peak. Now you wish to expel him from the mountain. Such behavior is indeed shameless, would you not agree? Li Yin wore a mocking expression. After all, it was you who took him in as a disciple. If you lack the ability to teach him well, the Murong family should blame you, not this elder. Shun Anze's anger flared. He had not anticipated encountering such an audacious scoundrel. A mere waste, foolishly aspiring to something beyond reach, now daring to challenge the sect's rules. Today, this elder shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect. Li Yin sneered, his irritation growing upon seeing Shun Anze's youthful and handsome visage. He stepped forward, and immediately, spiritual energy surged, his aura intensifying. Shun Anze frowned. Was he truly compelled to utilize his only remaining consumption card? What if he were to lose control and inadvertently end the other's life? Observing Shun Anze's hesitation, Li Yin assumed he was paralyzed by fear and, with a derisive grin, unleashed a punch that cut through the air with a resounding crack. A forceful imprint surged toward Shun Anze's face, threatening to mar his striking features. Shun Anze was taken aback. It was evident that Li Yan's aggression stemmed from personal vendetta due to his past pursuit of Lu Yunqin. How shameless! Jealousy, pure and unadulterated, for he believed himself more handsome. Just as Shun Anze prepared to activate his consumption card to shield his face, a melodious sound of a sword echoed through the air. Buzz! A snow-white long sword flashed by, shattering the formidable punch imprint and embedding itself before him. Simultaneously, a clear and enchanting female voice resonated. Is it not inappropriate for Master Li to strike at an elder so openly? Upon hearing this voice, Shun Anze's expression brightened, while Li Yin turned to face the source, his countenance shifting from surprise to displeasure. On the mountain path, Lu Yunqin, clad in elegant azure, ascended gracefully. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her lips, akin to delicate cherry blossoms, rendered the very landscape pale in comparison. The gentle breeze swept through the corners of her garments, giving her an ethereal presence, as if she were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 8. My disciple Shun Anze will compete for first place. Beside Lu Yunqin, Murong Tian followed respectfully. Upon seeing the two of them, Li Yan's expression soured, yet he forced a smile. What brings Elder Lu to Qingyun Peak? You can come, so naturally, I can as well, Lu Yunqin replied, casting a fleeting glance at him before striding directly to Shun Anze. She softly inquired, Are you injured? The simplicity of her 4 words left all present, including Shun Anze, momentarily stunned, before he hastily shook his head to assure her of his well-being. Observing his goddess showing concern for a mere waste, Li Yin felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, his expression darkening to the point of appearing as though it could drip water. Once confirming Shun Anze had indeed sustained no injuries, Lu Yunqin nodded and turned her gaze towards Wang Hu and his disciple. Master Li, do you not think it somewhat inappropriate to take action against a mere body-refining realm practitioner, relying solely on your own cultivation? Elder Lu has misunderstood. Shunin is challenging the sect's rules, and I am merely upholding justice. Li Yin forced a smile, striving to maintain his image in front of Lu Yunqin. Challenging the sect's rules? Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes shimmered with indifference. Although Murong Tian ranked at the bottom of the 2-year grand competition, he is not an ordinary disciple, but rather a direct disciple of an elder. Hence, the sect's rules may not apply to him in the same manner, would they? Shunin, upon hearing her defend Qingyun Peak, let out a sigh of relief and exchanged a wink with his disciple, who responded in kind, and they shared a smile. Li Yin furrowed his brow. Despite Shun holding the title of a peak master elder, he lacks the qualifications and strength. Who truly regards him as an elder within the sect? Even Su, the master of the spiritual medicine hall, is merely at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. Does he not possess this qualification as well? Lu Yunqin inquired. Although Master Su's cultivation is lacking, he is a 4th-grade alchemist, and moreover, his disciple ranked among the top 10 in last year's competition, making him far more qualified in both teaching and alchemy than Shun, and Li Yin shook his head. Still looking down on Shun, and Lu Yunqin's delicate brows knitted slightly. This was indeed a fact. The master of the spiritual medicine hall excels at alchemy, and the disciples he mentors are undeniably formidable. In contrast, on the side of Qingyun Peak, she glanced at Shun and Murong Tian, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Sensing her predicament, Li Yin sneered and continued, Elder Lu need not defend Qingyun Peak any further. The sect does not harbor idlers. The sect leader, constrained by the previous achievements of Qingyun Peak, cannot speak too freely, but my law enforcement hall must act with impartiality. He lacks the qualifications to be an elder, and thus his disciple should be regarded merely as an ordinary disciple, deserving of expulsion from the mountain. Lu Yinxin frowned. The position of Peak Master is granted by the sect leader and cannot be revoked by Li Yan's mere words. Hearing this, Shun An's expression soured as he inwardly pondered. System, can I descend the mountain now and return when I have become formidable? Please consider host. Only by being in conflict can you create more opportunities to trigger the disciple-raising tasks and earn rewards. Tasks? Shunin was taken aback, contemplating for a moment before stepping forward and speaking. According to your assertion, how might I prove my qualifications to be this elder? Seeing him dare to step out from behind the woman, Li Yan's eyes glinted with mockery. Quite simply, either you break through to the returning essence realm, or you must demonstrate your capability to teach disciples. For example, his eyes glimmered with jest, by ensuring that Murong Tian ranks among the top 10 in the upcoming sect competition a month from now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxin's brow furrowed immediately. This is utterly impossible. Even though all of these disciples entered the sect in the past 2 years, a considerable number have already broken through to the Qi-Si realm, with others like Wang Hu being mid-Qi-Si realm warriors. Murong Tian, a mere mid-body refining practitioner, stands no chance of breaking into the top 10. As for Shun and breaking through to the returning essence realm, such a notion is even more implausible. As everyone knows, he is a natural failure, with no hope of channeling Qi into his body. He will likely never even enter the Qi-Si realm in his lifetime. Congratulations to the host for triggering a task. Assist Murong Tian in securing first place in the sect competition, with rewards including experience as a 5th grade Alchemist X1, 5-time limited cards for the Return to Origin realm skills, and 1 consumption card for the Earth Spirit realm skills. Shun Anze felt a surge of joy upon hearing the voice beside him. Lu Yinxin slightly parted her crimson lips, preparing to refuse, but someone beside her spoke first. Very well, I accept, Shun Anze declared, while Lu Yinxin furrowed her brows, looking at him in confusion. The latter's gaze was sharp, fixated on the astonished Li Yin ahead. And he continued with a fierce tone. The top 10 lacks challenge. If my disciple is to compete, he must strive for first place. As his resonant words echoed, everyone fell silent momentarily. Li Yin and Wang, who were left dumbfounded, then burst into laughter. What? Did we hear incorrectly? This so-called waste, currently only at the mid-stage of body refinement, dares to claim the top spot in the upcoming sect competition in a month's time? It's utterly preposterous. Murong Tian stepped forward, tugging at Shun Anze's sleeve, hesitating. He found even entering the top 10 a daunting task, let alone aiming for first place. After his laughter, Li Yin mockingly responded. And what if you fail? Shun Anze raised his chin slightly, hands clasped behind him, his gaze calm. If we fail, I shall leave the sect with him. His words were resolute and unwavering. Murong Tian gazed at Shun Anze, whose determination stirred deep emotions within him. Master, admiration value 50. Current admiration level of Murong Tian, 4. Acquired lottery chance X1, very well. Upon hearing this, Li Yin sneered. I shall eagerly await your disciple's performance in the competition. Should you still linger after that, do not blame me for casting you down the mountain. Wang Hu, let us depart. Yes, master. Wang Hu clasped his hands, casting a disdainful glance at Murong Tian before turning to follow him. Once the two had vanished along the mountain path, Lu Yinxin frowned and remarked, Elder Shun, you are being too impulsive. Achieving first place in the competition is no simple feat besides Wang Hu. Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak is also at the mid-stage of the Qi-Si and is a talisman master. If it were merely to enter the top 10, I might assist your disciple, but first place. Lu Yinxin sighed and shook her head, clearly believing it to be an impossible endeavor. I appreciate Elder Lu's concern, but if my disciple cannot even secure the first place in this trivial sect competition, how can he hope to compete with that Qin Qianwei a year from now? Shun Anze turned, cupping his hands, his tone serious. Murong Tian was taken aback by this statement, clenching his fists tightly. Are you truly planning to send him to Tianxue sect to battle Qin Qianwei? Lu Yinxin asked, astonished. Her brows knitted tightly. Indeed, my disciple, Shun Anze, is no weakling. He speaks with conviction and acts with resolve. Shun Anze proclaimed proudly. In truth, his acceptance of the sect competition was not a whimsical decision. Initially, he intended to stubbornly remain, knowing that with Lu Yinxin present, Li Yin would not dare to act. However, the system had suddenly issued a task, with rewards that were quite enticing. By the heavens, if I acquire those items, I shall no longer need to fear Li Yin. Listening to his unwavering words, Lu Yinxin silently shook her head. Qin Qianyue's innate talent and strength were renowned throughout the entire southern realm, making it no easy feat to catch up to her. As for the 3-year agreement established by Murong Tian, It had long been dismissed as a mere joke, forgotten by all. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yinxin spoke up. Why not entrust Murong Tian to me? I shall do my utmost to help him break through to the Qi Sea within this month. Ensuring his place among the top 10, however, claiming the first position may be beyond reach. Upon hearing this, Shannon was taken aback and cast a surprised glance at her, recalling how Lu Yinxin had previously harbored a certain disdain for him. Even if she had accepted a medicinal pill, such a swift change in attitude seemed rather peculiar. Was it merely a transaction? He shot a dubious glance at the side, towards Murong Tian, pondering if the young man had quietly divulged something. Chapter 9. Who told you that I cannot refine pills? In response to Lu Yinxin's goodwill, Shannon chose to shake his head. Merely assuring a spot in the top 10 was insufficient. The task assigned by the system was to secure the first place in the competition. Although this failure bore no punishment, losing out on those rewards constituted a second severe penalty for Shannon, whose resources were currently scant. There is no need to trouble Elder Lu. I shall teach my disciple myself. Lu Yinxin frowned. You will teach? Her skeptical gaze evidently questioned Shannon's capabilities. After all, even if he participated in the competition, he likely wouldn't secure a place among the top 10. How could he possibly guide someone to claim the first position? Disciple. Shannon turned to the side. I am here. Murong Tian responded, his gaze respectful. Do you believe in your master? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Murong Tian replied with unwavering conviction and reverence. Witnessing the fervent spirits of this master and disciple, Lu Yinxin found herself perplexed. Were these two not a born invalid and a talentless individual, respectively? What had transpired to instill such confidence in them? Murong Tian, would you care to accompany me to Qingyuan Peak? I shall teach you the falling flowers and leaves palm. Though confused, Lu Yinxin still offered the suggestion, hoping Murong Tian would choose to leave with her. After all, having benefited from the youth restorative pill, she wished to assist Qingyuan Peak to the best of her ability, as a means of atoning for her earlier actions against Shannon. The falling flowers and leaves palm was a premium martial skill of the Xian rank, esteemed throughout Lingfu Mountain, with opportunities to learn it being exceedingly rare. However, to her utter astonishment, Murong Tian did not hesitate and directly shook his head in refusal. Thank you, Elder Lu, but I wish to continue learning swordsmanship from my master. Lu Yinxin was utterly bewildered. What swordsmanship could possibly rival her falling flowers and leaves palm? Were these two not out of their minds? 1. A late-stage body refinement practitioner, presumed to possess substantial experience, aimed to teach a disciple with poor talent to become first in the sect competition. The other, a mid-stage body refinement practitioner, held steadfast faith in a master whose talent was even inferior to his own and desired to study swordsmanship under him. What on earth was happening in this world? The martial artist of the Earth Spirit realm finds himself outmatched by one who has merely reached the latter stages of body refinement. Nevertheless, should you reconsider, my door at Qingyuan Peak is always open. With no further persuasion yielding success, Lu Yinxin gracefully departed, leaving behind these words. On the mountaintop, only the master and disciple remained. Master, murmured Murong Tian, after years of rigorous training and refining those 10 body refinement pills, I should barely reach the latter stages of body refinement. Yet, the greatest obstacle to claiming first place in the sect's grand competition is not Wang Hu, but rather Yu Jingyuan of Qingfu Peak, a favored contender since he was last year's champion. Shannon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The methods of a talisman master are indeed extraordinary, rendering them nearly invincible within the same realm. To triumph over a mid-stage talisman master, Murong Tian must at least match their cultivation level and possess means to contend with them. Contemplating this, he beckoned, and Murong Tian promptly leaned in to listen. Upon hearing his words, a look of astonishment and confusion crossed his face. What does master need these herbs for? If you require pills, my family has plenty. I can send someone to deliver them. The Murong family is a lineage of medicinal practitioners, possessing most ordinary herbs, albeit not as extensive as the Spirit Talisman Mountain's apothecary. This pill cannot be concocted by just anyone, Shannon remarked with a faint smile. He had previously inquired of the system, and it revealed that the Shisui pill does not exist in this world. A pill capable of cleansing the meridians would surely incite a frenzy among the masses if it were ever to circulate. Of course, the prerequisite for such cleansing is that one possesses even the slightest aptitude. Yet, Shannon, burdened with a congenital weakness, would find no benefit from the Shisui pill. Others cannot refine it. Murong Tian paused, his skepticism evident. But Elder Su from the Spirit Herb Hall has never been fond of Master. Would he be willing to assist? Bang! A sharp slap resounded as Shannon retorted, Does it appear that I am the sort who requires assistance from others? Murong Tian rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. But all those capable of alchemy are at the Spirit Herb Hall. Bang! Another crisp sound echoed. Who told you that your master intends to seek out the spirit herb hall for alchemy? Then, master, you wouldn't want your disciple to gnaw on spirit herbs, would you? Murong Tian's expression turned bitter, yet he soon realized that their very future hinged on this matter, and he gritted his teeth. I could manage to gnaw on them. As long as I have a sip of water, I could devour 3 acres in a day. Bang! 3 times the charm. Shannon finally ceased his reprimand, speaking coolly. What are you gnawing on? Are you a bovine warrior that can consume 3 acres? As he spoke, he turned his back to Murong Tian, facing the blazing sun, a gentle breeze caressing his visage, his silhouette towering and majestic. Who told you that your master cannot concoct pills? Observing that radiant figure, Murong Tian hesitated, a statement weighing heavily on his heart. Master, you do not even possess a pill furnace. Shun En's mouth twitched as he immediately turned, raising his hand, only to find that Murong Tian had already retreated 5 zhong away. We have a kitchen on Qingyan Peak. Is it that we cannot burn wood, or that the pot has a hole? A true alchemist can still create exquisite pills without a pill furnace. Admiration value. Murong Tian felt a stir within, realizing that perhaps his perspective had been too narrow. Indeed, it is not surprising that a master capable of transmitting such remarkable sword techniques would possess exceptional alchemical skills. Subsequently, he hurriedly prepared for his family to send medicinal herbs up the mountain. Watching him depart, Shunan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. System, is it truly possible to refine pills without a cauldron? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Please do not doubt the words of this system. A true alchemist can indeed create superior pills without a cauldron. Shunan twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn, if you're going to deceive me, at least come up with your own words instead of directly quoting my attempts to convince my disciple. This is akin to treating people as fools. However, with no other options available and the cauldron being prohibitively expensive, he began to conduct a second lottery in his mind, while Murong Tian was busy writing a letter. As the roulette illuminated before him, a dazzling array of golden objects appeared, incredibly enticing. I'll exchange my disciple's 10 years of life for gold, he silently declared, then initiated the lottery. Beep, beep, beep. As the dazzling wheel spun, the pointer gradually slowed, passing through each golden orb and slowly edging toward the ordinary white zone. Observing this scene, Shannon couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Just as he thought the pointer would settle in the white zone, it halted entirely, mere fractions away from it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the inherited technique. Unparalleled sword control, supreme. Shunan was momentarily stunned, then burst into a broad smile. It appeared that he was indeed favored by fortune. He had unexpectedly drawn gold with a mere casual attempt. Chapter 10. Who has stirred the forces of heaven and earth? System, is this unparalleled sword control truly formidable? Shunan inquired curiously within his mind. Rest assured, host, products of this system are guaranteed to be exceptional. Upon hearing this, Shunan felt even more exhilarated and eagerly opened the introduction to the sword technique. Unparalleled sword control, transferable supreme technique capable of condensing an unmatched sword heart. In the latter stages of cultivation, one can command all swords in the world, wielding no sword yet surpassing those who do. A single strike can sever the lifeblood and soul of a person. There followed an elaborate description, but in essence, this sword technique was extraordinarily powerful. System, allow me to cultivate. Shunan urged with anticipation. The host is a naturally gifted failure and cannot cultivate. He felt disheartened. In his earlier excitement, he had momentarily forgotten this critical detail. Unable to draw energy into his body, he couldn't even reach the Qi-Si realm, let alone practice this technique. Is there truly no way for me to gain an opportunity to cultivate? Not even dragon bone or phoenix blood? He asked, somewhat unwilling to give up. That is not possible. This system has bound itself to the host's fate. To reshape your bones and alter your destiny would result in the disappearance of this system and the host's demise. The specific reasons should be explored by the host in the future. Then am I destined for a mere mortal's lifespan? What use do I have for you? The physical body will ultimately be constrained, while the soul may endure eternally. Please, host, adopt a broader perspective. Shunan fell silent, shaking his head in resignation as he abandoned the notion of breaking through his limitations. Without entering nirvana, one remains merely a mortal, and one's lifespan will not extend. Whether one can transcend to the higher realms within a century remains uncertain. As for longevity, the world is replete with wondrous techniques. One need not rely solely on breaking through realms to attain it. By becoming a 7th-grade alchemist, one can concoct elixirs that prolong life. If I cannot cultivate this unparalleled sword mastery, then I shall pass it on to Murong Tian. Securing the first position in this grand competition is imperative. Master. In the distance, Murong Tian hurried back to Qingyan Peak, waving his hands excitedly. I have already sent word to my family. They should deliver the medicinal materials in a few days. Very well, come closer. Shannon stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. Master, what is it? The youth dashed forward, curiosity and confusion etched upon his face. May I ask you, what is your purpose in cultivation? Murong Tian paused, scratching his head. The purpose of cultivation? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I simply wish to catch up to Qin Xianyue and return the shame she brought upon our family. Not sufficient. Shannon shook his head, his expression grave. Not sufficient. The youth's face fell, gazing at the middle-aged man in white with bewilderment. Indeed, not sufficient. Shannon reiterated, speaking earnestly. My disciple, do you comprehend the vastness of this world and the multitude of powerful beings within it? Do you intend to remain confined to this small corner of the Dan dynasty? As he spoke, he devised a plan within himself. Since there is little hope for my own breakthrough in this lifetime, I shall nurture the most formidable disciple. And in the future, whenever I venture forth, I shall proudly proclaim my disciple's name. How splendid that would be. Murong Tian fell silent. He indeed longed to explore the world outside, yet his meager talent left him uncertain of ever reaching the mid-tier realms. To step beyond seemed an insurmountable challenge. Noticing the youth's flickering desire tempered by melancholy, Shannon seized the moment. The outside world is vast, with an empress mending the heavens, great powers drawing bows to shoot the sun, and even children capable of stirring seas and extracting dragon tendons. Murong Tian was taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at his master. Mending the heavens, shooting the sun, why had he never heard of such tales? Though unfamiliar, his heart began to ignite with fervor. The image of Shannon parting the heavens with a single sword, dispersing the clouds and mist, resurfaced in his mind, his resolve firm. If master claims these exist, then they surely do. The absence of these mighty figures in my knowledge merely indicates they lie beyond the Dan dynasty, perhaps even outside the southern realm. I have grown old, and my talents are limited. I fear I shall never have the opportunity to witness the world beyond. Shannon sighed, a hint of regret in his gaze. Disciple, here I am. The two locked eyes. Shannon's expression filled with expectation and kindness. I hope you too can become one of those legends. Become a legend. The youth's eyes ignited with passion, a seed of ambition taking root within his heart. Sensing that he had sufficiently inspired the boy, Shannon waved his grand sleeves, his tone resolute. Disciple, today I shall impart to you an unparalleled supreme technique, guiding you on the path to becoming a sword immortal. Before Murong Tian could utter a word, a tempest roared, and Shannon deftly tapped his fingertip upon his forehead. In that instant, the heavens and earth convulsed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if the entire firmament lamented in a collective wail. The flora surrounding them suddenly stood erect, resembling sharp swords intent on cleaving the sky and rending the earth. At Qinghuan Peak, Lu Yinqin had just returned to the mountain gate when she beheld the ominously darkening clouds, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Such formidable sword intent. Could it be that an unparalleled sword path had emerged in the world? In the Spirit Talisman main hall, the sect leader Xian Yuzi leaped into the air, appearing instantly outside the grand hall, his gaze heavy as he surveyed the tumultuous sky. The boundless sword intent contained within the atmosphere sent a shiver of trepidation through him. What could have transpired to stir such a celestial upheaval? His expression was one of astonishment, his brow furrowed. The last time such a phenomenon occurred in the Great Dynasty was several years ago when the young daughter of the Qin family first entered the martial realm, revealing her prodigious talent as she drew energy into her being. The commotion then paled in comparison to today's cataclysmic shift enveloping the entirety of Spirit Talisman Mountain. Could it be that a treasure had manifested, or perhaps someone from Spirit Talisman Mountain had comprehended a certain profound truth, revealing their extraordinary prowess? Xian Yuzi's eyes flickered as he waved his hand. Summon the others. As his command echoed, several figures swiftly appeared. Master, what are your orders? Investigate who has stirred this celestial disturbance. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Reporting to the master. Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak has been cultivating within the Talisman Tower recently. It seems this matter pertains to him. Yu Jingyuan. Xian Yuzi's brow furrowed slightly. The latter was the direct disciple of the Qingfu Peak's master, possessing exceptional mental prowess. But could he truly incite such a grand celestial force? Moreover, the overwhelming sword intent seemed only tangentially related to talismanic arts. Reporting to the master, this sword intent appears to emanate from Qingyun Peak. Xian Yuzi paused, instinctively glancing toward Qingyun Peak, but quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? With Shun En and Murong Tian present, how could these two individuals possibly summon such a tumultuous celestial force? Information has been uncovered. At that moment, a figure who had been gathering intelligence suddenly spoke up. Xian Yuzi turned to him. Master, Just now Yu Zhenyuan successfully inherited the heavenly sword talisman left by the elder of the heavenly sword from 2 centuries past within the talisman tower. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuzi nodded in realization, understanding why such a celestial force had been invoked. Although the commotion seemed a touch exaggerated, it was still within the realm of reason. Surely, the cosmic disturbance and that astonishing sword intent could not have been summoned by Shun Un or his disciple. If that were the case, he might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. Chapter 11 Master, is this truly a pill? At Qingyan Peak. As the thunder subsided and the clouds dispersed, Shun An's complexion turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. Goodness, inheriting this thing was truly exhausting. One might think he was suffering from some form of deficiency. Disciple, how do you feel? He raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow. Murong Tian, regaining his senses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring incredulously at the person before him. What was that martial art that had appeared in his mind moments ago? The unparalleled sword heart, supreme of 10,000 swords. This technique must surely be of celestial rank. Disciple, I express my gratitude for your teachings, Master. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man knelt with a thud, bowing 3 times with fervor shining in his eyes. Worship value, 100. Murong Tian's current worship level, 5. Acquired Earth rank mid-grade movement technique. Flickering light shadow inheritance card X1. Earth rank upper grade martial technique. Thunder sword inheritance card X1. Shannon furrowed his brow, pondering why he had previously elevated his disciple 3 levels with the sword that opens the heavenly gate, yet now only a single level? Response to the host. As the worship level increases, the worship value gained diminishes with each attainment. He felt a tinge of frustration. It appeared that the path to elevating his disciple's worship value to its zenith was a long and arduous one. The initial deception had yet to bear fruit. Perseverance was still required. All right, rise quickly. In the upcoming sect competition, should you fail to secure first place, both of us may well be cast down the mountain. Shun An said earnestly, stepping forward to assist Murong Tian. Rest assured, Master, even if it costs me my life, I shall not disappoint you. Murong Tian declared with unwavering resolve. In his heart, Shun An had transformed into a reclusive sage. After all, he had previously presented the unparalleled sword that opens the heavenly gate, and now unveiled a celestial-level martial art. Such a figure could hardly be deemed an inconsequential practitioner of the late body refinement stage, could he? This child is indeed teachable. Shun An nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with pride. I await the day you become a true sword immortal. With that, he turned to depart, opting not to bestow the other 2 martial techniques just yet. He was utterly fatigued and reluctant to expend the remaining beauty elixir, which he might later utilize to secure a powerful ally. Thus, he chose to conserve it. Murong Tian watched Shun An leave, his eyes resolute as he raced toward the training ground, consuming the body refinement elixir previously given to him and commencing his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. The cause of the astonishing spectacle that had once startled the entire Lingfu Mountain was thoroughly disseminated. It was none other than Yu Zhenyuan of Qingfu Peak. The heavenly sword talisman he inherited within the sword tower bore immense significance. 200 years prior, the heavenly sword elder of Lingfu Mountain had used a single sword talisman to shatter the cosmos, coming tantalizingly close to becoming a formidable entity of the upper 3 realms. At that time, he was renowned throughout the entire Dan dynasty. After his passing, the heavenly sword talisman he left behind was coveted by countless talisman masters, yet none succeeded in comprehending its essence. To everyone's astonishment, just days ago, Yu Zhenyuan had successfully inherited it. Such prodigious talent incited envy and admiration across Lingfu Mountain. Regarding the sect competition set to unfold in 20 days, all were certain that first place belonged to him without dispute. Not long after the news of Yu Zhenyuan broke, another bombshell announcement shook the mountain. It was revealed that Murong Tian of Qingyan Peak intended to contest Yu Zhenyuan for the title of champion in this year's competition. As soon as this news spread, Lingfu Mountain erupted once more, but this time not with admiration or excitement, but rather with mockery and disdain. What is Murong Tian? A 2-time bottom contender, daring to aspire for the top position? Ha ha. Even being last can be considered a form of first. I have heard that this wager was not initiated by Murong Tian himself, but rather imposed upon him by his master, who declared that if Murong Tian fails to secure first place, they would both pack their belongings and leave. Elder Shun? He is merely at the late stage of body refinement himself. In no time, rumors began to swirl around Lingfu Mountain, and this matter swiftly became the topic of conversation among disciples from various peaks and halls. The members of the law enforcement hall mocked the audacity of this master and disciple duo, deeming them a disgrace to the sect and suggesting that it would be better for them to leave sooner rather than later to spare the sect from embarrassment. However, Most disciples remained rational and refrained from mockery, instead feeling a sense of sympathy towards Qin Yun Peak, suspecting that they were pressured by Lord Li and expressing compassion. Regardless of the ridicule or sympathy, none believed that Murong Tian could genuinely achieve first place. As for the external rumors, the master and disciple chose to remain indifferent. Today, the Murong family had dispatched someone to deliver the medicinal materials. Although it arrived much later than anticipated, it had finally come. Upon receiving the materials, Shannon rushed to the kitchen without delay. The master and disciple were busy, one washing pots and boiling water while the other chopped firewood, creating an impression that they were preparing a feast for the evening. Notably, during these 10 days, Murong Tian had successfully broken through to the late stage of body refinement. Thanks to 10 body refinement pills and diligent practice, he was now just one step away from channeling qi into his body. Yet, this step proved to be the most challenging. For the poorer one's talent, the longer it took to achieve this breakthrough. Master, can medicinal pills truly be produced in an iron pot? Murong Tian inquired, his face clouded as he continuously added firewood to the stove. If I say it can, then it can, Shannon replied confidently, though he felt uncertain within, relying solely on the system's assertion. Despite possessing the knowledge of a third-grade alchemist, he lacked both spiritual energy and mental power. Thus, he had no idea if he could indeed produce the pills using this method. Moreover, he could only hope that the washing marrow pill would assist Murong Tian in channeling qi into his body. Otherwise, with his aptitude, a breakthrough to the qi realm within 20 days was utterly impossible, let alone competing against the likes of Wang Hu and Yu Yuan. Master, do you truly know how to refine pills? I have never seen anyone use a chef's knife to cut herbs. Murong Tian glanced skeptically at Shannon, who was chopping spiritual herbs on the cutting board with a chef's knife. What do you know? I am controlling the dosage to prevent you from consuming too much and breaking through too quickly, which would lead to agitation. Shannon retorted irritably. Oh, master. What grade is this washing marrow pill? Why have I never heard of it before? 3rd grade. Now shut your mouth. Shannon grinned and turned back, while the young disciple shivered and recoiled. Faced with an endless stream of questions, Shannon felt his head buzzing. How had he never realized just how talkative this young man was? Murong Tian looked at him weakly and tentatively asked, Master, one last question. Speak. As Shannon carelessly tossed the cut spiritual herbs into the pot, he impatiently inquired, What realm are you truly in? The young boy's eyes sparkled with hopeful curiosity. This marked the 30th time he had posed the question in the past 10 days. The late stage of body refinement, came the dismissive reply. I do not believe it. The boy retorted, his gaze bright and clear. Shannon turned to look at him, casually reaching for the willow branch at his waist. Moments later, the kitchen was filled with Murong Tian's lamentations. Master, I am your direct disciple. Let us speak amicably without resorting to violence. He pleaded. Oh, master, I was wrong. I want to ask about pills again. Master, the pills are burning. A quarter of an hour later, the two lifted the lid of the pot and fell into silence at the sight before them. Master, this black, gooey substance, are you certain it is a pill? Can it truly be consumed? You shall find out by trying it, Shannon replied. I refuse to test it, Murong Tian protested, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. In matters of seniority, you should taste it first, master. Shannon turned to leave, locking the kitchen door behind him, and withdrew the willow branch once more. Oh, master. Please don't strike me. I will eat it. Is that not enough? Chapter 12. Disciple, you really did it? Murong Tian gazed at the sticky, dark mass in the bowl, his throat constricting. Good disciple, do eat. This is a marvelous concoction, Shannon encouraged, a smile gracing his features as he gently tapped the branch in his hand. Murong Tian, filled with despair, took a deep breath, steeling himself. I shall brave it. What is the worst that could happen? I could be on the run for 3 days and nights. With that thought, he stopped hesitating and brought the bowl to his lips. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Shannon's mind. Admiration value. 10. His lips twitched, momentarily tempted to strike the boy with the willow branch. Yet, an idea struck him, prompting him to inquire mentally. System, if the admiration value can be deducted, what if I regress and then level up again? Would I receive a reward anew? His excitement grew, if that were the case. He could continuously advance through this phase of easily accruing admiration value and repeatedly claim rewards. The system fell silent for a moment before responding. Bug fixed. Thank you for your feedback, host. Shannon felt as though 500 little goals were waving goodbye to him. He wished he could slap himself. Had he known, he would have tested it first. Why bother asking? Is there a limit to accepting disciples? Can I go down the mountain and take on 108 disciples now? That is not permitted. Only after the previous disciple's admiration value reaches its maximum can the host accept a new disciple. Very well. Shannon's mental calculations were dashed. It seemed that for now, he could only diligently focus on one disciple and extract every bit of potential from him. Shaking his head, He gazed eagerly at Murong Tian, who was now seated cross-legged, drenched in sweat and flushed with apprehension. Although the substance was as difficult to swallow as mucus, once it dissolved, a peculiar force surged through his meridians, ablaze with intensity. As time inexorably ticks away, the force of the impact intensifies, causing his brows to furrow gradually. This excruciating pain feels akin to being pricked all over his body with needles. However, Murong Tian is astounded to discover that his previously obstructed meridians are showing signs of expansion under this overwhelming force. It feels as though someone is tirelessly forging a path, entering and exiting repeatedly. With this revelation, he is filled with uncontainable joy. He grits his teeth in silence, enduring this heart-wrenching agony. His master is enhancing his innate talent. He absolutely cannot betray his master's good intentions. Only by improving his endowment will he have a greater chance to ascend to the Tianxue sect and confront Qin Xianhua. Shun An's lips curl into a smirk, indicating that the marrow-cleansing pill has begun to take effect. Observing the fierce expression on the boy's face, it is evident he is enduring intense suffering. The prescription for the marrow-cleansing pill states that to enhance one's aptitude, one must endure pain that is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals, akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows. This lad is remarkably resilient. Shannon notices that Murong Tian remains tight-lipped, resolutely clenching his teeth, and shakes his head slightly. It seems that the humiliation brought by that 3-year agreement is etched deeply into his heart, allowing him to withstand such excruciating pain. One must remember, he is still a mere 16-year-old boy, the son of the Murong family's head, nurtured in comfort since childhood. He has never experienced such hardship before. Typically, protagonists either possess an exceptionally resilient character or are endowed with extraordinary fate and talent. If it were you, perhaps you could truly achieve it. Shunan finds himself lost in thought, eagerly anticipating the day Murong Tian transforms into a great emperor, commanding the world with grandeur. If that day were to come, wouldn't his life as a mentor be utterly delightful? While he daydreams about embracing beauty and having his disciple assist him in seeking out exquisite maidens while discussing life as philosophies, an overwhelmingly nauseating odor suddenly wafts towards him. The stench is reminiscent of having one's face forcibly pressed into a steaming pile of something foul, filling every inch of his nostrils with an unbearable aroma that penetrates the very soul. What in the world, disciple, have you done? Shunan hastily grabs a green onion from the stove and shoves it into his nostrils, covering his mouth. As he witnesses Murong Tian, now spewing forth a black, foul-smelling liquid, he swiftly seizes an item to shield his handsome visage. The warmth spreading across his face startles Shunan, prompting him to glance at the object in his hand. The wooden spoon, riddled with holes, leaves him momentarily speechless. The black liquid shows no signs of abating, and in a panic, Shunan bolts, slamming the kitchen door behind him. He rushes to the well to wash his face, scrubbing vigorously for several rounds until the stench finally dissipates. His face is a picture of frustration, astonished by the potency of the marrow-cleansing pill. Master, in the distance, Murong Tian, his face covered in a thick layer of black, rushes towards him, revealing a pair of bright white teeth and an excited expression. Reaching out to embrace Shunan, master, my meridians, Shunan's expression twitches, and he takes off running. Murong Tian stood there, bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't his master's gaze rather lecherous whenever they met? Why, then, did he flee upon seeing him now? Make sure to cleanse yourself in the kitchen before you come to meet your master. You are not permitted to wash in the bathing pool of Qingyun Peak. Shun Anze shouted from a distance, leaving those words hanging in the air. It was only then that Murong Tian came to his senses, furrowing his brow as he raised a hand to his nose and sniffed carefully, only to retch. As night fell, the stars and moon hung high in the sky. The evening breeze carried a gentle fragrance, caressing the flowers and grasses of Qingyun Peak. In the side hall, Shun Anze questioned, "Are you certain you are clean?" The disciple had soaked in water for half an hour and truly believed he bore no odor. Murong Tian gazed bitterly at Shun Anze, who was hiding at a distance with 2 pieces of cloth stuffed in his nose. What is the meaning of that basket of fish? Shun Anze pointed at a basket of fish beside Murong Tian's feet. I noticed my master has been working hard lately, so I specially caught some fish to nourish your body, he explained. But why are they all belly up and their eyes turning green? Murong Tian inquired. I don't know. They must be some sort of special spiritual fish, Shun Anze replied, scratching his head. Special fish? Shun Anze questioned, pulling the cloth from his nose and inhaling deeply to confirm there was no lingering odor. Take them away. What kind of fish do you dare to eat? Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? He waved his hand dismissively and asked, since master forbade you from washing in the bathing pool of Qingyun Peak, where did you soak for half an hour? Murong Tian pondered, stroking his chin. I'm not sure, but that river seemed quite close to the law enforcement peak. Shun Anze nodded, satisfied that it was not in Qingyun Peak. Now that the cleansing of marrow had been completed, it was time for him to practice the unsurpassed sword technique and break through to the Qi realm. Chapter 13. Borrowing money. How do you feel now? Shun Anze inquired with a piercing gaze, fixated on the youth. The boy's face radiated excitement. Master, after consuming the elixir, I feel remarkably lighter all over. Previously, when practicing swordsmanship, I always experienced a sense of stagnation, but now it flows effortlessly. It seemed the marrow-cleansing elixir had indeed significantly improved his aptitude. Shun Anze nodded inwardly, feeling a sense of relief. Though he might not rival those prodigious talents, Murong Tian had now barely reached an ordinary level of giftedness. Well, it's merely ordinary, he remarked. After all, the herbs used in this elixir were not exceedingly rare. If a single one could transform someone into a genius, it would be far too extraordinary. Master, I shall have my family send over several hundred more doses of herbs. While he pondered, the youth was brimming with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If I could consume hundreds or even thousands of these elixirs that enhance talent, wouldn't I have the chance to become an even more monstrous genius than Qin Xianhua? Bang! Shun Anze smacked him on the head, exasperated. Do you think this elixir is as common as cabbage? You can't just eat it whenever you wish. Though the elixir was potent, it could only be consumed once. Taking a second would yield no effect. Murong Tian's face fell. Disappointment etched upon it as his dreams of genius crumbled. Enough, do not be insatiable. Quickly cultivate the unparalleled sword technique and channel your energy into your body. After that, I shall impart 2 more martial arts to you. Upon hearing that there were 2 additional martial arts, Murong Tian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Could it be that they were as formidable as the technique that cleaves the heavens? Perceiving his thoughts, Shunan spoke calmly. Do not overthink. They are not as remarkable as that technique, merely of the upper and middle tiers of the earth grade. Oh, very well. Murong Tian felt a tinge of disappointment at those words, then suddenly paused. Why was he disappointed? It was earth grade, after all. In the outside world, such treasures would incite a frenzy among the populace. Yet here he was, looking down upon these precious items. This was troubling. He must have been corrupted by his master. It was all the fault of his master's earlier remarks about them being merely upper and middle-tier earth-grade techniques. Countless individuals sought to ascend Qingyuan Peak, yearning to learn Elder Lu's exquisite earth-grade martial art, the falling flower and leaf palm. Yet, techniques of even higher caliber, when spoken of by his master, were reduced to mere trivialities. Shunan glanced at Murong Tian, whose expression was rather peculiar, wondering what thoughts were brewing in his mind. Now, focus on your training. Only 20 days remain until the grand competition of the sect. I shall venture outside to gather intelligence on your opponents. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. He patted the young man's shoulder with earnestness. Yes, master, Murong Tian replied respectfully, watching Shunan depart with a sense of gratitude. His master rarely ventured out, and this time, he had willingly left Qingyun Peak to gather information for him. It seemed he held a significant place in his master's heart. As Shunan exited the hall, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a sense of eagerness began to swell within him. He wondered if anyone in the sect was placing bets on such a momentous event. If he wagered on his disciple to win, and it turned out to be an unexpected upset, would he not strike it rich in one fell swoop? Perhaps, for safety's sake, he should bet on others as well. Otherwise, a loss would leave him with nothing. As he stroked his chin, he pondered the most prudent way to place his bets. Yet, he soon found himself troubled. He had no money on hand. Would it not be somewhat shameful to ask his disciple to lend him some? After a moment's contemplation, he smacked his forehead, eyes lighting up. Was there not someone else he could borrow from? At Qingyuan Peak, in the side hall, Lu Yinxin listened to the report from the female disciples below, her brow slightly furrowed. Yu Zhengyuan from Qingfu Peak has inherited the heavenly sword talisman from the Talisman Tower? Yes, the news has come from the elder guarding the tower. It cannot be false. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxin's expression grew serious. This was troublesome. Yu Zhengyuan was already nearly invincible at the mid-stage of the Qi. Now, with the mastery of the formidable heavenly sword talisman, he might even possess the strength to contend with those at the late stage of the Qi. Even if Murong Tian were to reach the mid-stage of the Qi during this time, could he truly withstand the might of the heavenly sword talisman? Even her falling flower and leaf palm would pale in comparison before it. To counter the heavenly sword talisman, one would need at least a martial art of the earth grade. Lu Yinxin's beautiful eyes hesitated momentarily before she finally sighed deeply. Alas, the precious beauty elixir was willingly offered to me, so a mere earth-grade martial skill could be gifted without hesitation. With this thought in mind, she softly spoke, calling for Fei Xuan. Yes, the female disciple cupped her hands and respectfully withdrew. Shortly after, another woman clad in the attire of Lingfu Mountain disciples arrived, tall of stature. With elongated phoenix eyes that exuded an air of aloofness, she was Ling Feishuang, the eldest disciple of Qingyuan Peak. Now standing at the threshold of the half-step return to Origin Realm and the victor of the previous sect competition. Master, you summoned me for a purpose? Ling Feishuang inquired coolly, cupping her hands in respect. Deliver this mirror moon palm to Qingyuan Peak and teach it to Murong Tian, Lu Yinxin instructed, retrieving a jade slip from her storage ring. Upon hearing this, Ling Feishuang's brows furrowed in astonishment. Master, this is an earth-grade inferior martial skill, such a precious item. You need not elaborate. With a gentle wave of her hand, Lu Yinxin replied, simply deliver it and elucidate its intricacies to Murong Tian, aiding him in his cultivation. Ling Feishuang frowned, a hint of confusion dancing in her eyes. Why was her master so invested in someone from Qingyuan Peak, even offering an earth-grade martial skill? Understood. Though puzzled, she refrained from further questioning, accepting the jade slip and taking her leave. After departing from Qingyuan Peak, she headed towards Qingyuan Peak. Not long after Ling Feishuang's departure, the earlier female disciple returned. Peak Master, Elder Shen seeks an audience. Is Shen here? Lu Yinxin was taken aback. Why had he suddenly come to find her? Did he regret his earlier bravado, realizing he could not teach Murong Tian adequately? Let him in. Before long, Shen entered, rubbing his hands together with a warm smile. Elder Lu, it has been a while, and I have missed you dearly. Lu Yinxin arched an eyebrow. What brings you here? Hee, I have a significant matter to discuss with Elder Lu. Shen grinned, exuding an air of mystery. I wish to borrow 1 million gold. Lu Yinxin was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard him. She frowned and reiterated, what did you say you wanted to do? Shen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and repeated, I wish to borrow 1 million gold. The atmosphere in the side hall grew eerily quiet. Lu Yinxin furrowed her brows, studying the man before her with a look of perplexity. What did this mean? He had come to Qingyuan Peak not for Murong Tian, but to borrow money? And he was asking for 1 million gold right off the bat? Chapter 14. Ling Shizhi, do you possess such wealth? What do you need that much money for? Lu Yinxin regarded him with suspicion. Naturally, it is for a worthy cause. Rest assured, Elder Lu, after the competition, I will repay every single coin, without exception. Shunan replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had already gathered information outside about the sect competition, and indeed, a betting scheme had been established at Qingxi Peak. Rumor had it that the scheme was linked to the Peak's master, assuring that he would not abscond with the funds. What intrigued him further was the tenfold odds on his disciple, Murong Tian, securing victory. Lu Yinxin fell into silence. Does this fellow harbor some misconceptions about himself? What does 1 million gold signify? With such a vast sum, one could easily acquire a local-grade martial technique. If it were a matter of martial arts or other items, I might have something available, but when it comes to money, I possess none. Lu Yinxin spoke with unwavering clarity. Individuals of their formidable caliber typically convert most of their wealth into equivalent treasures and resources. How could they possibly possess liquid currency? Shunan, feeling somewhat dejected as he rummaged through the few coins in his pocket, found himself in a state of dismay. He had brazenly sought a loan, only to find himself empty-handed. Was he destined to watch his dreams of fortune shatter? Noticing his despondent demeanor, Lu Yinxin could not help but interject. If your intention is to purchase a martial technique for Murong Tian, there is no need. I have already instructed Feishuang to deliver my mirror moon palm to him. Shunan was momentarily taken aback. The mirror moon palm? He furrowed his brow. Although this technique is of the lower tier, its essence contradicts the principles of the unmatched sword technique. The sword technique emphasizes ferocity and purity of intent, while the mirror moon palm is notably gentle, emphasizing the art of deception akin to a fleeting illusion, with countless palm strikes meant to confound the adversary, lacking in direct lethality. In contrast, the straightforward thunderbolt sword technique would be far more suitable for Murong Tian. I appreciate Elder Lu's kind intentions, but my disciple's straightforward nature may not be conducive to practicing such techniques. Lu Yinxin narrowed her beautiful eyes, without cultivating a local-grade martial technique. How can Murong Tian contend with Yu Zhengyuan? While mastering the mirror moon palm may not guarantee victory, neglecting to train will likely prevent him from even reaching the stage of confrontation. I have already imparted to him a sword technique. It should suffice. Shunan stroked his chin thoughtfully. What grade of sword technique could possibly surpass my mirror moon palm? Lu Yinxin's countenance darkened slightly. Shunan scratched his head awkwardly. That sword technique is my own creation and currently lacks a defined grade. The system did not specify the tier of the Heaven's Gate sword, and he could not fabricate an answer. Besides, claiming that his technique surpassed even the heavenly tier would surely invite skepticism, making him appear foolish. Your own creation? Lu Yinxin was momentarily stunned, then her brow furrowed, her expression turning grave. Shinin, this matter is not trivial. Should your disciple fail, both of you will face expulsion from the sect. It was evident that she had little faith in the prowess of Shun and self-invented sword technique. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu. Shinin bowed respectfully, choosing not to elaborate. It would be foolish to reveal all his cards at this juncture. If news leaked and the odds shifted unfavorably, where would he find solace? Observing his nonchalance, Lu Yinxin could not help but shake her head slightly, disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had hoped Shun and was not as lacking as the rumors suggested, yet it seemed he took lightly the promise he had made. Did he still believe the sect leader would support him when the time came? Alas, her gaze regained its composure. I do not have 1,000,000 gold. Only 100,000. As she spoke, Lu Yinxin waved her delicate hand, sending a ring flying forward. Shin An's spirits soared at the sight. Thank you, Elder Lu. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. As Shun An bid farewell with a graceful gesture, he dashed towards Qingxi Peak. The disappointment in Lu Yunxin's enchanting eyes was unmistakable as she watched his retreating figure. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Peak, Ling Feishuang ascended the mountain and soon found Murong Tian, who was drawing water by the well in preparation for dinner. Upon seeing her, Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Senior Sister Ling, what brings you here? My master summoned me to impart martial techniques to you, Ling Feishuang replied, her keen, cold phoenix eyes scrutinizing the young man before her, eager to discern what distinguished him to warrant her master's teachings of earth-level martial arts. However, she quickly furrowed her brow in surprise. Have you broken through to the Qi realm? Wasn't it said that just 10 days ago you were still in the mid-stage of body refinement? In such a brief span, you have transcended a major realm? Murong Tian scratched his head and chuckled. It was merely luck. Yet, internally, he was equally astonished that he could draw qi into his body in just a short hour. This remarkable feat was entirely attributable to the efficacy of the Shisui Dan and the astonishing technique he had practiced, the unparalleled sword control technique. While typical martial arts require practitioners to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he was astounded to discover that, when operating the unparalleled sword control technique, the spiritual energy surged into his body with fervor, almost as if vying to enter him first. Ling Feishuang soon regained her composure, realizing that there was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, the Murong family was renowned for their mastery of medicinal alchemy. They had undoubtedly provided Murong Tian with countless elixirs over the years, making his achievement of reaching the late stage of body refinement and successfully drawing qi into his body rather unremarkable. Here, this is the martial technique my master wishes to convey to you. She gently waved her sleeve, sending a jade slip flying forth. Is the mirror moon palm merely an earth-level inferior technique? Murong Tian instinctively voiced his thoughts. Ling Feishuang was momentarily stunned, the breeze tousling her dark locks, leaving her in disarray. She seriously questioned whether she had misheard. What did he mean by merely an earth-level inferior technique? Such precious martial skills were scarcely found throughout Lingfu Mountain. How could something so invaluable be belittled by Murong Tian? Senior sister, I appreciate Elder Lu's kindness, but my master has already imparted numerous teachings to me. At present, I fear I may be overwhelmed. Murong Tian shook his head, offering the jade slip back with both hands. Are you jesting? The lowest level of what my master teaches is earth-level intermediate. What would be the point of practicing this? Ling Feishuang was bewildered. At that moment, she could not discern whether it was she who had lost her sanity or if Murong Tian had lost his wits. To dismiss an earth-level martial technique in favor of something taught by his master at the late stage of body refinement? This is an earth-level technique. Are you certain you do not wish to keep it? Absolutely not. Murong Tian shook his head vigorously, shoving the jade slip into Ling Feishuang's hands, exhibiting a hint of disdain. Noticing that she remained standing, he tentatively asked, Senior sister, would you care to stay for dinner? Ling Feishuang, somewhat dazed, shook her head, clutching the jade slip as she turned to leave. Watching her depart, Murong Tian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how fortunate he was. Had it not been for Master S mention this morning of teaching me swordsmanship, I almost succumbed to the cultivation of this inferior earth-grade martial art. As I descended the mountain path, Shunan was in an exceptionally good mood, humming a cheerful tune. Noticing Ling Feishuang ahead, seemingly distracted, he called out to her. Ling disciple, are you leaving without joining me for a meal? After returning a respectful gesture, Ling Feishuang shook her head in polite refusal. Observing the beaming smile on his face, she furrowed her brows and inquired, Elder Shun, what brings you such joy? Haha, I am on the verge of becoming wealthy. So naturally, I am pleased, Shunan chuckled. Ling Feishuang looked momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing her face. On the verge? Seeing her curiosity, Shunan quickly leaned in closer. Ling disciple, may I ask how much cash you have on hand? Might you lend it to the elder? I assure you, I can multiply it by 5 times in 20 days. Cash. Ling Feishuang frowned, hesitating as she pulled out a storage ring. I should have around 10,000 gold. That will suffice. Shunan exclaimed, taking the ring and promptly sprinting down the mountain. Ling Feishuang was left momentarily bewildered, her hair tousled by the wind. It wasn't until he had vanished from sight that she finally reacted, her lips parted in uncertainty, pondering whether her money had truly vanished. Chapter 15, Disciple. I perceive you have the demeanor of a sword immortal. On Qinghuan Peak, as Ling Feishuang reported back, Lu Yunqin's brow deepened with concern. Are you certain he used the borrowed money to place a bet? My disciple overheard fellow sect members discussing that Elder Shun went to Qingxi Peak to wager 50,000 gold on Murong Tian to win, Ling Feishuang asserted. Her expression one of displeasure. Lu Yunqin sighed, shaking her head in silence, feeling utterly disillusioned with Shunan. She could hardly believe he would act in such a manner. It was one thing to be indifferent to her disciple's preparations for the upcoming competition, but to engage in gambling was unacceptable. Pondering further, she found herself puzzled. Had she not lent him 100,000 gold? Why then did he only wager 50,000? Noticing her confusion, Ling Feishuang spoke again. Elder Shin also placed a bet for another individual, also 50,000 gold. Who? Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak. Lu Yunqin was at a loss for words. Not only had he gone to participate in gambling, but he had also bet against his own disciple-less opponent? Was this the conduct expected of a mentor? It was utterly shameless. Such a wager raised questions. Did he wish for Murong Tian to win or lose? If Murong Tian were to lose, Shunan could still profit from Yu Jingyuan's side, albeit less, but it would suffice to recoup some losses. Should Murong Tian actually win, he could earn a fortune of several 100,000 gold. Although that was hardly likely, Lu Yunqin shook her head and decided to let it be. After all, she had done her part to assist him, and it was their hubris that kept them from accepting help. By the way, Master, when I visited Qingyan Peak today, Murong Tian has already broken through to the Qi realm, Ling Feishuang added once more. Lu Yunqin was taken aback, exclaiming, he has broken through to the Qi? This revelation surprised her, as she had anticipated that even with the Murong clan's ample supply of elixirs, Murong Tian would only manage to barely break through right before the competition. Moreover, Murong Tian currently finds himself in a rather awkward position within the family hierarchy. It is unlikely that the Murong clan would expend such vast resources on him. To his surprise, merely 10 days have passed, and he has indeed achieved a breakthrough. If he can progress so swiftly, mastering a mid-tier martial technique thereafter might grant him a genuine opportunity to enter the top 10. Reflecting on this, Lu Yunqin resolved to personally visit Qingyan Peak in a couple of days to earnestly persuade this master and disciple. She felt somewhat helpless. Who would go to such lengths to present a mid-tier martial technique? However, recalling the remarkable effects of the rejuvenating elixir, she suppressed her discontent. When is the arrival of the king of Zhennan? She inquired about another matter. He is expected tomorrow at noon, replied Ling Feishuang, her brow furrowing in hesitation. Master, the king of Zhennan's daughter has been poisoned to the marrow. The hopes of eradication seem bleak. Before she could finish, Lu Yunqin interjected. The king of Zhennan once saved my life. I cannot stand idly by. Even if healing is unattainable, I must extend her days. Ling Feishuang observed her master's resolute expression and nodded in silence. In the late hours of the night, at Qingyan Peak, Master, what a magnificent sword. Truly a magnificent sword. In the training arena, Murong Tian cradled a long sword of pure black and gold, his eyes gleaming with delight. Observing the boy's exuberance, Shunan stroked his chin and nodded inwardly. Originally, he had intended to borrow money from Ling Feishuang to place a bet on Yu Jingyuan, but he happened upon a conversation among disciples regarding spiritual weapons. This prompted him to recall that his disciple seemed to lack a suitable sword. Possessing a fine spiritual weapon would significantly enhance the odds of securing first place. Thus, he spent 9,000 gold at the sect's market to acquire a low-grade spiritual sword. The initial asking price had been 12,000, but upon recognizing Shunan, the disciple willingly lowered it during a session of courteous inquiries. It was certainly not an attempt to leverage his elder status for bargaining. My disciple, how fares your training with the technique one sword to open the heavens? Shunan coughed lightly, interrupting Murong Tian's fondling of the sword. Master, my spiritual energy barely suffices for a single use. Otherwise, the other energies would dissipate. And I cannot yet wield it with ease, the latter replied respectfully. I see, Shunan mused, stroking his chin. Since you have entered the Qi, I shall impart to you a movement technique and a sword technique. You must practice diligently. Thank you, Master. Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, 2 mid-tier martial techniques were within reach. With the familiar gesture of pressing his fingers to his brow, he closed his eyes, engraving the methods of floating light. Fleeting shadow steps and thunderbolt soared into his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at Shun and with profound reverence. Truly, he thought, his master's offerings are always at least mid-tier martial techniques. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief that he had not pursued some low-grade technique like the Mirror Moon Palm. Worship value 40. Murong Tian's current worship level 6. Acquired a loyal disciple. Host unlocks a new system feature. Talent Mastery Panel. Receives one lottery opportunity. As the voice resonated in his mind, Shonen was momentarily taken aback, and then, with curiosity, he opened the newly appeared panel. Talent Mastery Panel. Martial Arts Mastery. Level 0. Alchemy Mastery. Level 3. Refining Mastery. Level 0. Rune Mastery. Level 0. Martial Arts, Alchemy, Refining. And runes represent the mainstream paths of cultivation in this era. Among them, martial arts encompasses various forms such as swordsmanship and blade techniques, while alchemy includes poisons and elixirs. Formations and similar arts also belong to runes. The alchemy mastery at level 3 likely stemmed from his previous draw of the third-rank alchemist experience. If he were to maximize all 4 talents, would he not become a paragon of versatility? With this thought, Shannon felt a surge of excitement and inquired within his mind, "System, how does one upgrade these talents?" The host can obtain upgrades through lottery draws or by the disciple's comprehension, which will synchronize the upgrade. "Shouldn't you bestow some talent points upon me?" Shannon was momentarily stunned. This seemed amiss. Typically, unlocking such features came with a gift of talent points, did it not? The host is truly adorable. But no points will be granted. Shannon twitched the corner of his mouth. The system's tone was rather vexatious. It appeared that to enhance himself, he would have to rely on his disciple's progress. If the disciple comprehended, he too could advance. As for the lottery, better to forego it, rather than gamble for these talents. He would prefer something tangible, like 100 time-limited cards for the Chinkoan realm, or a set of 10 or 8-tiered defensive spiritual tools. Contemplating this, Shannon watched Murong Tian, who was eagerly reviewing martial skills in his mind, his gaze fervent. "Master, is something amiss?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intensity of his gaze, Murong Tian instinctively took a step back and inquired, "Disciple, I perceive your unique bone structure. You possess the potential to achieve the stature of a sword immortal. You must strive diligently and not be complacent, lest you disappoint my high expectations." Shannon spoke earnestly, his expression solemn. "Rest assured, Master. I shall practice swordsmanship day and night, and I will not let you down." Murong Tian immediately straightened his posture, his eyes resolute as he replied. Observing the youth's determination, Shannon felt a deep sense of satisfaction, patting the young man's shoulder before turning to depart. He awaited the day when his diligent disciple would achieve mastery in swordsmanship, thereby assisting him in upgrading his talents. Chapter 16. Disciple, do you understand? The following day, Shannon found himself utterly idle. As for the lottery opportunity gained from the increase in Murong Tian's worship value that had long been utilized, that draw was indeed the most exasperating experience he had with the system. He had drawn a cat toy. "System, do tell, with such vast resources, this is what you offer? Is it not a tad shabby?" Shannon leaned against a stone, holding a stick with a dangling pom-pom, expressing his grievances. Products from the system are of exquisite quality. Though it is merely a small cat toy, it is the finest among countless others, deemed the king of cat toys. With significant utility. "Nonsense, pure deception." Shannon scoffed, interrupting the system's explanation, and nonchalantly stored away the cat toy. Indifferent and unwilling to engage in further conflict with this miserly and unscrupulous system. As the scene unfolded, the eager disciple rushed over, perspiring profusely. Master, I have encountered yet another dilemma," he exclaimed. Shannon, absent-mindedly scratching his ear, replied nonchalantly, "What seems to be the issue?" The disciple, Murong Tian, earnestly inquired about the third form of the thunderclap technique, specifically the execution of the thunder from the ground. The teachings suggest that achieving a resounding clap akin to thunder, accompanied by a swift flash of the sword, signifies mastery, yet the disciple remained perplexed. Shannon stroked his chin, pondering the matter. Throughout the morning, he had been engaged in instructing Murong Tian in swordplay. While the latter had acquired the methodology for martial arts training, the path to mastery was far from straightforward. It demanded the crucible of time and experience. The technique of opening the celestial gate was, after all, imbued with the essence of experiential inheritance, contrasting sharply with the absence of such wisdom. All of Murong Tian's queries regarding the intricacies of swordsmanship were met with Shun An's evasive responses. Now, under the disciple's expectant gaze, Shannon began to elucidate. "My dear disciple, have you ever played with a type of firework known as the skyrocket?" "Skyrocket?" Murong Tian was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. Noticing his lack of comprehension, Shannon gestured animatedly. "Observe," he said, waving his finger before the youth. And then suddenly, slap. He delivered a swift smack to Morong Tian's face. The disciple stood in shock. Was that loud? Shinan inquired. Indeed, and it stings a bit. Morong Tian replied. Now do you grasp the essence of thunder from the ground? Yes. Morong Tian nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, you mean to say that you used a single finger to capture my attention, and in the moment of my unguardedness, you executed a powerful strike with your 5 fingers combined. That is the thunder from the ground. He was exhilarated, marveling at his master's ability to elucidate such a profound sword technique through such a simple analogy. Observing Morong Tian eagerly return to the training grounds to ponder the swordplay, Shinan couldn't help but click his tongue in approval, nodding with satisfaction. It was indeed a delight to witness his disciple's growth in understanding, especially now that his admiration level had reached 6. After all, his own mastery of martial arts was negligible, and he had merely been leading with clever ruses. The depth of comprehension lay in Morong Tian's own insight. In the hall of the Azure Phoenix Peak, Lu Yunqin, clad in azure attire, occupied the prominent seat. Below her, aside from Ling Feishuang, sat another individual, a middle-aged man with a stern and resolute demeanor, adorned in a black and gold robe. His expression, calm yet commanding, exuded an aura of iron will. It was evident he was a battle-hardened warrior, decisive in his actions. This man was none other than the illustrious king of the south, Xiao Aohai, whose name resonated throughout the entire southern dominion. His reputation was not solely due to his former cultivation at the heavenly realm, but also because he commanded an army of 300,000 iron-willed wolf riders. However, the true source of his renown stemmed from the legendary battle he fought a decade ago in the southern region of the Great Yin dynasty, known as Wolf Abyss. At present, the southern dominion was characterized by the presence of 3 dominant powers, the Great Yin, the Northern Ming, and the Ping Tian. Yet, a decade prior, there had been 4. In this 4th dynasty, it has been utterly vanquished and absorbed by the Ping Tian dynasty, which consequently emerged as the most formidable dynasty in the entire southern realm. However, the Ping Tian dynasty was not content with this conquest and extended its iron claws toward the neighboring Dun dynasty. Yet, despite the overwhelming advance of 500,000 troops, they retreated in disarray, leaving behind nearly 100,000 corpses. This was due to the valiant defense mounted by the current king of the south, Xiao Aohai, who, alongside his 30,000 wolf cavalry, forced the 500,000-strong Ping Tian army to abandon their armor and flee, even engaging and decapitating one of the 3 formidable masters of the Qian Kuan realm single-handedly. That battle irrevocably elevated the name of the king of the south throughout the southern realm, and the wolf cavalry became renowned as the most ferocious force of Dun. Regrettably, although he had slain a master of the Qian Kuan realm, Xiao Aohai was severely wounded and his foundational strength was compromised. In recent years, his cultivation has diminished to the heavenly spirit realm, and despite seeking out numerous esteemed physicians, there has been no remedy for his condition. Unless he finds a highly skilled alchemist, recovery seems unattainable. Even the renowned apothecary from the Apothecary Valley has been rendered powerless. Yet, the king of the south remains remarkably magnanimous, expressing indifference to his plight, boldly declaring that even in his diminished state, should anyone from the Ping Tian dynasty dare approach, he would still be capable of striking them down. Today, however, he journeys to Ling Fu Mountain not for his own ailments, but for his daughter. Miss Lu Jingshui fell victim to a rare poison many years ago. Had it not been for the Apothecary Valley's intervention, she would have long since perished. Unfortunately, her condition has worsened in recent years. The apothecary has advised that only a practitioner of the most gentle and benevolent techniques could offer her a chance at prolonged life, and the required techniques must be of at least mid-tier quality. Xiao Aohai spoke gravely, lamenting the rarity of such mid-tier techniques, especially those embodying gentleness and benevolence. And he could think of only one individual who might possess a solution, Miss Lu. The prince's intentions were understood by Lu Yunqin. She nodded gracefully, her tone soft yet resolute. Had it not been for the prince's rescue in the depths of the Wolf Abyss many years ago, I would have undoubtedly met my demise. Now that the prince's progeny is in peril, I cannot remain indifferent. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Aohai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Gratitude flickered in his steadfast gaze, indicating that her level of cultivation was indeed significant. A decade ago, when the Ping Tian dynasty invaded, he stumbled upon the gravely injured Lu Yunqin, who had fallen from a cliff amidst the chaos of battle. Observing her youth and lack of armor, he assumed she was merely a casualty of war and brought her back to the army for treatment. In just a few years, she ascended to become the leader of Qingluan Peak on Ling Fu Mountain. Strangely, however, despite having saved her when she was already at the Earth Spirit realm, she still remains at that same level after all these years. He had perceived that the technique she practiced was remarkably gentle yet powerful, suggesting a significant grade. indicating that her origins were likely more complex than he had initially surmised. Thus, when news from the Apothecary Valley reached him, he immediately thought of Lu Yunqin and hastened to convey his message. Just as he was contemplating this, Xiao Aohai looked at the woman seated at the head of the assembly and was suddenly struck by a sense of bewilderment. Remarkably, Miss Lu's appearance had not changed at all over the past decade. In fact, she seemed even more resplendent than before. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqin's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she offered a gentle smile. It was a gift from one of the elders in the sect, a beauty-enhancing elixir. What kind of potion possesses such remarkable effects? How intriguing. Could it be concocted by Su, the master alchemist of Lingfu Mountain's medicinal hall? Xiao Aohai felt a flicker of interest. His own cherished one had been incessantly clamoring for similar beauty and skincare potions lately. He had even contemplated procuring some from the Apothecary Valley. Yet, it seemed that the beauty elixirs from there lacked such efficacy. No, he inquired, surprised and puzzled. Which elder in Lingfu Mountain could possibly craft such a wondrous elixir? At his question, a figure flashed through Lu Yunqin's mind. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. On Qingyun Peak, it is Shun Anzai. Chapter 17. I have succeeded, Master. I have succeeded. Who? Xiao Aohai was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming peculiar. Few individuals could leave a lasting impression on the king of Southern Town. But Shun Anzai was undoubtedly one of them. Not for any other reason, but because he was a rare natural waste of talent, a fact that had become somewhat notorious. The elixir was indeed given to me by Shun Anzai, though I cannot ascertain whether he personally crafted it, Lu Yunqin said softly, her beautiful eyes flickering. Does the prince wish to inquire about the origins of this elixir? Xiao Aohai nodded. To speak candidly, my wife has been increasingly anxious and worn from concerns regarding our daughter. I too wish to procure similar elixirs as a gift for her. In that case, may I suggest that the prince accompany me to Qingyun Peak? Lu Yunqin proposed. She had originally intended to persuade Murong Tian to practice the mirror moon palm tomorrow. However, since Xiao Aohai expressed interest and his daughter would take some time to arrive from the Apothecary Valley, it seemed prudent to visit Qingyun Peak first. Moreover, she had yet to inquire how Shun Anzai had come by that rejuvenating elixir. The two departed from Qinghuan Peak and made their way toward Qingyun Peak. Along the journey, Xiao Aohai gleaned insights into the current situation at Qingyun Peak from Lu Yunqin. When he learned that Murong Tian had become a disciple of Shun Anzai, he shook his head in disbelief. The Murong family had ancestral ties with the Qin family and shared a cordial relationship, yet due to the marriage contract, they had not communicated in 2 years. The betrothal had been established by the former head of the Qin family, the father of Qin Qianwei, and the head of the Murong family, lacking the support of the Qin family from the outset. Unfortunately, following the untimely demise of the Qin patriarch, and with Qin Qianwei revealing her talent, the Qin elder showed no desire to acknowledge the marriage contract. The news of Qin Qianwei's visit to annul the engagement had spread like wildfire. Although the Murong family was merely a minor medicinal clan, the Qin family was well known and respected throughout the Grade dynasty. Qin Qianwei had also joined the esteemed Tianxue sect of the Baiming dynasty early on. In terms of strength, Tianxue sect surpassed Lingfu Mountain. It was only in the second year after joining Tianxue sect that Qin Qianwei personally visited the Murong family to annul the engagement. Such a profound humiliation left the Murong family in disgrace, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the Grade dynasty. Many laughed, claiming that the Murong family had overreached, aspiring to attain what was beyond their grasp, only to be met with a rejection. As for Murong Tian's bold proclamation of a 3-year deadline in front of everyone, it was utterly laughable. Xiao Aohai shook his head slightly. Qin Qianwei has now attained the Gu Yuan realm, and within a year, she is likely to touch the threshold of the Earth Spirit realm. Murong Tian, reputed to possess a lackluster talent, would not be able to catch up to her even if granted an additional decade. It is indeed audacious of Shun and to dare to set a grand competition with the head of the law enforcement hall. It seems they are a fitting pair of master and disciple, both reckless and devoid of true skill. Xiao Aohai refrained from expressing his thoughts in front of Lu Yunqin. Yet internally, he felt a sense of disdain. However, only Shun and was privy to the news regarding the youth retention pill, compelling him to visit Qingyun Peak personally to inquire. Initially, I intended to pass the mirror moon palm to Murong Tian, yet he declined, opting instead to practice his master's self-created sword technique. Lu Yunqin sighed as she spoke. At her words, Xiao Aohai furrowed his brow. What sort of sword technique could a late-stage body refiner possibly create? Could it truly rival Earth-level martial arts? My intention in visiting was also to offer counsel to this master-disciple duo, Lu Yunqin said softly. Xiao Aohai shook his head inwardly, accompanying her up to Qingyun Peak. The scenery here was quite delightful, with lush greenery and a fragrant atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at the summit. only to find Shun and Murong Tian absent from the main hall. After a brief perception, they proceeded towards the martial arts arena. Ha ha ha, I did it. I've succeeded, master. As they approached, a frenzied voice echoed from afar. They exchanged glances, frowning as they gazed toward the source. In the center of the martial arts arena, Murong Tian appeared disheveled, his face marred with soot, one hand gesturing wildly before suddenly, slap. He struck himself across the face. Not only did he hit himself, but he also wore a look of ecstatic delight. Meanwhile, Shunan reclined comfortably in a nearby chair, legs crossed, casually tossing green grapes into his mouth, reveling in the moment. His spirits soared even higher upon hearing that the law enforcement Peak S members had inexplicably fallen ill. Now on the verge of a bout of diarrhea. With the grand competition approaching, how could he, as the master, be so leisurely? What was his disciple even doing? Xiao Aohai's expression turned peculiar. Lu Yinqin, too, felt a tinge of disappointment. She had expected Shun and to be genuinely preparing for something. Instead, she was met with this dismal scene. The master languidly enjoying fruit, while the disciple relentlessly slapped himself, displaying an expression of manic joy. Had Murong Tian truly gone mad under Shun and's tutelage? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows and moved to intervene. Yet in the next moment, Shun hurled a black sword toward the martial arts arena. Since you've succeeded, let us practice the sword technique I've taught you and see the results. All right, master, Murong Tian exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he caught the sword, closed his eyes, and began to calm his emotions. Witnessing this, Lu Yinqin halted her steps, reconsidering her approach. Xiao Aohai stood nearby, observing intently. He was curious to see what sword technique Shen had imparted that could lead Murong Tian to forsake even earth-level martial arts. In the center of the arena, Murong Tian's rising and falling chest gradually steadied. Gripping the sword with one hand, his tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. The earlier frenzy and delight had vanished without a trace. In place of that, a sharp surge ascends to the heavens. The first form of the Thunderbolt sword, thunderclouds enveloping the summit. As Murong Tian's aura shifted, the black sword in his hand surged with spiritual energy, striking downward with unyielding force. With this descending strike, the spiritual energy swirled like clouds, resonating with the ominous rumble of thunder, exuding an astonishing momentum. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. This strike had likely reached the level of mid-tier Xin-class martial arts. The second form of the Thunderbolt sword, violent thunder shatters mountains. With a crackle, the training ground was illuminated by flashes of lightning. Murong Tian thrust his sword forward, accompanied by bolts of thunder as thick as a finger, dazzling in their brilliance. Lu Yinqin and Xiao Aohai found themselves breathless, their eyes wide with astonishment. This second strike had indeed embodied the essence of upper-tier, Xin-class martial arts. With a sigh, Murong Tian sheathed his sword, exhaling deeply as the surrounding lightning dissipated. The two observers in the distance felt an involuntary sense of relief. It seemed these two strikes were all there were. Indeed, how could a late-stage body-refining practitioner possibly create earth-tier martial arts? Just as they were secretly relieved. On the training ground, Murong Tian made another move. This time, he did not unsheath his sword but instead formed a sword finger with his left hand, pointing ahead. The third form of the Thunderbolt sword, thunder awakens from the ground. As his words fell, the previously tranquil training ground, devoid of any flickering lightning, suddenly erupted into chaos. Boom! The blue bricks shattered, and 5 bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, shot skyward, sharp as sword edges, their thunderous roar deafening. Gazing at the soaring lightning sword shadows, Lu Yinqin and Xiao Aohai exchanged a stunned glance. By the time they regained their composure, their pupils constricted, and they inhaled sharply, disbelief etched across their faces. The essence of this strike had undeniably reached the level of lower-tier Earth-class martial arts. Chapter 18. This young man truly possesses the bearing of a sword immortal. Lu Yinqin stared blankly at Murong Tian in the training ground, who was panting yet exceptionally exhilarated, wondering if perhaps she had yet to wake up fully this day. Was that magnificent sword technique truly executed by Murong Tian? Xiao Aohai wore an expression of astonishment and confusion, turning to the woman beside him. Miss Lu, when did Lingfu Mountain acquire such a formidable sword technique? I cannot possibly believe it was created by Shun, and Lu Yinqin shared his disbelief. Yet there were no masters of the sword path within Lingfu Mountain. The sole elder of the heavenly sword had long passed, and his expertise lay in talismanic sword techniques, not pure swordplay. Thus, the question arose, from whence did Murong Tian learn this sword technique? Could it truly be that Shunin was the one teaching him? Amidst their astonishment, Shunin, reclining in his chair, spoke up with a calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. It's passable. It was worth my while to teach you this morning. Thank you, master. Admiration value. 2. Shunan felt somewhat helpless. After breaking through to level 6, his admiration value had dwindled further, and he wondered when it might reach its peak. All right, enough of this. Let us prepare for a meal. I shall teach you the remaining 2 forms this afternoon. He waved his hand, patting his stomach as he spoke. The words were clearly heard by the 2 individuals in the distance, causing their pupils to constrict. There are still 2 more forms. The 3rd form has already reached the lower tier of Earth-level martial arts. Could the simultaneous release of 5 swords possibly be of the upper tier? Master, I am not hungry. I can continue practicing. Murong Tian's face was flushed with excitement, his eyes alight with fervor. Suddenly, a green grape struck his forehead. Just because you are not hungry, does that mean I am not? Should I personally cook for you? Shunan muttered with annoyance. Whether it is swordplay or martial arts, both require a balance of relaxation and exertion. Perseverance is not achieved in a day. Only through a harmonious blend of labor and rest can one gradually advance. In the distance, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai nodded in agreement. From their observations, Murong Tian had already reached his physical limit. If he persisted in practicing such a thunderous and lethal sword style, it could potentially harm his meridians. It was unexpected that Shunan was so astutely aware, able to precisely discern the moment when Murong Tian should rest. Neither a moment too long nor too short. Miss Lu. Yes? Is Elder Shin truly just at the late stage of body refinement? Xiao Aohai looked at her with a peculiar expression. Both of them possessed strength at the mid-third realm and had formidable mental acuity, enabling them to perceive Murong Tian's fatigue at a glance. It was inconceivable that someone at the late stage of body refinement could possess such keen insight. Indeed, Lu Yunqin nodded with firm conviction. I don't believe it. She turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. I shall go prepare a meal. Murong Tian suppressed the fervor within him, cupping his hands in acknowledgement before hastily making his way to the kitchen. Watching his obedient disciple depart, Shunan resumed his leisurely swaying in the chair, indulging in grape after grape, delighting in his carefree demeanor. He felt that while he had not made significant progress in other skills during this time, he had certainly become adept at charming others. After all, is not the essence of being a mentor about persuasion? Just as he pondered this, a deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted beside him, startling him. The great competition is approaching, and Elder Shin appears remarkably at ease. Do you not care at all about the outcome? Turning to look, he saw a formidable middle-aged man clad in black and gold robes, whose imposing stature was accentuated by a powerful presence. Beside him stood Lu Yunqin, elegantly attired in subtle green. Shunan was momentarily taken aback, gazing curiously at the latter. This is the king of Southern Town, Lu Yunqin's soft voice revealed, causing Shunan to be startled once more as he hastily rose from his seat to pay his respects. I have the honor of meeting the king of Southern Town. As he bowed his head, his heart raced. The individual before him was none other than the fabled king of Southern Town, who was rumored to have slain formidable masters of the Qinkuan realm. Why had he come? There is no need for excessive formalities, Elder Shin. I hope you will excuse my abrupt visit, the king of Southern Town said, stepping forward to assist him while simultaneously using his mental energy to assess Shun's internal condition, his brow furrowing slightly. The meridians were damaged and obstructed, with no trace of spiritual energy remaining. Indeed, he was merely at the late stage of body refinement. This piqued his curiosity. How could someone at such a level easily discern Murong Tian's fatigue? Was it merely a stroke of luck? Thank you, Your Highness. Shunan rose, somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. To my astonishment, the esteemed Lord of Southtown would extend such courtesy to an inconspicuous peak master like myself. Was that sword technique truly imparted to Murong Tian by you? At this moment, Lu Yunqin interjected from the side. Hearing her words, Shunan raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a more attentive glance in her direction. It appeared that the two had arrived earlier, stealthily observing from the sidelines. With his ruse uncovered, he could only manage an awkward smile and say, "It is of no consequence." Is it, or is it not your instruction? Lu Yunqin pressed once more, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unwavering determination to uncover the truth. Shunan, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acquiescence. Indeed, it was I who taught him. Where did this sword technique originate? She inquired. I found it, he replied. How did you come by it? There is a temple in the mountains, inhabited by an old monk and a young monk. One day, the old monk imparted a sword technique to the young monk. Listening to his spontaneous fabrication, Lu Yunqin fell silent, realizing that she had spoken too freely in her excitement. Regardless of the technique's origins or whether it was self-created, she should not have pressed further. I apologize, she murmured softly, causing Shunan to pause, taken aback by her sudden contrition. Is it that you do not permit me to teach Murong Tian the Mirror Moon Palm because you disdain such a humble low-tier technique? After her apology, Lu Yunqin continued. a hint of indignation evident in her eyes. If you possess this sword technique, why did you not mention it sooner? You have caused me unnecessary worry for the both of you these past few days. Shannon could only smile wryly, offering explanations. It is not as you surmise. Elder Lu, the truth is, my disciple is more adept at swordsmanship. Should he practice palm techniques, he might become overwhelmed. Is that truly the case? Lu Yinqing questioned, her voice tinged with skepticism. Indeed, Shannon affirmed, his eyes sincere and bright. As the two exchanged glances, Xiao Ao Hai, who had been in contemplation, finally spoke. Just now, I observed Murong Tian practicing his swordsmanship from a distance. When he wielded the sword, his demeanor and aura transformed completely, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. If I am not mistaken, this youth possesses an innate talent for the sword. Were it not for his less-than-ideal cultivation aptitude, he might very well comprehend the path of the sword and ascend to the ranks of sword immortals. Lu Yunqing's lips parted slightly, astonishment etched on her features as she regarded Xiao Ao Hai, then glanced at Shannon. If even the former lord of South Town, who once held the Qian Kuan realm, spoke thusly, it indicated the veracity of his words. Shannon likely recognized this potential, which is why he encouraged Murong Tian to practice swordsmanship. My earlier intention to impart the mirror moon palm had, without doubt, been a hindrance to him. The realization that her well-meaning actions could have inadvertently caused harm, coupled with her previous disappointment at Shun Un and his disciples' reluctance to accept her goodwill, caused Lu Yinqing to furrow her brow. Her gaze toward Shun Un now held a blend of regret and complexity. She had not anticipated that her own oversight could have jeopardized the future of a promising disciple. Chapter 19. Shun Un shall refine another and obtain it. Even though Murong Tian has already reached the Qi Si realm and has learned this sword technique, his chances of defeating Wang, who may be hopeful, yet overcoming Yu Jingyuan seems rather improbable. Lu Yinqing spoke solemnly. The might of the heavenly sword talisman is extraordinary. Even this sword technique can only barely stand against it. And to surpass it entirely remains a distant goal, particularly considering that Yu Jingyuan's cultivation surpasses that of Murong Tian. With merely 20 days remaining, it appears exceedingly improbable for the latter to advance to the mid-stage of the Qi Si realm. Beside him, Xiao Ao Hai also nodded in agreement. Harboring little hope for Murong Tian in the upcoming grand competition, all one could do was to exert their utmost effort. Shannon shrugged, feeling no sense of urgency. Indeed, achieving a breakthrough to match Yu Jingyuan's level within such a short span seemed implausible. However, aside from the Thunderbolt sword technique, Murong Tian possessed the one sword opens the heavenly gate, which provided him a substantial chance to defeat Yu Jingyuan. He refrained from elaborating on this matter and instead turned his gaze toward Xiao Ao Hai, a hint of curiosity evident in his demeanor. What brings the prince to Lingfu Mountain and, more specifically, to Mai Qingyan Peak? Upon being questioned, Xiao Ao Hai recalled his purpose and promptly spoke. This prince seeks to inquire with Elder Shun about the youth-preserving pill, who crafted it, and whether there are any remaining. Shannon raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Yinqing, and with a somewhat awkward demeanor, he replied, that pill was procured at great expense by me. And there is but a single one. Lu Yinqing's beautiful eyes flickered. It seemed that the pill was indeed a singular treasure. The idea that such a precious item was so casually bestowed upon her by Shun Un stirred gentle ripples in her heart. Hearing this, Xiao Ao Hai couldn't help but express regret with a sigh. I see, what a pity. This prince had hoped to purchase one at a high price to gift to an esteemed companion. High price? Shun Un blinked, cautiously inquiring how substantial it was. While I possess little in monetary wealth, I can offer a low-grade earth-tier spirit weapon or other rare treasures, talismans, and formations. Rest assured, should this prince be able to procure them, they shall not be few. Earth-tier spirit weapons. Shun Un's gaze narrowed. Such items were truly invaluable, often beyond price. Even formidable beings of the third realm scarcely possessed them. If he could select a defensive spirit weapon, would it not be akin to standing still while those of the lower third realm struggled to breach his defenses? Contemplating this, he involuntarily wore a harmless smile, rubbing his hands together shyly and stating, actually, it is not entirely impossible to acquire that youth-preserving pill. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ao Hai furrowed his brow. Elder Shun, what do you mean by that? Do you possess an extra youth-preserving pill? Lu Yinqing's beautiful eyes narrowed as she regarded him with suspicion. Could it be that this fellow's earlier claim of the pill being unique was merely a ruse? She regretted having held any favorable sentiments toward him moments before. Sensing Lu Yinqing's gaze, Shun Un's heart raced, and he quickly abandoned the idea of revealing the remaining youth-preserving pill. If the prince is not in a rush, please allow me a few more days to concoct another one. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the wind stirring the leaves. Both were left in a state of bewilderment. A pill capable of rejuvenating one's appearance by a decade, at least a 5th or even 6th grade concoction, crafted by him? Their eyes met, revealing a distinct air of disbelief. Initially, they had assumed that the pill was obtained through inquiries or other means, never suspecting that Shunan himself could be the alchemist. After all, how could someone in the late stage of body refinement, who was unable to utilize spiritual energy, possibly refine pills? Xiao Aohai gazed at him with a suspicious expression, his demeanor peculiar. Elder Shun, do not jest. This pill is at least a 5th-tier elixir. His words trailed off, yet the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable to Shun, and rest assured, Your Highness, a true alchemist is not confined by mundane conventions. The absence of spiritual energy or an alchemical furnace does not preclude the creation of pills. He assured confidently, it is merely a rejuvenation pill, and in a few days, I shall present it to you with both hands. Shunan spoke with unwavering conviction, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Observing his self-assured demeanor, both men were momentarily uncertain. Could it be that this fellow truly possesses the ability to concoct elixirs? Although Xiao Aohai harbored considerable skepticism, he reasoned that it was merely a matter of waiting a few days. Thus, with a cupped fist and a smile, he replied, Then I shall entrust this task to Elder Shun. I plan to remain at Lingfu Mountain for a spell, enjoying the festivities of your esteemed sect's grand competition. So I shall not be departing soon. Certainly, I shall ensure that the moment the elixir is ready, it will be delivered to your highness without delay. Shunan said with a smile, his heart delighting in the foresight of the system that had gifted him 3 rejuvenation pills. One to restore his youth and charm, one to secure the favor of Lu Yunqin, and now a 3rd that could procure a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact. How exhilarating! Then I shall not impose further. And I shall await the good news from Elder Shun, Xiao Aohai said with a smile as he cupped his hands in farewell, departing Qingyun Peak alongside Lu Yunqin. Once they descended the mountain, Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows slightly and inquired softly, Does your highness truly believe Shin and can concoct the rejuvenation pill? The former shook his head. Naturally, I do not believe it. He is merely at the late stage of body refinement, lacking the spiritual energy to guide the process and insufficient mental acuity to master the efficacy of the medicine. However, if he were to leave Qingyun Peak in the next few days, I could return with a gift to visit him. Lu Yunqin's eyelashes fluttered. Does your highness suspect that another individual may be responsible for crafting the rejuvenation pill? But what if Shunan secludes himself in the coming days? Xiao Aohai fell silent, contemplating. Perhaps what he offers you is not the only rejuvenation pill he possesses. He likely has more in reserve. But what if it truly is his creation? Lu Yunqin hesitated before voicing her concern. Their eyes met, and Xiao Aohai asked, Do you believe it? At his words, she paused, then slowly shook her head. I do not believe it. A late-stage body refiner has no conceivable chance of concocting a rejuvenation pill. As she pondered, her brows knitted once more. Yet, a late-stage body refiner could scarcely hope to develop a terrestrial-grade cultivation method either. If he could indeed create a 5th-tier elixir with the mental focus of a body refiner, he might surpass even the understanding of medicinal arts held by the renowned Pill King of Nanju Domain. Should such a prodigy exist, how could the affliction of Xue Jingshue's bone-corroding poison remain unresolved? Xiao Aohai gazed into the distant sky, his expression profound as he let out a long sigh. His daughter, Xiao Jingxue, had suffered for years under the torment of the bone-corroding poison, and if there were truly someone capable of completely curing it, he would not hesitate to sacrifice all his wealth for the chance. Lu Yunqin lowered her beautiful eyes, remaining silent. The bone-corroding poison, which even the foremost expert in the medicinal realm, the Pill King of the Pill King Valley, could not cure, was surely not so easily remedied. Regrettably, despite Xiao Jingshue's extraordinary talent being on par with Qin Xianhua, she remains merely at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm due to the existence of the bone-corroding poison, unable to break through to the return to origin realm. Alas, if Xiao Jingxue cannot be nurtured into a successor, once the power of the Southern King declines again, those who covet his position will surely act. Chapter 20. My master is no ordinary alchemist. For 5 days, Shunan leisurely reclined on Qingyun Peak, occasionally offering pointers on Morong Tian's swordsmanship. He still could not successfully execute the 4th and 5th forms of the Thunderbolt sword, but he was increasingly adept with the first 3 forms. Shunan estimated that once this lad mastered the Thunderbolt sword entirely, his own martial arts proficiency would likely elevate by at least 1 level. According to the system, this advancement would not only enhance his swordsmanship, but also yield insights into other martial arts. It was akin to a disciple leveling up in swordplay while he reaped comprehensive rewards. Calculating the time, Shunan scratched his ear and spoke languidly. Disciple, come here. Murong Tian, drenched in sweat from his sword practice in the training ground, immediately ceased his movements and scampered over. Master, what is your command? Take this elixir to Qingwan Peak and deliver it to the Southern King. Shannon opened his palm to reveal a milky white pill resting quietly within. The fragrant aroma wafted forth, reminiscent of 100 blooming flowers, invigorating the senses. Master, should I just take it like this, without packaging? Morong Tian hesitated. Indeed. Come a bit closer, disciple. Oh. Morong Tian shuffled his feet, then suddenly exclaimed, Master, what are you doing? No. He panicked, covering his exposed chest, looking rather pitiable. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Shannon placed the elixir into a piece of cloth torn from Morong Tian's garments, wrapping it securely and tying it with a bow. All right, take it to Qingwan Peak. Throwing the cloth bundle forward, Shannon reclined once more, comfortably squinting his eyes and humming a little tune. Morong Tian blinked, scratching his head as he trotted off with the cloth bundle. On a small path outside Qingwan Peak, a young girl with a pale complexion and delicate demeanor stood there. Clad in a gown of pure white, adorned with a silver hairpin, clearly a refined lady. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, yet her expression appeared exceedingly frail, as if she had suffered a grave illness, the signs of her weakness evident. At that moment, she furrowed her brow, hesitating. Oh no, had I known. I would have had someone accompany me up the mountain. With so many peaks, which one is Qingwan Peak? She sighed softly, raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, fatigue evident in her gaze. Just then, a youth clad in the attire of a Lingfu mountain disciple approached, sword at his side, with resolute brows and steadfast eyes. The girl hesitated but then stepped forward gracefully, calling out, Young sir, please wait. Morong Tian paused, glancing at the girl, sensing she was not from Lingfu Mountain but rather a visitor or guest. He queried with suspicion, Is there something you need? May I ask, how does one reach Qingwan Peak? The girl slightly bent her knee in a respectful gesture, her voice gentle. Follow this path upwards, and you shall soon see the entrance to Qingwan Peak. Morong Tian, with an earnest disposition, pointed toward a path. Thank you, young master, the girl replied, bowing politely before proceeding in that direction. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness envelop her mind, accompanied by an excruciating pain akin to having her bones extracted. Morong Tian was on the verge of moving when he noticed her collapsing to the ground, instinctively rushing forward to catch her. Once he regained his composure, a sense of unease washed over him. Miss, I have no money, please don't do this. A wave of panic surged through him, fearing he might be the target of a scam. Yet, soon enough, he perceived something was amiss. The girl's once delicate, rosy lips had turned a deep shade of purple, her brow furrowed as if she were enduring immense suffering. Morong Tian was at a loss. This did not appear to be an act. This cannot be allowed to happen, whether it was a performance or not, if she were to perish by his hand. No justification would suffice. With this thought, he grew increasingly anxious, helping the girl to sit cross-legged, placing one hand on her back as he channeled his spiritual energy into her body. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. Her meridians were a dismal shade of blue and purple, a potent toxin continuously infiltrating her spiritual essence and marrow. This cannot continue. He must suppress the toxin. His expression hardened as he immediately activated the unparalleled sword control technique. As the technique surged, his spiritual energy emitted a resonant hum, seemingly transforming into countless sword energies. This formidable sword aura spread out, causing the poison within the girl to appear somewhat intimidated, gradually receding into silence. The girl emitted a soft moan, slowly opening her enchanting eyes. Miss, are you all right? Morong Tian inquired with concern, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you for saving me, young master. She responded weakly, standing with a faint expression of regret. Little did she expect that her one moment of recklessness would nearly cost her life. The toxin within you has not been entirely eradicated. Should I take you to see my master? Morong Tian hesitated, fearing that if the girl were to take just a few more steps, it might lead to her demise. After all, they were within the gates of Lingfu Mountain, and having a death on their hands would be problematic. The girl gently shook her head, her eyes dimming slightly. No need. I have consulted many alchemists regarding this poison. Even Master Bachin has stated it is beyond cure. Huh. How could those quacks be compared to my master? His mastery of alchemy is unparalleled. If he so desires, this toxin will be of no consequence, Morong Tian declared confidently, patting his chest with pride, while inwardly pondering. Master Bachin, is there a renowned alchemist by that name in the southern domain? If one were to consider it, the most formidable alchemist in the entire southern domain would be the leader of the Medicine King Valley, the one revered as the King of Medicine. Yet, what was his surname again? Morong Tian scratched his head, ruminating for a long while but failing to recall, ultimately shaking his head to dismiss the thought. His father had once mentioned the King of Medicine, but he had little interest in alchemy and had not paid attention, nor did he hold it in high regard. Quacks. The girl appeared momentarily taken aback, regarding him with an odd expression. It seemed he was the only one in the world brave enough to label the esteemed leader of the Medicine King Valley, the illustrious king of medicine, as a mere quack. Is your master a remarkably skilled alchemist? She inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, my master is no ordinary alchemist, Murong Tian declared proudly, standing tall with an air of confidence. Sensing the girl's skepticism, he elaborated. In the past, my meridians were blocked, and my innate talent was astonishingly poor. It was my master who concocted a cleansing elixir to enhance my abilities. Otherwise, I would still be at the body refinement stage. Enhance one's innate talent. The young lady was clearly taken aback. Having spent several years in the Medicine King Valley, she had never encountered anything capable of improving one's innate abilities. Such treasures are exceedingly rare and precious, even within the confines of the Medicine King Valley. To think that this young man's master could create one. By the way, I am Murong Tian from Qingyun Peak, yet to inquire about your esteemed name, he said, offering a respectful bow. The young lady returned a modest gesture and softly replied, Xiao Jingxue. Oh, Murong Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he hesitantly pointed at her. You wouldn't be the daughter of the Southern King, would you? Xiao Jingxue smiled faintly and nodded gently. Jingxue. Just then, a deep, anxious voice echoed from the mountain above. Murong Tian turned to see Xiao Aohai striding down with urgency, concern etched across his face. Jingxue, are you unharmed? He scanned her for any signs of distress. And upon seeing her shake her head, he exhaled in relief. He had just received a message from a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, stating that Xiao Jingxue had seemingly ventured alone to the spirit symbol mountain without any attendants or alchemists. This had alarmed him greatly. If any poison were to manifest at that moment, without anyone to suppress it, his daughter's life would be in peril. Chapter 21. Who is Shun Anze? Is he formidable? Thanks to this esteemed young master Murong for earlier assisting me with my qi regulation, Xiao Jingxue spoke softly. Only then did Xiao Aohai notice the presence of another individual, his expression showing surprise. The disciple of Shun Anze? How did he come to be here? I am Murong Tian, a junior, honored to meet the Southern King. Murong Tian exclaimed, his excitement evident as he bowed deeply. It was indeed the Southern King, a formidable figure who had slain adversaries of the Qiankuan realm. No need for formalities. I must extend my gratitude to young friend Murong for your timely rescue. Xiao Aohai waved his hand, then inquired with curiosity, why are you not diligently training with your sword at Qingyun Peak in preparation for the upcoming competition? What brings you here? Your Majesty, I am here at my master's behest to deliver elixirs. Elixirs? Xiao Aohai was momentarily taken aback before his astonishment deepened. Is your master sending the youth-preserving elixir? Indeed, it is this elixir, Murong Tian confirmed, presenting the pill wrapped in a delicate cloth with both hands. Upon seeing the packaging, although Xiao Aohai's mouth twitched, he caught a whiff of the subtle fragrance emanating from within. Unwrapping it revealed a pill as smooth and flawless as jade. He pinched it between his fingers, his curiosity piqued. Could such a singular pill truly possess such remarkable effects? Beside him, Xiao Jingxue gazed at the youth-preserving elixir, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Such a perfectly crafted pill, exuding exquisite fragrance. Who could be the master alchemist behind its creation? Hearing her express such admiration left Xiao Aohai astounded. His daughter had spent several years in the Valley of Medicine, and through her immersion, she had gained considerable insights into the art of alchemy, far surpassing his own novice understanding. When she asserted the potency of the elixir, he had no reason to doubt her. Is this pill truly concocted by your master? Xiao Aohai inquired with a hint of skepticism, directing his gaze towards Murong Tian. Over the past few days, he had been closely observing Qingyun Peak, noting that the master and disciple had not ventured outside even once. Indeed, it was crafted by my esteemed teacher, Murong Tian replied with a respectful gesture, his tone unwavering. Xiao Aohai stroked his chin, his belief wavering as he retrieved a jade vial to secure the elixir. Very well, I shall accept this pill. If it proves effective, your master will receive a deserved reward. You may return now. Yes, I take my leave, Murong Tian responded as he departed, allowing Xiao Aohai to anxiously approach his daughter. Jingxue, why did you ascend the mountain alone? Do you realize how perilous it is? What if the poison within you were to flare up again? Xiao Jingxue lowered her gaze slightly. Father, I apologize for causing you concern. For years, she had been accompanied by guards and herbalists, no matter where she went. She detested the feeling of being watched, which prompted her impulsive decision to venture up the mountain alone. Little did she know that this act of defiance would nearly cost her life to the bone-corroding poison. Seeing the sorrow etched on his daughter's face, Xiao Aohai tenderly caressed her cheek, sighing without uttering a word. Earlier, You mentioned that Murong Tian assisted you in regulating your energy during the onset of the bone-corroding poison? I'm somewhat perplexed, he queried. Yes, Xiao Jingshui replied softly. Nodding, Xiao Aohai furrowed his brow. Could you have misjudged? The poison within you is exceedingly malevolent. The master of Bachin Valley recently informed me that to suppress it, one must cultivate at least to the earth stage and possess an incredibly gentle disposition. Is Murong Tian's spiritual energy truly so gentle? He pondered, recalling that 5 days prior, he had witnessed Murong Tian practicing swordplay, his spiritual energy appearing quite fierce. Xiao Jingshui shook her head. Not at all. In fact, although I was unconscious, I could faintly sense that young Master Murong's spiritual energy was exceedingly domineering and fierce. This was indeed perplexing. Xiao Aohai's expression reflected his confusion as he grasped her delicate wrist and began to delve into her spirit with his mental energy. Upon detecting a lingering sharp sword intent within her and confirming that the poison had indeed been concealed, his furrowed brow deepened. This is unexpected. Could it be that the esteemed king of medicine would deceive himself? Father, who is young Master Murong's master? Xiao Jingshui asked with curiosity. Shenanzai, he replied. Who is Shenanzai? Is he formidable? He is at the later stage of body refinement. Xiao Jingshui's mouth fell slightly agape, disbelief dancing in her eyes. Father, could you be mistaken? How could someone at the later stage of body refinement concoct such an elixir? Moreover, young Master Murong just mentioned that his master specifically refined medicine to enhance his constitution. With such profound alchemical skills, it is impossible for him to merely be at the body refinement stage. Xiao Aohai furrowed his brow as he looked at her. What did you just say? Shenanzai refined the elixir to assist Murong Tian in improving his constitution? Although she did not understand why her father suddenly appeared troubled, Xiao Jingshui nodded gently and recounted Murong Tian's earlier words. He further remarked that if I were willing, the bone-corroding poison was hardly worthy of mention in the eyes of his master. What do you mean, even what? Xiao Aohai pressed on. Xiao Jingshui's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lowered her gaze and softly replied. He said that in his master's eyes, the master of Bachin Valley is merely a mediocre physician. Xiao Aohai was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the young girl. A 6th-grade alchemist, a distinguished medicine king, is regarded as nothing more than an average healer in Shun En's perspective? How utterly arrogant. Xiao Aohai furrowed his brow. What is the truth behind this? To concoct pills that could grant eternal youth is one thing, but could he truly create medicines that enhance one's physical constitution? If these elixirs are indeed crafted by Shun En, then his mastery in the art of medicine may rival that of the master of Bachin Valley. Jingshui, first accompany me to find Miss Lu and stabilize the poison within you. Xiao Aohai shook his head, choosing not to dwell on this matter, and led Xiao Jingshui towards Qingwan Peak. The true extent of Murong Tian's improvement in talent would be revealed in 15 days at the sect competition on Lingfu Mountain. Given his original aptitude, he had no chance of becoming the sect's top contender in this short span. If he truly managed to overcome all odds, then it would be necessary for him to visit Qingyun Peak personally. After all, Murong Tian had just claimed to his daughter that this mere bone-corroding poison was inconsequential in the eyes of his master. If there was a chance to cure his daughter, he would be willing to sacrifice everything. Upon returning to Qingwan Peak, it wasn't long before disciples from the Medicine King Valley arrived. Seeing that Xiao Jingshui was unharmed, they all exhaled in relief. However, upon their arrival, Xiao Aohai's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped forward to inquire. Did your master mention whether any other techniques, aside from the earth-grade technique of ultimate gentleness, could suppress the bone-corroding poison? The disciples exchanged perplexed glances, and one of them shook his head. No. Our master explicitly stated that among earth-grade techniques, only the essence of ultimate gentleness can effectively suppress the bone poison. Xiao Aohai keenly discerned the implications of their words and hesitated before responding solemnly. What if it were above earth-grade? The disciples of the Medicine King Valley looked at each other, a bitter smile gracing their faces. Your Highness, please do not jest with us. Heaven-grade techniques are exceedingly rare. The entire southern Zhu domain lacks them, and even in Zhongzhou, they are quite scarce. However, if your Highness could indeed find someone who has cultivated a heaven-grade technique, regardless of whether it is domineering or gentle, it would significantly enhance the suppression of the bone poison spread, prolonging Miss Zhao's life. Hearing this, Xiao Aohai felt a weight settle in his heart, his thoughts swirling. The third sword of the Thunderblade 5 swords already possessed the essence of inferior earth grade. If all 5 swords were unleashed, they would at least be of intermediate or superior earth grade. Could it be possible that Shun En had truly imparted a heaven-grade technique to Murong Tian for cultivation? Chapter 22. The competition approaches Qingyun Peak. You say you encountered Xiao Jingshui? Shun En cast a glance at the returning youth before casually spitting out a grape seed. Yes, master. It seems she has been afflicted by a potent poison, nearly succumbing before my very eyes. Morong Tian spoke up, expressing his initial intention to bring her to Master for treatment, but it appeared she harbored doubts about Master's medical skills. Shenin, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Do not lead every individual to me. She is not my disciple, so why should I treat her?" He certainly lacked the leisure to tend to Xiao Jingxue. Besides, given the vast connections of the esteemed Prince of Jiannan, even he could not find someone to heal Xiao Jingxue as a mere third-tier alchemist. Why should he seek trouble? He preferred to diligently cultivate his own skills, focusing on acquiring more skill cards from Morong Tian. Morong Tian scratched his head and tentatively inquired, "Could it be that even you, Master, cannot cure that poison?" Nonsense, thought Shenin. He was no ordinary person. Such a trivial poison was easily dealt with. It was merely a matter of indifference, as he had no familial ties to her. Shenin huffed, knowing that one must boast when in the presence of an apprentice. After all, this lad was not foolish enough to boast to a prince about his ability to cure ailments. "Indeed, Master, now that the pills have been delivered, why do you not practice your swordplay? You must also devote time to mastering the flickering light step, with only 15 days until the grand competition. Do not let me down." Shenin waved his hand, dismissing further discussion on the matter. "Yes, Master, your disciple will certainly not bring shame upon you." Morong Tian clasped his hands and hurried off to the training grounds, where he began practicing the Thunderblade technique. He had transformed remarkably from his previous despondency, radiating youthful vigor and brilliance. Shenin watched him tirelessly practice the sword, clicking his tongue in admiration, and then reclined once more. This lad, despite his mediocre talent, exhibited superior character and diligence. He hoped that with the system's assistance, one day, Morong Tian could overcome his innate shortcomings. In the days that followed, the master and disciple remained sequestered on Qingyun Peak, seldom venturing beyond their doors. Shenin frequently concocted various elixirs to help Morong Tian alleviate fatigue, ensuring he retained sufficient energy for training each day, having experienced the effects of the cleansing elixir before. Morong Tian no longer displayed distaste at the sight of the dark or greenish concoctions simmering in the pot. Each time the elixir was ready, he eagerly consumed it without hesitation. Despite these efforts, his cultivation remained at the initial stage of Qi Si. Although the Wushuang sword technique was formidable, Morong Tian's limited aptitude made it challenging to achieve a breakthrough within such a short span. Fortunately, during these days, he had fully mastered the first 3 stances of the Thunderblade, significantly enhancing his strength. The Earth-tier movement technique, Flickering Light Step, had also been perfected, allowing him to execute it with remarkable speed, moving like a fleeting shadow, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. With these 2 martial skills, securing a position in the top 10 was certainly within reach. He might even contend for the top spot. Shenin began to contemplate what elixirs he should concoct for Morong Tian to consume after achieving first place, as he aspired to elevate his own status to a 5th-tier alchemist. It is not for the sake of admiration points. I am merely striving to assist my worthy disciple in becoming a formidable force. Shenin stroked his chin and nodded discreetly. "Master, your disciple is ready." The voice of Morong Tian resonated, prompting Shun and to turn and gaze at him. Today, the young man donned not the customary attire of Lingfu Mountain, but a sleek black combat outfit, suitable for battle. With a black sword slung across his back, Morong Tian's expression exuded determination and youthful vigor. "Let us depart for the martial arts hall," Shunin declared, as he waved his sleeve, and the master and disciple strode confidently down Qingyun Mountain, making their way to the venue of the sect's grand competition. The martial arts hall of Lingfu Mountain was already teeming with spectators. Disciples from various peaks and halls gathered eagerly, their eyes alight with anticipation. The annual sect competition was a momentous occasion for Lingfu Mountain. Yu Zhenyuan had held the title of champion for 2 consecutive years, and it was rumored that Wang Hu from the Law Enforcement Hall had also reached the mid-stage of Qi Si and had cultivated an advanced martial technique. The question lingered, who would emerge as this year's champion? "The sect leader and the elders have arrived," someone exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. The disciples gazed up in reverence, spotting several figures gracefully descending from above, landing on the front row of the viewing platform with an imposing presence. Behind a few of the elders stood a striking young man. Who were those 2 individuals beside Elder Lu Yanqing? A curious disciple inquired, their gaze drawn to the duo of Xiao Aohai and his daughter. "You don't know the Southern King? He is the one who has defeated formidable opponents and safeguarded our Dan's Lang Yuan." Upon hearing this name, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, eyes brimming with admiration. The name of Xiao Aohai, the Southern King, resonated throughout the Dan dynasty, revered by many in the younger generation. And the young lady beside him must be Xiao Jingxue, his only daughter? It was said that years ago, She had fallen victim to a debilitating poison and had been receiving treatment at the Yaowang Valley in the northern Ming dynasty. Her presence here seemed to indicate she was seeking further healing. If the Yaowang Valley couldn't cure her, can anyone at Lingfu Mountain? Speculations buzzed among the disciples. Their curiosity piqued, though their knowledge remained limited regarding the Southern King's purpose for attending. As Swan Yuzi and others entered, the atmosphere within the martial arts hall became charged with excitement. Make way, let my master through. A voice, ill-timed amidst the reverent murmurs about the competition's potential victors, rang out. Swan Yuzi and the others frowned and turned to trace the source of the interruption. At the periphery of the crowd stood Shinin, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall and composed. Murong Tian, in front of him, parted the throng to clear a path, in stark contrast to the other elders who arrived with their disciples in a flourish. This pair of master and disciple squeezing through the crowd seemed rather undignified. Is that Shunan, the peak master of Qingyan? The whispers circulated. Noting that Elder Shun had not attended the sect competition in many years, previously, Murong Tian had come alone. This year, however, he had decided to make his personal appearance. The crowd exchanged glances, each expression varying as they scrutinized the duo who had finally managed to navigate through the throng. It is said that Elder Shun has made a wager with Leader Li. Should Murong Tian fail to secure first place in the upcoming competition, both of them shall be expelled from the mountain. Initially, I dismissed this tale as mere rumor, yet it seems increasingly likely that there is truth to it. As the discussions swelled and ebbed, a few individuals erupted in laughter, their faces twisted with disdain. This master and disciple pair truly lack self-awareness. It is one thing for a body refinement stage practitioner to shamelessly hold the position of peak leader for so many years. But to expect his incompetent disciple to achieve first place? It is nothing short of a farce, merely a clownish spectacle. Such a useless individual should leave Lingfu Mountain at once to spare them the embarrassment. Though mockery was present, the majority chose to remain neutral, having no personal vendetta against Qingyun Peak to warrant such ridicule. Hearing the faint taunts nearby, Murong Tian's cheeks flushed with anger, his fists clenched, yearning to retort. Elder Shin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke calmly. How can the sparrow comprehend the aspirations of the swan? If you wish to prevent them from belittling Qingyun Peak, focus on your performance rather than engage in futile arguments. Yes, master. Murong Tian tightened his fists, suppressing his fury. His gaze resolute. What do they know? Although his master is indifferent to fame and fortune, he is certainly not the useless figure they portray. They dare to look down upon Qingyun Peak. He must prove them wrong through action. First place in this competition is assured for him, Murong Tian. Chapter 23. To bet or not to bet. Under the scrutiny of all, Shun led Murong Tian step by step towards Xian Yuzi and the other high-ranking officials of Lingfu Mountain. Xian Yuzi and the elders regarded the duo with surprise. They were taken aback by Shun's unexpected presence in the martial arts hall. Li Yan's face contorted with mockery, his companion Wang who snickered, their disdain palpable. In the face of their varied gazes, Shun remained remarkably composed, offering a slight smile to Lu Yunqin as he settled beside her. She nodded slightly, casting a more inquisitive glance at the master and disciple. Even the esteemed king of Zhennan greeted him courteously, while Xiao Jingxue regarded them with wide, curious eyes. The fact that the distinguished king of Zhennan would initiate a conversation with a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner astonished Xian Yuzi and the other elders. Just as Shun took his seat, Li Yan voiced his discontent, asserting that this was a space reserved for the elders of the sect, implying that a body refinement stage individual should stand aside. As his words fell, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with peculiarity. They were all aware of Li Yan's lingering resentment regarding Shun's past pursuit of Lu Yunqin, making his remarks unsurprising. In response to Li Yan's veiled sarcasm, Shun shrugged and turned to Xian Yuzi. Might I inquire, Master, am I not an elder of the sect? Xian Yuzi raised an eyebrow, observing him with a hint of surprise. He sensed that Shun had transformed in some way, though he struggled to articulate precisely how. Yet, feeling the collective gaze of the elders upon him, he could only nod in resignation. Indeed, you are. There was no alternative. Qingyun Peak had annihilated the disciples of the demon sect, leaving scarcely any survivors. The title of elder that Shun held was conferred by none other than himself. To claim otherwise would be a blatant contradiction. Upon receiving a response, Shun turned to Li Yan with a cheerful demeanor. Did you hear that, Hall Masterly? In light of his behavior, many elders subtly shook their heads, their hearts swelling with disdain. To act so brazenly, relying on the legacy of those who once perished at Qingyun Peak, was undeniably shameful. With a scoff, Li Yan retorted, you shall soon find yourself mistaken. Once your disciple falters, I will promptly expel both of you from the mountain. Shun, unaffected, replied, that would indeed disappoint you, for I Shunin. Never engage in battles without preparation. Since I am here, my disciple shall not falter. His nonchalance elicited a twitch at the corner of Li Yan's mouth, who could not help but express his disdain. Then let us await the outcome. As the onlookers observed his calm demeanor, their gazes shifted to Murong Tian, and upon closer inspection, their brows furrowed in surprise. He had reached the initial stage of the Qi Si. It was astonishing that Murong Tian had managed to break through in such a short span of time. Nearby, Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, stroked his beard and chuckled. I have heard that Elder Shun wagered 50,000 gold pieces on the victory of my disciple. Does this imply that Elder Shun harbors no confidence in his own disciple? At these words, Li Yan, Yu Zhenyuan, and his master, Zheng Sanshan, the peak master of Qingfu Peak, were momentarily taken aback. Even Murong Tian was left bewildered, instinctively glancing at his master. Wasn't he his master betting on Yu Zhenyuan to win? As the admiration he felt began to wane, Shunin quickly cleared his throat and explained, Ahem. My disciple should not overthink. My wager on my nephew was entirely intentional. Intentional? Murong Tian was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, by betting on Yu Zhenyuan, it effectively suggests that our victory at Qingyun Peak is implausible. If you were to win now, would it not bring me double the honor? Shunin spoke with an unwavering countenance. Lu Yanqin, Xian Yuzi, and Xiao Aohai exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. Was he truly treating others as fools, uttering such words? Who would believe that? Now I understand. It was I who overthought. Murong Tian exclaimed in realization, addressing Shun and with newfound respect. Though the reasoning was somewhat flawed, it was undoubtedly right, for it was uttered by his master. Xian Yuzi and the others exchanged wry smiles, redirecting their gazes elsewhere. Very well. Neither of these two seemed normal. Clearing his throat, Xian Yuzi rose and took a few steps forward. Today marks the grand competition of our Lingfu sect. You have all been in the mountains for some time, and it is now the moment to assess your training outcomes. If you wish to avoid disappointing the elders of our sect, and wish to stand out among your peers, becoming that shining star, he commenced the annual recitation of cliched phrases, stirring a fervor within the disciples below. During his previous life, Shunin had heard such motivational speeches too many times. He recalled how, with a few casual words, students would weep for their parents, then spend tearfully on books they would never open again. Casting a glance at the eager and excited Murong Tian, who was listening intently to Xian Yuzi's discourse, Shunin stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems my talent for persuasion owes much to those courses from my past life, originally priced at 88,000, now merely 880. As Xian Yuzi spoke, a voice echoed in Shun En's mind. Listen to the applause. After a profoundly moving monologue, an elder commenced drawing lots for the disciples to ascend the stage in turn. Within the martial arts hall, there were 10 platforms. And with just over 100 participants in this sect competition, the bouts were not particularly daunting. Murong Tian also descended to draw a lot. Master, I am number 18. Shunin took the bamboo slip, nodding slightly, noting it was a favorable position. You are number 18? Elder Mu of Qingling Peak displayed a hint of surprise, then, with a beaming smile, addressed the petite girl beside him. Xiao Chun, it seems your entry into the top 50 is all but assured. The girl, known as Xiao Chun, exhaled in relief and cast a glance at Murong Tian. Although Elder Mu's disciple was merely at the initial stage of the Qi Si, she had adeptly mastered a mid-grade profound sword technique, rendering her superior to those who relied solely on medicinal concoctions to enhance their cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yan began to mock. Shunin raised an eyebrow, his gaze softening as he directed a congenial smile at Elder Mu and Li Yan. Since both of you harbor doubts about my disciple's victory, why not engage in a wager? Wager? Li Yan scoffed. You wish to gamble, but do you possess the funds? This query left Shunin momentarily perplexed, for he indeed lacked substantial wealth. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a gentle voice graced his ears. I have 50,000 gold here to lend you. If you win, return 80,000. Xian Yuzi and the others turned in astonishment towards Lu Yanqin, taken aback by her unexpected involvement in such matters. Hee, it is rare for me to witness such a grand event. I shall partake in the festivities. However, as a member of the royal family, it is unseemly for me to engage in gambling. This 200,000 gold shall be entrusted to Elder Shun, allowing me to participate in spirit. Nearby, Xiao Aohai chuckled, producing a storage ring. Shunin, elated, accepted without hesitation. Thank you, Your Highness. Should we win, the spoils will be divided 70-30 in my favor. Xiao Aohai simply nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Li Yan's expression darkened abruptly. What did this mean? His goddess was willing to lend money to Shunin, the so-called waste, and even the esteemed Prince of Zhun, Nen, was involved? When had Shunin forged such connections? Chapter 24. Did I not instruct you to go easy? Collecting the funds from the two, Shunan beamed at Li Yin and Elder Mu. 250,000 gold. Do you accept? The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. We accept. It was absurd to turn away someone eager to part with their wealth. Meanwhile, Xian Yuzi and Zheng Sanshan surveyed the scene, their hearts filled with suspicion. Did Lu Yinqin and Xiao Aohai seem so confident that Murong Tian would prevail? Participants, please ascend the stage. The competition commences. The elder presiding over the event raised his voice, and soon the top 20 disciples of Lingfu Mountain found their respective arenas. Master, I shall take my leave, announced Shun and with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, Master, I will exercise restraint and not harm my junior sister, Murong Tian replied, clasping his hands in respect as he descended from the observation platform, making his way to the 9th arena. Observing the confident exchange between the master and disciple, the elders present exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they were truly awake. Had these two always possessed such unwavering confidence? A female disciple named Xiaochun snorted, leaping from the platform. Determined to reach the arena before Murong Tian. Begin. The presiding elder proclaimed loudly as the 20 disciples took their positions. Huh, poor Murong Tian. His first opponent is none other than senior sister Xiaochun. One disciple chuckled. Indeed, Xiaochun's rainfall sword technique is a mid-tier martial skill of the Xian rank. Her strikes rained down like a tempest, truly daunting for him. The assembly of disciples reveled in schadenfreude, none believing Murong Tian stood a chance. Junior sister Xiaochun, please. Murong Tian saluted respectfully. However, Xiaochun paid him no heed. Her sword was swiftly drawn, and the blade flashed like a torrential storm, moving with astonishing speed. Xiaochun's immediate display of the rainfall sword technique seemed reckless. Should she succeed in unseating Murong Tian with a single strike, it would surely tarnish Elder Shin's reputation. Elder Mu stroked his beard, wearing a satisfied grin, as though envisioning the moment his disciple would send Murong Tian flying with her sword. Li Yin and Wang, who shared knowing smirks, quietly observing. In the 9th arena, facing the onslaught of Xiaochun's tempestuous blade, Murong Tian's gaze sharpened. Junior sister Xiaochun, I must apologize. In an instant, he drew his black sword from his back, delivering a powerful downward strike. The surge of spiritual energy coalesced ominously, akin to dark clouds gathering, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Thunderclouds overhead. With a resounding crash, the tempestuous sword light shattered under the weight of his strike. Xiaochun's pupils constricted as the fierce energy swept over her. The brilliance of the thunderous light caused her grip to falter, her sword clattering to the ground. She was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. In a single strike, an instant victory. I concede. On the arena, Murong Tian stood with his sword sheathed, offering a slight bow before turning to depart. Xiaochun sat outside the arena, her face pale, staring blankly at the retreating figure of the young man in black. Still in shock from the force of his blow, the disciples who had anticipated witnessing Murong Tian's misfortune now stood in stunned silence, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What just happened? Murong Tian, he struck down senior sister Xiaochun with a single blow? When did he break through to the Qi realm? And could his sword technique truly be a mid-tier martial skill of the Xian rank? As exclamations of astonishment erupted, Murong Tian had already returned to the stands. Master, I have not disgraced my duty, he reported with a smile. Shinan chuckled. Oh dear, did I not instruct you to go easy? How could you send someone flying with a single strike? What will Elder Mu think of this? Nearby, Elder Mu and Li Yin, having regained their composure, exchanged uncertain glances. Xian Yunzi was also rather astonished as he scrutinized Murong Tian anew, a contemplative expression crossing his features. This fellow, exuding an aura as sharp as a sword, executed his moves with resolute decisiveness, appearing utterly transformed since last year's competition. Masterly, Elder Mu, do not feign ignorance. You wouldn't dare to renege in front of the sect leader and the prince, would you? Shunan extended his hand, a jovial smile adorning his face. While the expressions of Li Yin and his companion darkened. A mere 250,000 gold. Take it. No one could have anticipated that Murong Tian had mastered such a formidable sword technique, at least of the mid-level of the Xian rank, and judging by its potency. It surpassed Elder Mu's rainfall sword by a considerable margin. Such an impressive swordplay could not possibly have been taught by Shunan. As the two men tossed the money to Shunan, their gazes lingered on Lu Yinqin. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Yinqin had personally instructed Murong Tian at Qingyun Peak during this period. No wonder she had so much faith in Murong Tian's victory earlier. Upon this realization, Elder Mu merely sighed and went to console his defeated disciple, not dwelling on the matter further. However, Li Yan's fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his expression darkening to the point of resembling a stormy sky. He had not expected Lu Yinqin to repeatedly assist this useless individual to oppose him. Just a late-stage body-tempering practitioner, what right did he have? Ignoring the varied gazes from the many elders, Shunan delightedly began distributing gold to Lu Yunqin and the Prince of Southern Zhao, unable to contain his grin. How splendid! This amounted to several 100,000 gold coins. They say that wealth can be acquired through nefarious means, but how could it come so effortlessly? In contrast to the astonishment of others, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai exchanged knowing glances, having anticipated this outcome long ago. On that day at the martial arts arena on Qingyun Peak, they had witnessed Murong Tian wielding this sword technique, which now exhibited even greater might than before. As they observed the joyous duo counting their money, they exchanged another glance, silent yet filled with curiosity regarding the extent of Murong Tian's prowess in this competition. Xiao Jingshue's bright eyes flickered with intrigue as she regarded Shun and, deep in thought, is this the master of young Master Murong? He appears to be merely a late-stage body-tempering practitioner, so why does young Master Murong hold him in such high esteem? Is his mastery of alchemy truly that profound? Humph, it is merely a mid-tier Xian rank sword technique. While commendable, it is nothing more than that. Wang Hu. Li Yan's irritation grew as he watched Shun En's cheerful demeanor, letting out a cold snort. Master, your disciple is here. In the next round, it will be your turn to take the stage and show some of these individuals what true martial prowess looks like. Yes. Wang Hu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he cast a cold sneer towards Murong Tian. The latter, however, met his gaze unflinchingly, his eyes gleaming like swords, brimming with determination. Soon, the first round concluded, and the victorious Tin took a brief respite before the next round commenced. Wang Hu leapt into the air, emitting a thunderous roar as he landed firmly on the arena. This display elicited bright-eyed admiration from many disciples, who cheered his name. Yet soon enough, Wang Hu's acclaim was overshadowed by another voice. Yu Shixiang is so handsome. Yu Shixiang, I love you. In the midst of the rising and falling voices, interspersed with some peculiar remarks, it remains evident that Yu Zhenyuan holds a prominent reputation among the younger generation within the sect. Wang Hu turned his gaze and beheld Yu Zhenyuan, clad in white, with hands clasped behind him, approaching with an air of tranquility as he walked through the air. With each step he took, runes illuminated beneath his feet, transforming into a gentle breeze that upheld his form. His mastery of the lower realms allowed him to traverse the skies with the aid of wind talismans, a display of undeniable grandeur. Shinan observed this spectacle, nodding subtly in admiration, enviously pondering the day he might experience the sensation of soaring through the heavens. Chapter 25. The Might of a Second-Rank Talisman Master. Truly, as a second-rank talisman master, U.S. mastery of wind talismans suggests he has grasped at least 50% of Elder Zheng's profound teachings. Elder Mu and Zhao Cheng from Qingxi Peak exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing admiration. Zheng Senshan, listening to the praises of his disciple, stroked his beard with a satisfied demeanor. Conversely, Li Yin, observing Yu Zhenyuan descend from the stage with the aid of the wind, shook his head slightly. Even with such commendable skill in wind talismans, coupled with the heavenly sword talisman he had comprehended from the talisman tower, Wang Hu would likely be no match for him. However, securing a second place would still be commendable. Losing to a prodigy who inherited the legacy of the heavenly sword elder from 2 centuries ago is hardly a disgrace. Look, the battle is about to commence, someone among the onlookers exclaimed. In the arena, Yu Zhenyuan and Wang Hu's adversaries had now taken their positions on the stage. Both opponents were at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Despite their equal cultivation levels, they appeared gravely serious in the presence of Yu and Wang. After exchanging greetings, the battle commenced without delay. Wang Hu was the first to strike, unleashing a formidable punch. As he did, a spectral tiger emerged behind him, roaring with a deafening cry as spiritual energy surged around him. The accompanying tiger shadow with his punch was a testament to the power of his tiger roar fist. Indeed impressive, worthy of the training from Master Li himself. Xian Yuzi nodded slightly, his face reflecting appreciation. Li Yin smiled, casting a disdainful glance at Shunan. See, all masters have their merits. My disciple even garners praise from the sect leader. Yet Shunan, seemingly indifferent, lazily retrieved a bunch of grapes from his pocket, crossing his legs leisurely as he indulged in his snack. Lu Yunqin, observing his nonchalance, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Was he truly unconcerned about the potential consequences if his disciple were to face Wang Hu? In the arena, faced with Wang Hu's formidable punch, the disciple's expression turned grave as he employed a low-grade Xiantier palm technique in response. However, the tiger roar fist was a high-grade Xiantier martial art, far beyond the reach of a low-grade technique. Within a mere breath, the spectral tiger pounced, and alongside Wang Hu's punch, it crashed into his opponent with tremendous force. With a splatter, the individual was sent flying through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell from the stage, shock evident on his face. Victory! Brother Wang has triumphed. The crowd erupted in exclamation. Indeed, he is a direct disciple of Master Li. His strength is truly remarkable. The arena was filled with exclamations of astonishment, as most disciples gazed with envy, fervently wishing to take Wang Hu's place atop the platform. Look, the match has commenced on Yu Shixiang's side. Shunan adjusted his demeanor slightly, spitting out a grape seed. Defeating Wang Hu posed no challenge. However, this Yu Jingyuan seemed somewhat formidable and warranted closer observation. Despite his advanced stage of body refinement, he could discern little from the unfolding events. Over there, after exchanging blows with his opponent, Yu Jingyuan kept his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed, seemingly too apathetic to even engage. Wave-cutting slash. The disciple at the mid-stage of Qi Si shouted, drawing his long blade and unleashing a barrage of powerful slashes, the air crackling with each stroke. What a formidable strike. This technique must belong to the mid-tier of the Xian rank. The wave-cutting blade was once the renowned skill of Elder Zhao. It seemed he had passed it down in its entirety. Onlookers voiced their astonishment at the ferocity of this technique. Yet, in the face of these slashes, Yu Jingyuan remained unmoved, his hands still behind his back, with a glint of azure light flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped through the arena. Coalescing before him into a barrier of runes formed from the swirling air. The slashes collided with the rune barrier, failing to even create ripples, dissipating instantly. This is impossible. He hadn't even utilized spiritual energy, merely invoking the wind with his mental prowess to effortlessly deflect the wave-cutting slash. The disciples outside were left speechless, their disbelief transforming into admiration. Truly, Yu Shixiang is remarkable. The disciple, witnessing his strikes effortlessly dispersed, approached with a grave expression, raising his blade to strike again. With a powerful slash, he summoned crashing waves from behind. Bang! Bang! The successive strikes reverberated with force. Yet, Yu Jingyuan remained steadfast, his demeanor serene, his hands still behind him. Regardless of the direction from which his opponent attacked, his azure gaze unwavering, the wind barrier effectively thwarted every assault. Clearly, the opponent's strikes lacked even the slightest chance of breaching his wind defense. After numerous failed attempts, sweat began to bead on the disciple's forehead, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It's time to end this. Noticing his fatigue, Yu Jingyuan spoke calmly, extending a hand and giving a gentle wave. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, propelled by the force of the runes, sending the disciple staggering backward, the long blade in his grasp producing a sharp clatter. Clang! A blade of wind flashed past, striking with such intensity that the disciple's weapon was wrenched from his hand, arcing gracefully through the air before landing safely outside the arena. The disciple stared in horror at his empty right hand, a chill running down his spine. The intensity of that wind blade could have easily severed his arm. Thank you for your mercy, Yu Shixiang. Realizing he was utterly outmatched, he took a deep breath and respectfully conceded. Yu Jingyuan nodded indifferently, turning to leave, once again summoning the wind runes. Truly, Yu Shixiang's victory over a peer was astonishingly effortless, given his current prowess. It is likely that even those at the late stage of the Qi Si realm would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge victorious against him. The gathered disciples were truly astonished, with many female disciples gazing at him in awe. Yu Jingyuan's effortless combat style had undoubtedly captured the hearts of these young women. Upon seeing Yu Jingyuan return, the likes of Xiao Aohai and others on the high platform displayed expressions of surprise. The mental fortitude exhibited by Yu Xiaoyu was indeed formidable. He must be nearing the threshold of a third-grade talisman master. With such mastery in talisman crafting combined with the heavenly sword talisman, he would likely have no rivals within the Qi Si realm. Listening to the praises from the elders and even the prince of Southern Town, Zhang Sanshan smiled broadly, his satisfaction evident. Indeed, if Elder Lu's disciple Ling Feishuang were to join the fray, there might still be a glimmer of hope for a contest. However, as it stands, even Wang Hu might not be a match for him. Thus the outcome of this grand competition seems predetermined. Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, interjected, prompting agreement from the other elders. Not necessarily, came the unexpected response from Xiao Aohai, shaking his head. Oh, Xian Yuzi looked at him in confusion, wondering if the prince believed Wang Hu had a chance to surpass the heavenly sword talisman. No, he shook his head again, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Murong Tian as he spoke with a smile. In my estimation, Murong Xiaoyu's sword intent is quite remarkable. If his martial techniques are not lacking, he may indeed have a chance of victory. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Murong Tian, who was currently massaging Shun Anze's shoulders. Him? King, do not jest. How could he possibly be a match for Yu Shixizi? Li Yin frowned, a look of disdain crossing his face. Upon hearing this, Both Yu Zhengyuan and Zheng Sanshan exchanged curious glances with one another, sizing up Murong Tian and Shenanze. While they had witnessed Murong Tian's previous battle, how could someone at the initial stage of the Qi realm, equipped with merely a profound tier sword technique, contend with a second-grade talisman master? Not to mention Yu Zhengyuan, it would be a challenge for him to best Wang Hu. This is precisely why I assert that if Elder Shun imparts superior martial techniques to Murong Xiaoyu, he may indeed stand a chance of triumphing. Xiao Aohai reiterated, casting a look at Shenanze that was both teasing and inscrutable. Lu Yinxin also directed her gaze that way, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Humph. A late-stage body refinement realm practitioner. There are plenty of such individuals in Lingfu Mountain. If someone of that caliber can impart formidable martial techniques to Murong Tian, I shall turn my name, Li Yin, backwards. Li Yin scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He was well aware of Shun Anze's situation, a solitary figure with meager means, reportedly only having learned a low-grade yellow-tier martial technique within the sect. Should it be that Lu Yinxin secretly taught Murong Tian martial skills, perhaps that could be plausible. But Shenanze? Ridiculous. Ah, Master Li Yin, such words ought not to be spoken. Names are given by one's parents. And to easily alter your name is tantamount to disobedience. Master Li Yin should think carefully. Shun Anze cautioned, his expression earnest as he sighed. Hearing him repeatedly refer to him as Master Li Yin, the color drained from Li Yin's face in anger. Humph, do not boast with mere words. Soon, I shall be the one to face Murong Tian, and once I have thrown him off the stage, I shall see if Elder Shun can still bear to remain at Qingyun Peak. Wang Hu, standing behind Li Yin, scoffed and cast a scornful glance at Murong Tian. Murong Tian met his gaze with unwavering confidence. We shall see. The audacity of Shun Un and his disciple astonished Xian Yuzi and the others. When did they become so arrogant? Wang Hu was no ordinary disciple. The might of the Tiger Roar fist was unparalleled, rivaling even the heavenly sword talisman. Certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial skills. Humph, I hope you both can maintain such bravado after you lose, Li Yin remarked with a cold smirk. Shannon merely cleaned his ears, choosing not to respond. Before long, the battles on the other platforms drew to a close. After several more rounds, the previous victors mounted the stage in order. Wang Hu cast a chilling glare at Murong Tian and leaped off the platform. Master, I am off, he declared. Shannon nodded lightly. Go, but if you cannot win within 3 strikes, do not blame me for teaching you the sword techniques. I cannot afford such disgrace. Rest assured. Master, I will give it my all. Murong Tian replied with resolute determination as he turned to ascend the platform. 3 strikes. I doubt Murong Tian can endure even 3 shadows of the Tiger Roar fist. Elder Mu shook his head. Humph, so arrogant. Li Yin sneered, already anticipating the moment his disciple would send Murong Tian flying with a single punch. Xiao Jingxue watched the black-clad youth on the stage with curiosity. Father, do you truly believe Murong Gongzi can win? Xiao Aohai smiled gently. How could Elder Shun's disciple be ordinary? Just watch this battle. Hearing such praise from the esteemed king of Zhennan, Xian Yuzi frowned, pondering if he was truly awake today. Why would Xiao Aohai, on his first visit to Lingfu Mountain, hold Shun En and his disciple in such high regard? As matters between Shun En and Li Yin unfolded, many elders shifted their focus from Yu Zhenyuan, who was also on the platform, to Murong Tian and Wang Hu. Brother Wang is on stage again. Can Murong Tian win this time? What nonsense. A mere waste dares to triumph over Brother Wang? Do you think the Tiger Roar fist and Master Li are mere trifles? If he wins, I shall descend the mountain tonight and seek a demoness to punish myself for 10 days and nights. Many disciples expressed their disdain. Who is Murong Tian? Born with obstructed meridians, it took him 2.5 years and countless elixirs from the Murong family to reach the early stage of Qi. With such resources, even a pig could break through to the late stage of Qi. Moreover, his master is merely at the body refinement stage. With such conditions, how could he possibly contend with Wang Hu? Brother Wang, I seek your guidance, Murong Tian said with a slight bow. Wang Hu, dismissive of idle talk, advanced with a contemptuous expression, unleashing a punch that shattered the air as 2 tiger shadows soared above. This powerful and forceful blow could shatter stone, and if a person were to receive it, they would undoubtedly suffer broken bones. Outside the arena, gasps echoed as Li Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he could already envision the tragic sight of Murong Tian being struck and spitting blood. With a swift motion, he summoned 2 shadowy tiger forms. Seemingly intent on incapacitating Murong Tian, Lu Yinxin frowned, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Xian Yuzi glanced at Shun Anze, who remained unfazed, showing no concern for his disciple. Within the arena, the 2 tiger shadows, one towering and the other low, advanced with thunderous roars and a fierce gust of wind. closing in on Murong Tian. Was this fool paralyzed with fear, failing to draw his sword or evade? Surely he must be dazed. A blow like that would likely confine him to bed for months. Disdainful whispers arose as everyone observed Murong Tian standing foolishly in place, an expression of contempt on his face. But then, Xian Yuzi's expression shifted, his brows furrowing with newfound seriousness. The other elders were momentarily taken aback, following his gaze. Boom. The fist's shadow struck down with a resounding crash, causing the entire platform to tremble. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Murong Tian did not retreat. Instead, he began to dissipate. It was an afterimage. Someone exclaimed in shock. Wang Hu's grin faltered, and before he could comprehend, he heard Murong Tian's calm voice behind him. Brother Wang, are you merely fighting the air? Startled, he spun around to see Murong Tian calmly standing a distance away, his black robe billowing in the wind. Such speed. How is this possible? The elders in the stands exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Li Yan's smile froze at that moment, quickly morphing into a grimace. This was a martial art of movement. Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin also displayed expressions of astonishment, glancing at the composed Shen Anze beside them. They were aware of Murong Tian's Thunderbolt sword's formidable power, yet had not witnessed him employing any martial techniques that day. To evade Wang Hu's attack with such swiftness, leaving behind an afterimage, was an extraordinary feat indeed. Xian Yuzi and Zheng Sanshan exchanged a serious look. This martial art of movement had likely reached the level of Earth tier. With such agility at his disposal, Wang Hu's path to victory was no longer so straightforward. Chapter 27. A sword to resolve it all. Wang Hu gazed in astonishment at Murong Tian, who had suddenly appeared behind him. As realization dawned, he swiftly turned again, throwing a punch accompanied by a continuous roar. Yet, in the face of his fierce onslaught, Murong Tian merely took a light step back, effortlessly evading the attack. He dodged several shadowy punches with grace, not allowing Wang Hu to even graze the hem of his garment. The spectacle unfolding in the arena left the onlookers outside with mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. What kind of martial art of movement is this? I can hardly discern his actions. Is he truly Murong Tian? Hearing the gasps from the crowd, Wang Hu's expression darkened with frustration. If you possess the skill, face me directly instead of hiding and dodging. What kind of hero does this make you? In response to Wang Hu's ire, Murong Tian paused, slowly drawing the black sword from his back. So be it, as you wish. Seeing that he truly had no intention of using his agility to evade, Wang Hu felt a surge of delight within, fearing that the longer the night stretched, the more dreams might arise. He immediately unleashed his most formidable move. The tiger shakes the mountains and rivers. With a furious roar, he thrust his fist forward, summoning 3 fierce tiger phantoms that erupted with a menacing growl, attacking Murong Tian from 3 distinct angles, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was over. Murong Tian was far too arrogant, foolishly standing there to await the full force of Wang's tiger roar fist. Indeed, I almost believed this lad would emerge victorious. However, it seems that despite having fortuitously learned a technique of agility, his mental faculties remain unresolved. In the stands, Li Yan couldn't help but exhale in relief. The final strike of the tiger roar fist had already subtly approached the level of Earth-tier martial skills. Even those in the late stages of the Qi Si would hesitate to confront such a blow head-on, let alone those in the early stages. On the other side, faced with the oncoming 3 tiger shadows and the menacing grin of Wang Hu, Murong Tian exhibited no hint of fear. At the moment his sword was fully unsheathed. His gaze sharpened abruptly, reminiscent of an ancient, peerless sword long hidden from view. Confronted by that piercing stare, Wang Hu felt a tremor in his heart, a chill racing down his spine as if countless blades were poised at his throat. Yet, with his fist already unleashed, like an arrow on the string, he had no choice but to press on. He refused to believe that Murong Tian could truly withstand his ultimate move. With a roar, the 3 tiger phantoms bared their fangs, lunging forth to engulf Murong Tian entirely. Just as everyone outside the ring presumed the battle had come to an end, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Thunder cracks the mountains. A streak of lightning like sword light suddenly flared, instantaneously transforming into several sprawling lightning sword shadows, resonating with a devastating fury. In an instant, the lightning obliterated the 3 ferocious tiger phantoms with astonishing speed and might that was hard to fathom. Wang Hu's pupils constricted, and before he could react, the lightning sword shadow flashed before him. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as he felt as though he had been struck with immense force in the chest, his body hurtling backward, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Silence. The arena fell into complete stillness, every onlooker rendered speechless. Li Yan leapt to his feet, his expression shifting drastically as he fixed his gaze on the youth sheathing his sword atop the stage. I concede. Murong Tian slightly cupped his fists, striding toward Shun and amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd. Master, I have not disgraced your teachings. One sword resolved the matter. Shunin nodded in satisfaction, chuckling. At last, you have not brought shame upon me, proving the worth of my arduous instruction in swordplay. Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Arduous? But didn't Master merely sit beside me, sometimes even reclining on a chair to sleep? One sword mislaid. Bamboo shoots exploded. What a formidable sword technique. That strike just now seemed even more impressive than Wang, whose tiger roar fist. Where on earth did Murong Tian learn such swordplay and agility? At that moment, the other disciples regained their senses, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Li Yan's countenance turned ashen as he processed the defeat of his disciple. He could accept losing to anyone, but how could it be to Murong Tian? And moreover, the battle was concluded with a single sword strike? At this moment, listening to the exchange between Shun Un and his apprentice, Li Yan felt a profound sense of humiliation and snorted coldly, his lips pursed in defiance. Oh, some individuals are ever so eager to claim credit for themselves, just because you have reached the late stage of body refinement. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such accolades? Without Elder Lu's guidance, how could Murong Tian possibly master such swordsmanship and agility? Not only he, but even Elder Xian Yu and other elders nodded discreetly in agreement. They too believed that Murong Tian's level of skill was undoubtedly due to Lu Yunqin's covert instruction. As for why Lu Yunqin chose to assist Shunin, whispers had reached their ears. It was said that a gift had been presented to her, which likely persuaded Lu Yunqin to extend her guidance to Murong Tian. Upon hearing these remarks, Lu Yunqin's brows knitted together, her expression somewhat peculiar. While she possessed considerable knowledge of palm techniques, she herself was not well versed in swordsmanship, rendering her incapable of offering proper instruction. Li Tangzhu, you overthink matters. I have never taught Murong Tian swordplay, nor do I excel in it, she rebutted. Li Yan's countenance darkened further upon grasping the implication of her words. Was she suggesting that he, as a master, was inferior to a mere late-stage body refiner like Shunin? Meanwhile, Xiao Aohai observed Murong Tian with flickering eyes, lost in contemplation. Indeed, Murong Tian's talent in swordsmanship was remarkable. His spiritual energy flowed with a grace reminiscent of flowing clouds and flowing water, devoid of any semblance of obstruction. Was it not said that his meridians were narrow and unresponsive? Could it be that Shunin had concocted a miraculous elixir to enhance Murong Tian's innate gifts? If someone could truly refine such extraordinary pills, was there hope for alleviating the poison afflicting his daughter? It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to visit Qingyun Peak once more. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Aohai's spirits lifted, and his gaze repeatedly fell upon Shunin. On the other side, Yu Jinyuan effortlessly concluded his battle and returned to the viewing platform, his expression revealing genuine astonishment as he regarded Murong Tian. He had heard whispers about this master-apprentice duo. In previous competitions, Murong Tian had consistently placed last, often leaving the arena bruised and ridiculed. Yet this year, he appeared transformed. Nevertheless, despite this, Yu Jinyuan remained unimpressed. Dismissing Murong Tian as merely a novice at the initial stage of Qi Si, hardly worth his interest. Li Tangzhu, you previously asserted that Shunin lacked the qualifications to mentor disciples. Pray tell, how is it that your apprentice has been bested by mine? Shunin spoke with an enigmatic smile, directing his gaze towards Wang Hu, who slunk away with his head bowed in defeat, unable to utter a word. Lu Yunqin's attention turned towards him as well, intensifying Li Yan's embarrassment. Before his goddess, he felt utterly humiliated, overwhelmed by shame and fury. Chapter 28, Collusion with the Demon Cult? How petty. Li Yan scoffed, turning his head away while casting a fierce glare at Wang Hu. It was all the fault of that disappointing fool, who had been easily dispatched by Murong Tian's sword. Meanwhile, Elder Mu felt a sense of relief and began to console his apprentice, Xiao Chun. After all, even the talented Wang Hu was defeated by Murong Tian. So it is not particularly embarrassing for my disciple to lose. Xian Yuzi sat in his chair, stroking his chin in perplexity. In his recollection, Lu Yunqin indeed seemed to lack proficiency in swordsmanship, and Shunin was merely at the late stage of body refinement. Could it be that these techniques were truly taught by him? Unlikely. As he pondered, a somewhat incredulous thought suddenly crossed his mind. He glanced at Xiao Aohai beside him, his heart filled with doubt. Could it be that the King of the South taught him? Xiao Aohai, the King of the South, was renowned for his swordsmanship. Famously known as the Sword King of Dun, he had once managed to defend the Wolf Abyss with his formidable killing sword techniques. Yet, this too seemed implausible. For the royal family of Dun derived their sword techniques from the insights gained in the Sword Tomb. Mere verbal instruction could not impart its true essence. Moreover, the Sword Tomb had yet to be opened. Even if Murong Tian had the opportunity to enter, it would take some time. Elder Shun, who exactly taught Murong Tian his swordsmanship. Unable to rationalize many possible explanations, Xian Yuzi directly inquired. Shinan turned around and replied, "What do you mean by that?" "Sect Master? Of course, my disciple was taught by me." As he spoke, his expression was quite peculiar as he surveyed the numerous elders present. "Furthermore, if I were to teach him to you, would you be willing to instruct him?" The elders shook their heads in unison. He is inherently disadvantaged by blocked meridians, making it difficult for him to succeed. Shinan looked at Li Yin as if he were a fool. Xian Yuzi and the other elders exchanged bewildered glances. Wait a moment. At this juncture, Li Yin suddenly recalled something, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Shunan. "You claim that both the sword technique and the movement technique were taught by you, not by Elder Lu or anyone else. Is there a problem?" Shunan frowned, perplexed by Li Yan's sudden inquiry. Upon receiving a response, Li Yan sneered. "Then do you actually know this set of sword techniques?" Shunan was taken aback. He indeed could not perform it. However, he could not admit this in the present situation and could only respond ambiguously. "What do you think? If you cannot perform this sword technique, then I have reason to suspect that Murong Tian colluded with the demonic sect to enhance his strength. The Murong family, being a family of alchemists, could not possibly teach him this sword technique. As for purchasing it for a hefty sum, that is even less likely. The Murong family's business has suffered this year, and they have already fallen to a third-rate family in Tianhan City, struggling with expenses. How could they afford such a sword technique?" Li Yin believed he had found a rationale, his expression turning cold. Colluding with the demonic sect is no trivial matter. According to sect regulations, the lightest penalty should be a revocation of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. The severest could lead to execution. Shinan furrowed his brow. Murong Tian abruptly raised his head. The Murong family's business has faltered? Why had he never received any news from home about this? No wonder when he requested the materials needed for the cleansing elixir, which should have arrived within a day or two according to the Murong family's resources. It instead took a full 10 days. So this was what had transpired. The elders suddenly wore serious expressions upon hearing Li Yan's words. Collusion with the demonic sect was indeed a grave matter. In the past, many souls perished at the hands of the demonic sect on Lingfu Mountain, and the sect is held in deep contempt by the people. However, could it be that Murong Tian would truly conspire with the demonic sect? Such words from Master Li seem rather excessive. Although Murong Tian may lack exceptional talent, he has always honored his teachers and valued the path. And he is certainly not the type to be duplicitous. Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with displeasure. She had not previously realized that Li Yin harbored such a narrow-minded disposition. Could he not accept that his disciple had lost? Upon witnessing her defending Shun and in their discourse, Li Yin felt an even greater irritation and spoke coldly. "Humph. One can know a person's appearance, but not their heart. Who truly knows the origins of his martial skills? Do you genuinely believe that it was Shunan who taught him while in the body refinement stage, or that both master and disciple have defected to the demonic sect?" At these words, many elders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Such statements, lacking evidence, should not be uttered lightly by Master Li. Indeed, the members of Qingyun Peak are loyal and righteous. I, Zheng Sanshan, firmly believe that Elder Shin and his disciple are not the treacherous sort. As the elders deliberated, rather than supporting Li Yin, they rallied behind Shunan. With a somewhat grim expression, Shunan retorted, "You claim that my disciple and I are colluding with the demonic sect based solely on conjecture. Well, I could just as easily assert that you are in league with them. Otherwise, how could the enforcement hall be in such disarray, with disciples only engaging in internal strife? Master Li, one must refrain from making unfounded accusations without evidence." Zheng Sanshan interjected with a frown. "Humph, if there were no collusion with the demonic sect, then from whence did Qingyun Peak acquire this advanced sword technique?" His voice resonated loudly, reaching the ears of many disciples. Instantly, a cacophony of voices erupted. "What? Qingyun Peak is colluding with the demonic sect? Impossible. I refuse to believe that Elder Shin and Murong Tian are such individuals. Perhaps that sword technique is a legacy left by the predecessors of Qingyun Peak? Indeed, although Elder Shin often appears idle and plays the victim, he has always shown care for us disciples and has never oppressed us with his authority. Perhaps this is merely a performance for your benefit. Do not let the cunning deceive your hearts." The outcry grew louder, temporarily overshadowing the grand competition. While most remained skeptical, some disciples from the enforcement peak supported their master. Xian Yuzi furrowed his brow and, casting an unhappy glance at Li Yin, spoke. "Without evidence, such suspicions are unfounded. Elder Shin possesses his own opportunities. Why pursue the matter so relentlessly? How do the other elders perceive this?" Xian Yuzi turned to the other elders. Zheng Sanshan, Zhao Cheng, Elder Mu, and the others exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. "I stand with Qingyun Peak. The enforcement hall may have ties with the demonic sect, But Qingyun Peak is absolutely innocent. Zheng Sanshan looked towards Shun Un and his disciple, sighed softly, and continued, indeed, although Elder Shin's skills were shallow in his youth, he bravely ventured to the battlefield against the demonic sect without fear of death. How could he and his disciple possibly conspire with them now? Upon hearing the support for Qingyun Peak from many, Li Yin's expression darkened. Murong Tian's face flushed crimson. It was one thing to insult him, but to accuse his master of collusion with the demonic sect was intolerable. Despite the elder's reluctance to blindly trust, Shunan felt a flicker of comfort within his heart. At least this sect still retained some semblance of humanity. Chapter 29. Is the acquired skill inadequate? Observing Murong Tian's flushed face, Shunan furrowed his brow, pondering within his mind. System, is there any method that would allow me to acquire the Thunderbolt Sword skill card at this moment? The host may opt to utilize existing skill cards for a designated lottery draw. Designated lottery? Shunan was momentarily taken aback. What was that? It is a lottery wheel that doubles the probability of acquiring the desired item, requiring a substantial number of skill cards. Such a skill exists. Yet you did not mention it sooner? Why didn't the host inquire earlier? Shunan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Well, it was clear now that this system was afflicted with a severe case of laziness. I currently possess 4 time-limited cards for the Qi Si Realm's Cloud-Catching Palm. Can I draw? Yes. Please select the item to enhance the probability. The Thunderbolt Sword skill card, preferably of the Qianquan realm. The host's lifespan is insufficient. Exchange is denied. Could you perhaps notify me in advance the next time you intend to deduct from my life? Could the host dream a little more realistically next time? Feeling utterly defeated, Shunan conceded. All right. Just expedite the lottery exchange. Any Thunderbolt Sword will suffice. Payment successful, commencing lottery draw. As the wheel began to spin, Shunan felt a surge of anxiety. Murong Tian, you had best come clean. Who taught you that sword technique? If we uncover the truth ourselves, you may not even have the chance to confess. Li Yin scoffed, his gaze frigid. My disciple has declared that he would never commit an act of treachery. This sword technique was imparted to him directly by my master and bears no connection to the demonic sect. Murong Tian's face reddened in indignation. Oh, your master? Li Yin retorted disdainfully. A mere late-stage body refinement practitioner, incapable of harnessing spiritual energy. How could he possibly have acquired such a sword technique unless he colluded with the demonic sect? I believe your Qingyun Peak is nothing more than a den of vipers. A cancer within the sect. His words swiftly ignited a chorus of agreement among the disciples of the law enforcement hall, who began to mock and deride. Yes, sect leader. Expel these 2 from Qingyun Peak at once. If left unchecked, it would be an affront to justice. Amidst the fervent outrage of the disciples, Lu Yunxin furrowed her delicate brows, striking the armrest of her chair with her jade hand. Silence. Her voice, imbued with unparalleled authority, resonated throughout the hall. The oppressive aura of a peak Earth spirit realm practitioner enveloping the space. The disciples immediately recoiled, their expressions betraying fear. Why had the usually gentle leader of Qinghuan Peak suddenly erupted in anger? She turned her gaze towards Li Yin, her eyes now laced with contempt, and spoke coldly. There is a right and wrong to every matter. If you claim this sword technique is bestowed by the demonic sect, then present your evidence. Witnessing Lu Yunxin repeatedly defend Shun En and his master in front of him, Li Yan's expression darkened considerably. Elder Lu, are you so intent on shielding this pair? Have you perhaps engaged in illicit relations with the one surnamed Shun, thus unable to bear my criticisms, or are you deliberately concealing something on his behalf? Lu Yunxin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation, her gaze turning icy. Impudent. The authoritative shout finally emanated from the head seat, and in an instant, the temperature in the entire arena plummeted several degrees under the weight of an even more formidable pressure, causing many disciples to pale and kneel upon the ground. Li Yin felt a sudden shock in his heart as he gazed towards the head seat. Xian Yuzi's eyes had turned completely frigid, narrowing as they fixed on Li Yin. As the head of the law enforcement hall, how dare you repeatedly attempt to pin the label of collusion with the demonic sect upon others? Aiming to incite discord within our Lingfu Mountain sect? What is your true intention? Li Yan's gaze flickered momentarily, and he hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Master, please quell your anger. It was a slip of the tongue on my part. At that moment, another voice broke the tension. Is it because of this that Hall Master Li has targeted me, Shin? The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Shun Anze, who had remained silent since the beginning. He slowly rose, gently patting Lu Yunxin's shoulder. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, the chill in her eyes dissipating a touch. Many within the sect were aware of Hall Master Li's long-standing affection for Elder Lu, yet it was evident that the feelings were unreciprocated. As the flowing water had no interest in the falling flowers, it was merely that Shun's talents surpassed those of Hall Master Li, inciting jealousy that was understandable. Upon hearing this, Disdainful glances were cast from all around. Even Lu Yunqin displayed a mix of shyness and anger, yet in the current situation, she found no desire to defend herself. After all, it was merely idle gossip. Shun Anze wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, mockingly observing Li Yan, while a consumption card had already appeared in his system backpack. Thundersword, peak of the returning Yuan realm earth level, superior grade, with a total of 5 swords. The 5th sword has few rivals within the same realm. To his surprise, his fortune this time was remarkably good. Initially, he had anticipated exchanging a cloud-dispelling palm of the Qi realm for a thunder sword of the same realm, yet unexpectedly, a card of the returning Yuan realm had materialized. Was this not a sign from the heavens for him to put on a grand display? Li Yan frowned. Shenanze, what do you mean by that? My meaning is quite clear. Elder Lu would never take a liking to you. How could a toad aspire to eat swan meat? Shin Anze replied with a faint smile. Li Yan was infuriated. If he was a toad, then was Shun Anze, who was merely in the late stage of body refinement. Not even inferior to a toad. However, fearing Xian Yuzi's wrath, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and coldly snorted. Humph. We are discussing your apprentice's collusion with the demonic sect, so refrain from diverting the topic. Collusion with the demonic sect? Shin Anze turned to glance at Murong Tian. Did you collude? No, the youth replied, his face flushed, shaking his head resolutely. Did you hear that? My apprentice claims he has not colluded. As the head of the law enforcement hall, how dare you slander him without any evidence? Shun Anze turned, his tone resolute as he questioned Li Yan. Zheng Senshan and others displayed displeasure upon hearing this. The evidence is that your Qingyun Peak does not possess this sword technique and could not possibly impart it to Murong Tian. Li Yan retorted with a cold laugh, confident that Shin Anze would not possess such a technique. After all, he was merely in the late stage of body refinement, devoid of spiritual energy. How could he possibly execute a sword technique? Faced with his words, Lu Yunqin and others frowned. Shin Anze glanced at Li Yan with indifference. Is it not possible that I found it outside? Found it. Li Yan scoffed. Do you think earth-level martial skills are as common as cabbages on the street? Available for the picking? Enough. Without proof, let this matter rest. At this moment, Xian Yuzi coldly interjected, effectively halting Li Yan's impending remarks. Nevertheless, Shin'an stepped forward once more. After all, he could not allow his grievances to go unaddressed, especially when his disciple stood behind him, eyes reddened with indignation. It was essential to alleviate this tension. Chapter 30. The challenge with a disdainful snort, he declared, as the head of the law enforcement hall. You dare to cast aspersions on someone's character without any evidence? Li Yan, you wield quite the authority. Just because my Qingyun Peak holds a lowly position at Lingfu Mountain and my disciple possesses mediocre talent, do you believe you can slander him without consequence? Are the countless ordinary disciples at Lingfu Mountain, who lack remarkable abilities, devoid of rights in your eyes, to be bullied and defamed at will? Li Yan's expression darkened at the rebuke. When did this brat become so sharp-tongued? Meanwhile, some who had previously clamored for the sect leader to expel Shun En and his disciple now wore complex expressions. Many mediocre disciples felt a stirring in their hearts upon hearing Shun En's words. Li Yan, do your actions truly justify the sect leader's trust and the esteemed position you hold in the law enforcement hall? Shun En's questioning resonated with conviction. As he repeatedly referred to Li Yan by name, the latter gritted his teeth, filled with fury, wishing he could strike Shin'an down. Even if he were to reverse the syllables of his name, it would have to wait until Murong Tian defeated Yu Jingyuan. Humph. Even if he wasn't colluding with the demonic sect, this sword technique surely could not have originated from a mere body refinement stage practitioner. Li Yan, aware of his own shortcomings, refused to relent. Regardless, as long as Murong Tian did not reveal the origins of his sword technique, he would cling to this issue tenaciously. Hall Masterly, that remark goes too far. At that moment, Xiao Aohai, who had intended to observe Lingfu Mountain's internal affairs, spoke up with some dissatisfaction. I personally accompanied Elder Lu to Qingyun Peak that day. This sword technique is called the Thunderbolt Sword. Indeed, it was Elder Shun who personally instructed young friend Murong in its practice. Upon hearing that the king of Southern Jun had spoken on Shun En's behalf, Xian Yuzi was somewhat taken aback, but nodded in agreement. In that case, there is no need for further discussion. The upcoming grand competition is of utmost importance. Li Yan frowned, sitting down with an ashen face, his discontent palpable. He could suspect anyone, but not the king of Southern Jun. Just as everyone believed the matter had concluded, Shunan spoke again. No. The crowd frowned, puzzled by his intentions. Murong Tian is my only disciple. You unjustly accuse him of colluding with the demonic sect. Do you think you can simply dismiss this matter without an apology? Shunan stood resolutely, his expression stern as he coldly fixed his gaze on Li Yan. Murong Tian, upon hearing this, felt deeply moved, admiration swelling in his eyes. Li Yan was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Shun and with a mocking smile. You wish for me to apologize? Yes, an apology, Shinan affirmed. Li Yan erupted into laughter. Was this fellow out of his mind? What was his status compared to Li Yan's? For the head of the law enforcement hall to apologize to a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner? He was dreaming. I never bow to the weak. If you want an apology, you must first demonstrate your strength, Li Yan taunted. Very well, once my disciple secures the top position in the grand competition, I shall engage you in combat, using the Thunderbolt sword to triumph over you. Shinan spoke with an air of confidence, his tone reverberating throughout the space. All present were momentarily taken aback, questioning their own hearing. What? Shun intends to challenge Li Yan, who is at the later stage of the returning origin realm. After the competition, is he not simply inviting a beating? Shinan, do not act impulsively, Lu Yinxin urged softly, her brow furrowed. Yet, Shunan remained unfazed, offering her a reassuring glance. Li Yan perceived Shun An's declaration as the most amusing jest imaginable, looking at him as though he were a fool. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Indeed, since you refuse to apologize, I have no choice but to administer a beating to avenge my disciple. Shunan replied calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, he would witness his master in action. He had long suspected that his master was concealing his true strength, continuously deceiving himself into believing that he was merely at the late stage of body refinement. Surely, it was impossible for someone over 30 to still be at that level. Little did he know, his master had hidden his prowess for so long, and now, he was prepared to reveal it for his sake. Shunan observed the information that flashed in his mind, nodding appreciatively. Such a splendid opportunity to accrue admiration points could not be missed. Moreover, it was time to assert his worth, for otherwise, he would constantly be subject to ridicule, which was rather tiresome. Very well, I shall send some elixirs that aid in the cultivation of the Qi Si to Qingyun Peak shortly. Let us cease this act of provocation, Xian Yunzi interjected, reluctant to see Shun and suffer defeat. The legacy of Qingyun Peak was at stake, after all. Shun was the sole survivor of his generation. Given Li Yan's temperament, an apology was utterly out of the question, leaving him, as the sect leader, to mediate the situation. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect leader, but I am determined to confront him. Shunan replied, bowing slightly, his gaze directed at Li Yan, filled with icy resolve. Ha ha ha, very well. I look forward to witnessing your abilities in battle. Li Yan retorted with a laugh, scoffing lightly. Xiao Aohai, deep in thought, mused that one capable of teaching such swordsmanship and concocting elixirs to enhance others' abilities should not merely be at the body refinement stage. It appeared that Shinan most likely concealed his true cultivation level. Pondering this, he nodded subtly. It would be an opportune moment to discern the latter's actual realm. The other elders, upon hearing Shun An's audacious refusal of the sect leader's goodwill and insistence on challenging Li Yan, could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. This fellow was, without doubt, displaying a lack of awareness regarding the vastness of the world, while others might be oblivious. They had spent many years on Lingfu Mountain and were well aware of Shun An's true capabilities. He was undeniably at the late stage of body refinement. To think he would challenge someone at the later stage of the returning origin realm was sheer arrogance. Chapter 31. Murong Tian faces Yu Zhenyuan. Lu Yinxin furrowed her brow, turning her gaze to Murong Tian. Are you not going to persuade your master? In her eyes, Shun An's audacity to challenge Li Yan was nothing short of self-inflicted hardship. There was no need to trade a moment of bravado for a conclusion marred with wounds. Yet, in response to her words, Murong Tian merely shook his head, his gaze unwavering and imbued with anticipation. I believe in my master. His resolute declaration astonished Xian Yuzi and the many others present. What sort of enchantment had Shunan cast upon this lad, that he would harbor such unwavering faith? Very well, my disciple, prepare well. I shall await the moment you seize first place in the tournament. Murong Tian's countenance shone with excitement. Rest assured, master, I shall surely triumph. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances. What was transpiring? How could this master and disciple both exude such confidence? One was set to challenge someone at the late stage of body refinement with his own cultivation at the late stage of return to origin. Moreover, one believed he could defeat Yu Zhengyuan, who had comprehended the celestial sword talisman. Amidst the disdainful and scornful gazes of the onlookers, the elder presiding over the tournament once again began to arrange the final match. With only 20 or so participants remaining, the ultimate showdown was fast approaching. Disciple, be a little accommodating during the match, Zheng Sanshan whispered discreetly. Yes, master. As Yu Zhenyuan and Murong Tian took to the stage in succession, the tournament gradually reached a fever pitch, with numerous disciples stirred with enthusiasm. Yu Zhenyuan remained unchanged, merely standing still as all attacks were effortlessly deflected by the wind talisman surrounding him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the runes shimmered, sending his opponent tumbling from the platform. However, it was Mu Rongtian who captured the most astonishment. In addition to his thunderous swordsmanship, his agility was unmatched. His opponents could scarcely graze the hem of his garment before conceding defeat. Yet, all understood the outcome of this final contest was devoid of suspense. It could only culminate in Yu Jingyuan's victory. After all, the latter wielded the celestial sword talisman, capable of easily prevailing against even those at the late stage of Qi Si. Mu Rongtian's swordplay might not even breach the defensive wind barrier surrounding you, let alone compel him to reveal the celestial sword talisman. No matter how swift Mu Rongtian's movements, without the means to penetrate the defense, he could only stare helplessly. Initially, it was believed that only Wang who could contend with Jingyuan this year in the SEC tournament. It was unexpected that Mu Rongtian would emerge as Jingyuan's final opponent. Zheng Sanshan clicked his tongue, observing the two adversaries poised on the stage, entirely unperturbed. Did Elder Zheng not worry that his disciple might falter? After all, someone had boldly declared that if Mu Rongtian failed to secure first place, both master and disciple would be expelled from Lingfu Mountain. Li Yin interjected sarcastically from the sidelines. The crowd privately shook their heads. Although Mu Rongtian's progress had already astonished them, they believed it would end there. He could not possibly emerge as the final dark horse. Perhaps you should concern yourself? Hall Masterly, for your own name is soon to be turned upside down, Shunan remarked nonchalantly. Li Yin scoffed, uninterested in further verbal sparring. Brother you are so handsome. Some voices called out from the crowd. Mu Rongtian is far too arrogant. Even with his mastery of earth-level sword techniques, he cannot possibly rival Brother Yu. The arena was filled with jeers and skepticism. In the face of those words, Mu Rongtian's expression remained tranquil. Over the years, he had heard enough, and his temperament had undergone a profound transformation. Now, his heart brimmed with excitement as he gazed fervently at the figure of Yu Jingyuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Today, he would achieve fame through battle, employing the sword techniques taught to him personally by his master. At Qingyan Peak, Mu Rongtian proclaimed with fervor, Yu Jingyuan, please make your move. Yu Jingyuan, in contrast to Wang Hu, exhibited a greater humility and courtesy, showing no signs of negligence. Very well. Mu Rongtian responded decisively, drawing his black sword and leaping into the air to unleash the first form of the thunderbolt sword. Thunderclouds above. A resonant clang of the sword echoed like distant thunder. Yet, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind arose, transforming before Yu Jingyuan into a barrier of swirling air. With the shimmering of runes, it effortlessly deflected the strike, leaving Yu Jingyuan unperturbed, not even retreating a step. As the tempestuous wind swept through, Mu Rongtian was knocked back by the overwhelming force, stumbling several steps. Brother Yu is formidable, the onlookers exclaimed, marveling at how Yu Jingyuan had repelled his opponent before even striking. If he were to attack, the arena would surely be overturned. The cheers from the crowd crescendoed. Wang Hu, witnessing Mu Rongtian's failed strike, couldn't suppress a cold smirk, relishing his rival's misfortune. Since he could not best him, he found satisfaction in watching him falter. Again, Mu Rongtian, undeterred, ignited with a fierce resolve, lifting his sword once more to thrust forward. Thunder shatters mountains. As he executed the second form of the thunderbolt sword, the arena reverberated with the sound of thunder, and the air crackled with cascading arcs of lightning, striking forth with unrestrained ferocity. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Yu Jingyuan remained unfazed, his gaze sharpening slightly. With a swift motion, the tempest once again dispersed the lightning sword shadows. Mu Rongtian felt as though he had been struck in the chest by the force of the wind, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered several steps back, nearly toppling from the platform. Many disciples watched in dismay as they perceived the outcome to be all but decided. Some even called out, urging Mu Rongtian to concede rather than endure further humiliation. With his strongest two attacks failing to breach Yu Jingyuan's defenses, does he still dare to dream of victory? Li Yin smirked, casting a mocking glance at Shunan, with a calm demeanor, merely flicked his ear in Li Yan's direction. Do not fret. My disciple possesses more than just these two tricks. Stubborn. Li Yin scoffed, dismissing him with a sneer. In the arena, Mu Rongtian took a deep breath, extending his left hand into a sword gesture, his eyes growing increasingly sharp. What is he attempting? Does he intend to vanquish his foe with but a finger? Li Yin initially anticipated some hidden maneuver, but upon witnessing Mu Rongtian abandon his sword in favor of his finger, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. However, in that instant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a deafening crack, several bolts of thunder erupted. Though they stood at a considerable distance, Mu Rongtian made no visible movement with his sword. Yet, beneath Yu Jingyuan's feet, Massive bolts of thunder surged forth, transforming into colossal sword shadows that struck downwards. The third strike, thunder erupts from the ground. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of sword shadows, far more formidable than the preceding two, Yu Zhenyuan furrowed his brow and finally withdrew a hand from behind. His palm aglow with the flow of runes. The Wind Talisman. As the intricate patterns of the runes surged forth, the winds surrounding him turned ferocious, howling as if transformed into a wild beast, ready to devour all. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, this tempestuous creature was engulfed by the onslaught of lightning. Amidst the flickering afterimages, Murong Tian soared forward, accompanied by a myriad of lightning, and thrust his sword with great force. With a sharp sound, Yu Zhenyuan retreated explosively, the furious winds around him collapsing under the ravaging lightning. He gazed at the tattered remnants of his garments, astonishment etched upon his face. What a powerful strike! Chapter 32. Master has passed down another sword technique. Pray test if the sudden eruption of this strike left the assembled crowd speechless, frozen in place. This sword had already reached the level of a low-grade, earth-tier technique. It was undeniably far more formidable than the two preceding strikes. Numerous elders gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene. Li Yin stood in shock, having just mocked Murong Tian for pointing at others with his finger. Xian Yuzi instinctively furrowed his brow, his expression grave. When he extended his sword, I distinctly sensed a powerful sword aura coalescing upon the ground, manifesting as this thunderous strike. Li Yin felt a pang of embarrassment. No wonder no one else had dared to jest, for he himself had failed to recognize the might of this strike. The recollection of his earlier mockery now stung his cheeks with a burning shame, akin to being regarded as a fool. Well, Li Yin, are you ready to turn your name upside down? Shunan remarked with a playful tone, glancing sideways. The elders exchanged glances, while Li Yan's countenance darkened. However, Yu Zhenyuan had yet to unleash the celestial sword talisman. This battle was far from over. Zheng Sanshan nodded in appreciation. I never imagined that Murong Tian had mastered such a technique. It seems that for Zhenyuan to emerge victorious today, he must employ the celestial sword talisman. He maintained a relaxed demeanor, showing no concern for whether his disciple would lose. The onlooking disciples, witnessing Murong Tian's ability to counter Yu Zhenyuan's wind talisman, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Such a powerful strike. Could it truly be wielded by the seemingly talentless Murong Tian? Yu Zhenyuan frowned at the damage to his garments, his expression revealing a mix of surprise and concern. He had not anticipated that, caught off guard. He had nearly suffered injury from that strike. Given the intensity of that thunderous sword technique, it appeared that aside from the recently comprehended celestial sword talisman, he had no other means to contend with it. Murong, my junior brother, possesses exceptional swordsmanship. I must proceed with caution, Yu Zhenyuan murmured, his eyes suddenly gleaming with determination as he extended a hand to sketch in the air. As his fingers traced like a brush, intricate talismanic patterns emerged before him. The lines formed sharp, piercing sword auras that stung the eyes of those who beheld them. It was the celestial sword talisman. I had not anticipated that my senior brother would be compelled to employ the celestial sword talisman against this fellow. Once this talisman is unleashed, my senior brother will be capable of battling even the late-stage Qi-Si realm and prevailing. Murong Tian stands no chance of victory. The disciples in the stands stirred with excitement, engaging in fervent discussions. Their previous disdain for Murong Tian had significantly diminished, yet no one believed that he could secure victory. Sword go? The celestial sword talisman was completed before Yu Zhenyuan, his gaze sharp as he waved his sleeve. In an instant, countless beams of sword light surged forth like a galaxy cascading from the heavens, launching a fierce assault on Murong Tian. Faced with this torrent of swords, Murong Tian did not dare to underestimate the threat. His expression grew grave as he unleashed the third form of the thunder sword. Thick bolts of lightning erupted alongside his sword, roaring with power. However, even this formidable lightning found itself unable to make headway against the silver river of swords. Within mere breaths, it dissipated entirely, and the sword river surged forth, the overwhelming wave of energy pushing Murong Tian to the edge of the arena. Blood spilling from his mouth, and deep sword marks appearing on his body. Murong, concede. If you were at the same level, perhaps you could contend with me using that earth-tier sword technique, but you are merely at the early stage of the Qi-Si, Yu Zhenyuan declared, his hand gesturing as the silver sword river swirled around him. Beneath his fluttering white robe, the immense sword intent battered the arena, leaving it riddled with damage. Exuding an air of mastery, in the stands, Elder Zhao from Qingxi Peak finally exhaled a breath he had been holding, unable to resist wiping the cold sweat that had unknowingly trickled down his cheek. Thankfully, it seemed that Murong Tian's sword techniques were insufficient to match the celestial sword talisman. He cast a furtive glance at Shun Anze, inwardly relieved. If Shun Anze were to win, He would owe him 500,000 gold. He had wagered 50,000 gold on Murong Tian's victory at Qingxi Peak. At the time, everyone had dismissed it as a joke. But now it appeared that had Murong Tian's cultivation been just a notch higher, he might have had a genuine chance of winning. It's over. Li Yin also secretly sighed in relief, having unconsciously gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, revealing his tension. If Murong Tian emerged victorious, his name would have to be read in reverse. How could he not be anxious? Just as he prepared to turn and make a sarcastic remark, Xian Yuzi suddenly spoke up, his tone grave. No, it seems Murong Tian still has one sword left. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed their brows to look down. Indeed, Murong Tian did not appear to intend to concede. His sword was held horizontally before his chest, as if he were gathering his strength for something. Even if he had one last sword, could it possibly break the celestial sword talisman? Li Yin scoffed. If he truly can win, I'll eat standing on my head. His voice trailed off as he caught Shun Anzei's knowing gaze, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Why did elder Li Yin stop speaking? Shun Anzei inquired with evident interest. After all, even in his past life, he had only witnessed someone eating. He had never seen anyone do it while standing on their head. He and T expected there would be an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Humph. Li Yin snorted coldly, deciding to remain silent for the sake of caution. Who knew if Murong Tian might stumble upon good fortune? Though unlikely, what if he actually won? He kept his silence, while Shun Anzei displayed a hint of regret, as he had initially hoped to witness something extraordinary. In the arena, Yu Jingyuan gazed at Murong Tian, who held his sword across his chest, furrowing his brow as a grave expression settled upon his face. He could distinctly sense a formidable sword intent coalescing ahead, even feeling a subtle pull on his own heavenly sword talisman. A resonant sword chant echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Xiao Aohai abruptly rose from his position, fixated intently on Murong Tian in the arena. The recent sword chant was a celestial resonance. What sword technique was he about to unleash that could invoke the might of heaven and earth? Xian Yuzi's brow furrowed deeply, involuntarily recalling the celestial phenomenon witnessed above Lingfu Mountain not long ago. At that time, he had surmised it was Yu Zhenyuan, who comprehended the heavenly sword talisman within the symbol tower that had triggered the event. Yet now, he found himself wavering. For it seemed the epicenter of that celestial phenomenon was not at Qingfu Peak, but at Qingyan Peak. Murong Tian lifted his gaze at that moment. His aura underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to a peerless sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. A powerful sword intent gathered around him, and the black sword in his hand emanated a chilling light that instilled fear, exuding an astonishing presence. Senior brother Yu, aside from the Thunderbolt sword, my master has imparted to me another sword technique. I invite you to test it. Chapter 33. The victor, Murong Tian. Under the overwhelming sword intent, many elders involuntarily stood up, while the surrounding disciples held their breath, their minds engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. This intense sword intent even seemingly overshadowed Yu Jingyuan's heavenly sword talisman. Even Shun felt a tinge of anxiety in his heart. Although he was aware that the sword to open the heavenly gate was undoubtedly more formidable than the heavenly sword talisman, Murong Tian's cultivation was still at the early stage of the sea of talent, trailing behind Yu Jingyuan. Whether he could emerge victorious, he held no absolute confidence. Such formidable sword intent. Yu Jingyuan's expression darkened, and a surge of mystical light filled his eyes. In that instant, he summoned all his mental energy, striving to activate the ethereal symbols above his head. The silver sword river swirling around him grew even more radiant and tumultuous, transforming into a violent wave that surged towards Murong Tian with ferocity. Once more confronting the heavenly sword talisman, Murong Tian's eyes blazed with combat fervor. He let out a low shout, slicing forth with his black sword. One sword opened the heavenly gate. With a whoosh, a brilliant beam of sword light shot skyward, as if the very heavens and earth had lost their color, leaving only that dazzling sword light. The sharpness of the sword intent and the immense power reached their zenith in that moment. In an instant, the heavens once more resounded with a resounding sword chant, and the sword river split asunder with ease. Yu Jingyuan's pupils constricted sharply as the heavenly sword talisman above him shattered instantly. The ferocious sword energy surged forth, igniting a sense of impending doom within him. There was no escape. Jingyuan, be careful, Zheng Sanshan shouted, his face etched with concern. Just as he prepared to intervene and save him, that radiant sword light halted before Yu Jingyuan, refraining from advancing further. Murong Tian, his complexion pale, sheathed his black sword after executing a flourish, and the sword light dissipated accordingly. Senior brother Yu, I am grateful for your guidance. He clasped his hands together, his youthful face unable to conceal his exhilaration. He had triumphed. He had won. The arena fell into a profound silence. where the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that Murong Tian had effortlessly shattered the heavenly sword talisman with a single strike. Yu Jingyuan was the first to regain his composure. He gazed deeply at Murong Tian and clasped his fists in salute. Your swordsmanship is remarkable, junior brother. I thank you for your mercy. I concede defeat. With a heavy sigh and a shake of his head, he turned away from the arena and ascended to the high platform. At this moment, the elder presiding over the event finally reacted and proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Murong Tian from Qingyun Peak." As his triumphant voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall, the stunned disciples slowly came back to their senses, filled with disbelief. What? Murong Tian actually won. What was that sword strike? I felt as if, by merely wielding that sword intent, I could have been effortlessly slain. What level of swordsmanship is this? To be so formidable as to rend the heavenly sword talisman with a single blow? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Congratulations to the host for helping the disciple secure first place in the sect competition. You have completed the task and received rewards. Acquired level 5 alchemist experience X1. Skill card pack X1. Hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Shunin was filled with uncontainable joy. As a continuous influx of alchemist experience flooded his memory, a single word echoed in his heart: exhilarating. The skill card pack contained 5 temporal cards for the returning essence realm and 1 consumption card for the earth spirit realm. What skills could be unlocked would have to wait for later exploration. In the stands, the gaze of all the elders turned towards Shunin. Among them, 2 individuals looked particularly pained. One was Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, who wore a bitter expression. He had not anticipated losing 500,000 gold to Shunin, yet he consoled himself with the thought that most bets had been placed on Yu Jingyuan, so he had merely lost a little. The other was, of course, Elder Yin Li, the head of the law enforcement hall. He clenched his fists, his face dark with displeasure. He could hardly believe that Murong Tian had truly triumphed. Master, I won. The young man, sword in hand, dashed down from the platform, his face alight with excitement. He resembled a dutiful child eagerly awaiting praise from a parent, entirely devoid of the sharpness he had exhibited moments before in the arena. Oh, very good, very good. It is not in vain that I have painstakingly taught you the art of the sword, Shunin replied, his face beaming with joy. Nearly unable to contain his smile, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious as they observed the master-disciple duo. They had not anticipated that Murong Tian had mastered such a powerful sword technique. To contend with the heavenly sword talisman, one would need at least an earth-level martial skill. Yet to obliterate it so decisively, especially while being slightly behind in cultivation, that strike must have brushed against the threshold of a celestial-level martial skill. Not only they, but Xian Yuzi also wore a grave expression. Celestial-level martial skills were exceedingly rare. There was only one in the entire Dan dynasty, the Divine Dragon technique, which could only be practiced by the crown prince within the royal family. It was virtually impossible to acquire otherwise. How had Murong Tian learned such a sword technique? If it is indeed Shun and who is teaching, then from where did he acquire this sword technique? Elder Xianyu inquired, his voice steady. If it were merely an earth-grade martial skill, he could refrain from questioning its origins. However, should it transcend the earth grade, he would be compelled to seek answers. The repercussions of a heavenly grade martial skill becoming known could be quite troublesome. Just observing the eager gazes of the disciples present reveals the immense allure such a skill holds for others. I taught it, Shunin replied casually. The crowd exchanged glances, and Xianyu pressed further. From where exactly did you obtain these sword techniques? Shunin was well prepared for their concerns. He understood the implications of a common man bearing precious jade, as well as the fate that befalls the exceptional. If it were not for the task imposed by that peculiar system, he would not wish to draw attention to his disciple. I encountered a formidable individual during my travels in the extreme north, he stated. The mention of the extreme north caused Xiao Aohai to frown, exchanging a glance with Lu Yunqin. The extreme north is no tranquil place. It is the most perilous region in the entire southern domain, characterized by vast deserts and inhabited by bloodthirsty demons. The fierce winds in certain areas are formidable enough that even those in the heavenly spirit realm would struggle to withstand them. How could Shinin, at the late stage of body refinement, dare to venture there? Was he not afraid that a mere gust could shatter his bones? What level of expert was it? Xianyu inquired further. I cannot specify the exact realm, but I witnessed him point a finger, causing the void to lament, wielding countless divine powers, Shunin replied, feigning seriousness. At this revelation, the hearts of all present trembled. The ability to disturb the void and wield divine powers indicated that he was at least at the Nirvana realm among the upper 3 realms. In the entire Doan dynasty, there was not a single individual of such caliber. Rumors spoke of Nirvana realm experts having transcended mortal limits, becoming true powerhouses. The even higher Chong-Su realm could see through illusions, therewith forging a domain of their own, able to command the winds and alter the landscape with a mere gesture. As for the true ancestor realm, their experience had never encountered its unfathomable power. However, even an expert of the Nirvana realm could dominate the entire Daoan dynasty, and indeed the southern domain. That formidable individual had shared drinks with me as if we were old friends, even forging a brotherhood in an orchard, where he took the role of the elder brother while I became the second. He promised to visit me in the southern domain soon. Shunan spoke with such conviction, his demeanor unruffled. In that moment, the elders exchanged uncertain glances, their skepticism evident. They found it hard to believe that Shunan would dare venture into the extreme north. Yet, this seemed to be the only explanation for how he could impart such sword techniques to Murong Tian. Upon hearing this, Xianyu could not help but nod in agreement. In this case, everything seems to fall into place. If Shunan indeed has a powerful being of the Nirvana realm backing him, then even if news of this grand competition spreads, those with ulterior motives would likely think twice before approaching Lingfu Mountain. When will that formidable presence arrive? Suddenly, Xiao Aohai asked anxiously, his gaze intense, seemingly eager to know the exact timing. Beside him, Xiao Jingshua's bright eyes also glimmered with a hint of hope. Shunan shook his head, indicating uncertainty. At his words, both father and daughter lowered their heads simultaneously, appearing somewhat disappointed. Everyone accepted this statement, except for Murong Tian, who stood silently aside. He was well aware that Shunan had not left Lingfu Mountain in the past 3 years. Where would he chance upon such an extraordinary figure? However, since his master had said so, there must be a reason behind it, and he decided to listen attentively. Do you truly believe such fabricated tales? At this moment, Yinli scoffed derisively. He certainly would not be swayed by such claims. Encountering a being of the Nirvana realm was no trivial matter. Even if one were to meet such a being, would they truly choose to ally with someone as foolish as Shunan? A slight smile curled at the corners of Shunan's mouth. He hoped for someone to voice doubt and skepticism, allowing him the opportunity to prove his worth. As for Yinli, he remained obstinate in his disbelief. Now that the competition was upon them, it was time to address their own matters. You previously suspected my disciple of colluding with the demonic sect, and that issue remains unresolved. If you do not apologize, do not blame Shin for being merciless. Ridiculous. Am I, a master of the returning essence realm, to fear you, a mere late-stage body refinement practitioner? Yinli sneered, eager to witness whether that Nirvana realm figure had truly imparted anything of value to you. With that, he flicked his robe and leaped onto the stage. Only then did Xian Yuzi and the others recall that Shunan still had to contend with Yinli. Under ordinary circumstances, they held no expectations for the outcome of this battle. After all, a late-stage body refinement practitioner was hardly comparable to one in the late returning essence stage. However, after hearing Shunan mention the powerful beings of the upper 3 realms, they began to feel uncertain. If he truly had encountered such a powerful figure and shared a close relationship, was there a possibility that Shunan might have gained some fortuitous opportunity? If he were to triumph over Yinli, the veracity of his claims would be significantly bolstered. Conversely, the authenticity would be open to question. Be cautious. Just as Shunan prepared to descend, a gentle voice reached his ears. He turned in surprise to find Lu Yunqin, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. He has stagnated at the returning essence realm for many years, possessing the strength of half a step into the earth spirit realm. If you choose to fight, be wary of his ability to harness the power of the earth. There was little to say regarding the body refinement and Qi-Si realms. But to break through to the returning essence realm, one must transform their inner spiritual energy into spiritual essence. The realms above that, particularly the earth spirit realm, were immensely powerful. The earth spirit realm could manipulate the forces of the earth, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities and delivering blows with great weight and momentum. As for the heaven spirit realm, it could simultaneously draw upon the powers of heaven and earth, riding the winds to traverse vast distances. The Qian Kuan realm, however, transcended the standards of ordinary mortals. Its practitioners wielded godly powers, capable of shrinking distances, crossing 10 miles with a single step, akin to teleportation. Even a mere half step into the earth spirit realm, with its limited harnessing of terrestrial power, is not something an ordinary return to origin realm practitioner can compare with. Is Elder Lu expressing concern for me? Shunan blinked. Elder Lu Yunqin furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Ha ha ha, merely a half step into the earth spirit realm. What do I, Shunan, have to fear? He laughed heartily. Though he longed to leap off the platform like Yinli, he could only descend step by step. Drawing forth the sword from Mu Rongtian's back. Disciple, observe closely. Allow me to teach you what the true Thunderbolt sword is. Mu Rongtian stood firm. his youthful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Here it comes. His master is finally about to make a move. Below, Yinli watched Shunan approach with cold eyes, impatience flickering within. Today, this fellow had truly vexed him, not only losing money to him, but also suffering a public humiliation that forced him to change his name. If he did not reclaim his honor, he would be cursed to have his name read backward from that day forth. The numerous disciples, familiar with the history of the duel, looked on with peculiar expressions. They were unaware of Shunan's earlier remarks. They merely thought that a late-stage body refinement practitioner daring to challenge someone in the return to origin realm was either deluded or foolish. Yet, given Mu Rongtian's unexpected prowess, they hesitated to mock. For every jest they made, Mu Rongtian emerged victorious. What if this time I shall allow you 3 strikes? Lest others accuse me of bullying you. Yinli regarded the scene with disdain, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. You said that yourself. I made no such request. Shunan, gripping the black sword, regarded him with an odd expression. I will remain here. You may strike freely. Yinli held his head high, exuding arrogance. As he stood there, wisps of earthy yellow energy emerged from beneath his feet, coalescing into an invisible barrier beside him. Reminiscent of formidable mountains, unyielding and indomitable. This was the terrestrial power that only a true Earth Spirit Realm Master could command. Very well, I shall not hold back. Shunan nodded, secretly activating the Thunderbolt sword consumption card he had exchanged for. Instantly, he felt a powerful force surge within him, his limbs vibrating with an exhilarating tremor. Overwhelmed by this unprecedented sense of strength. Crack! As Shunan stepped forward, the platform fractured, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface, a powerful aura enveloping the arena. Sword intent soaring skyward. This platform, crafted from iron blue stone, had barely borne the marks of Mu Rongtian's battle with Yu Yuan. Yet now, with just a single step from Shunan, it was on the verge of shattering. Xian Yuzi was taken aback, Xiao Aohai was stunned, and Lu Yinqin was equally astonished. As for Yinli, witnessing Shunan nearly shatter the platform with a single footfall, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? A late-stage body refinement practitioner nearly destroyed a platform forged from iron blue stone with a single step? Chapter 35. 5 swords. Just as Yinli remained in a state of disbelief, a thunderous roar erupted ahead. A beam of sword light descended like a storm cloud overhead. Yinli, brace yourself. With a thunderous roar, Shunan raised his black sword, which soared forth like a dragon. Its formidable sword intent eclipsing that of Mu Rongtian by countless degrees. A resounding boom echoed as the protective barrier formed by the Earth's power around Elder Yinli shattered. The overwhelming lightning struck him, causing him to stagger back in astonishment. Gazing at Shunan, who stood before him with an imposing presence, his mind was flooded with disbelief. Who on earth claimed that Shunan was merely at the late stage of body refinement? Had anyone ever witnessed someone at that level shatter a platform with a single step and cleave the earth with a sword? The elders, including Xian Yuzi, rose from their seats, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Lu Yinqin instinctively parted her lips in disbelief. This strike from Shunan undoubtedly possessed the might of a peak returning origin realm expert. Wasn't he supposed to be at the late stage of body refinement? When had he achieved such power? Master, you are incredible. Mu Rongtian exclaimed excitedly, his face alight with fervor. Truly, his master had shattered Elder Yinli's defenses with a single sword strike. His master had indeed concealed his true prowess all along. The disciples in the audience exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own waking reality. First, Mu Rongtian had pulled off a stunning upset against Yu Yuan. And now Shunan had inexplicably transformed from a late-stage body refiner to a peak returning origin realm expert. Shunan, when did you break through? Yinli inquired in a low voice, his expression grim. Had he known Shunan possessed such strength, he would not have acted so arrogantly, allowing him 3 strikes. I haven't broken through. I'm still just a late-stage body refiner. Shunan blinked innocently and shrugged, a hint of confusion in his voice. Was Elder Yinli having second thoughts about his 3-strike allowance? Xian Yuzi and the others furrowed their brows, channeling their mental energy to sense the situation. And a wave of profound confusion washed over them. There was no fluctuation of spiritual essence or realm, confirming he was indeed just a late-stage body refiner. But what had transpired with that last strike? Yinli's face turned ashen. He found himself at a loss for words, but could only swallow his frustration. Very well. 3 strikes it shall be. You still have 2 chances left. With that, he once again summoned the Earth's power to form a barrier and donned a set of mid-grade defensive armor from his storage ring. Come, let us continue. With a renewed sense of confidence after fortifying his defenses, he raised his head defiantly, witnessing his shamelessness as he donned defensive gear. Shunan couldn't help but display a look of disdain. Disciple, watch closely. Thunderous blade, second strike, wrath of the storm. Shunan lifted his sword once more and thrust it forward with tremendous force. In that instant, the air crackled with electricity. The overwhelming destructive power transformed into a torrent of thunder, surging forward with his strike. Boom! The deafening roar resonated as the entire platform could no longer withstand the force. Shattering into countless pieces, Yanli was forced to retreat several steps, his complexion paling. The earth barrier crumbled, and even the armor he wore began to lose its luster. Before he could gather his wits, Shunan thrust his sword upwards once again. Thunderous blade, third strike, awakening thunder from the ground. The lightning, which had just vanished, re-emerged with a deafening roar that seemed capable of shattering the eardrums of all present. A bolt as thick as a barrel surged from the ground, striking directly at Yanli. With a crackling sound, as the lightning dissipated, all eyes turned towards the scene, collectively gasping in shock. Yanli's armor lay shattered in pieces. His body charred, and even his hair curled up in desolation. He appeared utterly wretched. Such formidable swordsmanship. Xiao Aohai rose, his expression grave. This technique, unleashed by Shunan, was on an entirely different echelon compared to Mu Rongtian's. If Mu Rongtian's moves showcased the sharpness of the sword but lacked depth, Shunan's sword transformed into lightning, vividly presenting an aura akin to divine retribution. Oh, so the essence of the Thunder Sword lies in the fusion of Thunder's spirit and sword intent. Mu Rongtian pondered from the stance, his gaze piercing. Shunan, you court death. After 3 exchanges, Yanli could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. To be struck by lightning and reduced to charcoal before so many, including his goddess, was an embarrassment more unbearable than death itself. The ocean-toppling seal. With his furious roar, Yanli unleashed a palm strike. Countless spiritual energies infused with the might of the earth surged forth, transforming into a tidal wave that surged towards Shun and with astonishing force. This was the renowned technique of the Hall Master, an earth-rank low-grade martial skill, the ocean-toppling seal. Yanli had infused it with the power of the earth, making its might truly formidable. How would Elder Shin respond to this? Gasps erupted from the crowd, eyes wide in fear of missing this climactic duel. The 4th sword of the Thunder Sword, thunder piercing the clouds. Whoosh! All that could be seen amidst the waves was a flash of sword light, cutting through the cascading waters with the momentum of breaking through the clouds and the moon. Yanli was taken aback, realizing that his signature technique had been so effortlessly dismantled. The 5th sword of the Thunder Sword, heavenly thunder, shakes the universe. Shunan stepped forward, his sword cleaving downward with ferocity. Boom! The clear sky suddenly erupted with thunder as ominous clouds began to gather. A colossal sword of lightning descended with a thunderous crash, aimed straight at Yanli. Faced with the descending thunderous sword, Yanli's eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The sheer power of this strike instilled within him an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Boom! The training hall's ground sank 3 feet, dust swirling chaotically, and the sound of lightning crackled incessantly. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale, entranced by the spectacle. As the dust gradually settled, a figure clad in white emerged into view. He bore a countenance like a jade crown, one hand behind his back and the other wielding a sword, standing proudly amidst the sea of thunder. Before him lay Yanli, sprawled on the ground, his garments reduced to tatters, his body charred beyond recognition, exhaling wisps of smoke. He looked utterly pitiful. It was hard to imagine that this wretched figure, lying like a dead dog, was the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, whom they had always revered. The power of that one sword was truly terrifying. The elders present collectively gasped, their eyes filled with astonishment. The thunderous might encapsulated in that sword strike had subtly instilled a sense of trepidation even among these genuine Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses. One can only imagine the plight of a mere half-step Earth Spirit Realm individual like Yanli, who, by some stroke of fortune, had survived that fateful strike. Lu Yunxin slightly parted her crimson lips, staring in a daze at Shun Anze, who stood effortlessly in the open space, his white robe billowing as he held his sword aloft, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. When had this fellow acquired such formidable strength? Chapter 36. Disciple. Fetch a sack from the spiritual herb, haul 5 swords. Just 5 swords had effortlessly toppled a half-step Earth Spirit Realm expert. The onlooking disciples were mostly left speechless, utterly incredulous. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable Shun Anze from Qingyun Peak possessed strength that transcended mere rumors of being at the late stage of body refinement, emerging as a force capable of overwhelming the head of the Law Enforcement Hall? Had Elder Shin actually entered the Earth Spirit Realm? It was unclear, but it was certain he was no longer at the late stage of body refinement. The multitude of disciples stood in astonishment, gazing blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Shun Anze turned, seizing the fleeting remnants of power from the Thunder Sword's consumption, and tossed the black sword onto the platform. Whoosh! The black sword precisely returned to the sheath behind Morong Tian. Disciple, have you comprehended the intricacies of the Thunder Sword? Shun Anze asked nonchalantly as he stepped onto the platform with his hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance, leaving Xian Yuzi and the other elders momentarily stunned. Though he appeared composed, Shun Anze was secretly elated. How exhilarating! Master, I have grasped its essence. Morong Tian exclaimed with fervor, his eyes brimming with admiration. Admiration value, 20. Current admiration level of Morong Tian, 7. Reward acquired. Spirit Essence Soil, X1. Celestial Spirit Spring Source, X1. Spirit Essence Soil. Celestial Spirit Spring Source? Shin Anze was taken aback, hastily examining the functions of his newly acquired rewards. Spirit Essence Soil. Containing a world within, it effectively aids in accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines, enhancing their efficacy, and amplifying the surrounding spiritual energy. The initial range is 3 zhong, which automatically expands over time. Celestial Spirit Spring Source. The liquid from this spring flows endlessly, capable of curing ailments and disasters, reviving withered flora, and assisting martial artists in their cultivation. Goodness, system, have you come down with a fever? Such a bounty is being offered. Upon reading the descriptions, Shun Anze was overjoyed, even questioning whether the system had gone awry. Detected that the host is disrespectful to this system, rewards will be retracted immediately. Hey. Wait, I was wrong. After much coaxing, and with a smile plastered on his face, Shin Anze managed to retain his rewards. At this moment, Xian Yuzi, Xiao Aohai, and the others scrutinized Shun Anze with keen eyes, their expressions laced with suspicion, no matter how one looked at it. He appeared to possess only the late stage of body refinement. Yet, those 5 sword strikes were undeniably real. What could possibly be the explanation? Could it be that Shun Anze's strength had reached a level beyond their discernment? Xian Yuzi and the others shook their heads, dismissing the notion. It was impossible, surely. That Nirvana realm expert had imparted some technique of concealing one's presence to him. Ahem, Elder Zhao? Shinan coughed a couple of times and gazed toward Qingxi Peak. Zhao Cheng, with a troubled expression, said, Elder Shun, please do not rush. I will send 50,000 gold without fail to Qingyan Peak shortly. Elder Zhao, you are quite magnanimous. Shinan grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Cheng could only smile wryly. He wished he could be stingy, but recalling the fate of Yin Li, he deemed it wiser to be generous. Though he was at the Earth Spirit Realm, enduring those few strikes was no trivial matter. Moreover, Shunan had a powerful Nirvana realm expert lurking in the background, an unknown factor that weighed heavily on Zhao Qing's mind. Xian Yuzi and the others exchanged glances, and at this point, no one doubted the existence of the formidable figure backing Shun, and Xiao Aohai, frowning deeply, glanced at the figure of Xiao Jing Shui behind him, pondering her thoughts. Sect leader, the sect competition has concluded. My disciple performed quite well, wouldn't you agree? Am I not leading my students astray? Shun and turned to Xian Yuzi. The other elders could only smile wryly. If teaching the first place winner of the competition constituted leading students astray, what would that make them? Naturally, it did not. Xian Yuzi shook his head. Then do I have the qualification to continue as the master of Qingyan Peak? Certainly. Shinan beamed. Then all is well. You may continue your discussions. We shall return to Qingyan Peak now. He was eager to experiment with the extraordinary properties of the spirit soil. Xian Yuzi was momentarily taken aback and had yet to react when Shun and had already exited. Morong Tian followed suit after bowing to his companions, eager to catch up. What? I haven't even declared the conclusion of the competition yet, and I still have a plethora of inspiring closing remarks to share. Is it a bit too dismissive to leave like this? Xiao Aohai looked at Lu Yunxin in astonishment. Does Elder Shin always act so unconstrained? Lu Yunxin shook her head, her lashes fluttering as she watched the departing figures. I do not know him well. As she spoke, she turned her gaze and said earnestly, if that Nirvana realm expert behind him is indeed real, then perhaps there is still hope for the bone-eroding poison. Xiao Aohai nodded, his expression grave, as he had already contemplated this matter. However, before he could figure out how to broach the subject with Shunan, the latter had already dashed away. It seems you share a close relationship with Miss Lu. Could you perhaps convey my words to him? After a moment's thought, Xiao Aohai spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxin's eyes flickered as she shook her head. Your Highness, you overestimate our acquaintance. Shinan and I are merely nodding acquaintances, not as close as you might think. Nodding acquaintances? Xiao Aohai regarded her with skepticism. How could that be? Why would he gift you such a precious beauty elixir? And you are so eager to present him with Earth-grade martial skills? Are you truly just nodding acquaintances? Lu Yunxin was taken aback, blinking her enchanting peach blossom eyes at him, and replied earnestly, Your Highness, we truly are merely nodding acquaintances. Is that so? Indeed. I find it hard to believe. Lu Yunxin sighed. It was indeed understandable that Xiao Aohai found it difficult to trust. How could two individuals with such a shallow relationship exchange a beauty elixir and show such eagerness to trade Earth-grade martial skills? Even Yinli would not believe it. However, recalling the life-saving grace bestowed upon her by Xiao Aohai, Lu Yunqin gently nodded and softly agreed. Since the prince has expressed his wishes, I shall accompany him to Qingyun Peak this evening. Thank you, Miss Lu. Xiao Aohai nodded in gratitude, while Xiao Jingshui behind him also offered a slight bow, exuding elegance and grace. Qingyun Peak. Disciple, take a sack to the Spirit Herb Hall. What for? Murong Tian looked bewildered at his master, who was rummaging through boxes in search of a sack. Bring back as many of the withered spirit herbs as you can. But they've already withered. Their medicinal properties have diminished, barely better than weeds. Master, what do you need those for? Murong Tian scratched his head in confusion. Enough nonsense. If I instruct you to go, you must do so promptly. With Master Su and most of the disciples absent, seize the opportunity to gather any intact spirit herbs you can find. Shannon took out a cat-teasing stick and playfully swatted Murong Tian on the backside. Oh, wouldn't that be stealing? What nonsense. I am taking them openly. How could that be deemed theft? Shannon, irritated, gave him another light smack. Besides, as the champion of the competition, you are entitled to a reward of spirit herbs. What is wrong with you fetching them yourself? Oh, the disciple understands. Murong Tian nodded, grasping a sack tightly. Go now. I shall await your return here. Should you come across anything that appears particularly rare in the herb fields, remember to bring it along as well. Understood. Murong Tian exclaimed as he exited with the sack in hand. Once Shannon saw him leave, he eagerly retrieved the spirit essence soil and began searching for a prime location in the rear mountains of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 37. Is the prince here for a meal? Or does he have business with my master? Shannon hummed a cheerful tune, merrily wielding a hoe to tend to the weeds. Oh, I've yet to open the skill card gift pack. Let me see what skills are included. Suddenly recalling something, he paused his work and opened the gift pack he had received for helping his disciple become the champion of the competition. Acquired Indestructible Body Skill Card, Earth Spirit Realm, X1, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Peak of the Returning Essence Realm, Duration Card X5, Indestructible Body, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Shannon was momentarily taken aback. System, this is not a martial arts world. Can Indestructible Body and 6 Meridians Divine Sword truly exert their power here? Please do not question this system. Simply refer to the skill descriptions. Skeptical, yet intrigued, Shannon focused on the descriptions of the two skill cards. Indestructible Body Skill, Defensive Skill Card, automatically activates upon encountering danger, can withstand attacks from a warrior 1 major realm higher for 10 seconds without sustaining any damage. No side effects. 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Fingertip Sword Energy, capable of severing a person's head from 100 paces away, easily splitting stone, effortlessly penetrating the protective martial techniques of warriors of the same realm. This implies that in the future, there may also be Indestructible Body and 6 Meridians Divine Sword skills for the Heavenly Spirit Realm, the Qiankuan Realm, or even the Nining Whitebone Claw. There is nothing that this system cannot achieve, only what the host cannot conceive. Upon hearing this, Shen An's interest was piqued, and his imagination began to soar. If he were to gather 10,000 duration cards of the Indestructible Body skill at the upper 3 realms, wouldn't that be akin to attaining invincibility? Standing there to be struck, surely one cannot perish so easily? Alas, the mission remains unfulfilled. Comrades must strive further. He grinned, his face alight with a smile as he gazed toward the direction from which Murong Tian had departed. Whether one can attain invincibility in this world hinges upon the capability of his diligent disciple. For now, let us first observe the effects of the spirit soil and the celestial spring. Shannon looked down at the expanse of barren land that had been cultivated beneath his feet, panting as he wiped away the sweat. Had he known, he would have awaited Murong Tian's return to plow the land himself. After all, nurturing a devoted disciple serves the purpose of, well, honing one's skills. Shaking his head, Shannon retrieved a palm-sized piece of black soil from his backpack, scrutinizing it carefully. This soil appeared to possess a vitality of its own, moist and exuding an earthy fragrance. After inquiring about its application, Shannon, without a moment's hesitation, cast the spirit soil onto the cultivated land before him. Remarkably, upon contact with the ground, the spirit soil instantly melded with the tawny earth. At a visibly discernible pace, the yellow soil beneath Shan's feet began to transform, gradually becoming a glossy black-brown, extraordinarily fertile. Spanning approximately 3 zhang in circumference, it was neither too large nor too small, and it continued to assimilate and grow outward. According to the system, the spirit soil could ultimately expand to encompass 10 acres, which is quite substantial. With the presence of the spirit soil, Shannon intended to transform the hillside into his own medicinal garden. After all, he was now a 5th-grade alchemist. and it was somewhat disgraceful not to possess a medicinal garden. Furthermore, he would undoubtedly accept more disciples in the future, and establishing a medicinal garden would allow him to brew more elixirs for them to consume. Soon, the medicinal garden began to take shape. In the very spot where he had cast the spirit soil, Shannon also placed the celestial spring nearby. A pit the size of a basin slowly overflowed with crystal-clear spring water, being eagerly absorbed by the spirit soil. System. Do you think I should establish some formidable formations to guard these treasures? Host need not worry. No one recognizes the spirit soil or the celestial spring. As long as the host refrains from divulging their functions, no one will attempt to seize them. Moreover, they cannot be taken. These items are bound to the host. Would you perish if you did not provoke me for a day? Shannon scoffed and ignored the system, continuing to tend to his medicinal garden. As dusk fell, beneath Qingyun Peak, Lu Yunqin, Xiao Aohai, and Xiao Jingxue gathered, observing the somewhat desolate mountain path as they walked forward. Not long after, footsteps echoed behind them. Turning to look, they saw Murong Tian bounding toward them, a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. Murong, my young friend, what brings you here? Xiao Aohai inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lu Yunqin furrowed her brow as she regarded the sack he carried, faint hints of medicinal fragrance wafting from it. I have met the prince and elder Lu. Murong Tian set down the sack, clasped his hands in salute, and after wiping his sweat, explained, my master instructed me to pilfer some spirit herbs from the apothecary. Pilfer? Xiao Aohai and the others twitched at the corners of their eyes, marveling at the peculiarities of this master-disciple pair. It is one thing to fetch spiritual herbs, especially as an elder of Lingfu Mountain, where one enjoys certain conveniences in acquiring them. However, who has ever seen someone using a sack to collect spiritual herbs? As if they were mere cabbages. What if Master Su returned from the martial hall and found the herb garden stripped bare? Would he not be so enraged that he might faint on the spot? The scorched fire-tongue grass soaked in water, the sun-baked dark moonflowers, and the overgrown Sanshan snow that had been neglected until its properties deteriorated. All these were present while the three stared at each other in astonishment. At that moment, the gentle Xiao Jingxue spoke softly, her delicate nose twitching slightly, and her eyes, as gentle as autumn waters, blinked. Why does young Master Murong carry so many ineffective herbs? The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ineffective herbs? Xiao Aohai and the others were taken aback, casting doubtful glances at Murong Tian. The latter was somewhat surprised. Although he did not know most of the names of the herbs he had collected, he had heard some of them referred to as ineffective by the disciples guarding the herb hall. It was precisely as Xiao Jingxue had mentioned. Some herbs cannot come into contact with water, while others must not see the light. To reach a usable age, they require meticulous care, lest they turn into ineffective herbs. How does the princess know that what I have here are ineffective herbs? Xiao Jingxue smiled faintly. Having spent so many years in the Medicine King Valley, I have gained considerable insight into the art of herbs. It is not difficult to discern the condition of some common spiritual herbs through their scents. Is that so remarkable? Murong Tian was astonished, then nodded and replied, these herbs are all required by my master. I am not sure what they are specifically for. Your master? Lu Yunqin exchanged glances with the others, and then inquired, where is your master now? He is on the mountain. Are the prince and elder Lu here for a meal, or to seek my master for something? Murong Tian blinked curiously. Upon hearing the words about a meal, Xiao Aohai's lips twitched, and he chuckled. Naturally, they are here to discuss matters with Elder Shun. However, if we are fortunate enough to partake in a feast, it would not be an unwelcome delight. Oh, then please invite the prince and elder Lu up the mountain. Murong Tian hoisted the sack again and led them up the mountain. Watching him carry a sack full of ineffective herbs, Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows in concern. What was Shannon planning with so many ineffective herbs? Chapter 38. That was close. I almost took over another mess. On Qingyun Peak. It was the first time in years that guests had set foot in the Qingyun Hall, ever since Qingyun Peak had fallen into disarray. Shannon had not returned to this place. However, Murong Tian often came to clean, so it was not entirely neglected. The prince and elder Lu may wait here. I will fetch my master. Thank you, young friend Murong, Xiao Aohai nodded. Murong Tian, with the sack on his shoulder, dashed out of the main hall towards the back mountain. What are you doing with that sack? Why not use a storage ring? Shannon frowned. Murong Tian scratched his head. A few months ago, there was nothing to eat on the peak, so I sold my storage ring to buy food. You sold it? Shannon was taken aback, his expression darkening. It appeared that the Murong family was indeed in poor circumstances if Murong Tian had fallen to such a state. Nevertheless, it matters not, for soon, the Qingxi Peak shall bestow generous rewards, allowing me to indulge alongside my disciples. Upon glimpsing a small patch of medicinal herbs, Murong Tian felt a twinge of surprise. Master, what is your intention? Naturally, I am establishing a medicinal garden, Shannon replied. his countenance reflecting satisfaction as he observed Murong Tian carrying a sack brimming with spiritual herbs. Cultivating herbs? Murong Tian inquired, perplexed, but we lack seeds for spiritual herbs. You misunderstand. Shunan shook his head, taking the sack from his shoulder. He carefully extracted several intact, yet withered herbs and gently planted them in the spiritual soil. The system had indicated that the spiritual soil and the source of the celestial spring were not capable of endlessly reviving the deceased herbs. To restore them, 2 conditions must be met. Firstly, the integrity of the spiritual herbs must be preserved, with their efficacy not entirely depleted. Secondly, the liquid within the celestial spring must be abundant. Without it, one must wait for the spring to gradually replenish itself. As the fire tongue grass and several other desiccated herbs were planted, Murong Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. The once wilted herbs began to visibly regain vitality, becoming lush and vibrant once more. Meanwhile, the crystalline blue liquid in the nearby spring was slowly receding. What? Murong Tian was taken aback. He had initially thought his master needed the withered herbs for a medicinal bath or culinary purposes. Observing the rejuvenated herbs, Shunan wore a pleased expression and tossed a hoe and a machete to Murong Tian. Disciple, this plot is entrusted to you. I hope to see you plow this 10 acres by tomorrow and install a fence nearby. How much? Murong Tian received the hoe, doubting his own ears. Not much. Merely 10 acres. Master, why do you not dig it yourself? Heaven places great responsibilities upon those it favors. Thus, they must first toil and endure hardship. Murong Tian's face twisted in bitterness. Master, even if I were an ox, I could not plow 10 acres in one night. Very well, then plow 5 acres first. And tomorrow I shall assist you in erecting the fence. Murong Tian smiled wryly and nodded, then suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead. Master, the prince and elder Lu have come to dine. They await you in the great hall. The prince and elder Lu? Shunan paused, pondering their purpose. Could it be that the effects of the youth elixir were remarkable enough to warrant a visit for a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact? At this thought, his expression brightened, and he patted Murong Tian on the shoulder. Disciple, sort and plant the herbs in the sack by category. I shall return shortly to review your work. With that, without waiting for a response, Shunan had already dashed away. Murong Tian, with a bitter countenance, gazed at the sack of herbs, uncertain of how to proceed. Master, I cannot do this. Although he hailed from a family of herbalists, he had never truly studied the art of herbalism and had little interest in it. To be tasked with sorting and planting spiritual herbs at this moment felt akin to a death sentence. Moreover, he has to cook later and plow the fields after finishing the meal, not to mention sorting the medicinal herbs. On the other side, upon arriving at the Qingyun Palace, Shunan found that Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin had already been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he appeared, the former promptly stood up with a beaming smile to greet him. Shunan, equally cheerful, inquired about the purpose of the prince's visit to Qingyun Peak. Xiao Aohai humbly returned the gesture and exchanged a knowing wink with Lu Yunqin. The latter, with a hint of resignation, softly spoke. I have heard that Elder Shun possesses an exceptional mastery of alchemy, to the extent that even the esteemed medicine king appears merely as an ordinary practitioner in your eyes. Therefore, we have come to seek your assistance with a matter. Shunan was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with them. When did I ever say such a thing? It was my younger sister who personally heard young friend Murong mention that Elder Shun is no ordinary alchemist, Xiao Aohai said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shunan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a rascal! How dare he implicate his master in this? If this assertion were to reach the Medicine King Valley, the alchemists of the entire southern realm would surely condemn him, drowning him in a sea of scornful words. My disciple's words were spoken without malice. I hope the prince can forgive me. I am merely at the late stage of body refinement, and in terms of alchemical prowess, how could I possibly compare to the master of Bachin Valley? Shunan proclaimed with a respectful gesture, discreetly glancing at the young woman behind Xiao Aohai. Surely, you do not wish for me to assist in treating your daughter? He thought to himself. It would be a troublesome matter if even a 6th-rank medicine king could not resolve it. I hope it does not fall upon my shoulders. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt the weight of 3 piercing gazes upon him, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin exchanged peculiar expressions. Late stage of body refinement? The late stage of body refinement that nearly cleaved through the half-step spirit realm? Noticing their intense scrutiny, Shunan spoke earnestly. Do you truly believe that I am merely at the late stage of body refinement? Not a chance, they replied in unison, shaking their heads simultaneously. Shunan could only manage a wry smile as he looked towards Lu Yunqin. When you mention needing my help, it wouldn't be to treat the princess, would it? Lu Yunqin gently nodded. Do not feel pressured. If you are able to treat her, that would be splendid, but if not, it is of no consequence. Indeed, Elder Shin need only do his utmost, and should there be any remedy, I shall certainly reward you handsomely, Xiao Aohai affirmed, his gaze filled with hope. If that proves impossible, I would be grateful if Elder Shun could recommend that formidable figure of the upper three realms. Shinan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat helpless. It appeared that the latter part of the conversation revealed the true intent of the Southern Prince's visit. He had never held any expectations of being able to cure Xiao Jingxue. Rather, he merely sought to make an acquaintance with that supposed expert of the upper three realms, hoping to enlist their aid in her treatment. What does Elder Shin think? Xiao Aohai's voice carried a hint of expectation. Shinan shook his head, and the prince furrowed his brow. It is not that I am unwilling to make a recommendation, but my sworn brother is notoriously elusive. I do not know when he might come to seek me. If he were to take 3 or 5 years, would that not delay the princess's condition instead? With a sigh, Xiao Aohai's expression turned regretful. It seems there is ultimately no solution. Your Highness, I am afraid I am powerless in this matter, Shinan said, clasping his hands in apology. Do not worry, Xiao Aohai waved his hand dismissively. It was destined to be so, and the father and daughter could not force it otherwise. Since that was the case, there was no need for further ado. He took his leave, with little hope of finding that formidable expert from the third realm. Xiao Aohai lost his appetite and bowed in farewell. May you travel safely, Your Highness. Shinan hastily rose to see the three depart from the Qingyun Palace. Once they were a distance away, he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost ended up with another troublesome situation. The 3-year agreement with Murong Tian was already enough to leave him overwhelmed, and if he had to deal with the added trouble of treating Xiao Jingxue, it would surely drive him to despair. Meanwhile, not long after Xiao Aohai and the others exited the Qingyun Palace, Murong Tian, who had been waiting nearby, brightened at the sight of Shun and not following them and hurried over. Asking him to sort the spiritual herbs by category was akin to sentencing him to death. Besides, he had to plow the fields that night. There was simply not enough time to sort and plant each herb individually. If he truly searched for each one in the book, it would take at least 3 hours to complete. Thus, he thought of Xiao Jingxue. She had barely glanced at the herbs, yet merely by sensing their aromas, she could provide a general idea. Sorting spiritual herbs should be a walk in the park for her. Chapter 39. You must become my junior disciple, Your Highness, Elder Lu. Murong Tian stepped forward to pay his respects. Murong Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Xiao Aohai inquired. Murong Tian scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and replied. I have a matter I wish to ask the princess for assistance with. Me? Xiao Jingshue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Please feel free to speak, young Master Murong. He then expressed his desire for her help in sorting some spiritual herbs. Although surprised, she nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued about what Elder Shin intended to do with so many discarded herbs. Xiao Aohai and Lu Yinqin did not object, allowing Xiao Jingxue to remain while they departed. The poison within her had already been suppressed by Lu Yinqin once, and it would not erupt in the short term, so there was no cause for concern. The two made their way to the medicinal field on the back mountain. Xiao Jingxue curiously surveyed the area. Qingyun Peak was indeed picturesque. While it lacked particularly enchanting scenery, the gentle breeze and lush greenery lifted one's spirits. As she gazed ahead and saw several robust spiritual herbs thriving in the dark brown soil, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Are these the discarded herbs that young Master Murong brought back? She asked, incredulous, for she distinctly remembered the scent she had previously perceived being entirely different. The fire-tongue grass and dark moon flower should have long withered, nearing death, yet now they appeared so vibrant and full of vitality. Murong Tian nodded. Indeed. My master instructed me to categorize and plant the remaining herbs. As I am unversed in spiritual herbs, I thought of asking the princess for help. He scratched his head. Perplexed, these herbs had not been so robust before. How could they have grown so tall in such a short time? Xiao Jingxue furrowed her delicate brows and gracefully stepped closer to examine the soil. She crouched down, delicately pinching some black soil between her fingers and bringing it to her nose for a sniff, her astonishment growing. The immense vitality contained within the soil astonished her, seeming even more fertile than the renowned Apothecary King's medicinal fields. Yet, even the Apothecary King's fields could not cultivate discarded herbs into treasures. Was there some hidden mystery within this medicinal plot? Or was it that Elder Shun possessed extraordinary skills in the art of medicine, capable of reviving herbs on the brink of death? She furrowed her brow in confusion, her gaze falling upon a pit beside the medicinal field. It appeared that water had once pooled there, but now it lay parched. In this otherwise even terrain of the medicinal field, the pit was conspicuously out of place. Why was such a pit left within the field? Xiao Jingxue inquired with curiosity. Murong Tian glanced up briefly before shaking his head. I don't know. Perhaps Master simply overlooked it. I shall fill it in. With that, he picked up a shovel and swiftly covered the pit with soil, patting it down firmly. Now, the pit was level, appearing much more pleasing to the eye. All done, Murong Tian clapped his hands and stood up. Over there. Xiao Jingxue was already sorting through the spiritual herbs in her sack. As she turned to the back, her expression grew somewhat peculiar. 50-year-old Bai Ling leaves. 100-year-old Hei Ling ginseng. 70-year-old Lan Dai fruit. Aside from the discarded herbs on top, the lower layers were filled with pristine spiritual herbs that commanded a hefty price in the market. Elder Shin sought discarded herbs. But what about these? She raised a withered blue butterfly fruit in her hand, questioning with curiosity. Oh, these were also taken at Master S' instruction. He said to casually collect some herbs before Hall Master Su returns to the spiritual herb hall. Casually, Xiao Jingxue raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fruit in her hand and the several dozen well-preserved, high-potency herbs within the sack. It truly was casual. None of these herbs were below 50 years in age, and each was quite precious. One couldn't help but wonder how the Hall Master would react upon discovering this. So, can the princess categorize these herbs? Murong Tian inquired with anticipation. Certainly, Xiao Jingxue nodded slightly. Sorting herbs was hardly a challenge for her. As she sorted through the discarded herbs, Murong Tian observed her attentively. Noticing her complexion had improved considerably, he couldn't help but ask, "Has the poison within the princess been resolved?" Xiao Jingxue's gaze dimmed slightly as she shook her head gently. "This poison is difficult to cure, for now. I can only rely on Elder Lu's techniques to suppress it and prolong my life. What will happen if it can't be resolved?" Murong Tian asked. "Only death awaits," Xiao Jingxue replied with a faint smile. Although her smile was resilient, the dimness in her eyes stirred something deep within Murong Tian's heart. "You came today to inquire if my master has any solutions, did you? What did he say?" She shook her head once more. "The Nirvana realm expert behind Elder Shin comes and goes without a trace. He has no means to cure my bone-corroding poison." "Incurable?" Murong Tian frowned. Hadn't T-Master previously claimed that the poison afflicting Xiao Jingxue was nothing to him? However, at that time, the master seemed to have remarked that the two were not related, and there was no necessity to treat her. Could it be that the master was unwilling to intervene for an outsider, and thus used the excuse of being unable to cure her to evade the matter? Upon reflection, it appeared that the master had indeed never revealed his prowess for others until I arrived at Qingyun Peak. It was only as I was about to leave Qingyun Peak that he was willing to step out. Murong Tian scratched his head, lost in contemplation. He pondered whether it was perhaps too solitary for just himself and the master to inhabit Qingyun Peak. Since the master intended to cultivate a medicinal garden, the tasks of tending to spiritual herbs and sorting medicinal materials would inevitably arise. It would be fine for him to practice swordsmanship. But when it came to overseeing the spiritual herbs, rather than allowing a novice like himself to manage them, it would be better to invite another person to join Qingyun Peak. However, he lacked the authority to accept disciples on behalf of the master. He could only propose the idea and let Xiao Jingxue seek out a mentor, which still required the master's explicit consent. With this in mind, he adopted a serious demeanor. Observing his sudden formality, Xiao Jingxue appeared somewhat puzzled. "Young Master Murong, what troubles you?" Murong Tian met her gaze, speaking earnestly. "Princess, do you wish to rid yourself of the poison within you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxue's smile turned slightly bitter. "Naturally, I wish to. If I can cure this poison, I would be free to admire the mountains and waters without the constant worry of when the toxin might strike. In truth, my master once told me that the poison in you is of no significance to him." At this revelation, Xiao Jingxue's delicate hands, which had been sorting spiritual herbs, paused, her breath quickening. She lifted her eyes to meet Murong Tian's earnest expression, sensing that he was not lying. Yet why did Elder Shin previously act as he did in the hall? It was because the master dislikes meddling in the affairs of others, especially those who are outsiders. Murong Tian interjected, continuing to explain, "Before I came to Qingyun Peak, my master never revealed his abilities. Even when insulted, he remained unfazed. Only beginning to teach me his martial arts a month ago. Young Master Murong has been a disciple for over 2 years. Why did Elder Shin only begin to teach you a month ago?" Xiao Jingxue queried, somewhat perplexed. "I believe those 2 years were a test for me. When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first weary their muscles and bones, starve their body, and impoverish their spirit." Murong Tian recited Shun Anjai's words verbatim, then fixed his penetrating gaze upon the young woman before him. "Thus, if you wish for my master to willingly help you dispel the poison, you must become his disciple, which means you would be my junior sister." Xiao Jingxue was taken aback, momentarily at a loss as she stared at the earnest young man in black before her. Chapter 40. I have filled the pit. Becoming Shun Anjai's disciple, Xiao Jingxue frowned deeply. This was something she had never considered. If one were to speak of seeking a mentor, the Medicine King had shown her considerable favor during her years at the Medicine King Valley, treating her almost as a half-master. Moreover, her father, Xiao Aohai, had once been a formidable figure who had cut through the realms of Qiankuan. As for Shinonjai, no one truly knew what capabilities he possessed. Although he seemed to have considerable expertise in the medicinal arts, his own cultivation remained an enigma. Could he truly rid himself of the poison coursing through his veins? Noticing her lingering hesitation, Murong Tian began to speak again. After all, the poison in your body has remained untreated for so many years. Becoming my master's disciple could offer you a glimmer of hope. It's advantageous, if not harmless. He patted his chest confidently. Once you become my junior sister, my master will undoubtedly spare no effort in helping you eliminate the poison. He paused, then added with emphasis. However, it is essential that my master agrees to accept you as a disciple. As a mere student, I have no authority to take on disciples on his behalf. Xiao Jingxue hesitated, ultimately speaking softly. The matter of apprenticeship is significant. I must return and consult my father. Although she spoke thus, she was already somewhat swayed. Indeed, as Murong Tian had said, she would be staying at Lingfu Mountain for an extended period, allowing Elder Lu to assist her in suppressing the toxins. There was no conflict in taking Shun En as her master. If there was a genuine opportunity to expel the poison, it could only be beneficial. Moreover, this Elder Shun was undeniably enigmatic. His disciple, Murong Tian, had cultivated some form of technique that allowed him to suppress the bone corrosion poison. Perhaps he truly possessed a method to rid her of the toxins? Seeing her wavering, Murong Tian felt a surge of joy within. If she remained at Qingyun Peak, she could oversee the medicinal garden in the future. Meanwhile, he could dedicate himself to sword practice in preparation for the imminent 3-year agreement. After the spiritual herbs had been sorted, Xiao Jingxue stood to take her leave, heading back to Qinghuan Peak to seek her father's counsel. Not long after her departure, Shunen strolled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, to inspect the work. Upon observing Murong Tian diligently tilling the land, with the medicinal herbs neatly categorized and planted in the cultivated plot, a look of satisfaction graced his face. Just as he was about to commend him, Shunen suddenly froze. The medicinal field was impeccably level, and the spring he had previously unearthed was now nowhere to be seen. Disciple, where's the spring? He inquired, pointing at the filled-in medicinal field. Murong Tian blinked in confusion. Spring? I did not see any spring. There was only a hole, which I filled in. Filled it in? Shun An's eyes widened, momentarily stunned. The celestial spirit spring was simply filled in? His grand plans for the medicinal field had been thwarted? Rebellious disciple. Today, I shall have my revenge. Shun En lamented dramatically, brandishing a cat toy to swat at Murong Tian. Slap, slap. Murong Tian felt no pain, scratching his head in bewilderment as he regarded his master. Master, what troubles you? Is it merely filling a hole that warrants such agitation? After striking Murong Tian a couple of times, and seeing him entirely unbothered, Shun An's frustration only grew. Breaking through to the Qi-Si realm makes all the difference. Now you don't even flinch when struck. Left with no recourse, he began digging beside the medicinal field. Yet, no matter how fervently he excavated, he found not a trace of the celestial spirit spring. With a pained cry, he cursed his prodigal disciple. System, where is the celestial spirit spring? Is there any hope left? It is gone. Hearing the system's response, Shunen gasped, turning to Murong Tian. As the latter shrank his neck, a chill enveloped his entire body. Do not worry, host. The source of the celestial spring has already merged with the spirit soil. Although the spring water cannot be extracted for individual use, it continues to exert its beneficial effects within the spirit soil. The system's voice followed closely, bringing a sense of relief to Shun, and fortunately, its efficacy remained, although extracting the spring water for separate application was no longer feasible. Taking a deep breath, Shunen picked up the cat teaser and playfully struck Murong Tian's backside. To his surprise, the lad seemed entirely unfazed, scratching his head and hesitantly inquiring, Master, have you not eaten? This single remark sent Shun En reeling, nearly causing him to faint from indignation. It was the end of his authoritative demeanor as a master. This was merely the realm of Qi-Si. He could only imagine the consequences when Murong Tian reached the realms of returning to origin or earth spirit. Would a single lash cause his disciple's protective spirit energy to rebound, leaving him bruised and battered? Shun En, on the verge of tears, spoke with a bitter expression. Knowing that your master is hungry, go and prepare a meal. You shall not rest tonight until you have plowed this 10 acres of land. Murong Tian's face fell instantly. Master, I am not a beast of burden. On Qinghuan Peak, after hearing Xiao Jingshue's account, Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. Did Murong Tian truly claim that the bone-eroding poison posed no threat to his master? The young lady nodded gently. Their expressions were filled with uncertainty. If even the Medicine King could not subdue such a poison, could Shin En truly have a solution? Accepting him as a master was not out of the question. Even if Murong Tian was merely boasting, the Nirvana realm figure behind Elder Shun was no mere fabrication. Establishing a master-disciple relationship would provide a valuable connection when that formidable nirvana expert arrived. After careful consideration, Xiao Aohai made a decision. I would like to request Elder Lu to extract a trace of the bone-eroding poison to present to Elder Shun. It would not endanger his life. It is but a mere remnant of the poison, unlike the deeply entrenched accumulation that has seeped into the bones, as with Jingxue. With the Medicine King's detoxification pill, it should be entirely manageable. Lu Yinxin frowned slightly. However, Elder Shin seems to act with discretion in his daily affairs. Even if he can detoxify it, he may choose not to. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Aohai's eyes glimmered. There is still a beauty elixir as a reward that has yet to be given to him. I shall inquire what he desires, and discreetly place the bone-eroding poison upon that offering to test the waters. Would that be inappropriate? Lu Yunxin's brow furrowed, concerned that this might provoke Shun En's displeasure. In order to assist Jingxue in her detoxification, I have no other recourse. Even if he cannot alleviate the poison, I will ensure that the detoxification pill provided by the Medicine King reaches him promptly. Are you not afraid of him blaming you once he discovers it? Lu Yinxin countered. Whether he blames me or not, my only desire is for him to save my daughter's life. I would not flinch even if he demanded my life as recompense. A sigh escaped Xiao Aohai. Though he did not wish to resort to such underhanded methods, he could not bear to witness his daughter suffer so grievously from the poison. As a father, one often finds themselves in such helpless situations, compelled to take desperate measures for the sake of their child. There was no risk involved, and it would serve to ascertain whether Shun En truly possessed the prowess in the medicinal arts. Although it is merely a trace of bone-corroding poison, it is as difficult to eradicate as a festering sore. Without the proficiency of a fifth-tier alchemist, one cannot concoct a sufficient antidote to dispel this venom. The antidotes in his possession were painstakingly crafted by the apothecary king, requiring 3 full days to brew. Lu Yinxin fell silent. Then her beautiful eyes flickered. Elder Shin and his disciple are currently facing a critical juncture. The prince could offer a compensation to Qingyun Peak afterward, serving as a gesture of atonement. As she spoke, she quietly murmured to herself, Shenanze, I can only assist you to this extent. Whether you seize this opportunity rests solely upon you and your disciple. Compensation? Xiao Aohai was taken aback. Isn't Chunyuan Mountain about to open? The prince might as well grant them a quota. Chunyuan Mountain? Upon hearing Lu Yunxin's words, Xiao Aohai's expression turned peculiar. Chunyuan Mountain is a sacred site for the Daon royal family, opening once every 5 years, and it significantly aids martial artists in returning their spiritual energy. Whether breaking through from the Qi-Si realm to the returning origin realm, or from the returning origin realm to the earth spirit realm, the time required can be greatly reduced within Chunyuan Mountain. Murong Tian is currently at the Qi-Si realm, and once the rewards for the Lingfu sect's grand competition are distributed, he estimates that it won't be long before he reaches the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm. Lu Yunxin's actions are clearly aimed at assisting Murong Tian. Xiao Aohai chuckled wryly, finding it hard to discern whether she was aiding him or considering Shenanze. That is acceptable. However, Qin Xianyue from the Qin family will also enter Chunyuan Mountain, and I, Xiao Aohai hesitated. Not to worry, I shall accompany Shenanze. As long as old Master Qin does not attend, all will be well, Lu Yinxin softly reassured him. That is indeed feasible, Xiao Aohai nodded, no longer hesitating, and began to make preparations. Chapter 41, finally able to assist my master. The following morning, Shenanze, yawning, made his way to the back mountain. Murong Tian, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was diligently plowing the land. Truly, as a martial artist in the Qi-Si realm, he had tirelessly completed 7 acres of land throughout the night. Yet, the lad was utterly exhausted, covered in mud, his eyelids battling against each other, his head bobbing drowsily. That foolish boy, Shen Anze mused, shaking his head slightly as he turned toward the kitchen. He had not anticipated that the boy would dedicate himself so fervently to plowing 10 acres in one night, not even taking a moment to rest. He was nothing like a disciple. He wouldn't even indulge in a little slacking off. He recalled the days when he, Shenanze, could manage to loaf around for 5 hours during an 8-hour workday without being noticed by his superiors. As the sun fully rose from the valley, Murong Tian could no longer withstand the fatigue, and in a moment of drowsiness, his head plunged into the earth. What are you doing? Are you so hungry that you're eating dirt? I have brought you breakfast, so rise and eat. Shun Anze exclaimed, grasping Murong Tian's foot to pull him out. Upon seeing the familiar bowl of black sesame paste in his master's hand, Murong Tian rubbed his sore, swollen eyes. Master, I only have 2 acres left to finish. Enough. Drink the contents of the bowl before we discuss anything further. Murong Tian nodded, took the bowl, and pinched his nose, downing it in one swift motion. To his surprise, the medicine was not bitter at all. Rather, it was remarkably sweet, dissolving effortlessly upon contact. As he consumed the bowl of medicine, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his limbs, swiftly dispelling his fatigue and replacing it with a delightful exhilaration. Even the dark circles under his eyes faded, and his spirit was rejuvenated significantly. "Master, what kind of elixir is this?" Murong Tian inquired, astonished, feeling invigorated enough to till several more acres of land. "It is the 4th-rank Tranquil Spirit Pill," Shunin replied casually, his gaze wandering as he searched for some trees to fell for use as fencing. 4th-rank pill? Murong Tian was taken aback, glancing at his companion with renewed interest. Despite its unremarkable appearance, the efficacy was undeniably impressive. If he could consume this elixir every morning, would he not be free from the need for sleep? Once the matters of the medicinal fields were concluded, with consistent practice both day and night, he would eventually reach the realm of returning to origin. Elder Shun. While the master and disciple conversed, a female disciple from the Qingwan Peak approached, holding a set of deep blue armor, a low-grade, earth-tier armor. Shun An's eyes sparkled with delight. The previous night, Lu Yinqin had visited, stating that the princess was exceedingly pleased with the rejuvenation pill, prompting the Southern Duke to inquire about what reward he desired. Without a moment's hesitation, he requested a piece of heaven-tier defensive spirit equipment. However, he was met with Lu Yunqin's disdainful gaze. Such rare artifacts were exceedingly scarce, with only the Emperor of the Dine dynasty possessing one. The most he could hope for was a piece of earth-tier defensive equipment. After accepting the armor, Shunin joyfully retreated to his room to initiate the blood recognition process. Yet, before he could do so, he sensed something amiss. The armor felt unusually heavy in his grasp, and prolonged contact induced a sharp pain. This was merely from holding it. If he proceeded with the blood recognition, the situation might worsen. Although his spiritual power was not exceptionally strong, his experience as a 5th-rank alchemist quickly led him to the source of the issue. The armor bore residual toxins. This revelation left him in a state of uncertainty. It was unclear whether the armor's poison was a remnant from the Southern Duke's past battles or a corrosive toxin left by the princess. Was he being tested? Shunin pondered, stroking his chin. If it were indeed a corrosive toxin, he would be unable to dispel it. And it was highly likely that Xiao Ao Hai was assessing his alchemical prowess. How foolish they must think him, attempting to ensnare Shun and with such transparent intentions. Not only was he incapable of detoxifying it at present, but even if he were, he would not do so. That would only invite trouble. With a disdainful huff, he hung the armor in the grand hall and turned his attention elsewhere. With poison lingering on it, placing it within his storage ring could jeopardize his other belongings. So he decided to leave it hanging for the time being. The Southern Duke was still present once he and his daughter departed. He would seek assistance from the system to alleviate the toxin from the armor. For now, there was no need to venture out, and he had no fear of ambush. As Shunin contemplated this, his spirits lifted, and he hummed a cheerful tune as he exited Qingyun Peak, heading towards the direction of Qingxi Peak. Zhao Cheng has yet to deliver the 500,000 gold, and he ought to go and urge him on. Shortly after he departed, Murong Tian entered, rubbing his waist. At this moment, his countenance radiated with joy. After a night of diligent toil, he felt his spiritual energy becoming increasingly pure and robust, subtly hinting at a potential breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Qi Si. Thus, he hastened to inquire about the reward for securing first place in the sect's grand competition, which included a sea-breaking pill. With this elixir, he was confident he could reach the mid-stage of the Qi Si within a fortnight. After calling several times without encountering his master, Murong Tian scratched his head in confusion. Where could master have gone? Wasn't it said they would assemble the fence together today? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon a set of deep blue armor hanging on the wall of the main hall. Wasn't this the gift from the senior sister of Qingwan Peak? Why had master placed it here? Curiosity piqued, he approached and reached out to touch it. A chilling pain coursed through him, causing Murong Tian to furrow his brow. This sensation felt eerily similar to when he had used his energy to expel poison from Xiao Jingxue. Could it be that the armor bore the same poison that afflicted the princess? At this thought, excitement gleamed in his eyes. He vaguely recalled that his cultivation technique had the ability to suppress and dispel this toxin. Until now, it had always been his master aiding him, but today, he too could render assistance. Without hesitation, Murong Tian donned the armor, allowing the icy sensation to envelop him as he activated the unmatched sword technique. As the sword technique surged forth, a fierce and sharp sword intent erupted, causing layers of black liquid to rise from the armor's surface, reeking horrendously. The poison still lingered within Xiao Jingxue, but this was merely armor, devoid of flesh and blood. Pressed by the sword intent, it could only seep outward. With a sigh of relief, Murong Tian felt a bit pale. He fetched a cloth to wipe the armor clean, transforming its hue from deep blue to indigo. Excellent. If master were to learn that I helped eliminate the poison from the armor, Surely a reward would follow, wouldn't he? Satisfied, he nodded at the armor now re-hung on the wall, but then scratched his head again. Where could Master be? Hadn't he mentioned they would assemble the fence today? He began searching for Shenanze. Meanwhile, Shenanze had arrived at Qingxi Peak, where, besides Zhao Cheng, he encountered Su, the hall master of the Spirit Herb Hall. Upon seeing Shenanze, Su's face turned red with anger, and he pointed an accusing finger at him, berating him vehemently. What was your disciple doing in my Spirit Herb Hall yesterday? Tell me, what was he up to? Shenanze, caught off guard, feigned confusion, his expression unperturbed. Did my disciple commit some egregious act? Do not play the fool with me. He went to the hall to fetch medicine on your orders. And he even brought a sack to carry it. Su's face turned ashen. Taking advantage of the guard's inattention, he had pilfered a lifetime's worth of herbs. Beside them, Zhao Qing found himself both amused and exasperated. It was indeed his first encounter with such eccentricity. Although it was one thing to take the elixir, it was quite another to haul it in burlap sacks. This morning, Master Su had come to Qingxi Peak with the sole intention of reclaiming his losses from Shun Anze's gambling stakes. However, he was certainly unwilling to comply. If the 50,000 in stakes were shortchanged, the trouble would not be with the Spirit Medicine Hall, but with Qingxi Peak itself. Even though he was not intimidated by the challenge posed by a half-step Earth Spirit Realm, he preferred to avoid an unpleasant confrontation with Shenanze. And now, this absurdity? Shenanze feigned fury, instructing Master Su to await his news, promising to bring his rebellious disciple to the Spirit Medicine Hall for the Master's judgment. I have no interest in your wayward disciple. Either return my elixir or compensate me with 30,000 gold. Master Su, displaying his cunning, realized that returning would yield no useful information, so he resorted to stubbornness. He refused to leave without either the elixir or the gold. Elder Shun, the remaining 47,000 gold, after deducting fees from the original 50,000, is all here. Please take it. I shall return now, Zhao Cheng declared, presenting a storage ring before swiftly departing. Shenanze, observing Master Su's eyes gleaming with envy, suddenly paused and respectfully bowed towards the space behind him. I have met the Master, and I have met the Prince of Zhunnan. Master Su was momentarily taken aback and hastily turned around to bow, only to find the space behind him utterly void, devoid of any presence. Turning back, he realized Shenanze had already vanished without a trace. Master Su's expression shifted through shades of blue and red. Shenanze, in the distance, as the furious roar echoed behind him, Shenanze felt elated, smacking his lips together as he made his way towards the small town at the foot of Lingfu Mountain. What was the first thing to be done with wealth? Naturally, it was to indulge in spending. Having been here for quite some time, he had yet to truly relax. He intended to explore the town for a day. As for how to enjoy himself, he had long prepared for it upon his arrival. He simply lacked the funds to realize his plans until now. After all, Shenanze could be considered a gentleman of his time, a cultured scholar. Thus, descending the mountain, he aimed to visit places befitting a cultured gentleman, engaging in pursuits worthy of his station. He would not frequent tea houses or literary gatherings, but instead sought to alleviate the suffering of the afflicted. For instance, aiding a woman whose parents were ill while her younger brother was still in school. In this way, he could both relieve suffering and enrich his spirit. What could be more delightful? Having lingered on Qingyun Peak for too long, he felt as though his ears were becoming dulled to the world. Of course, he intended merely to listen to some melodies for relaxation, not for indulgence in carnal pleasures, especially since there were no enchanting companions present. Nevertheless, with his profound knowledge of medicine, he was not overly concerned about ailments. As dusk approached, at the foot of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin ascended the mountain side by side, intent on probing the circumstances. With Shenanze and his disciple as the only occupants of Qingyun Peak, they found no one to inform and thus proceeded towards the Qingyun Hall. Outside the hall, they fortuitously encountered the muddy figure of Murong Tian, who, upon seeing the Prince of Zhunnan and Lu Yunqin approach, quickly clapped his hands in greeting. Murong, my young friend, is your master within the peak? Xiao Aohai gestured for him not to be overly formal and inquired. Murong Tian shook his head, stating that his master was inexplicably absent from the peak that day. Not here. The two exchanged a moment of surprise, locking eyes. However, the astute Lu Yunqin was the first to notice the indigo-hued armor hanging on the wall of the Grand Hall, her gaze sharpening. Xiao Aohai also observed the transformation of the armor, his breath growing tense. In just a single day, the toxins contained within had been entirely purged. This suggested that Shun An's expertise in pharmacology was perhaps on par with that of the apothecary king. Moreover, with a formidable figure of the upper three realms backing him, if his daughter could become his disciple, there was a genuine possibility of completely alleviating the bone-eroding poison. To think that this visit to Lingfu Mountain would yield such a significant discovery was truly beyond his expectations. What business do the prince and elder Lu have with my master? I am willing to convey your message, he offered with an apologetic tone. This morning, I inadvertently sent over the tainted armor, intending to deliver an antidote, but it seems that is no longer necessary. To make amends for my oversight, I contemplated sending something for young friend Morong. What might that be? Morong Tian inquired, intrigued. At the suggestion of Miss Lu, I have decided to grant Elder Shen a quota for entry into Chunyuan Mountain. Upon hearing this, Morong Tian's breath caught in his throat. Chunyuan Mountain, a sacred ground of the Dan royal family, accessible only to the descendants of those with royal connections. Accessing this mountain would significantly expedite the cultivation process for practitioners in the Qi Si and returning origin realms. With less than 6 months remaining until his 3-year pact with Qin Xianyue, he was in dire need of such an opportunity to break through. Chunyuan Mountain undoubtedly represented a prime opportunity. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Elder Lu. Morong Tian expressed his excitement with a deep bow. Yet, Xiao Aohai soon furrowed his brow, continuing, however, this quota is not easily granted. Entry into Chunyuan Mountain is reserved for royal relatives or top-tier powers. To enter legitimately, Elder Shen, and you will require a certain identity. Identity. Morong Tian was momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the implication. It is quite simple. By accepting the county princess as his disciple, you would become the princess's senior brother, thus establishing a connection with the royal family, which would render your entry into Chunyuan Mountain uncontested, Lu Yinxin softly interjected. Realization dawned on Morong Tian, and he felt a surge of excitement. He had contemplated this notion before, with Xiao Jingshue's presence. He would be free from the troublesome matters of the medicinal garden and could dedicate more time to his cultivation. I wouldn't dare to make decisions on behalf of my master without his consent, but I will certainly convey this message, he replied, maintaining his composure, aware that such matters required Shun En's direct involvement. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Aohai nodded. He was set to return shortly, as recent unrest in Langyuan demanded his personal attention, leaving him unable to depart for the time being. Nevertheless, he felt a weight lift from his heart. It seemed there was indeed a path to alleviate his daughter's bone-eroding poison. Even if it could not be eradicated entirely, it could be significantly suppressed. As for whether Shinan would agree, he did not ponder it too deeply. To take the esteemed princess as a disciple and forge a connection with the royal family is an opportunity that countless formidable beings from the celestial realm would yearn for, yet cannot attain. Shinan should have no reason to decline, should he? Chapter 43. The choice to decline the following morning, after a restful night at the brothel. Shun En leisurely returned to Lingfu Mountain. The performers at the Furong Pavilion were indeed exceptional, graceful, and enchanting, akin to a melodious serenade. At this moment, Morong Tian was in the back mountain, wearing a face of melancholy as he assembled the fence. 10 acres had been thoroughly cultivated, and the fence was nearly complete. Observing his master's radiant expression, he could not help but inquire, Master, where did you go all day yesterday? You didn't return at night? I went down to spar with someone over musical theory. Spar? Morong Tian immediately became curious. Such matters are best left undisturbed by children, Shunan replied, waving his hand to indicate that he should not pry further. Although he had not engaged in anything untoward, the brothel remained a place of fleeting pleasures, and it would not bode well for rumors to circulate. Just like in his previous life, where someone visiting a leisure club for a mere massage would often be misunderstood. Oh, Morong Tian sighed, then murmured, Master, didn't you say you would help your disciple with the fence? Did I? I did. My dear disciple, you must understand that the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon those they deem worthy. Morong Tian gazed at him with forlorn eyes, resembling a heartbroken lady of the inner chambers. It does seem to be taking shape now, Shunan mused, surveying the nascent herbal garden. He was ready to exchange some of his funds for a batch of medicinal herbs to plant. Now a 5th-tier alchemist, he possessed a wealth of formulae in his mind. Though they were common, he could refine them into pills to exchange for coin, even if he chose not to sell them. He could produce additional items to enhance Morong Tian's cultivation. With merely 6 months left until his 3-year agreement with Qin Xianyue and a substantial gap in their realms, he wondered what her current cultivation level was. Assisting Morong Tian to win their pact 3 years hence was also a task assigned by the system, though the rewards remained uncertain. By the way, Master, yesterday the prince and elder Lu paid a visit. What did they say? Shinan raised an eyebrow. The prince mentioned that he inadvertently sent a toxic treasure armor to you, and thus offered a spot on Chunyu Mountain, hoping you would take the princess as a disciple and assist her in detoxification. A spot on Chunyu Mountain? This revelation surprised him. But regarding the matter of accepting Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, no, I'm too busy. To Morong Tian's astonishment, Shonen decisively waved his hand. That bone-corroding poison is beyond even the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley. How could I possibly resolve it? Why not, Master? Taking the princess as a disciple would be akin to befriending the prince and the royal family. Isn't this a tremendous opportunity? Why would you refuse? Morong Tian asked. Bewildered, Shunan sighed. He was not unaware of such matters. However, the system had stated that until Morong Tian's admiration value reached its maximum, he could not accept a second disciple. Last time, he also inquired that if one were to insist on taking something, it would cost a sacrifice of 10 centimeters. As a man, not only 10 centimeters, but even a mere millimeter would be an utterly unacceptable outcome. Currently, all of my energy is devoted to you. Even if I were to accept an apprentice, it would have to wait for half a year. Shunan contemplated that, based on the current rate of admiration points. If Morong Tian, under his guidance, were to triumph over Qin Xianyue, it would align perfectly with the time to reach the maximum level. Only after achieving this can a second disciple be accepted. However, when this reached Morong Tian's ears, it bore a different meaning, filling his eyes with emotion. It turned out that the master relinquished the opportunity to accept the princess as a disciple solely to concentrate all his efforts on him. Half a year later would coincide perfectly with his battle against Qin Xianyue. Upon this realization, the young man's heart swelled with gratitude. Shunan cast a peculiar glance at him, puzzled about what thoughts were swirling in that young man's mind. Master, while I understand your words, does this mean that someone will still need to manage the 10 acres of medicinal garden? After all, as a disciple, Morong Tian scratched his head. Shunan surveyed the considerable expanse of the medicinal garden and nodded inwardly. Indeed, Morong Tian would need to prepare for diligent training and would not have the energy to tend to the garden daily. As the leader of a peak, he could not attend to every detail personally. Leaving Xiao Jingxue to assist could reveal her true intentions, whether she genuinely wished to become a disciple or merely sought to exploit him for his poison-curing abilities. Very well. She can stay to help oversee the garden, if she is willing to first serve as an ordinary disciple of Qingyun Peak. The matter of accepting her as a disciple can be addressed later. Yes, Morong Tian replied, slightly elated. With the master's words, it was as if he had received tacit approval. He was about to have a little junior sister. Shunan remained somewhat perplexed. Why did Xiao Aohai wish for Xiao Jingxue to become his disciple when the poison on the precious armor had not even been disturbed? By the way, master, I have already helped remove the poison from your inferior earth-grade precious armor. In the next moment, Morong Tian eagerly disclosed the answer. You removed it? Shunan was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. How did you manage that? It became apparent why Xiao Aohai suddenly proposed that he accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. It turned out that Morong Tian had done a good deed. Presumably, Xiao Aohai mistakenly believed that Shunan had cured the poison, leading him to conclude that Shunan might possess a method to heal Xiao Jingxue, hence his decision. It was all thanks to the powerful techniques you taught me, Master, Morong Tian spoke, his words brimming with reverence. The unparalleled sword control technique. Shunan raised an eyebrow. Could a technique truly have an effect on bone-corroding poison? This foolish lad, whether by intention or coincidence, had surprised him, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Did this mean that if he wished to assist Xiao Jingxue in ridding her of the poison, it was not necessarily required for him to become a 7th-tier alchemist? Perhaps he could simply devise a suitable supreme technique for her instead? Reflecting on this, he shook his head. Supreme techniques are not so easily obtained. It would be far more prudent to acquire alchemist experience, break through to the 6th tier, and then advance to the 7th tier. Once you have finished installing the fence, do remember to prepare dinner. I have engaged in a fierce battle throughout the night, and now I find myself quite fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. With a yawn, Shunan waved his hand and departed. Master, take care. Morong Tian bid him farewell. Suddenly intrigued by the formidable opponent his master had faced the previous night. If even Li Tangzhu of Lianyan was no match for his master, what manner of warrior could withstand such a prolonged confrontation? Shaking his head, Morong Tian left the medicinal garden and hurried to Qingwan Peak to deliver the news. Upon receiving Morong Tian's message, Xiao Aohai fell into a deep silence. Refused. Shunan has indeed turned down the apprenticeship request from the daughter of the illustrious Zhun Nanwang. No wonder he is untempted by worldly gains. Having the backing of a powerful figure from the upper 3 realms, Xiao Aohai marveled, then inquired about Xiao Jingxue's thoughts on the matter. Father, Jingxue finds both Elder Shun and young Master Morong quite interesting. Remaining as an ordinary disciple at Qingyun Peak seems perfectly acceptable, especially since Elder Lu is here. Xiao Jingxue spoke softly without hesitation. Having finally tasted freedom, she had no desire to return to a life under the watchful eyes of the disciples of Yaowang Valley. Here, all she needed was for Lu Yunqin to suppress the effects of the bone-corroding poison once a month, allowing her to roam freely as she pleased. Xiao Aohai nodded solemnly. In that case, you shall stay here. After a month, You will escort them both to Chunyuan Mountain. With you and Elder Shen present, the Qin family should think twice about overstepping their bounds. Understood, father. Xiao Jingshue's pretty face brightened, and as she nodded in agreement, curiosity began to stir within her. What manner of person had once been young Master Murong's betrothed? Chapter 44. Chunyuan Mountain. The Shangwan family. Murong Tian comprehends the Thunderclap sword. Martial arts proficiency level breakthrough. Observing that he had finally broken through to the first level of martial arts proficiency, Shinan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This endeavor was indeed challenging. His disciple had to master an upper-tier Earth-grade sword technique to achieve this breakthrough. The journey to level 10 seemed an eternity away. However, there was a glimmer of hope, for Murong Tian's talent in swordsmanship was remarkable, and he would benefit from further study in this domain. Disciple, how do you feel? Shinan inquired with a smile, watching Murong Tian on the training field. The latter was drenched in sweat, having diligently practiced his swordplay since dawn. After witnessing his master's performance of the Thunderclap sword, he had gained significant insight. Now, through practice, he finally grasped the fourth and fifth swords of the technique. I am aware that I still have much to learn compared to Master S' execution back then. Murong Tian humbly replied, his modesty pleasing Shinan, who narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Very good, very good. Continue to practice diligently, and I believe it will not be long before you surpass your master. Shinan nodded in encouragement. At that moment, two graceful figures approached from outside the training field, creating a striking scene against the backdrop of the verdant mountains. It was none other than Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingxue. Elder Lu, princess, what brings you here? Shinan rose and greeted them respectfully. I have come to present the reward for securing first place in the interclan competition, the Bo Hai Dan. Lu Yunqin spoke softly as she handed over a vial of elixir. Thank you for personally delivering it, Elder Lu. Taking the vial, Shinan immediately passed it to Murong Tian. The young man, elated by the acquisition of the potion, could hardly contain his excitement, yearning to consume it at once in hopes of achieving a breakthrough. Furthermore, I have heard that you have established a medicinal garden on the back mountain, which currently lacks caretakers. Coincidentally, the princess has spent considerable time at the Medicine King Valley and wishes to lend her assistance in your garden. Would it be acceptable for you to prepare a room for her to reside in? Lu Yunqin's gentle gaze softened as she spoke. Of course. That would pose no issue at all. Shinan chuckled, as long as he was not asked to take on disciples at this moment. Having a free assistant to manage tasks was a boon, saving him the expense of hiring help. Although he understood that this arrangement was orchestrated by Xiao Ao Hai to have him take Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, due to Murong Tian's resolution of the poison on the treasure armor, it mattered little. After all, Xiao Ao Hai had generously bestowed a quota for Chunyuan Mountain to Qingyun Peak, which could be considered a future fee for taking on a disciple. Moreover, when the time came to formally accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, wouldn't there be another opportunity for a fee? As he pondered, he nodded thoughtfully, not overly concerned with Xiao Ao Hai's subtle maneuvering to probe his capabilities in detoxification. After all, if he had asked outright whether Shun and could dispel the poison, he would have inevitably answered in the negative, necessitating such a roundabout strategy for his daughter. The former had also prepared a detoxification pill, mitigating any risks, and the offer of the Chunyuan Mountain quota demonstrated Xiao Ao Hai's sincerity. Then it falls upon the princess. Elder Shun, your words are too formal. You may simply call me Jingxue, without the need for such titles. Xiao Jingxue blinked and offered a slight bow. The young woman was no less beautiful than Lu Yunqin, yet she appeared somewhat fragile, as if a mere breeze could topple her. There is also a matter regarding Chunyuan Mountain, Lu Yunqin continued, and the mention of Chunyuan Mountain instantly captured the attention of both Shun and Murong Tian. The mountain will open in a month's time, and not only will members of the royal family attend, but also Qin Qianyue from the Qin family. Her tone turned serious as her gaze fell upon Murong Tian. Although you have achieved first place in the Lingfu Mountain competition, there remains a significant chasm between you and Qin Qianyue. If my estimations are correct, she is likely preparing for a breakthrough into the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm. Murong Tian's breath caught, his fists instinctively clenching. It was evident how formidable Qin Qianyue's talent must be, having not yet reached 20 and already on the brink of such advancement. Meanwhile, he, of similar age, had only just managed to reach the Qi Si realm. With merely half a year remaining, would he truly be able to catch up to her pace? Noticing Murong Tian's anxiety, Shinan gently patted his shoulder. It is merely the Earth Spirit realm. In 6 months, I will ensure you possess the means to contend with her. Murong Tian felt a slight easing of his tension and cast a grateful glance at his master. Finding an inexplicable comfort within, Lu Yunqin observed Shun and with increasing curiosity, pondering the source of his confidence in believing that the relatively less gifted Murong Tian could, within half a year, match Qin Qianyue's strides. Do not even mention him. Even if a formidable being from the Nirvana realm were to appear behind him, they would likely be left dumbfounded. The disparity in talent and resources between the two is simply too vast. Behind Qin Qianyue stands the entirety of the Tianxue sect and the entire Qin family. What I wish to draw your attention to is that another individual will accompany Qin Qianyue on her journey. Who might that be? Murong Tian furrowed his brow. It is Shangwan Jie from the Shangwan family. Shangwan Jie? Shinan raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this individual, renowned alongside the Qin family in the Dan dynasty, and held significant connections within the royal family. Although Shangwan Jie's prowess and talent may pale in comparison to Qin Qianyue, he is nonetheless at the mid-stage of the returning essence realm. However, what does the matter of Chunyuan Mountain have to do with the Shangwan family? Noticing the confusion in Shun and regarding the two, Lu Yinqin continued. Shangwan Jie has long harbored feelings for Qin Qianyue and even visited the Qin family 3 months ago to propose marriage. However, Qin Qianyue did not acquiesce. Her exact words were that until the 3-year agreement is fulfilled, the engagement cannot be considered fully dissolved, and she would not entertain the matter further. Although everyone is aware that this is merely an excuse, it undoubtedly displeased the Shangwan family, who have been covertly undermining the Murong family in the months since. As Lu Yinqin slowly elaborated, Murong Tian's brow tightened. No wonder during the previous competition, Yan Li mentioned that the Murong family's business suffered setbacks. It seems the Shangwan family had meddled. Given Shangwan Jie's narrow-minded nature, it is highly likely he would attempt to obstruct you should you cross paths at Chunyuan Mountain. Therefore, I shall accompany you. Shinan looked astonished. You will accompany us? Lu Yinqin nodded gently, sensing his peculiar gaze, and hastily added, do not misunderstand. I fear you might make a fruitless trip, wasting both time and opportunities. After all, aside from the royal family, others seeking to enter Chunyuan Mountain for cultivation must be escorted by powerful elders from their families. Shun An's expression grew even more peculiar. He had not thought much of it. However, her concern was not unfounded. Chunyuan Mountain is a modest peak housing numerous Chunyuan pools. Except for the royal family's exclusive pool at the summit, it is not easy for others to monopolize a Chunyuan pool for cultivation. It often comes down to the strength of one's backing. The more powerful the backing and the more formidable the individual's scent, the better the chances of securing access to the more effective Chunyuan pools. Should one manage to secure one of the 2 premier pools, second only to the royal one, the cultivation speed could exceed 5 times the usual rate. Spending a month there, Murong Tian could very well ascend directly to the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Without a doubt, with the support of both the Tianxue sect and the Qin family, Qin Qianyue will secure one of the pools, while the other will likely be claimed by the Shangwan family. Although the first 3 pools may be out of reach, with my presence, I can at least help your disciple secure the 4th pool. Lu Yinqin spoke confidently, her red lips parting with assurance. Shinan hesitated for a moment before asking, what level of individuals will the Shangwan and Qin families send to escort their juniors? They should each dispatch someone at the initial stage of the Tianling realm. The Tianling realm, he mused, stroking his chin, his brow furrowing as he rummaged through his bag for the sole Tianling realm consumption card he possessed. Chapter 45. The princess who remains to observe the medicinal garden. Since he was merely a practitioner of the celestial spirit realm, there was no need for him to worry. Not to mention that Lu Yinqin would accompany him, even if she did not, with the Sword of Heaven's Gate skill card in hand. He had no fear of the warriors of the celestial spirit realm. Thank you, Elder Lu, for imparting this information, Shinan said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Lu Yinqin slightly shook her head. I came solely to discuss these 2 matters with you. There is nothing else. As she spoke, she extended her delicate jade-like hand, leaving Shun An momentarily stunned. What is it? He inquired. Lu Yinqin frowned. The money, of course. Did you not borrow 100,000 gold from me, along with 10,000 from my disciple for gambling? You may return only the principal of my loan, but for my disciple's portion, please return 70,000 gold. Upon hearing this, Shinan finally grasped the situation, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. A total of 170,000 gold. However, he was not a petty individual. He obediently produced the full amount and placed it in Lu Yinqin's hands. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. If you have any regulations at Qingyun Peak, feel free to inform the princess yourself. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lu Yinqin nodded slightly to Xiao Jingxue and gracefully departed. Once she had left, Shinan's gaze shifted to Murong Tian. In contrast to Shun An's contemplation, Murong Tian wore an expression of excitement. With Xiao Jingxue present, the medicinal garden finally had someone to care for it. May I ask, Jingxue, what rank of alchemist are you now? Shinan inquired. Forgive my inadequacy. I am but a 2nd-tier alchemist, she replied humbly. A 2nd-tier alchemist, Shinan mused, nodding slightly. For a young individual, achieving the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist was indeed commendable. It should be noted that Xiao Jingxue was not only a second-tier alchemist, but also a practitioner of the Qi realm, enduring the torment of the bone-eroding poison for many years. Under such circumstances, her attainment of second-tier status was remarkable. It seemed reasonable to expect her to assist in overseeing the medicinal garden. As for the issue of the essence soil, Shinan was not concerned about her discovering it. After all, the essence soil had already fused with the Earth's veins. Even if someone attempted to remove it entirely from Qingyun Peak's rear mountain, it would disrupt the flow of the Earth's energy, leading to the soil's desiccation. Moreover, as the daughter of the southern town king, it was unlikely she would covet such trivial soil. In the future, treat Qingyun Peak as your own home. Do not feel constrained. Simply assist in overseeing the medicinal garden on a daily basis. Jingxue will heed Elder Shun's instructions. Xiao Jingxue responded softly, bowing in respect. Shinan kindly gestured to Murong Tian. Disciple, take Jingxue to choose a residence she likes. Certainly. Murong Tian nodded and led Xiao Jingxue away temporarily. Once, Qingyun Peak had been a prominent mountain, but after that battle, its population had been decimated. All resources were reclaimed by the sect leader. And it was not until Shunan returned, gravely injured and on the brink of death, that Qingyun Peak was spared from being claimed by others. Of course, it was not that Lingfu Mountain had turned against them. They merely believed Qingyun Peak was entirely devoid of life, and, in a time of extreme resource scarcity, had acted accordingly. Had it not been for the sect leader's tireless efforts to save him, it is likely that Shunan would not have survived to this day. Though there were no particularly valuable items, a variety of courtyards from the past remained. It is believed that there would surely be something to delight Xiao Jingxue. After guiding Xiao Jingxue through the selection of the courtyards, Shun Onzan allowed Murong Tian to take her on a leisurely tour around Qingyun Peak. Meanwhile, he himself descended the mountain to enjoy the melodies at the brothel. In the following days, the medicinal fields were entrusted to Xiao Jingxue, while Murong Tian immersed himself in seclusion for cultivation. Thanks to the effects of the spirit soil and the immortal spring, the once withered spiritual herbs had revived, flourishing with lush vitality. This astonished Xiao Jingxue immensely. She had personally sorted these herbs and vividly recalled their former wilted state, which was now completely transformed. This revelation piqued her curiosity regarding Shun Onzan's methods. What kind of extraordinary technique could achieve such miraculous results? Even the king of medicine would require extensive preparations to revive dying herbs. Notably, Master Su visited Qingyun Peak twice thereafter, fiercely demanding compensation from Shun Onzan for his spiritual herbs. However, Shun Onzan was nowhere to be found, and Murong Tian, having learned some clever tricks, directly sent Xiao Jingxue to assist in hosting. Regardless of Su's imposing demeanor, facing the cherished jewel of the Southern King, he had no choice but to relent. After this repeated encounter, he never returned. As for Master Yan Li and his prized disciple Wang Hu, they had vanished from the public eye since the sect competition. Akin to ghosts. Clearly, having lost to Shun Onzan in battle had left them utterly humiliated, rendering them too embarrassed to show their faces again. On the 5th day following the competition, Xiao Aohai departed from the main peak to bid farewell. The forces at Lanyuan required his leadership, and he could not afford to linger here. Over the years, the Pingtian dynasty had maintained their ambitions, occasionally sending minor sects and rogue cultivators to stir trouble near Lanyuan, such as constructing formations. However, with the army stationed there, no significant issues had arisen thus far. On the 7th day, after consuming the Break-C pill, Murong Tian successfully advanced to the mid-stage of Qi, achieving this faster than Shun Onzan had anticipated. His rapid breakthrough was entirely attributed to the formidable power of the Wushuang sword art. Shun Onzan even mused that if he could secure a favorable location for Murong Tian on Chunyuan Mountain and prepare some elixirs, an immediate breakthrough into the returning origin realm might be within reach. Of course, this was merely a thought, as uttering it aloud would likely invite ridicule. Completing a major realm breakthrough in just 2 months was a pace that even the once illustrious Qin Xianyue could not match. The ensuing days were remarkably tranquil. Shin Onzan procured numerous spiritual herbs to cultivate in the medicinal garden. After just over 10 days, the garden began to take shape, with 3 acres filled with spiritual herbs. The entire rear mountain suffused with dense spiritual energy and fragrant medicinal aromas. A variety of birds and beasts were drawn to this aura, providing Shun Onzan and his companions with a delightful feast during this time. Every time Xiao Jingxue witnessed Shunan boiling a pot of sticky black sesame, while Murong Tian eagerly swallowed, she couldn't help but frown. Initially, when she heard Murong Tian mention Shun's alchemical endeavors, she felt a tinge of anticipation. However, upon seeing him wielding a kitchen knife to chop herbs and carelessly tossing them into the pot for a haphazard concoction, she was left in a state of disbelief. almost questioning the very nature of reality. It was her first encounter with such a peculiar method of alchemy, despite its unappealing appearance. The efficacy of the elixirs Murong Tian consumed was undeniably remarkable. To concoct such potent medicinal pills through such a casual approach further attests to the alchemist's profound mastery over the age of herbs, techniques, and various pharmacological principles. This clearly demonstrates the considerable expertise of the Qingyun Peak's master in the art of medicine. Consequently, her faith in Murong Tian's words grew. Perhaps this master truly possessed the ability to cure the bone-corroding poison afflicting her. However, on the 15th day, someone ascended the mountain to deliver grave news to Murong Tian. The Murong family's pharmacy had been shut down, and the situation had become dire, with the risk of complete annihilation looming ominously. He had hoped to wait for Shun An's return before descending the mountain, but after a long night of waiting in vain, he resolved to go back alone to assess the situation. Xiao Jingxue chose to remain on the peak, awaiting Shunan. If he had not returned by noon, she would have no choice but to seek Elder Lu from Qinghuan Peak for assistance. Chapter 46. The crisis of the Murong family at the foot of the Fu Ling Mountain. In the city of Fu Ling, Murong Tian gazed upon the familiar streets, inhaling deeply as he hastened towards the direction of the Murong family. It had been over half a year since his last visit. The bustling crowd on the street paused momentarily upon noticing the young man clad in black attire, bearing a long sword on his back, before murmuring uncertainly amongst themselves. Isn't that the eldest son of the Murong family? It seems so. Hasn't he been at Fu Ling Mountain all this time? Why has he come down after such a long absence? Are you unaware? The Murong family's pharmacy has been shut down, and the Lu and Sun families, who consumed their medicine, have had their cultivation completely ruined and remain bedridden. They are now besieged by both families, and the pharmacy has been vandalized. Listening to these discussions, Murong Tian felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Over the years, his own cultivation had stagnated, while his family had shown him considerable care, often sending him assistance for his training. The last time he had conveyed his master's request for herbs, it took his family 10 days to respond, indicating they had likely been under covert pressure from the Supin family since that moment. The Lu and Sun families were among the more reputable clans in Fu Ling City. Prior to Qin Xianyue's broken engagement, they had always remained beneath Murong Tian's standing. However, following the engagement's dissolution, the Murong family's prestige had been diminished, adversely affecting their business, allowing these two families to gradually rise in power over the past 2 years. Both were warrior clans, their strength not inferior to that of the Murong family. Now, with the two families united in seeking retribution, the Murong family was likely in a state of utter turmoil. With a heavy heart, Murong Tian quickened his pace to the entrance of the Murong residence, which was already surrounded by a throng of people. Inside, faint sounds of argument could be heard, and outside the gate stood numerous guards from the Lu and Sun families, weapons in hand. Within, Sun Yi, the head of the Sun family, and Lu Tai, the head of the Lu family, were present. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man with graying temples and numerous wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, Murong Tian's father and the head of the Murong family, Murong Yunlei. Humph. Murong, if you do not resolve this matter, do not blame me for being ungracious with brother Sun. Lu Tai spoke coldly, his aura exuding the power of a peak Guanyuan realm warrior. Sun Yi stepped forward as well, similarly revealing his formidable presence. Murong Yunlei's expression darkened at this scene. Their family's pharmacy had existed for many years without ever encountering a situation as dire as this. How could a mere ordinary gathering Qi pill cause two Qi Si realm warriors to collapse their own Qi Sis and become crippled? It was evident that the two families were deliberately seeking trouble. His gaze fell upon two rosy-faced middle-aged men behind the two heads of families. They claimed to have purchased pills from the Murong pharmacy, only to find something amiss after consuming them, resulting in their Qi Sis being destroyed. However, given their cheerful demeanor, they showed no signs of being crippled. Yet, he could not ascertain where their Qi Sis had vanished. It seemed as if they had truly disappeared. Murong Yunlei, stop playing dumb. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Sun Yi spoke sharply, noticing his prolonged silence. What do you two propose? Murong Yunlei took a deep breath, aware that someone was secretly backing them. Otherwise, the two families would not dare to conspire against the Murong family so openly. After all, if things escalated, the Murong family was not afraid to fight to the bitter end. Very simple. Compensate us with 1 million gold, and in addition, hand over all your pharmacies to our two families. If you do so, we shall let this matter rest. Sun Yi replied with a cold laugh. Impossible. An elder from the Murong family shouted in anger. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of what you two families have been scheming these past 2 years. Do you truly believe the Murong family is easy to bully? Murong Yunlei's expression remained grim. The issue of 1 million gold was secondary. Surrendering the pharmacies would equate to severing the very foundation of the Murong family. From that point forward, the Morong family would be consigned to decline. Who is it that instigated you? He avoided directly addressing the demands, instead fixing a cold glare upon the two. Lu Tai wore a mocking smile, relishing the situation as he remarked, "Who told your family's toad to aspire to eat swan meat, only to be pecked by the swan instead? You relied on your connection with the Qin family to reach your current standing in Fuling City, but things have changed now. Offending the Qin family means there are plenty of others who wish to bring you down." Sun Yi added, "If you must assign blame, directed at your foolish son who dared to proclaim a 3-year agreement, huh? Had it not been for this 3-year agreement, the Qin family would have willingly continued to protect the Murong family even after withdrawing their engagement. Yet, Murong Tian, oblivious to the consequences, boldly proclaimed before all that he would challenge Qin Xianyue in 3 years. Was this not an outright provocation? The members of the Murong family fell silent, their elders sighing softly. Only Murong Yunlei, with a piercing gaze, spoke coldly. "My son has never been ordinary. He simply lacks opportunity. In the future, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force." "Huh, that waist of his. Dream on. I hear your son has become a disciple of an elder at Lingfu Mountain, who is even more useless than he is." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Murong Yunlei remained silent, his resolve unwavering. He had witnessed the fierce determination in Murong Tian's eyes when he once held a sword, understanding how rare such steadfastness was in youth. Given the chance, he would surely rise to greatness, his future boundless. Just as the crowd's laughter reached its peak, a cold voice suddenly cut through the air. Turning to look, they saw a tall young man clad in black, striding confidently through the throng. His sharp eyes were daunting, and his aura was extraordinary. Judging by the energy he emanated, he was already at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. At such a young age, being at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, though not exceptionally monstrous, was indeed a rarity. Sunny frowned. "Who are you?" "I am the so-called waste you speak of, Murong Tian," he declared, head held high. "Tianer, how have you returned?" Murong Yunlei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly approached, his expression one of astonishment. "Your cultivation." Murong Tian smiled gently, patting his father's hand to reassure him. The onlookers, witnessing the imposing presence of this young man, could hardly believe that he was indeed the fabled waste, Murong Tian. Wasn't he, it said, that Murong Tian was merely a natural-born failure with blocked meridians? How could he have possibly advanced to the mid-stage of the Qi realm? "Humph. Your return is quite timely. Your family's medicine has rendered our steward incapacitated. Now, you either compensate us, or I shall cripple 2 members of the Murong family." Sun Yi and Lu Tai, having regained their composure, scoffed. Merely at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, while it deviates slightly from the rumors of a waste, it remains inconsequential. Our purpose today is to force the Murong family into a confrontation. Chapter 47. Will Murong Tian be crippled? Not a chance. Understanding the implications behind Lu Tai and Sun Yi's words, Murong Yunlei coldly responded without hesitation. He realized that today's events could not be resolved amicably. "Go. Seize 2 members of the Murong family." Sun Yi sneered, signaling to the steward behind him. "Yes." The steward complied, swiftly approaching the Murong family members. Meanwhile, the elders and heads of both families kept a wary eye on each other, ever vigilant against any sudden moves. As such, the steward of the Sun family soon reached the Murong family members, grinning maliciously as he reached out to seize one. Possessing the late-stage Qi cultivation, capturing a Murong Jr. was a trivial task. Murong Yunlei furrowed his brow, sensing the impending danger, and prepared to act despite the watchful eyes of both family heads. As he took a step forward, Sun Yi and Lu Tai advanced simultaneously, their pressure emanating from the Guiyuan realm. At that moment, a figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly appearing before the member of the Murong family, wielding a sword that glimmered like lightning, roaring with a thunderous sound. Buzz! The steward of the Sun family changed countenance, crossing his hands in a desperate attempt to gather energy for defense. Nonetheless, he was still forced back by the radiant sword energy, spitting blood, his hands scorched and blackened. "Who dares to harm my Murong family?" Murong Tian's gaze was sharp as he brandished his dark sword, lightning flickering around it. The onlookers were astonished to see that the one who had repelled the late-stage Qi steward of the Sun family was none other than Murong Tian, whom they had previously underestimated. What footwork did he just employ? I couldn't catch it, and his swordsmanship is remarkably profound, moving like thunder. The members of the Murong family were taken aback by Murong Tian's unexpected strength after days of absence. "Tianer," Murong Yunlei murmured in disbelief, momentarily lost in thought. "Well, it seems you have fortuitously gained strength from somewhere. Very well, I shall ensure you become a true waste today." Sun Yi narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming within. If the members of the Shangguan family were to discover that Murong Tian possessed considerable prowess, they might harbor displeasure. At this moment, If he were to eliminate Murong Tian, the Shangwan family would surely be pleased, allowing the Sun family to thrive in this small city of Fuling. With this thought, he swiftly advanced, delivering a punch that conjured the illusion of a collapsing mountain. Faced with this formidable strike, Murong Tian was taken aback. The overwhelming pressure rendered him unable to lift his sword. The gap in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Enough! A deafening roar erupted as Murong Yunlei stepped forth. Unleashing a wave of sound, Sun Yi furrowed his brow, compelled to retreat, his mountain-like illusion dissipating under the force of the roar. Simultaneously, a number of elders from the Murong family surged forward, their eyes filled with fury. Outside, the crowd continued to swell, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Many pointed at Murong Tian, their expressions laced with derision. In Fuling City, at Furong Pavilion, a woman danced gracefully on stage, adorned with peach-red ribbons that swayed delicately. Her movements mesmerizing as she played the pipa. Her long, enchanting legs captured the attention of the onlookers. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Shen Anze savored a cherry offered by a nearby maid, marveling as he took a delicate bite. The maid, lowering her head, uttered a soft exclamation. "What is your name?" Shen Anze turned, having come merely to enjoy the music, not to indulge in frivolity. "The elder's clothes are stained," the maid pointed out, referring to the juice that had splattered onto Shen Anze's collar as he bit into the cherry. "Next time, refrain from calling out so softly. It may lead others to misinterpret, as if I had done something to you." "Understood," the maid nodded gently. Shannon withdrew his gaze, continuing to admire the exquisite pipa held by the woman on stage. But suddenly, as if recalling something, he furrowed his brow and inquired of his companion. "Why is it that, nearing noon, there are so few people today? Normally, this Furong Pavilion would be bustling with patrons at this hour." He cast a puzzled glance at the numerous empty seats in the private rooms. The esteemed elderly Yin, unaware of the events that transpired last night, has been resting in the back chamber. This morning, some matters have arisen in the city, and everyone has flocked to witness the spectacle, the maid replied, gently massaging his shoulders. "Oh, what could possibly rival the refinement of listening to music? Pray, enlighten me," Shunan said, his curiosity piqued. "It concerns the Murong family. Last night, their poison incapacitated the stewards of the Sun and Lu families. This morning, both families have made a grand show of confronting the Murong family to seek retribution." The maid continued. "Moreover, the eldest son of the Murong family returned in haste this morning. However, his presence is of little consequence, as it is rumored that he has yet to break through to the Qi realm. The news of the spiritual talisman mountain competition had yet to spread, and the townsfolk were unaware that Murong Tian had already secured first place." Upon hearing this, Shen En raised an eyebrow. "That lad returned home directly? Alas, I have heard that the Sun and Lu families are backed by the esteemed Shangwan family. The Murong family is likely facing dire straits." The maid spoke languidly, but just as she did, her hand grasped nothing but air. Shen En abruptly rose, adjusting his belt and straightening his attire. "Xiao Chui, inform Yu Hong and Lian Huan not to wait for me. I shall return another time to enjoy the music." "Elderly Yen," the maid exclaimed, startled, as she called after him. "There is no need to persuade me. I shall return shortly." Shen En waved his hand dismissively, not glancing back. "Elderly Yen, you have yet to settle your payment for the performance," the maid pursued, but by then, he had vanished from sight, leaving her with a lingering gaze. Truly an odd character, this elderly. Last night, he spent the night in the private room, engaging the renowned performers in discussions about life and aspirations, while merely sipping wine and appreciating the music for half the night. At the Murong family estate, the atmosphere was tense, with both sides poised for confrontation. Sun Yi frowned as he regarded Murong Yunlei, his thoughts in turmoil. In terms of strength, he was uncertain if he could best his opponent. Should a fight ensue without Lu Tai's assistance, the situation could become quite precarious. With this in mind, he turned to look at Lu Tai. Lu Tai sneered. "Isn't the master of the Sun family eager to strike first? Please, go ahead." He was well aware that Sun Yi had suddenly acted out of a desire to eliminate Murong Tian to gain favor with the Shangwan family. "If the Lu family does not lend a hand, I will not bear the responsibility should that esteemed individual lay blame upon the Sun family. We can either act together or refrain from action altogether," Sun Yi declared, choosing to abandon pretense. Lu Tai's expression darkened, but with a cold snort, he stepped forward. "You hold Murong Yunlei while I deal with that brat." With that, he leaped into the air, transforming into several afterimages as he charged towards Murong Tian. "Not so fast." Murong Yunlei shouted coldly, interjecting to block Lu Tai's advance. Unexpectedly, the conflict that had arisen with Murong Tian had shifted entirely onto him. "You stand right there." Sunny, though cursing inwardly, still shouted out, throwing a punch to intercept Murong Yunlei. As for the other elders of the Murong family, They too were entangled by the members of the Sun and Lu clans. The scene descended into chaos. The Murong family was already at a disadvantage in numbers. At this moment, Murong Yunlei was obstructed, while Lu Tai advanced as if in an unguarded realm. The myriad phantoms he had conjured converged as he approached Murong Tian, reaching out to grasp his dantian. If he succeeded, the energy sea that Murong Tian had painstakingly cultivated would surely be destroyed. Xiao Tian, Murong Yunlei exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward to assist, yet being firmly held back by Sun Yi, unable to extricate himself, even slightly. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Tai's claw reached out. This was it. The energy sea that Murong Tian had struggled to break through would likely be obliterated. Why did he have to offend the Qin family of all people? Not only was he now embroiled in trouble, but his entire clan was also being suppressed. Outside the fray, onlookers shook their heads in dismay at the unfolding spectacle. Murong Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he bore the oppressive force, gripping his sword tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. One sword to open the heavenly gate. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light surged forth, rendering the very heavens and earth in the eyes of all spectators dim in comparison, leaving only that radiant beam. The fierce and powerful sword intent startled Lu Tai, who instinctively halted and retaliated with a punch. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the dazzling sword light shattered, the residual force of the punch striking Murong Tian, causing him to cough up blood and be hurled against a stone pillar. Lu Tai stood his ground, his expression dark as he surveyed the severed cuff of his sleeve. How could a practitioner of the returning origin realm nearly be harmed by an ant at the Energy Sea stage? This was a profound humiliation. Seeking death, enraged and humiliated, Lu Tai's aura surged as he advanced once more, claws outstretched like a dragon, aimed directly at Murong Tian. The latter, already grievously injured, swallowed the blood in his mouth, gritting his teeth in a futile attempt to raise his sword and withstand the onslaught. Yet he lacked even the strength to grip the sword. To withstand a peak returning origin strike upon entering the energy sea was already a remarkable feat. Surviving was a miracle in itself, let alone having the strength to fight back. Xiao Tian, Murong Yunlei could only watch helplessly as Lu Tai launched his second assault, letting out a desperate roar. Murong Tian's eyes turned crimson. Just as he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it was now about to be buried. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Tai, all silently lamenting the impending fate. However, at that critical moment, a sound of slicing air suddenly broke through the tension. Swish! A sword light, as fine as a finger, arrived unexpectedly, swiftly penetrating Lu Tai's palm. He halted in pain, staring in horror at his hand, now pierced, blood flowing freely. What was happening? Who had struck from the shadows? Gasps erupted as all eyes searched the surroundings. Murong Tian stood in shock, turning toward the direction from which the sword light had come. Upon seeing it, his eyes reddened with joy as he exclaimed, "Master!" Murong Yunlei and Sun Yi, along with the others, were taken aback, their brows furrowing in confusion. Master? Wasn't Murong Tian's master merely the peak of body refinement, a naturally inept individual, the leader of Qingyan Peak? In their bewilderment, they followed Murong Tian's gaze into the crowd, dressed in white, with a complexion as radiant as jade and strands of silver hair cascading at his temples. Shunan stepped through the crowd. "Do not panic, my disciple. Your master is here," he assured, as Murong Tian's face lit up with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. However, at that moment, Shun An's expression darkened, resembling a storm cloud heavy with impending rain, his heart seething with frustration. Just a moment more, and all his efforts over this period would have been rendered futile. After painstakingly nurturing Murong Tian, he had nearly been rendered powerless by an adversary. How dare anyone lay a hand on my disciple? Seeking death, he spoke in a chilling tone, invoking the Six Meridians' divine sword, flicking his fingers. In an instant, a sword light, as thick as a finger, flashed with unyielding ferocity. Lu Tai's pupils constricted, and in a moment of sheer terror, he barely managed to evade. The sword light slicing through his abdomen, narrowly grazing his dantian. What kind of martial technique is this? He gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. So powerful. Such formidable sword energy. Not only is it swift as the wind, but it also pierces through my protective spiritual essence. The Six Meridians' divine sword, Shunan declared coldly, continuing to flick his fingers as numerous sword lights shot forth, each accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved. "Sun Yi, save me," Lu Tai cried, drenched in cold sweat, hastily activating his mid-tier defensive spiritual artifact. Yet even with the artifact's protection, the overwhelming sword energy forced him to stagger back, blood gushing from his mouth. Sun Yi opened his mouth to speak, but found himself too stunned to assist, his gaze fixed on Shunan, who was relentlessly unleashing sword energy with mere finger flicks. Not just him. But Murong Yunlei and the other elders of the Murong family were also left in a state of disbelief. Was this truly the rumored innate waste, destined to never break through to the Qi-Si realm, the master of Qingyun Peak? The sword energy, known as the Six Meridians Divine Sword, had reduced a peak returning Yuan realm expert to such a pitiful state. With such prowess, are you telling me you're merely at the late stage of body refinement? Crack. After enduring a barrage of sword energy, Lu Tai's defensive artifact finally succumbed, a fissure appearing before it shattered into pieces with a sharp sound. More sword energy surged forth, and despair filled Lu Tai's heart. He could not withstand it. It was utterly insurmountable. This man had no cooldown for his skills. And who had ever seen someone so extravagant with their spiritual essence, using skills as if they were basic attacks? A chill enveloped him as he envisioned the moment when the sword energy would breach his Qi-Si, dissipating all his spiritual essence and rendering him a cripple. Stop. Yet. A commanding voice shattered the tension, causing all the fierce sword energy to disintegrate. An elder in black descended from the sky, landing firmly before Lu Tai. Upon seeing the elder, both Lu Tai and Sun Yi's faces brightened with relief. Lord Wu. The newcomer was none other than Wu Li, the elder in charge of the recent delegation from the Shangwan family to the Revival Spirit City, a being of the Earth Spirit realm. Shannon furrowed his brow, retracting his hands and placing them behind his back, his gaze fixated on the newcomer. Meanwhile, the relieved Murong Tian and the others once again felt a surge of anxiety. Who are you? Shannon inquired loudly. I hail from the Shangwan family, came the response. Wu Li caressed his beard, his eyes squinting with an air of disdain, his demeanor exuding superiority. The incident of the day stemmed from the initial transgressions of the Murong family. The Liu and Sun families merely sought justice. To resort to violence in such a manner, aiming to cripple others, was this not an act of arrogance, a disdainful display of power? The sequence of events was clear to me. The Sun and Liu families provoked us deliberately, even attempting to harm my disciple. To spare his life while crippling his abilities was already a show of mercy. Shinan, undaunted, spoke with a calm indifference. He was, after all, unafraid. He still possessed several skill cards at his disposal. Should the situation become too vexatious, he could swiftly deal with the old man with a single strike. Such audacity. Today, I shall ensure justice prevails. The Murong family has incapacitated members of the Liu and Sun families, and I shall return the favor, Wu Li declared coldly, his voice resonating with authority. The oppressive aura belonging to the Earth Spirit realm enveloped the venue, leaving everyone gasping for breath, their hearts heavy with trepidation. His gaze swept the crowd, finally resting with a mocking smile upon Murong Tian and Shunin. You too shall be the ones to suffer. As he advanced towards Murong Tian, Shunin furrowed his brow, preparing to take action, when a soft yet commanding feminine voice reached his ears. I am rather intrigued to see how you intend to incapacitate them before my very eyes. Chapter 49, Go. And do as I say. The crowd turned to behold two women approaching, one following closely behind the other. The woman at the rear, with her graceful demeanor and gentle smile, possessed a delicate appearance, her skin pale with an almost ethereal quality. Her exquisitely shaped face resembled a picturesque painting. The woman in front, however, commanded attention, dressed in azure garments, her demeanor warm, yet exuding an undeniable authority inherent to one of higher status. Her enchanting eyes and lips, reminiscent of a celestial being, evoked an impression of distant admiration, yet forbade any form of disrespect. Who might you be? Wu Li inquired, his brow furrowing as he sensed an undercurrent of pressure emanating from the woman in azure. Liu Yinqin, the master of Qingyuan Peak at Lingfu Mountain, she replied, her voice calm as she waved her hand, the oppressive aura dissipating into nothingness. Shen Un and the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Humph. Even if you hail from Lingfu Mountain, what does it matter? The Murong family has committed wrongs that have drawn the ire of heaven and the disdain of the people. Do you intend to shield them? Wu Li retorted coldly, gesturing towards the pallid steward of the Sun and Liu families, stripped of all cultivation. Beneath the surface, the situation was not as it appeared. Do not be so certain. While these two may seem devoid of power, they are not truly crippled but rather concealed. Observed Xiao Jingxue softly from the side. Wu Li's frown deepened. This person, calling herself Jingxue, could she be the daughter of the Southern King? What business does she have with those of Lingfu Mountain? Faced with the unexpected support for the Murong family, he found himself momentarily hesitant, feeling the pressure of the situation mounting. Humph, who let this little girl speak here? Just because you claim they are concealed, does that make it true? Sun Yi scoffed arrogantly, emboldened by Wu Li's presence. Xiao Jingxue merely offered him a serene glance before introducing herself. I apologize. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Princess Qingxue, Xiao Jingxue. With her words, Sun Yi was rendered speechless, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. The daughter of the Southern King. The princess of Qingshui? How did she come to follow the people from Lingfu Mountain to this place, and given the circumstances? It seems she is prepared to support the Morong family. When did the Morong family establish such a connection? The spectators around the scene erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. Morong Tian, regaining some strength, waved his hand in excitement. Elder Lu, junior sister. This declaration reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the crowd. What did Morong Tian just call the princess? Junior sister? When did the dignified Princess Qingshui become the junior sister of the seemingly inept Morong Tian? Morong brother. Are you alright? Xiao Jingxue stepped forward to support the swaying figure of Morong Tian, her concern evident. Observing their exchange of brother and junior sister, Shen Anze merely touched his nose, pretending not to hear. After all, he had yet to acknowledge taking on a disciple. Thus the system had no means to shorten his stature by 10 centimeters. As for how Morong Tian and Xiao Jingxue chose to address each other, that was beyond his control. Elder Shun, that sword energy was incredibly fierce. Was it taught by a strong practitioner of the upper 3 realms? Lu Yunqin entered the arena, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a smile as she gazed at Shen Anze. In truth, she had been present for a while, having observed Lu Tai's plight under Shen Anze's 6 meridian sword energy. The swiftness and ferocity of that sword energy had startled her. She had not anticipated that Shen Anze possessed such formidable swordsmanship. Shen Anze scratched his head, neither confirming nor denying her inquiry. Meanwhile, Morong Yunlei and the members of the Sun and Lu families were utterly bewildered. Aside from Lu Yunqin, the fact that the esteemed Princess Qingshui referred to Morong Tian as her brother implied that she had indeed become a disciple of Shen Anze under the Qingyun Peak. Furthermore, according to Lu Yunqin's words, the fingertip sword energy exhibited by Shen Anze was actually imparted by a practitioner of the upper 3 realms. The concept of the upper 3 realms is one that could sweep across the entire Dan dynasty. However, Wu Li remained adamant in his disbelief that Shen Anze had a strong practitioner of the upper 3 realms backing him. With a cold snort, he addressed Xiao Jingxue. Even if you are the Princess Qingshui, you cannot slander the innocence of others with baseless accusations. If you claim these two have not been rendered incapable, but rather are concealing their strength, why not have the princess personally investigate and restore their powers? All eyes turned to Xiao Jingxue. She frowned slightly, recognizing the unusual circumstances of the two individuals, entirely influenced by her experiences in the Medicine King Valley. As a mere second-tier alchemist herself, how could she resolve the cultivation issues that even the Morong family, a lineage of medicinal practitioners, could not? Seeing Xiao Jingxue hesitate, Wu Li regained his confidence and continued with a contemptuous gaze. What's the matter? Is the princess unable to restore their powers? Or did you merely speak in favor of the Morong family out of bias? Could it be that the daughter of the illustrious Prince of Zhengnan is also one who engages in favoritism? His words caused many present to furrow their brows. While everyone had heard of and respected the reputation of Xiao Aohai, the Princess Qingshui did not possess much prestige. Had she truly become, as Wu Li claimed, a person of self-serving interests? Would that not tarnish the reputation of the Prince of Zhengnan? Xiao Jingxue furrowed her brow, her expression laden with difficulty as she focused on the points of needling, the Dantian, Yunmin, and Shinsong. At that moment, a warm and steady voice resonated beside her. Surprised, she turned to see Shen Anze, with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression of serene indifference. Elder, please proceed as I have instructed, he said with a calm smile, embodying an air of nonchalance. In his earlier haste to save Morong Tian, he had not had the opportunity to observe the two individuals closely. Now, with some leisure, he could vaguely discern a few discrepancies. After all, he was now a 5th-grade alchemist. Although devoid of spiritual energy, the system's essence lay in observation and inquiry, enabling him to identify potential issues with relative ease. Very well. With Shen Anze's words bolstering her resolve, Xiao Jingxue no longer hesitated. She retrieved silver needles from her storage ring and stepped forward, observing her movements. Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation for what was to unfold. Could it be that Shen Anze, with just a glance, had conceived a solution? Wu Li, witnessing this scene, silently scoffed, his face betraying no hint of concern as he allowed Xiao Jingxue to commence her needling of the stewards from the Sun and Lu families. What a jest! This was a tranquilizing pill concocted by an elder whose medicinal prowess was second only to the Medicine King. How could it be so easily undone? Just based on a mere glance and a few words from Shen Anze? In the entire Nanju domain, aside from the Medicine King of Baiming, no one else could dismantle the efficacy of the tranquilizing pill. Morong Yunlei and Morong Tian's expressions grew tense. The outcome of the needling not only pertained to the Morong family, but also questioned whether the esteemed Princess Qingshui was a self-serving fraud. Should this news spread, it would tarnish the reputation of both the Southern Duke and even the royal family. Chapter 50. Elder Shen, spare me. Under the unwavering gaze of the onlookers, Xiao Jingshuo swiftly wielded the silver needles, channeling her spiritual energy as she pierced the bodies of the two stewards from a distance. As the needles entered their bodies, the stewards, initially apprehensive, found themselves devoid of any immediate reaction, allowing them to exhale a sigh of relief. Wu Li, observing the situation unfold as he had anticipated, couldn't help but smirk, a cold sneer escaping his lips. It appears Elder Shen's method is ineffective. What do you have to say now? Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingshuo both frowned slightly, while Shen Anze remained placid, remarking, "What is the haste?" No sooner had he spoken than two surges of overwhelming energy erupted. Boom. Just as the stewards had begun to relax, they suddenly realized that the suppressed energy within them had erupted, causing their blood to surge violently toward their heart. The ferocious force, if left unchecked, could burst their hearts. In shock, they instinctively summoned their spiritual energy to forcibly suppress the surging blood. As the aura of the Qi-Si realm emanated from them, Wu Li's expression swiftly darkened. The heads of the Sun and Lu families wore equally grim visages. Their cultivation had indeed been restored. Was it, as the princess suggested, that these two had not been incapacitated but rather concealed their true abilities to frame the Murong family? The crowd outside, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in exclamations, engaged in fervent discussions. As the two deacons regained their composure, their faces turned pale, and they cast anxious glances toward Wu Li and their clan leader. Upon witnessing the revelation of the two men's cultivation levels, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingshuo exchanged astonished looks. The latter regarded Shen Anze with newfound respect. "So, do you still have anything to say?" Shen Anze spoke with a dismissive tone, brushing his sleeves aside. Wu Li let out a cold snort, but remained silent, the icy disdain in his gaze betraying his thoughts. He had previously questioned how Murong Tian, with his lackluster constitution, could have advanced so swiftly to the mid-stage of Qi-Si. It turned out he had the assistance of a master of alchemy behind him. Since this is a misunderstanding, let us end it here. We shall take our leave. With a flourish of his sleeve, he stepped away, followed closely by Lu Tai-sun and Yi, who exchanged glances. The members of the Murong clan, including Murong Yunlei, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Shen Anze's presence. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated disastrously. Wait. Just as everyone believed the matter was settled, a sharp voice rang out. Wu Li had just turned around when two beams of sword light, as thin as fingers, flashed and pierced through the Dantian Qi-Si of the two deacons. With a resounding pop, their internal spiritual energy dissipated at an alarming rate. "No, my cultivation!" The two exclaimed in horror, helplessly watching as their powers vanished before their eyes. "Shen Anze, what do you mean by this?" Wu Li's expression darkened ominously. Onlookers gaped at the unfolding scene, their faces etched with shock. "It means nothing at all, since they so eagerly wish for their powers to be severed. I, Shen, shall oblige." Shen Anze's demeanor remained calm, as he swept his gaze over Sun Yi and Lu Tai. "And you too, you wished to cripple my disciple, did you not?" Meeting his probing gaze, the two exchanged a furtive glance, swallowing their words in fear. "My disciple is not someone you can bully at will. Or can you simply leave as you please?" He spoke coldly. "If you wish to ruin them, today I shall ruin you." With his words, he flicked his fingers, unleashing several more beams of sword light, each radiating an extraordinary ferocity. "You dare!" Wu Li erupted with fury, astonished that a mere Shen Anze would dare to act against him in broad daylight. He stepped forward, shattering the two sword energies while channeling the power of the earth into his palm, striking out with the force of a collapsing mountain. Without waiting for Shen Anze to intervene, Lu Yunqin gracefully moved forward, extending her jade finger to point ahead. Crack! The earth-shattering force crumbled into nothingness. To dare strike against an elder of Lingfu Mountain is to seek death. Her beautiful eyes glinted with coldness as her hand unleashed a flurry of illusions, mesmerizing to behold as if they were dreams. Before Wu Li could recover from the enchantment of those illusions, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Uffed. He staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with disbelief as he beheld the ethereal beauty of the woman in green before him. So powerful. Despite being of the earth spirit realm, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. The sense of shock had yet to dissipate when Lu Yunqin's delicate hand moved again, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Lu Tai and Sun Yi, striking them with two swift palms before returning to her original position. The two men were sent flying, crashing against the wall, blood gushing from their mouths. Their eyes instantly filled with blood vessels, and their pupils constricted. Their cultivation had been utterly obliterated. From the moment Lu Yunqin repelled Wu Li to the instant she incapacitated the two men, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Bystanders scarcely had time to comprehend what had occurred. "I, Lu Yunqin, have rendered them powerless today. What will you do about it? Standing in the courtyard, her azure attire billowing, her eyes, like painted brows, bore a hint of indifference that forbade anyone from meeting her gaze. If the Shangwan family possesses any capability, they may very well summon someone to Qinghuan Peak to reclaim their dignity. Wu Li's expression was dark as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a deep glance at Shun Anze before turning to leave. It was evident to all that Lu Yunqin and Shun Anze were allies, and Wu Li's lingering presence was futile. Elder Lu. You. Shun Anze looked at the woman ahead with some surprise. The fact that she had acted first to incapacitate the two family heads was clearly intended to inform the Shangwan family that she stood firmly with Qingyun Peak. Elder Shin need not worry, Lu Yunqin replied with a gentle smile. Shin Anze felt a flicker of gratitude. He had not anticipated her willingness to confront the Shangwan family in order to staunchly support him. This revelation was unexpected. Was Lu Yunqin genuinely concerned about potential retribution from the Shangwan family? However, it soon became clear to Shin Anze that he had overthought the matter. To attempt to lay hands on the disciples of Lingfu Mountain without rendering their cultivation powerless as a show of punishment would only invite the perception of weakness. Even if the sect master were to learn of this incident, he would not voice any objections, and besides, the Shangwan family did not possess the audacity to stand against Lingfu Mountain. Listening to Lu Yunqin's words, Shun Anze sheepishly nodded. Realizing that her actions were aimed at upholding the dignity of their sect, he had mistakenly believed her intervention was solely for his sake. The onlookers gasped in awe upon witnessing Lu Yunqin decisively render the cultivations of the two family heads null and void, their expressions tinged with reverence. Shun Anze's gaze fell upon the members of the Sun and Lu families. With Wu Li's departure, these individuals now resembled lost dogs, stripped of any semblance of authority. As they knelt before him, trembling as they spoke, Elder Shun, spare us. Sun Yi and Lu Tai, having realized their cultivation had been severed, knelt on the ground. Their faces ashen, filled with regret. Had they known, they would not have heeded the grandiose promises of the Shangwan family. Believing they would become the true masters of Ling City, emerging as one of the foremost families in the Great and Dynasty. Yet now, in the face of adversity, they had scurried away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Sun and Lu families had, in this instance, met their ultimate demise. Chapter 51. The beginning of your journey to become the first sword immortal of Great and ignoring the pleas for mercy from Sun Yi and Lu Tai. Shin Anze turned his gaze towards the dazed Murong Yunlei. As the head of the Murong family, you ought to know how to handle the remaining matters, correct? Lu Yunqin stepped forward and spoke. There is no need to worry about the Shangwan family. Murong Tian is the champion of the Spirit Rune Sect's grand competition, and the sect will stand firmly behind him. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunlei was taken aback, and the elders of the Murong family gazed in disbelief at the black-clad youth beside them. The champion of the Spirit Rune Sect's grand competition? When did this happen? Wasn't Murong Tian at the bottom of the rankings just 2 years ago? How has he suddenly ascended to the top this year? Sensing the astonishment of those around him, Murong Tian humbly clasped his hands. Father, esteemed elders, this achievement of mine is largely due to my master's guidance. Without my master, I fear I would still be an ordinary individual. Elder Shun? Murong Yunlei was even more astonished, doubting his own ears. Shunin, the master of Qingyun Peak, had long been rumored to be a complete failure, incapable of harnessing energy within his body throughout his life. When they learned that Li Yin from the Spirit Rune sect had accepted a gift and subsequently arranged for Murong Tian to join Qingyun Peak, they had all felt disheartened. Yet, unexpectedly, this Shunin had brought them immense surprise today, setting aside whether Murong Tian was indeed trained by him. The strength he exhibited was far beyond the rumored late-stage body refinement. Who had ever seen someone capable of incapacitating two individuals at the sea of energy level with a mere snap of the fingers, while also suppressing a martial artist at the returning essence realm? Rumors must surely be just that, rumors. Gratitude for Elder Shun's immense kindness will forever be etched in the Murong family's heart. Murong Yunlei immediately prepared to perform a great salute, but was stopped by Shunin. There is no need for such formalities. The guidance of a master is simply my duty. Listening to Shun An's words, Lu Yunqin wore a strange expression. Now he realizes that teaching his disciples is his responsibility. Where was this understanding before? Do not tell me it was to test Murong Tian's character. In the world of martial arts, every moment counts. Wasting over 2 years, it will not be so easy for Murong Tian to catch up. Murong Yunlei, filled with mixed emotions, realized that it was he and the others who had failed to see the truth. He looked at the once again spirited Murong Tian and sighed deeply, finally speaking. Tenor, your current accomplishments are entirely thanks to Elder Shin's grace, but regarding the 3-year agreement, I have thought long and hard, and you should not hold it too dearly in your heart. Murong Tian was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Father, why? He felt anger rising within him. A woman comes to call off the engagement. Such a humiliation is one that you can endure. But I cannot and will not accept it. He still vividly remembered the disdainful, haughty gazes and words of those who came from the Tianxua sect when they returned to cancel the engagement. They spoke of it as if it were a mere formality. Every word dripping with contempt for a worthless insect. In front of so many guests, they rendered the Murong family a laughingstock, stripping away all dignity. Such an immense humiliation could not be forgotten. Seeing his son so enraged, Murong Yunlei felt a pang of sympathy, but spoke helplessly. Now Qin Xianyue not only has the backing of the Tianxua sect, but also the support of the Shangguan family. Even if you win the 3-year agreement and bring shame to their 3 families, what will it matter? They will not let you off easily. Making too many enemies will make your path ahead difficult. Murong Yunlei spoke earnestly, casting a glance at Shenanze. He understood that even if a miracle occurred and Murong Tian triumphed in the 3-year agreement, he would never escape the clutches of the Tianxua sect. Setting aside the Qin and Shangguan families, the strength of the Tianxua sect far surpassed that of Lingfu Mountain. Moreover, do you know what realm Qin Xianyue has attained? What realm? Murong Yunlei took a deep breath, speaking with gravity. After Chunyuan Mountain, she will undoubtedly break into the Earth Spirit realm, becoming a formidable presence among the mid-level 3 realms, and she has also become a direct disciple of the sect leader of Tianxua, practicing the only heavenly martial technique exclusive to Tianxua. Heavenly martial techniques. Although martial skills are not as rare as cultivation methods, they are still exceedingly scarce throughout the entire southern decision domain. Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback, his fists clenching involuntarily. The might of Qin Xianyue indeed felt dauntingly distant. At the same age, she was already on the threshold of the Earth Spirit realm and had successfully cultivated a heavenly martial technique. In contrast, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Qi Si, and reaching the return to Origin realm in half a year would be quite an accomplishment. Both the other elders of the Murong family and Xiao Jingxue remained silent. Even Lu Yinqin sighed softly. In comparison, Murong Tian's chances of victory seemed utterly non-existent. Yet, the fervor of youth would not be impeded by insurmountable mountains. It is precisely because they are young that they possess the courage and determination to surmount any obstacle. The youth do not fear how arduous the path ahead may be or whether it is entirely impassable. What matters is taking the first step. So what if it is difficult? Murong Tian clenched his fist, his gaze resolute, declaring, I believe in myself. I will certainly win. How could I possibly lose? Hearing his heartfelt and resounding declaration, Murong Yunlei, Lu Yunqin, and Xiao Jingxue were momentarily taken aback. Well said. While others perceived Murong Tian as merely a headstrong youth, Shun Anze suddenly spoke, his eyes glimmering with admiration. My disciple should possess such courage and determination. As long as you do not concede defeat, the impossible will become possible. Remember, your fate is yours to command, not dictated by the heavens. Shun Anze looked at Murong Tian. His expression one of satisfaction. One Qin Xianyue will not be your endpoint, but rather the starting point for you to become the foremost sword immortal of Dun. Murong Tian's fists tightened, his heart racing with fervor, his gaze ablaze. The starting point for becoming the foremost sword immortal of Dun. Xiao Jingxue observed Shun Anze encouraging his disciple, her typically gentle eyes quivering, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through them. After years in the Apothecary Valley, she had grown accustomed to the apothecary's sighs, lamenting the difficulty of resolving the bone-corroding poison. Even if the poison were lifted, her meridians, now tainted by the bone poison, would render future cultivation nearly impossible, leading her to resign herself to despair. Yet, since arriving at Lingfu Mountain, this dim hope had unexpectedly rekindled. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens? The young girl's gaze became complex, her voice softening as her resolve strengthened. Observing the spirited exchange between the master and disciple, Lu Yinqin slightly shook her head, choosing not to dampen their spirits. Setting aside the fact that Qin Xianyue was a prodigy, she also had the sect leader of Tianxua bestowing upon her guidance. And who was the sect leader of Tianxua? A formidable being of the Qinkuan realm, possessing both qualifications and exceptional resources for cultivation. One could argue that Qin Xianyue ranks among the elite of the younger generation, not only within the confines of the southern Zhu domain, but indeed across the entirety of the 4 domains in one state. In stark contrast, what does Murong Tian possess? Born with obstructed meridians, he is devoid of anything beyond the fervent spirit of youth. It is worth noting that he does have a mentor. Lu Yinqin cast her gaze towards Shun Anze, who was encouraging Murong Tian with a gentle pat on the shoulder. And couldn't he help but sigh inwardly at his nonchalant demeanor. No matter how adept Shun Anze might be at concealing his true capabilities, could he possibly rival the profound heritage of the entire Tianxua sect or the prowess of a formidable Qingquan realm expert. Unless, of course, that esteemed figure of the upper three realms were to personally instruct Murong Tian. Chapter 52. The master and disciple set out to capture thieves for rewards, observing his son's remarkable confidence. Murong Yunlei let out a sigh, but chose not to elaborate further. As the situation was resolved, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The businesses of the Sun and Lu families were swiftly appropriated by the Murong family under the pretext of reputational compensation. Consequently, the entirety of Fuling City now found itself under the singular dominance of the Murong family. Originally, Shen Anze had no intention of returning to Lingfu Mountain so soon. Yet he found himself shadowed by Lu Yunqin, who expressed a desire to witness what he had been occupied with during his recent absence from Qingyun Peak and Murong Tian. Left with no choice, Shen Anze feigned that he had long been aware of the Murong family's tribulations and had descended the mountain to assess the situation, claiming he had refrained from mentioning it to avoid distracting Murong Tian. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqin remained somewhat skeptical. The group then returned to Lingfu Mountain. And following the recent events, Shen Anze lost interest in descending the mountain to enjoy music. His days were now spent either tending to the medicinal garden or observing Murong Tian practice swordsmanship, patiently awaiting the arrival of the day when Chunyuan Mountain would open. Over the past few days, he had indeed observed that Xiao Jingxue possessed remarkable talent in the art of alchemy, taking excellent care of the spiritual herbs. Contemplating this, Shen Anze decided to entrust Xiao Jingxue with the elixirs that Murong Tian consumed daily for refinement. Since she harbored aspirations of apprenticeship, he deemed it appropriate to frame this as a form of early training. Naturally, he remained present to offer guidance during her alchemical endeavors. As a fifth-tier alchemist, he certainly possessed a discerning eye. Notably, on the 7th day following the events concerning the Murong family, disturbances erupted at Lingfu Mountain. Lian, who had been hiding within the law enforcement hall, was compelled to emerge, while Master Xuanyuzi's face darkened with anger for quite some time. The cause of his ire? The individuals who had come to the mountain gate were none other than the proprietor of Furong Pavilion and a group of stunningly beautiful young women. They were not merely causing a ruckus, but were there to lament that elderly Yan had deceived their affections, as his debts from his visits to Furong Pavilion had remained unsettled for days. In an effort to prevent the situation from escalating further, the peak master of Qingxi Peak was forced to promptly settle the debts at the mountain gate and send away the provocatively dressed beauties. However, the incident did not go unnoticed by some disciples, who discreetly spread the news. Suddenly, Lingfu Mountain was abuzz with gossip. Major news, indeed. After Elder Li Yan's dismal defeat to the leader of Qingyun Peak, Shunan, rather than retreating in shame to engage in solitary cultivation, he descended the mountain in pursuit of merriment, indulging in wine and feasting, even shirking his debts. What? The head of the law enforcement hall, after succumbing to a rival in love, transformed into a roguish wanderer, reveling in worldly pleasures and leaving without a trace. When Xian Yuzi, with a grim countenance, sought out Li Yan at the law enforcement hall, he discovered the latter sprawled across his bed, deep in slumber, his visage haggard and hair disheveled. A portrait of excessive indulgence. Surrounding his bed were numerous jars of wine. Observing this scene, Xian Yuzi delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling from the bed. Poor Li Yan, bewildered and clutching his backside, struggled to comprehend the situation. As the head of the law enforcement hall, living in such debauchery without a modicum of restraint or shame warranted a punishment of house arrest for 3 months, should you dare descend the mountain again. The sect's regulations shall be enforced. With these icy words, Xian Yuzi turned and departed, slamming the door behind him. Li Yan stared at the door, now crumbling under the weight of his disgrace, and at the curious disciples peering in from outside, utterly dumbfounded. He had lost to Shunin and felt a suffocating sense of humiliation. Had he not merely consumed a bit more wine these past few days? How did it escalate to such a scandalous life? Furthermore, the decree of 3 months' confinement was ludicrous. He had scarcely left his own quarters. Even his disciple, Wang Hu, regarded him with disdain and contempt, which further exacerbated his frustration to the brink of fury. Through various inquiries, he learned that someone had impersonated him, reveling at Furong Xian and racking up debts in his name. "You scoundrel, I shall not let this rest." Li Yan howled skyward, then violently shattered a wine jar beside his bed, exclaiming in anger that the vices of wine and lust had wrought such havoc. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. The following morning, at Qingyun Peak, outside the medicinal herb garden on the back mountain, Shunan had purposely crafted a bamboo grove near a stream, where he often enjoyed fishing and bird watching, finding it quite pleasant. At this moment, 2 individuals sat on a vine chair by the stream, one fishing while the other watched. Little did they know that Li Yan harbored such a disreputable side, truly ignoble. Lu Yunqin, while relishing the pastries presented by Xiao Jingxue, shook her head, her expression rife with disdain. Shen chuckled sheepishly. Who would have thought that such a rogue would be the head of the Lingfu Mountain Hall? Even forgetting to pay back the hard-earned money of others. Truly despicable and disgraceful. Forgotten to pay back? Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows, casting a suspicious glance his way. How do you know he forgot? At a loss for words, Shen struggled to find an explanation when a young man clad in black hurriedly approached. Sword slung over his back. Master! Master! He felt a sense of relief and feigned mild irritation, saying, What brings you here in such a frenzy? You've startled my fish away. Murong Tian scratched his head, embarrassingly smiling, then excitedly continued. There's new information. It is said that the one who visited Furong Xian was not Hall Master Li Yin after all, but someone else entirely. Shen's heart skipped a beat. It was said that this individual had red lips and white teeth, those silver strands adorned his temples, yet he possessed a countenance as exquisite as jade. Handsome and refined, a true beauty. Lu Yinqin paused mid-bite, turning to her side, while Xiao Jingxue also appeared taken aback, their gazes fixated on Shen. If memory serves me correctly, it seems he has been descending the mountain frequently and has not returned all night, has he? Murong Tian appeared exuberant. And after casting a few glances at Shenanze, he seemingly stumbled upon an epiphany, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed, Indeed, just like Master. He remained blissfully unaware of the darkness that had descended upon Shun Anze's countenance, continuing to revel in his excitement. That brazen scoundrel. Not only shirking his debts, but audaciously impersonating the master of Lingfu Mountain. The sect leader has already ordered a thorough investigation. One can only wonder when this rogue will be apprehended. Observing his eager demeanor, Lu Yinqin set aside the pastry in her hand and smiled at Shenanze. Elder Shun, you must surely know the identity of this despicable and shameless scoundrel, do you not? She emphasized certain words Shenanze had previously uttered. Her smile tinged with an unsettling tension. Shenanze felt a weight in his heart, wishing he could toss Murong Tian into the water right then and there. This fool was utterly useless, the champion of causing trouble for his master. Oblivious to the predatory gaze directed at him, Murong Tian leaned in with curiosity, asking, Master, do you know who this audacious rogue is? Beside them, Xiao Jingxue cleared her throat twice, attempting to signal him to cease his inquiries. Yet this foolish lad only grew more animated. Master, the sect leader has placed a bounty of 100,000 gold to capture this scoundrel. If you know, we could team up for the reward. Xiao Jingxue turned her head away, lamenting the beauty of the azure sky and the lush green grass. Chapter 53. Has the sect leader come to seek justice? Shen Anze regarded the fervent Murong Tian with a smile. Have you finished your sword practice? If you find yourself with nothing to do, the back mountain has ample land. Why not plow a few acres? The youth paused, offering an awkward laugh before scampering away with his sword. Once he had departed, Shenanze turned his attention to Lu Yinqin, who sat nearby. If I were to claim that all of this is mere coincidence and that one need not engage in lewd activities at the brothel, some go simply to enjoy music and tea, would you believe me? I do not believe you. Lu Yinqin rose gracefully, departing with a lingering remark. We shall set out for Chunyuan Mountain the day after tomorrow. Ensure Murong Tian adjusts himself well. I will have Fei Shuang notify you when the time comes. Watching Lu Yinqin leave, Shen Anze felt a bittersweet smile creep upon his face. After finally fostering a semblance of closeness between them, it seemed they were back to square one. Regret filled his heart, wishing he could slap himself twice. Could those superficial admirers ever compare to Lu Yinqin, a woman of unparalleled beauty, formidable strength, and noble status? The crux of the matter was that he had truly done nothing at all. It was indeed a bitter pill to swallow, unable to voice his grievances. With the two departing, only Xiao Jingxue and Shun Anze remained. She gazed at him with her gentle, autumn-like eyes, their gazes locking. Shen Anze, with utmost seriousness, asked, Jingxue, do you think I resemble such a shameless wretch? Xiao Jingxue quickly averted her gaze, rising to bow. Peak Master, it seems rain is imminent. I shall return to gather the laundry. Shen Anze, staring at the clear azure sky devoid of clouds, reclined back onto his chair, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over him. Xiao Jingxue is not merely a servant. Why then does she still contemplate gathering garments? What has become of the fundamental trust between individuals? Even if I had indeed ventured to Furong Pavilion, could one not choose to place their faith in me? With a heavy heart, Shunan pondered within. System, how much adoration value does Murong Tian still lack to surpass level 8? Just a smidgen more. A smidgen translates to how much? 70 points. Shunan felt utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit. This was still predicated on the additional 20 points he had gained during his time at the Murong residence. Relying solely on persuasion had become increasingly ineffective in eliciting adoration from Murong Tian. Even spending a night in conversation only yielded a single point. The prospect of elevating his adoration value to level 10 seemed a distant dream. Casting a glance towards the direction in which Xiao Jingxue had departed, Shunan stroked his chin in contemplation. Until his first disciple's adoration value reached level 10, he could not accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. He had deliberated this matter for quite some time and concluded that accepting Xiao Jingxue as a disciple would be a most prudent choice. Firstly, she is the daughter of the Prince of Southern Zhan, a princess of the Dan court, with the entirety of the royal family backing her. Secondly, her innate talent is exceptional, arguably on par with Qin Xinhue. She has merely been tormented by the bone corrosion poison, unable to consolidate her energy, and at times even experiencing regression in her cultivation system. What rank of alchemist is necessary to completely dispel this bone corrosion poison? 7th rank. Might you bend the rules and allow me to draw some alchemical experience to break through to a 7th rank alchemist on my next lottery? Yes. In exchange for 15 years of lifespan for 1 rank. Can this be paid by another? Or perhaps an installment plan, such as repaying 1 second of life every year? In the martial arts arena, Murong Tian, diligently practicing his swordplay, suddenly sneezed, scratching his head and glancing around. Can the host refrain from tormenting this system? Shunan twitched the corner of his mouth. Who could blame him when no manual was provided? Leaving him to explore and inquire about everything on his own, perhaps truly exasperated by his torment, the system responded once more. The host may choose to expend skill cards to enhance the probability of drawing. When I last inquired, did you not say that the skill cards at my disposal were insufficient to increase my chances of acquiring 7th rank alchemist experience? Shunan frowned, having secretly probed this matter long ago. Oh, host, how adorable you are. Who said anything about drawing 7th rank alchemist experience? There are numerous methods to detoxify, and suitable cultivation techniques are among them, albeit without immediate effect. Shunan felt a surge of joy. What level of technique is required to dispel the bone corrosion poison? Purple grade. Within the lottery wheel, there exist 5 categories of prizes: gold, purple, blue, green, and white. The golden light represents the finest quality, akin to the unparalleled sword technique previously drawn for Murong Tian. The purple light is rare, and as of now, it has yet to be drawn. The blue light signifies excellence. The cat tease stiction and once acquired belongs to this tier, although he has yet to discover its purpose. When he inquired of the system, it merely stated its ability to entertain cats. Ultimately, Shunan repurposed it as a whip to chastise Murong Tian, for it proved remarkably durable, unlike an ordinary willow branch, which could easily snap upon impact. Regarding the green and white light, one is commonplace, the other is trifling. As Shunan pondered while stroking his chin, he mused that the purple technique should be of approximately celestial rank. This implies that to thoroughly cure the bone-corroding poison, one would need to draw a celestial technique, which must also be suitable for Xiao Jingshue's cultivation. This task appears no simpler than acquiring the experience of a 7th grade alchemist, and may even prove more arduous. However, Shunan began to grasp the reason why the system indicated that skill cards could enhance the probability of drawing techniques, but not directly increase the experience of a 7th grade alchemist. This is because the status of a 7th grade alchemist is inherently his, whereas techniques are meant to be transmitted to disciples, and can only be imparted once. After the initial transmission, any further attempts require another draw. Yet, there exists another method, allowing Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue, who possess knowledge of the techniques, to transmit them on his behalf. Nevertheless, Murong Tian has only just begun to grasp the unparalleled sword technique, and has yet to comprehend the crucial unparalleled sword heart. Thus, his transmission might lead others astray. The inheritance card provided by the system guarantees a successful transmission, while oral teaching relies on the recipient's comprehension and talent. If their aptitude is lacking, even with a technique in hand, it may take years to master. Consequently, the experience of a 7th grade alchemist is currently deemed more precious than a celestial technique. The distinction lies in the fact that one can be utilized indefinitely, while the other can only be used once for now. Shaking his head, Shunan resolved not to dwell further on the matter. After all, Xiao Jingshue's situation is not urgent. Even if he were to draw, he must first elevate Murong Tian's level of admiration to gain an opportunity. Moreover, the transmission can only occur once he can formally accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, which necessitates that the former's admiration level surpasses 10. This means he has at least 3 opportunities left to draw, and given that the system occasionally issues tasks, he could also gain additional chances. He remained steadfast in his belief that with such numerous opportunities, he would surely succeed at least once. The immediate priority, then, is to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming trip to Chunyuan Mountain, ensuring that Murong Tian strives to secure one of the top 3 pure yuan pools, seeking the chance to condense qi and attain the return to origin realm. Master. Just as he was deep in thought, the youth dashed up the mountain path, Sword on his back. What is it now? Shannon frowned. The sect master has arrived and is waiting for you at Qingyan Hall. Shannon sprang up from his seat, a look of dismay on his face. This is bad. Could it be that the sect master is here to confront me about impersonating Li Yan at Farang Pavilion? Chapter 54. You wouldn't want others to know, would you? In the main hall of Qingyun Peak, Xian Yuzi sat opposite Shannon, their gazes locked for a prolonged silence, unable to endure the weight of his stare any longer. Shannon rose to speak. Sect master, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Xian Yuzi finally cleared his throat, regarding him with an enigmatic expression. Actually, I descended the mountain yesterday armed with your portrait to conduct an investigation. The people at Farang Pavilion. His words trailed off, his expression laden with meaning. Understanding that the matter could not be concealed any longer, Shannon bitterly interjected, Sect master, I assure you, I did nothing at Farang Pavilion. I merely listened to music and, at most, shared tea and enjoyed the flowers with the performers. It is not as you imagine. Why are you so anxious? I never claimed you did anything wrong. Xian Yuzi regarded him with an odd expression, stroking his beard. What I think is of little consequence. What truly matters is the opinion of others, such as Elder Liu. You wouldn't want this matter to be common knowledge, would you? If you agree to assist me with a certain task, I shall resolve your dilemma. Shannon was taken aback. This sentiment felt eerily familiar. He scrutinized the jovial middle-aged man before him, astonished that the seemingly affable and approachable sect leader harbored such peculiar inclinations behind closed doors. Let us speak no further, he declared resolutely, rising to his feet. Even if everyone were to know, I shall not acquiesce to your request, sect leader. Xian Yuzi was momentarily stunned. He had yet to articulate his request. How could Shannon reject him with such conviction? Moreover, what did that fleeting expression of revulsion in his eyes signify? Did the old man have something stuck in his nose today? Xian Yuzi touched his nose and forced a smile. Elder Shun, please do not be agitated. This matter is not difficult. It merely requires a few words from you, and you shall not find yourself in a predicament. Just a few words? I refuse. Shunin reiterated solemnly from behind his chair, enunciating every syllable. Xian Yuzi was baffled again. Did this individual expect to do nothing and have him clean up afterward? Such lofty aspirations. If this were not a private matter, and given Shun An's esteemed position as both a figure in the upper echelons and a connection to the Southern King, would he really have come to him with such earnestness? After all, he was the sect leader. Elder Shun, it truly is not a challenging request. I have heard that the prince has granted a spot at Qingyun Peak for a journey to Chunyuan Mountain. I merely hope that, during your visit, you might deliver a small item to Lady Li. I would never sell my body, Shannon exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Was it merely to deliver something to Lady Li? Indeed. What else would Elder Shin think? Xian Yuzi replied, his face a mask of confusion. What was it you just said about never selling something? Cough, cough. Shannon coughed, a smile spreading across his weathered face as he amiably grasped Xian Yuzi's hand. Old Xian, I've noticed that you have a penchant for being cryptic. Why not simply state your business? I, Shunin, am part of the sect, and even if you choose not to assist me, I cannot refuse such a matter. Can I? Xian Yuzi wore a peculiar expression. What had prompted this sudden change in demeanor? Yet, he was surprised to learn that the sect leader had connections with Lady Li. Shunin chuckled, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and intrigue. Judging by Xian Yuzi's gaze, one could easily guess his thoughts. He shot Shunin a warning look and spoke. What are you thinking? Lady Li is my sister. I am asking you to deliver some nourishing elixirs for her vitality and blood. Oh, Shun An's expression deflated, appearing somewhat disinterested. He had anticipated uncovering a momentous secret. Since it was merely a sibling relationship, why didn't he, the sect leader, deliver it himself? Xian Yuzi cast him an exasperated glance. Because I am the sect leader of Lingfu Mountain, and she is the emperor's consort, with her son being the crown prince. If I were to maintain frequent contact with her, what would the emperor think? Lingfu Mountain is not comparable to the Qin and Shangwan families, which have been subtly and overtly supported by His Majesty. Lingfu Mountain operates beyond the imperial control. Understood. Shannon nodded. It is akin to the distinction between a state-owned enterprise and a foreign entity. Moreover, with the son of the beautiful concubine, now the crown prince, should Xian Yuzi frequently associate with them, it is inevitable that he may be stabbed in the back by those with ulterior motives. While Lingfu Mountain may remain unaffected, the situation is decidedly different for the beautiful concubine and her son within the palace. If their adversaries were to catch wind of even the slightest rumor, they could magnify it to an alarming degree. After all, what excuse is ever lacking when one wishes to frame another? Why then does the sect leader not send Elder Liu? Shannon found himself puzzled again. It is understandable not to choose Murong Tian, given his status as a disciple, which precludes him from interacting with the beautiful concubine. But why select himself? Their gazes locked. Xian Yuzi appeared somewhat bewildered. Is the quota not for Qingyun Peak? What purpose does Elder Lu serve in this regard? The two exchanged glances, their eyes wide with confusion. Could it be that Elder Lu fears the Qin and Shangwan families may conspire against Murong Tian at Chunyuan Mountain, and thus wishes to lend support to Qingyun Peak? Therefore, the two of you. Xian Yuzi's expression gradually took on an intriguing quality as he scrutinized Shunan, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Ahem, unspoken understanding. Shunan felt a flush of embarrassment, coughing lightly without offering an explanation. As the sect leader, I must admonish you. Why forsake the esteemed Qingyuan Peak to venture to Furong Pavilion? Xian Yuzi's irritation was palpable. Do those frivolous individuals truly compare to our Qingyuan Peak's majestic and ethereal leader? Elder Shun, one must seize opportunities wisely. Given Elder Lu's allure, many covetous figures within the sect may seek to take advantage. Should you fail to cherish this, what will you do if someone seizes the moment? Is the sect leader referring to Home Master Yanli? Xian Yuzi blinked. The two exchanged knowing glances, their eyes wide in silent communication. I did not say that. Do not make wild assumptions, nor spread rumors. Very well. I shall certainly refrain from informing Home Master Yanli that the sect leader referred to him as a covetous individual. Xian Yuzi suddenly found the exchange with Shun and rather exhausting. He waved his hand, placing a hand over his heart, and said, Enough. The sect has numerous matters to address. I shall not linger further. Prepare well for your journey to Chunyuan Mountain with your disciple. Do not bring shame to Lingfu Mountain. Sect leader, regarding the matters of Furong Pavilion, Shunan hastily called after the figure that had already taken several steps away. Rest assured, I shall resolve it for you. Watching the figure vanish beyond the palace, Shunan stroked his chin. Next time, I must establish some formidable restrictions, otherwise everyone will be soaring through the air while I am left to climb the mountain daily, which is rather undignified, for I am the leader of Qingyun Peak. The following day, Lingfu Mountain was abuzz with activity. In light of the Furong Pavilion incident, the sect leader personally descended the mountain to investigate. By evening, he returned with the truth. It was revealed that the individual who had frequented Furong Pavilion was neither Li Yin nor Shunin, but rather a remnant of the demonic sect skilled in transformation techniques. He has since been vanquished by his own hand. It was precisely to instigate internal strife within Lingfu Mountain that he transformed into the guise of the master of Qingyun Peak. Parading under the title of the law enforcement home master while indulging in a feast at Furong Pavilion without settling the bill. Upon the revelation of this news, everyone suddenly understood, finding it entirely reasonable. Indeed, as the master of the law enforcement hall, did Li Yin truly lack the means to cover such a modest expense? Elder Shun had won a considerable sum of gold during the grand tournament. Was he truly foolish enough to partake in a free meal? Surely, this was merely a petty trick employed by the remnants of the demonic sect in their futile attempt to incite discord within Lingfu Mountain. Chapter 55. The unworldly apprentice outside the bamboo courtyard of Qingyun Peak. The tips of the peach leaves were sharp, while the willow fronds draped across the sky. Shunin sat leisurely in a rattan chair, his legs crossed, humming a cheerful tune as he basked in the sunlight, engrossed in a book. His spirits were high, indeed, exuberant. The news from the previous day had swiftly altered the public perception of the Furong Pavilion incident. Beside him, Xiao Jingxue regarded him with renewed respect, tinged with a hint of shame, reflecting inwardly. Had it not been for the sect leader personally apprehending the remnants of the demonic sect, the burden of blame would undoubtedly have fallen upon the Peak Master. It was indeed the Peak Master who, in the face of such malicious events, had chosen not to seek an explanation, embodying a demeanor of tranquil indifference to fame and fortune. In contrast, young Murong Tian had appeared somewhat dejected yesterday, lamenting the missed opportunity to personally bring the remnants of the demonic sect to justice and claim the reward of 100,000. However, there was yet another source of joy for Shunin. Through diligent sword training over the past period, Murong Tian's swordsmanship seemed to have improved, and his martial arts proficiency had even ascended to the second level. While it might sound simpler than progressing to the first level, this was no mere coincidence. Recently, Murong Tian had not only practiced the thunderous blade, but had also delved into the profound insights of the unrivaled sword technique, a technique of transcendent rank. Any grasp of such knowledge was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Shunin had begun to read. What was he reading? Compendiums on weaponry, exotic flora, and intricate ailments. Boredom had driven him to seek enlightenment through literature, especially since he dared not venture down the mountain to listen to music. Ideally, reading would enhance his mastery of martial and medicinal arts. If not, it was of little consequence, for acquiring knowledge was inherently valuable. The more he read, the better equipped he would be to engage in meaningful discourse. As he perused texts on medicinal arts, he found himself comprehending them with remarkable clarity, the knowledge of a fifth-tier alchemist illuminating his mind. At times, He could even discern errors within the texts. The various treatises on weaponry were manageable, though not entirely comprehensible. He grasped some concepts. Yet, when it came to subjects such as talismans or artifact forging, he was utterly lost, his expression one of bewilderment. Having stifled a yawn, Shunan closed his book, feeling somewhat fatigued as he rubbed his temples. While immersing oneself in the ocean of knowledge was undoubtedly beneficial, he was merely at the later stages of body refinement, and his energy was rather limited. Often, he would read a book twice and still overlook details, leading to a muddled memory. Alas, after perusing 7 or 8 volumes, the true knowledge retained was alarmingly scant. Gazing up at the azure sky, Shunan couldn't help but sigh deeply, reflecting on his predicament. No wonder the ancients proclaimed that reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Merely perusing texts without practical application renders one's knowledge superficial and fleeting. Yet, what can be done? After all, he lacks both spiritual fortitude and innate talent. He comprehends the sword's essence, wherein spirit flows with the blade and strength follows the edge, but can he truly embody it? The path of talismans speaks of gathering spirit through the brush, with the heavens as the backdrop, painting fierce winds that ignite flames and summon thunderous clouds. Can he achieve this? Shaking his head, Shunan stroked his chin thoughtfully. A theoretical master is still a master, after all, even if he cannot execute it himself. A profound understanding can still be imparted to others. With aspirations to master such vast knowledge, he mused that even without the system, he would be capable of teaching the younger generation. Suddenly, he felt as though he had discovered a new direction for his life's endeavors. Ignoring his fatigue, he resumed his studies. Master, master. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in his studies, a familiar voice echoed from the bamboo path. Master, Sister Feishuang has arrived. Murong Tian approached, sword on his back, waving eagerly, while the icy figure of Ling Feishuang followed closely behind. During this time, he hardly resembled the eldest disciple of Qingyun Peak. Rather, he appeared more akin to a messenger. Shunan raised an eyebrow, closing his book and standing up. The arrival of Ling Feishuang indicated that they would soon embark for Chunyuan Mountain. Elder Shun, Princess, Ling Feishuang greeted respectfully as she strode gracefully to the creek, her long legs accentuating her poise. Ling disciple, no need for such formality. Did your master send you? Shunan waved dismissively. Yes, my master has been awaiting us at the foot of the mountain. Ah, in that case, Jingxue, please fetch the books from my study. Let us be on our way. Shunan turned to speak. Of course, Peak Master. Xiao Jingxue nodded slightly and promptly returned with the books. As they made their way down to Lingfu Mountain, Shunan stole a few glances at Ling Feishuang, then furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, when did you achieve your breakthrough? Ling Feishuang paused, taken aback, and respectfully replied, Elder, I condensed qi and returned to the Yuan 5 days ago. Upon hearing this, Shunan nodded in realization, silently acknowledging the truth of his observations. His recent studies had not been in vain. Her eyes resembled tranquil seas, absorbing energy like a deep abyss, precisely the description he had encountered in his readings. He had sensed a change in Ling Feishuang, and his inquiry confirmed his suspicions. This discovery ignited a flicker of excitement within him, further fueling his thirst for knowledge. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Yinxin stood serenely before the stone tablet of Lingfu Mountain, her azure attire billowing in the breeze. Her raven hair elegantly secured with a single silver hairpin. Dressed simply, she bore no resemblance to the ostentatious garments of the courtesans or the lavish finery of affluent young ladies. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that bestowed upon her an ethereal grace merely by her presence. Have you arrived? Noticing the figures behind her, Lu Yinxin turned slightly, her red lips parting gently. Yes, Elder Lu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Since you are here, let us depart. Lu Yinxin waved her sleeve, and a flying boat emerged from within, expanding instantly and resting at the edge. She gazed at Shun En as he boarded the flying vessel with his disciple, her beautiful eyes subtly shifting. Yesterday, upon discovering that the despicable and contemptible scoundrel who entered the Furong Pavilion was not truly Shinen, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It seemed she did not wish for Shun En to become such a person. Feishuang, return to Qingyuan Peak and thoroughly contemplate the teachings I have imparted to you. Await my return. Yes, master. Ling Feishuang respectfully nodded, watching as the flying vessel gradually receded into the horizon. On board the vessel, it was Shun En's first experience with such a rare contraption. And although curiosity and excitement bubbled within him, he chose to maintain his silence in order to uphold his authority before his disciple. Xiao Jingxue did not appear particularly astonished by the flying vessel, for her status had exposed her to far grander spectacles. However, upon reaching Murong Tian, she exclaimed, Wow, master! The deck is made of Feihong stone. A piece the size of a palm can fetch 50,000 gold. And look, The bow is adorned with a piece of yuan stone, featuring a dancing cricket. Shunan observed Murong Tian, who was eagerly exploring the vessel with childlike wonder, and could not suppress a grimace. He averted his gaze, his expression clearly indicating that he did not recognize this person. How embarrassing. Such utter humiliation. One could be curious. But what was the point of crouching on the deck like that? And what was this nonsense about a dancing cricket? A mere glance in that direction elicited a scoff from Shunan. There is no such dancing cricket. It's a deception. Chapter 56. As the saying goes, the path to knowledge is paved with diligence. On the flying vessel, Murong Tian's incessant tapping and poking ceased only after Shunan admonished him, allowing the group to finally relish the tranquility. Shunan leaned against the side, engrossed in a book detailing the weaknesses, habits, and life stories of various demonic beasts. Lu Yinxin initially thought his interest was fleeting and would soon wane, yet as time went by, she found herself slightly agape in surprise. After a full 2 hours, having completed the volume on demonic beasts, Shunan promptly switched to a book on talisman arrays. Aside from sipping water, he engaged in no other activities. Does the Peak Master enjoy reading? Lu Yinxin inquired, glancing at Xiao Jingxue beside her. After a moment's hesitation, the latter replied, I suppose so. She had only recently arrived at Qingyun Peak and had only noticed in the past few days that Shunan was often absorbed in books. What has he read? Well, everything. Xiao Jingxue nodded. This much she was certain of. Lu Yinxin, taken aback by this revelation, stole a few more glances at Shunan. She had not previously realized his profound passion for reading. Noticing her gaze, Shunan raised his head, locking eyes with her. Elder Lu, is something the matter? Isn't it tiring to read each word so meticulously? Lu Yinxin inquired softly. After all, upon reaching the Qi Si realm, one could read 10 lines at a glance. And the Spirit Return realm could swiftly peruse books. To put it mildly, a practitioner of the Spirit Return realm could easily skim through the book in Shunan's hands and retain its contents through their mental prowess. Understanding her curiosity, Shunan simply shook his head. This time, there was no inclination to emphasize once more that he was merely at the body refinement stage. After all, who would believe him after witnessing those few strikes? Understanding and learning are two distinct concepts. Mastering and applying knowledge is yet another level altogether. Observing swiftly yields little benefit. Shunanze, in a soft voice, articulated the rigorous training and guidance he had endured throughout his 9 years of compulsory education. One must learn, comprehend, and grasp techniques. For instance, memorizing a poem does not guarantee an understanding of its meaning, nor does understanding its essence enable one to compose a similar poem. As he spoke, he shook his head earnestly, expressing his sentiments with great seriousness. As the saying goes, the path through the mountains of books is paved with diligence. The ocean of learning is endless, and hard work is the vessel. Listening to his words, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingxue found themselves momentarily speechless, gazing at him in astonishment, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. At that moment, seated before them, Shunanze seemed to radiate a vague brilliance, presenting an aura that was both ethereal and profound. In essence, he imparted a different impression to Xiao Jingxue and Lu Yunqin than he had previously. Lu Yunqin herself was taken aback that such words could emanate from Shunanze. In her recollection, the former master of Qingyun Peak frequently sought the headmaster for sympathy, embodying a rather ordinary persona. However, through their recent interactions, she realized that she had never truly comprehended this master of Qingyun Peak, having been swayed by rumors all along. Lu Yunqin blinked, observing him as he once again immersed himself in reading, stirring within her a burgeoning curiosity about who Shunanze truly was. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxue, regaining her composure, gazed deeply, seemingly touched, and began perusing a book entitled A Detailed Explanation of Insects and Venoms. The flying vessel gradually slowed as it approached dusk. Shunanze looked up to see a range of peaks ahead, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. The aura of spiritual energy was palpable. Murong Tian suddenly opened his eyes, astonished, and stood up abruptly. He then turned to gauge the reactions of the others. Xiao Jingxue smiled and nodded at him with a calm demeanor, while Lu Yunqin continued to gaze into the distance, showing no signs of surprise at the rich spiritual energy. Murong Tian's gaze fell upon his master. Shunanze blinked, meeting his eyes with a somewhat bewildered expression. Upon realizing that he was the only one among the four feeling astonished, his face flushed slightly in embarrassment. Shunanze felt a bit dazed, looking around. Spiritual energy? Where? Why can't I sense it? Is it really that abundant? We have arrived at Chunyuan Mountain. Prepare yourselves, we shall descend. Lu Yunqin spoke softly, and with a wave of her sleeve, the flying vessel began to descend gently. To Shunanze's eyes, this place seemed little different from Qingyun Peak, save for the abundance of mist. As they passed through the white fog, the scene along the mountain path was suffocatingly dark. Rows of figures clad in silvery armor stood motionless on either side, resembling immovable iron towers, their murderous aura seemingly coalescing into a tangible force that soared into the sky. Redolent of blood, the long spears held in their hands glimmered with a cold light, emanating an intense aura that instilled a profound sense of oppression. Clad in silver armor, each of these warriors was a master of the returning Origin realm, numbering at least 3,000. They constituted the White Jade Army, trained by His Majesty. A force of merely 10,000, yet every soldier had survived the brutalities of the battlefield. As the flying vessel descended, Xiao Jingxue gently began her explanation. Murong Tian appeared both surprised and intrigued. Why did they not even blink, nor make a sound? The three glanced at him simultaneously before choosing to ignore him, allowing Xiao Jingxue to continue her introduction. The White Jade Army is divided into 3 divisions, 10,000 silver-armored warriors, all at the returning Origin realm, 10 golden-armored warriors at the Earth Spirit realm, and at the pinnacle, a single jade-armored general, the most trusted of His Majesty, who possesses the Heavenly Spirit realm. Shunan felt a sense of astonishment. The impression left by these 3,000 silver-armored warriors was indeed unparalleled by mere rabble. In other words, among those of the returning Origin realm, each one could defeat 10 effortlessly. Truly, they were the elite forces personally nurtured by the Emperor. The mere presence of 3,000 silver-armored soldiers was already so formidable, one could only imagine the terror of a full gathering of 10,000. Just as Shun En was marveling at this spectacle, a sudden sound of tearing air resonated from above. Looking up, he saw a long, dark shadow swirling amidst the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive azure serpent. Its swollen belly suggested it was on the verge of transformation into a flood dragon. Perched atop the serpent's large triangular head were several individuals. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane and appearing somewhat frail. Yet, no one would underestimate him as merely an aged and feeble old man. Behind the elder stood a young maiden in white, sword in hand, her expression one of indifference. The moment Shunan laid eyes on her, he sensed Murong Tian's breath grow heavy beside him. Clenching his fists tightly, he fixed an unyielding gaze upon the young woman atop the azure serpent, a smoldering anger flickering in his eyes. Without needing to ask, Shunan understood that this sword-wielding maiden was none other than the one who had called off her engagement with Murong Tian. Qin Jia, Qin Qianwei. Chapter 57. First encounter with the Qin family. As the azure serpent bowed its head, the individuals atop it descended one after another. The two factions exchanged glances, scrutinizing one another. Qin Qianwei noticed the dark-clad youth behind Shunan, but merely cast him a fleeting indifferent glance before turning her attention back to the mist-laden mountain path. Her haughty demeanor ignited a fire within Murong Tian's heart, prompting an urge to charge forward. Gently patting his shoulder, Shunan signaled him to remain composed. Who would have thought that the princess, not present at the Medicine King Valley, would also come to Pure Yuan Mountain to join this gathering? The elderly man with the cane chuckled as he approached, his expression slightly respectful, though it was directed primarily at Xiao Jingxue beside Shunan. He chose to ignore everyone else, including Lu Yinqin. Lord Qin, you are too kind. I did not expect such an esteemed elder from the Qin family to personally grace this occasion, Xiao Jingxue replied softly, her words revealing a piece of information to Shun En and the others. Before me stands an unassuming elderly man with a cane, who, astonishingly, is none other than the venerable patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Baishan, a formidable force at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Spirit realm. Behind him, alongside Qin Qianwei, are two young individuals, presumably descendants of the Qin lineage. Each exhibits commendable prowess, having recently entered the Qi realm. In contrast, both these young heirs and others from Lingfu Mountain, such as Yu Jinyuan and Wang Hu, have only attained the Qi realm at their age. Yet, remarkably, Qin Qianwei, who is slightly younger than them, has already ascended to the returning Origin realm and is on the verge of breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm. This underscores the extraordinary talent possessed by Qin Qianwei. Given the significance of her potential breakthrough to the Earth Spirit realm, the old man felt compelled to personally oversee the proceedings. Qin Baishan chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at Shun En and others. It begs the question, what brings the princess here, given her unpredictable injuries? He had already been informed that the Prince of Southern Town had granted a quota from Chunyuanshan to Murong Tian of Qingyun Peak. He was also aware of Murong Tian's triumph in the Lingfu Mountain competition, as well as Shun En's sudden display of strength in defeating a Hall Master. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to inquire further. I am here accompanying the Peak Master and senior brother Murong, Xiao Jingxue replied gently, her expression inscrutable. Oh, Qin Baishan feigned surprise. Is he the Murong Tian of the Murong family? But I was led to believe he suffers from congenital meridian blockage. Bestowing such a quota upon him seems quite a waste, does it not? Xiao Jingxue frowned slightly. Murong Tian's knuckles were turning white from his clenched fists. A congenital meridian blockage that had managed to reach the mid-Qi C stage. Surely, those with unimpeded meridians should have long surpassed the returning origin realm at this stage. At this moment, Shunan spoke with a composed demeanor, his gaze subtly directed towards the other two young members of the Qin family, who similarly feigned surprise. Oh, how curious that these two Qin family talents have only just entered the Qi C realm, yet my disciple, despite his congenital meridian blockage, has surpassed them. Could it be that they have been slacking off in their training at the Qin estate? He sighed theatrically, lamenting the squandering of such talent. His words drew a light laugh from Xiao Jingxue and lifted Murong Tian's spirits. However, the expressions of the two young Qin heirs darkened, their faces shifting between shades of red and blue. Was he implying that they could not even measure up to a so-called waste with a congenital meridian blockage? Qin Beishan narrowed his eyes slightly. This individual must be the illustrious peak master of Qingyun Peak, Elder Shun, am I correct? His gaze held an evaluative quality, brow furrowing slightly, sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy within Shunan, nor any aura of cultivation. He perceived him as little more than a practitioner at the late stage of body refinement. How could such a person possibly defeat a warrior of the returning origin realm? Could the rumors be unfounded? With this thought, he forced a smile and remarked, "It is quite surprising to learn that Elder Shin's cultivation is outstripped by that of his disciple. This is indeed a rare anecdote I have encountered in my decades of experience. Indeed, a practitioner of the late body refinement stage managed to guide the congenitally blocked Murong Tian to the mid-Qi C realm, while the numerous mid-stage warriors of the Qin family somehow allowed their descendants to remain at the initial Qi C stage." Quietly listening from the side, Lu Yinqin finally spoke, her tone unassuming yet laced with lethal precision. The smile on Qin Beishan's face gradually faded as he cast a cold glance at Lu Yinqin. Were it not for Xiao Jingshue's presence, he would have long since sent these individuals flying with a mere slap for their audacity in addressing the Qin family in such a manner. "Great-grandfather, let us ascend the mountain," Qin Qianyue interjected, her demeanor indifferent as she had never truly regarded Shun Anze before. Qin Beishan nodded, then seemed to recall something, speaking in a measured tone. "Elder Shun, do not fault me for not forewarning you. The quota granted by the king of southern Jun to Qingyun Peak was deducted from the Shangguan family. When they arrive, it would be prudent not to be overly acerbic, or else I shall be unable to assist you." With that, the Qin family proceeded up the mountain. Shun Anze frowned. Indeed, within Chunyuan Mountain, the Shangguan family posed a more formidable challenge than the Qin family, primarily because the current empress bore the surname Shangguan. Within the Eastern Palace, only two individuals held the utmost power: the favored consort of the emperor, the mother of the crown prince, Lifi, and the empress herself, Shangguan. It was unexpected that Xiao Aohai had allocated his quota by deducting from the Shangguan family. Shun Anze glanced at Xiao Jingxue, who subtly shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the matter. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Shun Anze recalled that he had already crossed paths with the steward of the Shangguan family during his time at the Murong estate, planting the seeds of conflict long ago. If matters escalated, he would promptly summon Lu Yunqin to bring forth the communication talisman to alert the people of Lingfu Mountain. Who fears whom? With this thought, Shun Anze cast another glance at the massive azure serpent resting quietly at the foot of the mountain. Such a large serpent, a beast of legend, must possess exquisite flesh. He mused. The azure serpent opened its eyes, its cold vertical pupils emanating a dangerous glint as it fixed its gaze upon Shun Anze. He quickly averted his eyes, recalling that beasts of legend possess an innate ability to sense danger. "Let us ascend the mountain as well." The group followed the Qin family, stepping onto the misty mountain path. The silver-armored soldiers on either side remained silent, standing like iron towers. Chunyuan Mountain is home to 10 Chunyuan pools, ascending from the mountain's midpoint to its peak. The pools are categorized into 3 tiers. The first are the lower 4 pools, where the spiritual energy flows like water, abundant yet impure. While one may absorb a great quantity of energy from these pools, it requires further refinement. The second tier consists of the middle 3 pools, where the energy is crystalline, both abundant and pure. The third, the most significant, comprises the upper 3 pools. The energy here is concentrated, with a single pool capable of rivaling oceanic depths, and its purity is unparalleled. Spending a month in the upper 3 pools, even those with the most mediocre talents can undoubtedly advance a small realm, provided they can absorb the energy. It is said that Xiao Aohai once resided in the upper 3 pools, directly transcending from the pinnacle of returning essence to the Earth Spirit realm, nearly breaking through to the mid-Earth Spirit stage. This illustrates the vast disparity between the upper 3 pools and the other 7. Chapter 58. Why are you shouting so loudly? The group made their way along the mountain path to the mountainside, where the presence of silver-armored soldiers had noticeably increased. At the forefront, an opulent phoenix carriage was stationed. Today marked the opening of Chunyuan Mountain, and only one member of the royal family would attend, that being the crown prince. Without a doubt, seated within the royal palanquin was the beloved mother of the crown prince, the noble Lady Li. She was also the recipient of the offerings that Shunan was tasked to deliver by Xian Yuzi. Of course, it was not Shunan himself who would make the delivery. Previously, Xian Yuzi had mentioned that he merely needed to speak, as he intended for Princess Xiao Jingxue to undertake the task. After all, Shunan was associated with Lingfu Mountain and was obliged to maintain a respectful distance from Lady Li. However, the presence of Princess Xiao Jingxue would be different, as the Empress would have no grounds to contest her visit. Having met with Her Highness, the necessary courtesies could not be overlooked upon entering the royal domain. Shunan, accompanied by a few others, approached to pay their respects, while the members of the Qin family had already begun their ascent up the mountain. No need for formalities. A voice, graceful and warm, emanated from within the silk curtains. Aware of the cue, Shunan glanced at Xiao Jingxue, who stepped forward in understanding. Your Highness, it has been a long time since our last meeting. I have specially prepared some medicinal elixirs to nourish one's vitality and blood, and I hope you will not find them unworthy, spoke Xiao Jingxue. Inside the palanquin, a woman adorned in exquisite garments spoke softly. Ah, Jingxue, please come in. As Xiao Jingxue parted the curtains and entered, Shunan caught a glimpse of Lady Li seated within. She was strikingly beautiful, truly deserving of the Emperor's utmost favor, her standing rivaling that of the Empress herself. The latter acknowledged him with a slight smile and a nod before the curtains fell once more. Elder Shun, let us proceed up the mountain, suggested Lu Yinqin softly. Shunan nodded, cherishing every moment that Murong Tian could linger in the Chunyuan pool. The trio advanced toward the mid-mountain, while Xiao Jingxue remained behind to reminisce with Lady Li. Currently, the Crown Prince was engaged in cultivation at the Pinnacle's exclusive Chunyuan pool, while the remaining 9 pools were allocated to others. As they ascended, they noted that 2 of the lower 4 pools had already been claimed by lesser factions, subordinate to the Qin and Shangwan families, with whom Shunan was unfamiliar, resulting in minimal interaction. Their group did not linger, but continued past the lower 4 pools. Although the surrounding mist was not as dense as it had been at mid-mountain, it was evident from Murong Tian's expression that the spiritual energy had significantly deepened. In the middle 3 pools, 2 were occupied by younger members of the Qin family, who sat cross-legged in the center of the water, eyes closed in meditation, while an elder from the Qin family stood guard outside to prevent disturbances. Upon noticing Shunan and his companions intent on ascending further, one of the Qin elders frowned and feigned a warning. I advise you to remain in the lower 4 pools. These and the remaining pools above belong to the Shangwan family, and there is no place for you. Shunan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly. Is there a name inscribed upon the pools designating them for the Shangwan family? The elder scowled and then scoffed. You are unaware of your own limitations. With that, he waved his sleeve dismissively, unwilling to engage further. After all, the members of the Shangwan family would soon arrive, and if they discovered their pool had been occupied, their wrath would be formidable, promising an entertaining spectacle. Master, do we truly need to proceed further? Murong Tian asked hesitantly. Since we have come this far, it is only fitting that you cultivate in the upper 3 pools. Otherwise, our visit would be in vain, Shunan replied calmly. But what about the Shangwan family? Murong Tian inquired. Fear not, I shall handle matters concerning the Shangwan family on your behalf, Shunan assured him. As Murong Tian's words hung in the air, Lu Yinqin interjected softly, her demeanor tranquil and untroubled. Your master is correct. If you truly wish to ascend to the Tianxue sect in 6 months, cultivating in the upper 3 pools will greatly benefit you. Hearing both of them affirm this, Murong Tian felt a twinge of hesitation. The head of the Shangwan family was merely at the initial stage of the celestial spirit realm, and his own master needed no further mention. Even Elder Lu was only at the pinnacle of the Earth spirit realm. If a dispute were to arise over the pools, could it spiral out of control, possibly leading to conflict? Sensing his concerns, Lu Yinqin gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Rest easy, monumental matters will be shouldered by your master and me. Focus solely on your cultivation. A mere celestial spirit realm initiator does not intimidate me. Murong Tian was profoundly moved and nodded earnestly. His master and masteress wife, no, his master and Elder Lu, were truly remarkable. Shunan, somewhat astonished, had not anticipated Lu Yinqin's confidence. The Shangwan family might fear Lingfu Mountain, but they would not regard a figure of modest standing within Lingfu Mountain, such as Qingyun Peak, with any trepidation. He had assumed she had accompanied them to leverage her position as an elder of the 5 peaks of Lingfu Mountain and her connection to the Prince of Southern Town to intimidate the Shangwan family. Yet it appeared she dismissed the celestial spirit realm entirely. Had the Prince of Southern Town granted her some hidden trump card? Shannon pondered, shaking his head. Regardless, if it meant sparing his solitary celestial spirit realm skill card, he welcomed the respite. The trio continued their ascent, and soon they arrived at a clearing. In the clearing stood 2 pure yuan pools nearby, and in the distance, shrouded in mist, another was faintly visible. This particular pure yuan pool appeared to emanate the most vibrant spiritual essence, its waters of exquisite quality. Within, a young man clad in golden robes sat cross-legged. His features obscured, yet an air of nobility radiated from him. Undoubtedly, he was the crown prince, Xiao Tianzi. Beside him stood a youthful-looking eunuch with white hair, who maintained a barrier to shield the crown prince from disturbances. Of the 3 pools, only the one on the right remained unoccupied. Qin Beishan, seeing Shun Un and his companions approaching, furrowed his brow. Disciple, go ahead. Shunan subtly inclined his head in acknowledgement. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Murong Tian leapt into the right pure yuan pool, settling into a meditative posture. Witnessing this, Qin Beishan shook his head in quiet disapproval, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Just as Murong Tian entered a state of meditation, a furious voice erupted from behind. You audacious fools! The volume was deafening, causing the newly meditating Murong Tian to snap his eyes open. Shannon turned to see a group of individuals approaching, their expressions filled with wrath. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man with leopard-like eyes and a ringed beard. Behind him stood a tall young man, none other than Shangwan Bao, the head of the Shangwan family, accompanied by his son, Shangwan Jia. Upon noticing that the right pool had been occupied, Shangwan Bao's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze towards Shunan. On his way here, he overheard Elder Qin from the San Qi mentioning that the people from Lingfu Mountain had indeed occupied the pool. Initially irked by the loss of a quota, he was now further incensed that the young master of Qingyun Peak dared to act in such a manner, as if he were defecating on the head of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Bao glared furiously and bellowed, demanding that the young man come forth immediately. Hearing his authoritative tone, Shannon frowned. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chapter 59. Master Qin takes action. Shangwan Bao was momentarily taken aback, as was Qin Beishan. You think you can order my disciple to come out? What gives you the right? This quota was personally bestowed by the Prince of Zhunnan. Do you dare to defy his authority, Shangwan Bao? Shun An's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Bao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed with anger. At this moment, Shangwan Jia stepped forward, his voice cold. The quota you claim for Qingyun Peak was originally taken from my Shangwan family. My father, in his magnanimity, chose not to pursue this matter, yet you allow Murong Tian to occupy my pool. Surely this is overstepping your bounds? His expression darkened. This upper 3 pools had been predetermined for him, yet now it had been usurped by another. Shannon glanced at him. Young man of the Shangwan family, you must speak with evidence. Is this pool inscribed with your name or built by your family? Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. This Chunyuan pool is a gift from His Majesty. It operates on a first-come, first-served basis. How can you claim it as yours? Or perhaps the Shangwan family has laid claim to the emperor's possessions. You, Shangwan Bao, infuriated, clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing ominously. This accusation was a dangerous one. The Shangwan family could not afford to bear such a label without consequence. Lu Yunqin, observing Shun An's words, shook her head with a soft laugh. In the realm of rhetoric, this master of Qingyun Peak seemed indeed to possess considerable talent. Sharp-tongued as you are, I cannot be bothered to engage in further debate. If you do not allow him to come out, I shall personally bring him out. Shangwan Bao snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Murong Tian in the pool, as he suddenly reached out. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by a tremendous force that transformed into a colossal hand, reaching for the ladder. The terrifying pressure emanating from that hand rendered Murong Tian breathless and immobile, as if he were merely a pawn to be manipulated. However, just as the hand was about to grasp the Chunyuan pool, a shadow of a palm arrived first. Boom! The clash of the palm's shadow and the enormous hand resounded with a deafening roar, causing the very ground to tremble. Is it not beneath the dignity of the head of the Shangwan family to strike at a mere junior? Clad in elegant azure, she stood quietly before the pool, gazing at the Shangwan family with an air of tranquility. Shangwan Bao narrowed his eyes. Lu Yunqin, I advise you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of Qingyun Peak. He felt a degree of apprehension towards this woman. As one of the 5 elders of Lingfu Mountain, she held significant connections with the Prince of Zhunnan. It could be said that apart from Xian Yuzi, she was the one person within Lingfu Mountain whom one could not afford to offend. Meddling in Qingyun Peak's affairs? Lu Yunqin raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. Head of the Shangwan family, you jest. We are all from Lingfu Mountain. How can this be considered meddling? Shangwan Bao furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to proceed. Is it not said that Qingyun Peak is generally held in disdain at Lingfu Mountain? Why then does Lu Yinxin willingly come to protect Shun Anzai as a mentor? Shangwan Bao clenched his fists, his expression shifting from dark to light. Under ordinary circumstances, one would avoid offending Lu Yinxin, given her backing from the entirety of Lingfu Mountain and the Southern King. Yet today, such restraint was not an option. Due to certain matters, his son must break through his realm at the upper three pools during this period. Lu Yinxin, if you seek to provoke my Shangwan family, do not blame me for disregarding Lingfu Mountain. Shangwan Bao snorted coldly and stepped forward. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the celestial realm enveloped the scene, the overwhelming presence causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. As clouds surged, it felt as if divine authority was descending. Qin Baishan and Shangwan Jia sensed this celestial might. Foreseeing the impending clash, the disparity between the earth spirit realm and the celestial realm, though merely a single tier, was akin to a chasm. Lu Yinxin would be unable to withstand Shangwan Bao's might. Stand aside, he bellowed, raising his fist to strike. As he unleashed his punch, towering mountain phantoms emerged behind him, the power of heaven and earth coalescing into a tangible form. The immense celestial force contained within could, if uncontrolled, obliterate half the mountain peak. This was the essence of the celestial realm. Seeing him dare to strike, Lu Yinxin furrowed her brows slightly, surprised yet unfazed. Elder Lu, be cautious, Murong Tian shouted in concern, while Shun Anzai stood ready to deploy his skill card for rescue. Lu Yinxin gracefully waved her hand, revealing a shimmering silver chain that had adorned her wrist, the melodic chime resonating as if one were listening to celestial music. With a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of palm shadows, accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a crescent moon, creating an illusion of indistinct reality. This was the Earth-tier martial technique. The mirror moon palm. Boom. As her palm struck, the crescent moon shadow and the mountain phantoms shattered simultaneously, a powerful shockwave radiating outward, sending trees and plants spiraling into the air, leaving the surroundings barren in an instant. Fortunately, Murong Tian stood protected by Lu Yinxin, escaping the brunt of the force. The Crown Prince and Qin Xianyue were also shielded, unharmed amidst the chaos. As for Shun Anzai, what are you doing? The elderly eunuch, with a youthful visage, frowned at the individual who had rushed to his side. I feared the residual waves might disturb His Highness the Crown Prince, so I came to assist. Shun Anzai spoke with feigned righteousness, adopting a tone of noble intent. The eunuch's lips twitched. Assist? Hiding behind him claiming to help. Were it not for his mere late-stage body refinement prowess and his affiliation with Lingfu Mountain, he would have been swiftly dispatched the moment he approached the Crown Prince. Shun Anzai had cleverly seized upon the eunuch's reluctance to act against him, thus brazenly drawing near. There was no alternative. Even the residual force from this battle could easily shatter someone at the late stage of body refinement, and he had no choice but to hide. Knowing Lu Yinxin would assume he was capable of withstanding the onslaught, hence her refusal to offer aid. After all, he had previously overturned Li Yin with just a few strikes during the sect competition. As the residual waves dissipated and the dust settled, Lu Yinxin stood resolute in her flowing azure attire, her silver chain's glow now subdued in her palm. On the ground, a high-quality spiritual weapon, Shangwan Bao's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. His opponent was already at the pinnacle of the earth spirit realm, with one foot in the heavenly spirit realm. With the assistance of a high-grade spiritual weapon, it was entirely reasonable for them to withstand the previous strike. Is the treatment at Lingfu Mountain truly this generous? Even a mere elder from the Five Peaks possesses a high-grade spiritual weapon. The eunuch expressed his surprise, glancing at his companion. High-grade spiritual weapons are scarce, even within the court. Although Shangwan Bao is the head of the Shangwan clan, he only possesses a low-grade spiritual weapon, a stark contrast to the high-grade one. Shannon raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether the silver chain belonged to Lu Yinxin or was bestowed upon her by the sect leader. It was no wonder the latter claimed she was not afraid, even in the early stages of the heavenly spirit realm. Qin Baishan furrowed his brow as he observed Lu Yinxin, who stood unwavering against the heavenly spirit realm's assault. With a high-grade spiritual weapon at her disposal, it would not be easy for Shangwan Bao to subdue her. Should a full-scale battle ensue, it was likely that Chunyu Mountain would be utterly devastated. Shangwan Bao was well aware of this, and thus turned his gaze towards the direction of the Qin family. Old man Qin, if Jier cannot break through here, it may hinder our expedition to the Kangwu realm. Kangwu realm? Lu Yinxin's delicate brows furrowed. Upon hearing his words, Qin Baishan pondered briefly before nodding indifferently and slowly taking a step forward. With that single step, the sky darkened ominously, and thunder roared. It was as if a ferocious behemoth was stirring up storms in the clouds, intent on overturning the heavens. The formidable pressure spread, causing Chunyu Mountain to tremble violently. Those nearby the central 3 pools and the lower 4 pools felt a sudden heaviness in their chests. A surge of reverse blood spewing forth as they gazed in horror at the strange occurrences in the sky. This was the pressure belonging to a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert. Chapter 60. Because, with my master here, in the central 3 realms, each realm is a chasm. The earth spirit realm can summon the strength of the earth, effortlessly cleaving mountains and rivers, while the heavenly spirit realm is already endowed with the might of the heavens. Under the daunting celestial pressure, all are mere ants. If Shangwan Bao's celestial might was but a flickering firefly, then Qin Baishan's celestial might was akin to the radiant stars and the bright moon, utterly unmatched. He stood there, as if embodying the essence of heaven and earth, confronting the very firmament. Under such overwhelming pressure, Lu Yinxin's brows knitted tightly, her fair face paling slightly. Though she was indeed unafraid of a mere early-stage heavenly spirit realm, it was utterly impossible for a peak earth spirit realm to contend with a late-stage heavenly spirit realm. Not even with a high-grade, or even a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon could she prevail. This was not to say that heavenly-grade spiritual weapons were ineffective, but rather because the earth spirit realm could not fully unleash their power. Unexpectedly, the Qin family had dispatched Old Man Qin to assist Shangwan's family, which was surprising enough. Did their relationship extend to such depths? There was no reason to offend Lingfu Mountain and the Prince of Zhun Nen over this. Kangwu realm, Lu Yinxin mused inwardly. It seemed Old Man Qin's willingness to intervene on behalf of the Shangwan family must have its reasons. Elder Lu, you should step back. I will not harm you. Qin Baishan's gaze was indifferent as he spoke with a dismissive tone. His words, coupled with the booming thunder in the sky, exuded an undeniable air of dominance. Lu Yinxin furrowed her delicate brows, remaining motionless, her expression tinged with gravity. Deep within her heart, she felt a flicker of hesitation. If it were merely the peak of the earth spirit realm, it would be difficult for Murong Tian to secure a place in the prestigious upper 3 pools today, unless she, too, ascended to the celestial spirit realm. Within the pool, Murong Tian sensed the overwhelming pressure and observed Elder Lu's predicament. Although his gaze bore a hint of melancholy, he hastily spoke up, unwilling to let Elder Lu or his master suffer due to his pursuit of opportunity. Elder Lu, it's all right. I shall contend for a spot in the middle 3 pools instead. Listening to the youth's evident despondency and concern, Lu Yinxin weighed her options and let out a soft sigh. Witnessing this exchange, Shangwan Bao and Shangwan Jia both smirked derisively. The latter couldn't help but mock. A mere waste dares to vie for a place in the upper 3 pools against me? He even cast a taunting glance towards Shun Anze nearby. Murong Tian, I must say, have you been kicked in the head by a mule? The Qin family's withdrawal from the engagement was entirely justified. Yet you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation and dare to set a 3-year agreement. Do you genuinely expect your useless master, who is only in the later stages of body refinement, to help you turn the tide? Such scornful words made Murong Tian's fists clench tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. I will not allow you to insult my master, he shouted in anger, drawing forth the black sword from the storage ring gifted by his master, poised to unleash a strike of sword energy. Disciple, stand down. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Murong Tian halted his hand, suppressing his rage as he lowered the black sword. The gazes of those present turned towards Shun Anze. The eunuch glanced sideways, observing the figure stepping forward beside him. Seeing him intervene to stop Murong Tian, Shangwan Jia erroneously assumed it was due to fear of Qin Baishan's prowess, unabashedly displaying his scorn. It seems your master is wise enough to recognize the situation. Otherwise, if he dared to strike, I would not hesitate to show him the stark contrast between genius and mediocrity, helping him to recognize his own limitations and spare him the embarrassment at the Tianxua sect. The disparity between genius and mediocrity resonated in Shun Anze's voice as he regarded Murong Tian with earnestness. Disciple, though your innate talent may be lacking, remember that fate is determined by oneself, not by the heavens. A so-called genius can be trampled beneath your feet. As his words echoed, Shun Anze's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A tempest swirled around him, lifting the silvery strands of his hair. An overwhelming brilliance emanated from him, causing a tremor of unease to ripple through Qin Baishan, Shangwan Bao, and the others. The eunuch closest to Shun Anze felt a jolt of apprehension, fixating intently on the middle-aged man who had reached the later stages of body refinement. Murong Tian clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. My master may be deemed a failure, yet he is a failure greater than you, born with a frail constitution, unable to draw in energy throughout his life, enduring the scorn and ridicule you have so often inflicted upon him. With each deliberate step, Shun Anze approached Qin Baishan, his tone deep and powerful. The latter felt the oppressive brilliance bearing down on him, a surge of danger igniting within him. leaving him utterly astonished. In the later stages of forging, how could one possibly evoke such sentiments in someone at the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm? Today, you may simply remain seated in the pool. No one can dislodge you, for your master is present. As the final word resonated, it fell like thunder, leaving all in attendance with ringing ears. Draw your sword. Shannon bellowed. Buzz. The black sword in Murong Tian's grasp trembled violently, instantaneously slipping from his hand and soaring towards the designated direction. Upon seizing the sword, Shun's suppressed aura erupted entirely, soaring into the heavens, transforming into an awe-inspiring sword intent. Beneath the overwhelming might of this intent, the firmament lamented, rendering the thunderous sounds summoned by Qin Beishan insignificant. This sword intent has entered the realm of mastery. This is perilous. Qin Beishan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his earth-ranked spirit armor, frantically channeling the spirit essence within him. Meanwhile, Shang Wanbao turned pale with fright, as he sensed the looming threat of death amidst that formidable sword intent. Lu Yunxin stood frozen, gazing at the white-clad middle-aged man whose robes billowed, momentarily forgetting to think. With a voice cold as ice, Shunan declared, "One sword, and the gates of heaven shall open." As he swung his sword, all eyes widened in alarm. From the black sword emerged a dazzling beam of sword light. Under this radiance, the world dimmed, and all things lost their color. The flora and fauna within a radius of several miles trembled, resonating with a resounding song of the sword. Qin Beishan was filled with dread, overwhelmed by an insurmountable sense of insignificance in the face of that sword light. In an instant, the barrier before him shattered, and even his armor dimmed in comparison. Unable to withstand it, he swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the sword light, yet still coughed up blood, wounded by the fierce sword energy. Boom! The sword light continued unabated, crashing down upon a low hill ahead, the sound deafening. Under the astonished gazes of all, that hill was cleaved in two. The sword intent lingered, connecting heaven and earth. Blinding sunlight poured down, and as the spectators looked up, they gasped in astonishment. The thunder that had been summoned by Qin Beishan ceased. The rolling dark clouds parted by the sword energy, revealing a narrow, elongated sword scar. It resembled the dawn breaking through the night sky. The power of this single sword cleaved the mountain and split the heavens. Chapter 61. Because his master is me, the formidable sword intent spread forth, causing the barriers outside the other two pure yuan pools to tremble violently. The eunuch was taken aback, hastily channeling spirit essence to stabilize the barrier, ensuring that Xiao Tiance could continue his cultivation undisturbed within. However, Qin Xinyue was not so fortunate. With the elder Qin severely injured, the barrier crumbled. The piercing sword intent washed over her, causing her brow to furrow and her complexion to pale as she opened her eyes. When Qin Xinyue beheld the scene outside, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. The entire pure yuan mountain was now enveloped in an eerie silence, a deathly stillness. Qin Beishan, blood spilling from his mouth, appeared utterly disheveled, gasping for breath, no trace remaining of the majesty befitting a heavenly spirit realm master. His eyes were filled with horror as he fixated on the proud figure of Shunin, sword in hand. The sword strike, just now, had it not been for the opponent's deliberate restraint, could have posed a risk of self-destruction. That strike had genuinely touched the realm of the Tao, incomparable to the ordinary forces of heaven and earth. Murong Tian's mouth fell agape, his face a canvas of astonishment. Was that sword strike truly unleashed by his master? A single stroke cleaved the mountain in twain. Another threatened to rend the heavens themselves? Awe value 30. It was evident that this sword had imparted a profound shock to the youth, as his awe value surged by 30 points. Shannon cast a fleeting glance back, locking eyes with the boy. His tone, though calm, exuded an extraordinary sense of reassurance. Disciple, focus on your cultivation. Leave the matters outside to your master. Thank you, master. Murong Tian nodded with excitement, inhaling deeply to quell his restless heart, then settled into a meditative posture within the pure yuan pool. He had not anticipated his master to possess such formidable prowess. With him guarding the periphery, it was certain that neither the Qin family nor the Shangwan family would dare to take action, allowing him to cultivate in peace. Lu Yunxin gazed at the middle-aged man wielding the sword, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she scrutinized him. Today my disciple occupies this pure yuan pool. Do you have any objections? Shun An's gaze remained tranquil. Just moments ago, he indeed had the opportunity to slay Qin Beishan outright. However, he refrained, weighing the consequences. Firstly, killing Qin Beishan would surely incite the Qin family's wrath, and with Qin Xianyue backed by the Tianxue sect, they would be troublesome to deal with. Having already expended his soul skill card from the celestial spirit realm, it was unwise to provoke so many formidable foes. Secondly, this was the royal territory. Taking a life here would lead to complications. Therefore, that sword strike was intended primarily as a deterrent. As it turned out, the effect was remarkable. Upon hearing these words, Qin Baishan's expression turned uncertain, and he opted for silence. He was haunted by the memory of that previous strike, cursing inwardly. Damn it! With such overwhelming strength, why pretend to be merely at the late stage of body refinement? Just that one strike, and scarcely a handful in the entire Dun dynasty could withstand it. If I had known he was this formidable, why bother flaunting my own abilities? As Qin Baishan fell silent, Shen En's gaze shifted to the father and son of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Jie appeared pale, shaken to his core, while Shangwan Bao likewise exhibited a glimmer of trepidation. Swallowing hard, that single strike could easily vanquish 100 of him. Yet, as the position of the pure Yuan pool was crucial for their subsequent venture into the Kangwu realm, he could not simply relinquish it. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Elder Shun, this pool has always been utilized by my Shangwan family, and it was graciously bestowed upon us by Her Majesty the Empress. Granting it to Murong Tian may provoke Her Majesty's displeasure. The old man, having witnessed that sword strike, now seemed utterly deflated, his words lacking the previous bravado. Implicitly, he sought to leverage the Empress's authority to exert pressure. Shannon raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Why was this fellow so insistent on the position of the pure Yuan pool? It seemed there was a deeper reason behind Qin Baishan's willingness to act. Could it be related to that so-called Kangwu realm? Your words are rather exaggerated, head of the Shangwan family. The Empress merely granted your family a quota. She did not specify that any particular pool belonged solely to you. Before Shun and could utter a word, a resplendently dressed lady gracefully approached along the mountain path. Accompanied by Xiao Jingxue, it was none other than the esteemed Li Fei. She had initially intended to refrain from intervening upon hearing the commotion from the mountainside. However, Xiao Jingxue's persistent encouragement, along with mentions of the elixirs brought by Shunin, swayed her decision to ascend. Yet, as she reached the summit, she witnessed the astonishing sword strike that cleaved a distant peak asunder. Your Highness, the attendees greeted her with respectful bows upon her arrival. There's no need for excessive formalities. Li Fei gently gestured with her hand, casting her gaze towards the Su family. Let us consider this matter settled. It is evident that the Su family has arrived a moment too late, leaving no room for further discussion. Su Bao's countenance darkened, shifting between shades of blue and red, ultimately resigning to compromise. With Li Fei's words echoing, his obstinacy proved futile. With her presence, even the Empress herself would likely find it impossible to reclaim what was lost in this pool of contention. Peakmaster, are you unharmed? Xiao Jingxue hurried to Shun An's side, concern etched upon her face, her eyes still wide with astonishment. I am well, Shannon replied, shaking his head as he handed her the black sword. Xiao Jingxue gazed at the sword, then at the canyon carved by the strike, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. It appeared that her peak master possessed a formidable hidden strength. With such a sword strike, even her father would hesitate to assert he could withstand it unscathed. Su Bao cast a frosty glance at Murong Tian in the pool, then begrudgingly led the still unwilling Su Jie toward the central three pools. Qin Baishan returned to Qin Xianyue's side, settling down to heal. Meanwhile, Qin Xianyue, typically aloof and proud, exhibited a flicker of emotion as she observed Shun and with renewed interest, seemingly captivated by the recent display of power. Yet, she quickly returned to her meditative practice. Master Shun is indeed impressive, far surpassing the rumors that precede him, Li Fei remarked as she stepped closer, a smile gracing her lips as she appraised Shunin. Your Highness, you flatter me, Shunin responded humbly, bowing slightly. Li Fei's gaze drifted past him to the cloaked youth in the pool, her expression one of admiration. You and your disciple share a similar spirit, neither fear authority nor lack courage. With but half a year remaining in the 3-year agreement, does Elder Shin believe he has the potential to reach the Earth Spirit realm? Shunin nodded slightly, indeed. Oh, Li Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Let us not speak of ordinary individuals. Even Qin Xianyue would require years of diligent cultivation and the utmost support from the sect's leader to attain the Earth Spirit realm. How can Elder Shin be so certain that Murong Tian will reach this realm in just 6 months? With his hands clasped behind him, Shunin glanced towards Murong Tian and spoke softly, because his master is me. His words, simple yet devoid of arrogance, radiated profound confidence. Such understated remarks instilled a sense of possibility in those present, as if the extraordinary might indeed come to pass. Chapter 62, The Kangwu Realm. The heart of Kangwu. Li Fei smiled slightly. I eagerly anticipate that day's arrival. With that, she nodded to the eunuch and turned to depart. Farewell, Your Highness. They chorused respectfully. As he watched Li Fei depart, Shunin let out a sigh of relief and settled onto a nearby slab of blue stone. Fortunately, he had secured a spot in the pool. With a month ahead, It all depended on whether Morong Tian could muster the courage to break through to the Guiyuan realm. Just as he settled down, he sensed a gaze fixed intently upon him. Turning around, he found Lu Yunqin's luminous eyes sparkling with a half-smile as she regarded him. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, he cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, Elder Lu, I understand I may possess a rather handsome appearance, but you needn't stare so intently. It makes me feel rather bashful. What is your cultivation level, Shinan? Lu Yunqin, accustomed to his audacity, chose to ignore his jest and instead inquired with keen curiosity. I am at the late stage of body tempering. Is that not apparent? Shinan shrugged nonchalantly. Do you believe me? What do you think? Lu Yunqin replied with a gentle smile, continuing to gaze at him. I sense your disbelief, he countered, prompting her to press further. So what is your actual cultivation level? Late stage of body tempering, he reiterated. Their eyes locked, and ultimately Lu Yunqin opted to abandon this line of questioning. She had an inkling that the sword strike moments ago was not solely shun and strength. If he could conceal his sword intent and prowess so effectively, his true realm might very well have reached the Chinquan level. Could that be possible? It seemed utterly implausible. Was that sword strike a life-saving card left by your sworn brother? She ventured tentatively. Shinan raised an eyebrow and nodded eagerly. You are quite astute. He had been seeking a pretext, and now someone had provided him with one. From now on, he could simply attribute those skill cards to the life-saving tokens bestowed by his sworn brother. Upon hearing his affirmation, Lu Yunqin's doubts dissipated, and she continued in a serious tone. Are you familiar with the Kangwu realm? Shun An's heart stirred as he recalled the earlier mention of the Kangwu realm by Shangwan Bao and Qin Beishan. What is that place? I have not heard of it before. Seeing his ignorance, Lu Yunqin lifted her garment's hem and sat beside him on the blue stone, elaborating slowly, while Xiao Jingxue stood behind them, attentively listening. The Kangwu realm was originally the abode of the Kangwu Venerable from Zhongzhou, a nirvana powerhouse among the upper three realms. Sadly, he perished in a conflict with his enemies, leaving no trace of his remains. His residence has been lost to time, and many martial artists in Zhongzhou have sought it in vain. However, from what Shangwan Bao mentioned earlier, the Kangwu realm may have appeared within the boundaries of the Nanju domain. Listening to Lu Yunqin's words, Shun An's eyes widened in astonishment. The residence of a powerhouse from the upper three realms. The treasures of martial arts need not be mentioned. But the true significance of the Kangwu realm lies in the secrets regarding how the Kangwu Venerable ascended to the upper three realms. What is that? Shinan furrowed his brows. It is said that the Kangwu Venerable achieved the upper three realms at the tender age of 30, truly a prodigious figure. Yet, there is another tale, that the Kangwu Venerable was not a natural talent at all, but rather possessed a remarkably low aptitude in his youth. His extraordinary accomplishments were attributed to a singular object. The two individuals locked eyes, and Lu Yunqin spoke deliberately. Kangwu heart. Shinan was somewhat perplexed, as he had never heard of such a thing. The legend spoke of phoenixes residing in parasol trees, of fierce flames consuming the heavens, of divine phoenixes undergoing rebirth through fire, and of Kangwu being reborn in flames. The so-called Kangwu heart is the essence of the divine phoenix's heart, transformed after its fiery baptism, merging with the parasol tree, hence the name Kangwu heart. After a brief pause, Lu Yunqin continued. As for the function of the Kangwu heart, opinions have varied over the years. Some assert that it can enhance one's innate abilities, allowing even the most seemingly talentless individuals to metamorphose into prodigies. At this point, she keenly observed Shun An's expression, noticing his eyebrows slightly raised before proceeding. Others contend that the Kangwu heart does not improve one's aptitude but enables mastery over the divine fire of rebirth, granting the ability to reach the nirvana realm. This assertion is considered the most credible, for the revered Kangwu is renowned for its mastery over flames. Shunan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The divine fire of rebirth is said to be an unparalleled flame possessed only by the phoenix, capable of incinerating all in existence. This flame is also the coveted dream of countless alchemists. For mastering the divine fire of rebirth not only bestows significant advantages during alchemical processes, but also equips alchemists with formidable offensive capabilities. With the emergence of the Kangwu realm, it is inevitable that all major factions in the southern domain will flock to it, and perhaps the sect leader will soon receive word of it. As Lu Yunqin spoke, Shinan began to grasp the situation. No wonder Qin Beishan was assisting Shangwan Bao. It turned out the two families were collaborating with intentions toward the Kangwu realm. If that is the case, there must be certain restrictions to enter this Kangwu realm, such as age or cultivation level. Shinan inquired tentatively. Indeed, there is such a restriction. To enter the Kangwu realm, one must not be over 20 years of age. Shinan was not surprised. See, all opportunities are bound by limitations for stronger individuals. Otherwise, how can the protagonist seize the chance? However, It seems I lack the fate of being the protagonist, as I have already surpassed 30 years of age. This means it is only a group of juniors who can enter and compete for the Kangwoo Heart. Setting aside the nature of the Kangwoo Heart, a mansion left behind by a powerful figure of the Nirvana realm would undoubtedly contain countless treasures. Even without the Kangwoo Heart, acquiring other rare elixirs, spiritual artifacts, or martial techniques would be an immense fortune. Shunan shook his head, realizing that overthinking was futile. He could not enter. While the two conversed, Xiao Jingxue suddenly covered her mouth, gazing with astonishment at the pool. Shun En and Lu Yunqin furrowed their brows and followed her gaze, only to be struck dumb. There, seated in the center of the pool, was Murong Tian, surrounded by swirling white mist that coalesced into a massive vortex hovering above his head. An abundance of rich spiritual energy surged towards him as if driven by an uncontrollable frenzy. Qin Xinyue, having just entered a meditative state, opened her eyes once more, casting her gaze toward the dark-clad youth. She distinctly felt that the spiritual energy in her own pool seemed to be irresistibly drawn, continuously flowing towards Murong Tian. The crown prince, Xiao Tiance, likewise opened his long-closed eyes, frowning as he observed the scene. Buzz. The sound of sword chants reverberated continuously, while Murong Tian's expression remained tranquil, as if he were entirely oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. As he operated the unparalleled sword control technique, he began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy present in this place. It was not merely the energy from the upper three pools that was being drawn in. Even the middle three pools and lower four pools shared this sensation. The entire Pure Yuan Mountain's spiritual essence was frantically converging towards Murong Tian. This was not merely absorption. It was blatant plundering. Qin Baishan and the eunuch simultaneously wore grave expressions, their gazes fixated on the black-clad youth seated within the pool. The magnitude of energy absorption produced such a commotion. What tier of cultivation technique was Murong Tian practicing? Chapter 63. As long as he can endure, he will persist. Shun Anze remarked that his disciple truly shared his temperament, delighting in delivering surprises. Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at the youth in the pool, his hair dancing wildly. The boundless spiritual energy transformed into swirling clouds, surging forth in a mad rush. Such a disturbance was beyond the capabilities of ordinary techniques. Though Shun Anze smiled, he feigned nonchalance, shaking his head. What temperament? If this lad possessed even a fraction of my composure and discretion, he would not have attracted such a grand spectacle. Xiao Jingxue and Lu Yunqin were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the distant mountain that had been cleaved into a canyon by a single sword strike. Discreet? Xiao Tiance wore a serious expression, turning to the eunuch beside him. Yuan Gonggong, who is this person? Your Highness, this individual is named Murong Tian, the son of the Murong family head, and a direct disciple of Shun Anze, the master of Qingyun Peak in Lingfu Mountain. The eunuch replied respectfully. Murong Tian, Xiao Tiance murmured, pondering the name, suddenly taken aback. Was he not the one who had been rejected by the Qin family and had subsequently set a 3-year agreement? Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, he was momentarily astonished. Had it not been said that Murong Tian was born with blocked meridians? Yet now, he was not only at the mid-stage of the Qi Si, but was also absorbing spiritual energy at an alarming rate. What tier of technique was he practicing? And who had imparted it to him? Xiao Tiance inquired gravely, his gaze fixed intently on Murong Tian. He himself practiced the 9 Sovereigns technique, a superior earth-tier technique. Yet it could not produce such grandeur. The only possibility was that Murong Tian was practicing a heavenly tier technique, one that was non-existent in the entire Dun dynasty, or even the entirety of the southern Zhu domain. The heavenly tier martial arts were indeed possessed by the royal family in the form of the divine dragon technique, which he had also cultivated, while the sect master of Tianxue sect had a martial art of similar caliber. However, as for cultivation techniques, neither the Dun dynasty nor the Tianxue sect possessed heavenly tier ones. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Shun Anze, Xiao Tiance seemed to have some recollection of this name. Noticing his contemplation, the eunuch hastily recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Shun Anze had previously acted with discretion, yet today had unleashed a sword strike that even caused the eunuch to feel a shudder, Xiao Tiance was visibly taken aback. Such a figure should be courted, not offended. In an instant, he made his decision. Though heavenly tier techniques were immensely precious, if unsuitable, forcing oneself to cultivate them could lead to disastrous consequences. Gazing upon Murong Tian, one could perceive the sword aura radiating from him, indicative of a profound sword technique. This celestial-grade swordsmanship, however, seemed less fitting for him compared to the earthly-grade supreme 9 Sovereigns technique. Yes, Your Highness, responded Eunuch Yuan with a respectful tone. simultaneously employing his abilities to sever the dispersing spiritual energy of the pure Yuan pool, re-establishing the protective barrier. Xiao Tianxin nodded slightly, casting a lingering glance at Shunan, who had resumed his cultivation after his master and disciple, before delving back into his own practice. As for Qin Xianyu, she found herself momentarily entranced by the black-clad youth in the pool, whose cultivation was steadily advancing. Could this truly be the Murong Tian from her memories? The one nurtured by the Murong family, ultimately deemed a failure at merely the body refinement stage. After more than 2 years at Qingyun Peak, he had astonishingly reached the mid-stage of the Qi Si. While this could only be considered a slight improvement over the average individual, it was noteworthy that this was his achievement over merely 2 years. And all of this was brought forth by that man. Qin Xianyu and Qin Bashan's gazes converged on Shunan, who was conversing amiably with Lu Yunqin. Xianyu, fret not. Even if he were granted another year, he might not attain the Earth Spirit realm, let alone with only half a year remaining, Qin Bashan consoled. Uncertain if his words were meant for her or himself, Qin Xianyu shook her head slightly, not allowing this matter to weigh on her mind. Her aspirations were not confined to a mere Murong Tian, but rather encompassed the entirety of the southern Zhu domain, particularly the foremost disciple of the Ping Tian dynasty's Qi Yundao sect. That prodigy, merely 20 years of age, had already stepped into the half-step of the Qinkuan realm. In comparison, Murong Tian was no more than a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. The 3-year agreement was but a jest. Even as Murong Tian began to emerge from obscurity, the chasm between them would only widen, rendering it inconsequential. Grandfather, I implore you to assist me in safeguarding my path. I seek to break through to the Earth Spirit realm in the time that follows. Qin Xianyu spoke softly, closing her eyes. Very well. Qin Bashan nodded solemnly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He had been concerned that Murong Tian's recent performance might influence the latter's state of mind. However, it appeared that the jester remained just that, a jester. A true genius would not deign to cast a backward glance. As the astonishment of the onlookers gradually subsided, the upper 3 pools returned to tranquility. Only the vortex of spiritual energy above Murong Tian's head persisted, remaining conspicuous. To prevent Murong Tian from forcefully absorbing the spiritual energy from the other pure Yuan pools, Qin Bashan, Shengwan Bao, and others employed various methods to obstruct the flow of energy. Nevertheless, the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surrounding them remained immense. At first glance, the purity of the spiritual energy in the pure Yuan pool where Murong Tian resided was subtly approaching that of the royals' designated pools. With such an abundance of spiritual energy enveloping him, Murong Tian's cultivation steadily progressed, incrementally enhancing. In a month's time, I wonder how far your disciple will advance. Lu Yunqin remarked, her beautiful eyes flickering with anticipation. In such a short duration, the sheer volume of spiritual energy entering his body would test not only his innate talent, but also his endurance. Shunan remained silent, yet beside him, Xiao Jingxue spoke up. The young girl, with her delicate demeanor, displayed a hint of concern in her eyes. If Brother Murong wished to seize this opportunity, he must endure an uncommon suffering. The flow of spiritual energy through his meridians was akin to perpetually withstanding the agony of needle pricks. Lu Yunqin nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the previous statement. The amount of spiritual energy one could attract was merely one aspect. The capacity to endure and absorb such potent energy, and for how long, was another matter entirely. Listening to their conversation, Shunan shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What reassured him most about Murong Tian was not his talent for cultivation nor his diligence, but rather his indomitable spirit, a heart that would strive relentlessly, even if it meant grinding his teeth in pain. The duration for which the spiritual energy persisted would dictate how long he could endure. Shunan spoke softly, and Lu Yunqin looked at him in surprise. He is but a youth. It seems you have great trust in your disciple. In the face of her skepticism, Shunan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He had witnessed Murong Tian's diligence and tenacity firsthand. If he could silently endure the excruciating pain of the marrow-cleansing pill, how could the mere rush of spiritual energy be a challenge for him? It was unclear when it had happened, but Shunan had truly come to embrace Murong Tian as his disciple. Observing his gradual growth and hearing the praises bestowed upon him brought an involuntary smile of satisfaction to his face. This, he realized, was the essence of being a mentor. Chapter 64, 4th Rank Elixirs, Measured by the Pound? In the days that followed, Shunan and the others remained by the edge of the pool. Lu Yunqin sat in meditation, seemingly in the midst of cultivation, yet no fluctuations of spiritual power emanated from her. This piqued Shunan's curiosity. It appeared that she had attained the Earth Spirit realm when she first entered Lingfu Mountain many years ago. At that time, she was merely in her 20s, and her talents seemed scarcely inferior to those of Qin Xianyu. Yet, How was it that after all these years, she remained at the Earth Spirit realm? Had she neglected her cultivation? That seemed improbable. Aside from significant events in the sect, Lu Yinxin had always preferred seclusion, residing on Qingyuan Peak. If not for some extraordinary circumstance, she should have reached the celestial spirit realm by now. Could it be that, like Xiao Jingxue, she had been hindered in her training due to a severe poison? That too seemed unlikely. Her complexion was rosy, and her aura rich and sustained, suggesting no hidden affliction. Yet, her cultivation level was undeniably that of the Earth Spirit realm. Shannon found himself perplexed. Moreover, it was said that Lu Yinxin was not a native of the Graydon dynasty, but hailed from elsewhere. Her true identity remained a mystery, and she had never spoken of it. Gazing at the woman's serene and exquisite countenance, Shannon shook his head slightly, choosing to ponder no further. He resumed his previous routine, engrossed in his reading. Beside him, Xiao Jingxue held a scroll, yet her gaze frequently drifted toward Murong Tian, worry etched upon her features. At that moment, Murong Tian was drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly, as if enduring tremendous pain. Qin Baishan, observing this scene, could not help but smirk derisively. The overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged within him, making it inconceivable for one at the Qi-Si realm to endure, let alone a practitioner at the returning Origin realm. That Murong Tian managed to withstand it for 5 whole days was indeed astonishing. However, it seemed this was the limit of his endurance. Suddenly, a peculiar shift occurred within the vortex of spiritual energy. The aura within Murong Tian began to stir uneasily, as he gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. It was as if a droplet fell into the ocean. He abruptly relaxed, gasping for air. His cultivation had finally progressed from the mid-Qi-Si stage to the late Qi-Si stage after 5 days of relentless perseverance. Lu Yinxin slightly opened her eyes and glanced over. Achieving a breakthrough in just 5 days was remarkably swift, yet this came at a grave cost. Born from the excruciating pain that Murong Tian had endured, it was time for him to rest, for even if his meridians could withstand the strain, his spirit could not. He would risk breaking down. With a solemn tone, Lu Yinxin advised he should rest. In the pool, Murong Tian slowly opened his eyes, gazing weakly at Shen Anze, who was engrossed in his reading, harboring a faint hope for praise or comfort. Yet, all he received was a terse remark, "You may rest. But know that every minute wasted here will require 10-fold or 100-fold effort to compensate for later." Shen Anze did not even lift his gaze. Continuing in a detached manner, "Jingxue, bring him what I prepared." The peak master, Xiao Jingxue, furrowed her brow in sympathy. Shen Anze turned back, "Give it to him. Whether he uses it or not, that is his choice." "Very well." The young woman sighed softly, retrieving a 3-pound jar of wine from her storage ring and stepping forward. "Murong Shixiao, if you truly cannot endure any longer, please take a moment to rest." Murong Tian fell silent, fixated on the wine jar. After 5 days of enduring the torment of the spiritual energy's onslaught, he had initially managed to grit his teeth, but as time wore on, even the most tenacious heart would succumb to fatigue. At that moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Qianyue began to tremble. Streams of brownish-yellow energy flowed from the earth, continuously surging into her body. She had begun her attempt to break through to the earth spirit realm. Witnessing this scene, Murong Tian clenched his jaw, having made up his mind. Just as his master had said, any moment of slackness here would require even greater time to make amends in the future. "Little junior sister, do not worry, your brother will hold on," he proclaimed with a smile, striving to appear at ease. However, Xiao Jingxue could clearly see the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the crimson seeping from his gums. Watching him persist in accepting the wine jar, she parted her lips, wanting to offer a word of caution, but ultimately said nothing and stepped back. After taking the jar, Murong Tian inhaled deeply, uncorked it, and gazed at the dark green liquid within. Without the slightest hesitation, he tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls. Though unappealing in appearance, the liquid was refreshingly cool as it slid down his throat, alleviating much of the fatigue he had accumulated. After sealing the jar and placing it aside, he seemed to regain his vigor, once again assuming a meditative posture. The aura surrounding them surged with an intensity greater than before. Lu Yinxin, catching a whiff of the fragrant essence emanating from the open wine jar, could not help but display a look of astonishment. It was the 4th-rank spirit calming pill. The gentle voice of Xiao Jingxue broke the silence as she explained that upon learning of her senior brother's intention to cultivate in the pure yuan pool, the peak master had dedicated an entire night to concocting 3 pounds of the spirit calming pill for him. 3 pounds. Lu Yinxin's lips parted slightly in disbelief as she cast a glance at Shunan. To refine such a quantity of 4th-rank elixirs? Setting aside the sheer amount of medicinal herbs required, one might wonder if Master Su had murderous intent in mind. Moreover, To produce 3 pounds of 4th-rank elixirs in a single night is a feat that, within the entire Nanju domain, could only be accomplished by the seasoned masters of the Medicine King Valley. I had thought you spent your days merely fishing and admiring flowers, Lu Yinxin mused, observing the individual beside her with renewed curiosity. With 3 pounds of spirit-calming pill at their disposal, Murong Tian could indeed endure for a while longer. You have yet to grasp the extent of my capabilities, Shunan replied with a faint smile. Lu Yinxin silently nodded at his words, refraining from any rebuttal. Indeed, she seemed to know very little about this peak master. For instance, would the transformation into a black, muddy consistency enhance the efficacy of the elixir? Shun An's lips twitched slightly, opting for silence. He did not wish for the elixir to end up in such a state. Without spiritual energy and mental prowess, he was unable to assist the medicinal liquid in coalescing into pills in the manner of ordinary alchemists. He could only rely on his knowledge of alchemy to amalgamate the medicinal properties as best he could. Achieving this muddy consistency was already a considerable accomplishment. Shunan sighed inwardly, glancing at Xiao Jingxue, contemplating that once he had taken her as a disciple and resolved her affliction caused by the bone corrosion poison, the burden of alchemy should be entrusted to her. After all, she exhibited a keen interest in the art of alchemy, and nurturing her as the chief alchemist of Qingyun Peak would not be a poor decision. At the very least, the elixirs she produced would undoubtedly possess a more appealing appearance than his own unsightly concoctions. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that his creations, when offered for sale, went unpurchased. This was solely due to their abysmal appearance. If he were to lower the price, others might suspect them to be counterfeit, fearing potential dangers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Beishan, who had initially prepared to witness Murong Tian's surrender, was taken aback, as was the retching eunuch Yuan. Both blinked in astonishment, watching Murong Tian once again enter a meditative state. What was that foul, dark green concoction he consumed? How could he, after drinking it, suddenly begin fervently refining spiritual energy once more? Was he not fatigued? Chapter 65. The madness of Murong Tian in the days that followed. The power of the earth surrounding Qin Xianyue became increasingly potent. The yellow-brown aura even tinted the pure Yuan pool, imparting it with the essence of the earth, while the dense atmosphere spread outward. Inside the royal family's dedicated pool, Xiao Tians remained seated in meditation, with eunuch Yuan employing a special restriction to prevent others from discerning the commotion within. Thus, no one knew the depth of Xiao Tian's cultivation. However, it was evident that it did not exceed the earth spirit realm. As he reached that level, the absorption of spiritual energy in such vast quantities became rather ineffective. What he required now was the power of heaven and earth. After a span of over 10 days, Murong Tian had consumed 3 gene of the clear spirit pill completely. His cultivation had ascended from the late phase of the Qi-Si to the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm. Now, he only needed to consolidate his spiritual energy to reach the final stage of the lower 3 realms. Meanwhile, Shunan sat nearby, engrossed in reading for more than half a month. He rubbed his tired eyes and stretched lazily. The past few days had been exhausting, relying on stones for support and sleeping poorly. Fortunately, only a few days remained before this arduous existence would come to an end, and he could soon return to Qingyun Peak to enjoy life properly. Casting a glance at Lu Yinxin, who had just finished her cultivation, he curiously inquired, "Elder Lu, at your level, is it true that one can go a month without sleep and not feel tired?" Among the upper 3 pools, apart from Xiao Jingxue and Shinan, everyone else had been vigilantly enduring without rest for so long. As for the 3 individuals in the pool, they were barely hanging on. Of course, prior to entering, Qin Xianyue and Xiao Tians had consumed high-grade nourishing pills. Otherwise, a martial artist of the lower 3 realms would have collapsed midway. Hearing Shun An's words, Lu Yinxin cast him a peculiar glance. "What do you mean by your level? Do you actually feel tired?" she asked, somewhat skeptically. "Of course. I am merely a body refinement realm martial artist, unlike you in the middle 3 realms who possess the power of heaven and earth to nourish the spirit." Shin En replied matter-of-factly. Not far away, Qin Beishan, meditating to heal his injuries, twitched his mouth in irritation. What does that mean? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, unaware of his true strength? Over 20 days had passed, yet the sword intent within him had not been fully dispersed, and his injuries remained unhealed. Hearing Shin En claim to be just a body refinement realm martial artist was enough to make him want to curse. However, reconsidering, he decided against it. If that sword were to strike again, his old bones wouldn't withstand it. Lu Yinxin shot him an exasperated glance, unwilling to engage in conversation, and her gaze turned to Qin Xianyue. The density of the earth power she had condensed during her first breakthrough was indeed extraordinary. Her talent was not to be underestimated, and her cultivation method was of high caliber. Shunan nodded in agreement as he glanced in that direction. "Aren't you worried?" Lu Yinxin frowned. "Worried about what?" The higher her talent, the stronger her strength, making it increasingly difficult for your apprentice to win in 6 months, Lu Yinqin pointed out. Shannon shrugged nonchalantly. So what? It is precisely because the mountain is high that one feels a sense of achievement when standing atop it. Although he spoke with confidence, he harbored his own uncertainties. Despite having the system at his disposal, he was unsure if he could enable Murong Tian to surpass expectations in the coming 6 months. With the arrow on the string, there was no turning back. Matters had reached this point, and he could only exert his utmost effort moving forward. He eagerly anticipated the rewards for aiding Murong Tian in winning this 3-year agreement. Lu Yinqin listened to his words, nodding gently, and regarded him with even greater respect for his mindset. Buzz. As the conversation between the two unfolded, a swirling aura of earthy tones enveloped Qin Xianyue, penetrating into her being. She had commenced the refinement of the earth's power, and once this process was completed, she would be poised to transcend into the earth spirit realm. Lu Yunqin's gaze sharpened. Given Qin Xianyue's current performance, it was evident that she was effortlessly mastering the refinement of this earthly energy. Qin Baishan opened his eyes, his expression tinged with a mix of excitement and pride. This was the prodigy of the Qin family, barely 18, yet on the verge of becoming an earth spirit realm warrior. Such innate talent was hardly inferior to that of the disciples of the Qi Yun Dao sect. In his exhilaration, he cast a sidelong glance at the black-clad youth, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It was fortunate that he had called off the engagement early. After all, what did a mere toad, who had gained a modicum of fortune, have to do with the phoenix of the Qin family? Meanwhile, Murong Tian was visibly distressed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as his veins throbbed ominously. After consuming the spirit-calming pills, his state had reached its limits. No matter how he attempted to refine the spiritual energy, he could not attain the return to origin realm. His meridians were in agony, constantly transmitting waves of excruciating pain. Observing his suffering, Shannon furrowed his brows slightly. He wished to concoct a pill for him on the spot, but there was neither pot nor fire available. Most critically, having ingested so many spirit-calming pills, Murong Tian had developed a resistance, rendering their effects minimal in the short term. Thus, even if he were to concoct a remedy, its efficacy would be limited. At this juncture, it was merely a matter of how long his disciple could endure. Lu Yinqin's expression was equally grave. Although she possessed similar 5th-grade pills, she could not produce them. Murong Tian was merely at the Qi-Si realm, and a 4th-grade spirit-calming pill was already his limit. He could not withstand the potency of a 5th-grade elixir. As time elapsed, the earth's power surrounding Qin Xianyue visibly diminished, and the pool gradually regained its pristine white hue. On the other side, Murong Tian's spiritual energy nearly dissipated several times. He attempted once more to condense his energy to return to the origin, but despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he was unsuccessful. At that moment, a formidable pressure suddenly erupted from Qin Xianyue, enveloping the entire area. This pressure was as dense as the earth itself, suffocating in its weight. Success. 17 years old, and she has reached the earth spirit realm. Qin Baishan burst into laughter. Meanwhile, with another surge, Murong Tian expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the water's surface, his brows knitted tightly. Murong Shixiao. Xiao Jinxue placed her hand over her heart, her delicate features marred by concern. It seemed he had reached his limit. If he continued like this, his meridians would be destroyed. Lu Yinqin sighed, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Shannon, witnessing this scene, hesitated before shaking his head in dismay, preparing to call for a halt. Disciple, enough, however. Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of sword intent erupted skyward. Seemingly sensing the pressure of the earth's spirit realm, Murong Tian, spurred by an indomitable will, once again forcibly activated the unmatched sword control technique, charging towards the return to origin realm. Unlike his previous attempts, he summoned all of his internal spiritual energy in one decisive move. Murong Tian, stop! Lu Yinqin's complexion changed dramatically as she called out. Qin Baishan also noticed this scene. His expression twisted with cold mockery, utterly reckless. To act so madly at the end of one's strength is foolish. Such a tremendous surge of spiritual energy would undoubtedly overwhelm the already fragile meridians, leading to their shattering and rendering one a complete invalid. In a dire scenario, it could even shatter the heart meridian and result in death. Chapter 66. Master, I have broken through. Although Lu Yinqin had shouted at the first instance of discovery, it was too late. All the spiritual energy within Murong Tian erupted violently, causing his entire body to tremble. Shun An's expression grew grave, despite lacking profound cultivation. His experience in alchemy warned him that Murong Tian's insides were in utter turmoil. The uncontrolled spiritual energy could very well shatter his flesh and bones. At this moment, if they rashly attempted to suppress the energy, it would only yield the opposite effect. resulting in his explosive demise. Qin Qianyue slowly opened her eyes, a flash of brownish yellow gleaming within. The pressure of the earth spirit realm gradually receded. She had successfully broken through. Upon sensing the disturbances near the pool, she glanced sideways and slowly shook her head. Foolish. If the innate disparities between individuals could be bridged through such desperate means, then the concepts of genius and mediocrity would hold no weight. Realizing she had advanced to the earth spirit realm, she disregarded her physical condition and forcefully gathered energy. This was not diligence, it was sheer folly. Qin Baishan's eyes gleamed with derision. It was better for the lad to ruin himself than to embarrass them all at the Heavenly Snow Sect later. Peak Master, please find a way to save senior brother Muro. Xiao Jingxue stood up, her delicate face filled with concern. Shinin, his expression grim, realized he lacked any spiritual energy to aid. Lu Yinqin, merely at the earth spirit realm, could not fully suppress such immense energy and would only exacerbate the chaos. The youth's face had contorted into a grimace, veins bulging ominously, resembling a coiling dragon, an alarming sight indeed. Ah! He roared, his eyes blood-red. The aura within him on the verge of total collapse, as if it were about to disintegrate in the next moment. System, quickly tell me how to quell the turmoil within him. Shinin hastily inquired internally. Given the current condition of the host's esteemed disciple, unless a Qiankuan realm expert intervenes to suppress it, the only option is to exchange for the supreme acupuncture technique of the alchemy way. The 13 needles of the mysterious gate for guidance. How do I exchange? Do I have enough skill cards? Shinin pressed anxiously. Skill cards can only enhance the probability of drawing. They cannot be exchanged directly. Then for heaven's sake, tell me how to exchange. 5 years of lifespan. Shinin was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. He stared dazedly at the youth in black, who suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the water's surface. Peak Master, senior brother Muro. Xiao Jingxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, acutely aware that Murong Tian's life force was waning. The violent surge of energy had evidently harmed his heart meridian. The youth in black swayed precariously, blood coloring the corners of his mouth. He opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at the middle-aged figure in white standing quietly beside him. In his eyes lingered a hint of self-reproach and regret. He blamed himself for ultimately failing to live up to his master's high expectations, acknowledging his limited talent that prevented him from breaking through to the primordial realm within a month's time. Master, your disciple is inept, having let you down, murmured Murong Tian, trembling, only to feel darkness enveloping him as he collapsed towards the water. In the fleeting second before he lost consciousness, he suddenly perceived a flicker of light before him, as if someone had appeared to catch his falling form. Simultaneously, a familiar, warm voice resonated in his ears. Foolish disciple, do not panic, your master is here. Observing the unconscious youth in his arms, whose spiritual energy still surged wildly, Shinin made a resolute decision, his gaze turning solemn. Exchange. Host must consider carefully, without cultivation. Once your lifespan is lost, it cannot be regained. Enough of your nonsense. I said exchange, so do it quickly. Shinin nearly roared in his heart. Was it not merely 5 years of lifespan? The one before him, with damaged meridians and a life in peril, was his disciple. This foolish boy truly seemed to disregard his own life. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the supreme needle technique of the medicinal path. The 13 needles of the mysterious sect. Cradling Murong Tian, Shinin closed his eyes, beginning to assimilate the intricacies of this needle technique. Lu Yinqin observed the two figures in the pool, her beautiful eyes flashing with concern. Humph, self-inflicted misery. Qin Baishan, witnessing Murong Tian's unconscious state and the tumultuous energy within him, could not help but sneer coldly, with such poor talent. To dare aspire to break through from the mid-stage of the Qi to the primordial realm in a mere month. Truly unaware of his limitations. Hearing his derisive remarks, Lu Yunqin frowned, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her gaze. Eunuch Yuan squinted slightly, casting a discerning glance at the young woman, his expression inscrutable. Just a moment ago, he had sensed an overwhelming force emanating from her. Silence. As Qin Baishan's words left his lips, Shinin turned, his voice cold and commanding. Should you dare to disturb my disciple again, I will take your life. Faced with Shunin's icy gaze, Qin Baishan felt a tremor in his heart. Swallowing hard as memories of that sword capable of cleaving the heavens resurfaced in his mind, deterring him from speaking further. Though he refrained from words, he could not suppress a derisive snort, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. Given Murong Tian's current condition, unless a powerful figure from the Qinkuan realm or a revered apothecary intervened, no one could save him. He simply could not believe that a mere shun and could rival a master of the Qinkuan realm or a grand apothecary. With external distractions eliminated, Shunin furrowed his brow and abruptly raised his hand, forming a sword gesture aimed at the youth. The situation had unfolded unexpectedly, leaving him without silver needles. Fortunately, he still possessed the efficacy card for the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. The sword energy was sharp and under his control. He could barely use it as a substitute for needles. The aura of the primordial realm? Upon sensing the intensity of the sword energy emanating from Shun An's fingertips, both Qin Baishan and Eunuch Yuan furrowed their brows. Was this fellow deliberately controlling the strength of the sword energy, fearing it might harm Murong Tian? Yet, what was his intention? Given that Murong Tian's meridians were already riddled with injuries, how could he possibly withstand the sharpness of the sword energy? With the gaze of all present upon him, Shunan swiftly executed 13 precise strikes on Murong Tian, his movements so rapid that they appeared to create afterimages. Such remarkable skill. Eunuch Yuan squinted his eyes, secretly admiring the display. In the next moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The once tumultuous spiritual energy within Murong Tian began to quell, no longer raging chaotically, but rather calming to a gentler flow. Shun En's forehead glistened with beads of perspiration as he raised his hand once more, administering another 13 needles. After 3 successive treatments at varying acupuncture points, the chaotic energy within Murong Tian stabilized entirely, flowing in an orderly manner. The young man slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy within him had successfully transformed. Now infused with the sharpness of a blade, a manifestation of the unique sword essence cultivated through the unparalleled sword control technique. Invincible and unyielding. Master, I have broken through to the return to origin realm. Murong Tian exclaimed joyfully, only to abruptly freeze. Before him was the gentle visage of his master. Yet he noticed with a pang that the silver strands in his master's hair had multiplied, and deep fatigue resided in his eyes. Though his features remained unchanged, there was an undeniable aura of aging. At that moment, his master gazed at him with a warm smile, softly speaking, "It is well that you have broken through." Chapter 67. Do not weep, host. The system understands you impossible. Qin Baishan gasped, his eyes fixed on the scene in disbelief. Even Lu Yunqin and Eunuch Yuan wore expressions of incredulity. How could Shunin, with just those few dozen strikes, not only calm the chaotic energy within Murong Tian, but also facilitate his breakthrough to the return to origin realm? Such miraculous prowess could hardly be matched, even by the esteemed Northern Star Medicine King. What manner of person is this master of Qinyan Peak? Eunuch Yuan squinted, scrutinizing Shun En closely. Until now, he had never heard of such a remarkable figure emerging from Lingfu Mountain. Master. Murong Tian's eyes brimmed with tears as he clearly perceived the fatigue concealed in his master's gaze. No matter how oblivious he usually was, he now comprehended why he had fainted yet remained alive. Why he had not succumbed to the shattering of his heart veins, but rather achieved the natural culmination of his energy. It was his master who had intervened. Admiration value, 50. Current admiration level, 8. Reward, 1 lottery chance, 1 insight pill, 1 insight pill recipe. Shunin gently patted the young man's shoulder before rising gracefully. Senior brother Murong. Xiao Jingxue, regaining her senses, hurried forward to assess Murong Tian's condition. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating he was unharmed. However, as he attempted to rise, excruciating pain coursed through him, forcing him to sit down again with a grimace. Shun En turned back slightly. Given your current condition, it is inadvisable to practice for the time being. Prepare to return to Qingyun Peak. I shall assist you in recuperating. Yes, master. Murong Tian nodded respectfully, enduring the pain as he stood with Xiao Jingxue's support. I never anticipated you possessed such profound acupuncture techniques. Upon witnessing the crisis abate, Lu Yunqin exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Shun En faltering beneath her, nearly collapsing. Instinctively, she reached out to support him, furrowing her brow in inquiry, "What troubles you?" As the fragrant breeze enveloped him, and he felt the softness of her delicate hand, Shun En shook his head with a bitter smile. "It is of no consequence. This technique is simply too taxing on the mind. Would you not wish to rest here for a while?" Lu Yunqin asked with genuine concern. "No, Murong Tian's meridians are in a dire state. I must return to refine pills for his recovery," Shun En replied, casting a glance at the exquisite beauty who supported him. "I appreciate your assistance, Elder Lu, but I would rather not stumble before my disciple. It would be too humiliating." Realizing the physical closeness between them, Lu Yunqin felt her cheeks flush slightly. Yet she nodded gently, her heart tinged with a hint of helplessness. She could not fathom his thoughts, despite his evident exhaustion. He seemed overly concerned with appearances before his disciple. "Let us proceed to Lingfu Mountain," Lu Yunqin said softly, slightly turning her head. The two behind them complied, with Xiao Jingxue assisting Murong Tian closely behind. In the pond, Qin Xianyue observed the dark-clad youth being supported by the illustrious Princess Qin Shui as they walked away. her delicate brows knitting together in discontent. Although she held no particular regard for Murong Tian, he was, after all, betrothed to her. The 3-year agreement was not yet fulfilled, and thus the engagement remained intact. Seeing him so closely accompanied by another female, especially one of noble status such as the daughter of the southern town king, stirred a sense of discomfort within her. Murong Tian, Qin, Qianyue murmured, the name leaving her lips as her expression returned to indifference. If breaking through to the returning origin realm proved so arduous, and he had nearly lost his life due to recklessness, what right did he have to be considered her equal? When the 3 years were up, she would ensure he beheld the stark contrast between talent and mediocrity, making it clear that they resided in entirely different worlds. After bidding farewell to Li Fei, the four embarked on their journey back to Lingfu Mountain aboard a flying vessel. Within the vessel, Xiao Jingxue focused on nurturing Murong Tian's meridians, employing her knowledge of medicinal arts to alleviate his pain. Meanwhile, Murong Tian gazed at the silent Shun and with a mixture of guilt and gratitude. The youth felt a knot of anxiety and uncertainty tighten in his chest. What should I do? Will my master reprimand me for my earlier impulsive actions? Seeing his countenance so grim, I can only surmise that saving me exacted a heavy toll on him. Have I made him displeased? Could I be cast out from the mountain? In stark contrast to Murong Tian's tumultuous thoughts, Shun An's mind was racing in desperation. System, hurry, processor return. This technique is utterly ineffective. I do not want it. Reclaim it at once. Once a transaction is completed, refunds are not permitted. You unscrupulous merchant, is there no 7-day return policy? No unconditional returns? I wish to lodge a complaint. This technique is truly ineffectual. If only you could return 2.5 years of my lifespan. The system chose to ignore its shameless host entirely. After repeated calls yielded no response, Shun An's expression fell, and he found himself lamenting inwardly. He was acutely aware that he could never reclaim the 5 years of his life, a span that felt infinitely significant. Can you fathom how he might have spent those 5 years? Suppressing the impulse to weep, Shun An took a deep breath, resigning himself to the harsh reality of his premature mortality, and cast his gaze towards the youth clad in black. Their eyes met, and the young man suddenly grew tense, his expression betraying uncertainty. Humph, you little rascal, just wait until I return to Qingyun Peak to deal with you. If it weren't for your master being present, you might have lost your life. The frustration of being unable to regain those 5 years manifested itself entirely upon Murong Tian. Despite his reprimanding tone, there was no trace of regret in his heart. Through their time together, he had fully embraced the role of the Peak Master and had come to regard Murong Tian as his own disciple. The thought of witnessing his demise or the ruin of his meridians was unbearable to him. Murong Tian lowered his head, assuming the demeanor of a child awaiting punishment. All right, no great disaster has occurred. He is still young, and seeing Qin Qianyue break through to the Earth Spirit realm could understandably stir his competitive spirit. He just needs to be more cautious next time, Lu Yinqin softly advised, winking at Murong Tian. You should hurry and apologize to your master. The latter quickly snapped back to reality, timidly uttering, Master, I recognize my mistake. Peak Master, please do not blame senior brother Murong. His injuries have yet to heal. Interjected Xiao Jingxue, blinking earnestly in defense of Murong Tian. Under the pressure of their combined pleas, Shun An found that the harsh words he had prepared faltered on his lips. He pointed at Murong Tian for a long moment before finally exhaling a deep sigh. The loss of 5 years of his life weighed heavily on him, and he was at a loss for how to convey this to them. Ultimately, the bitterness and anguish he felt could only be borne in silence, for no one could understand or empathize with his plight. As he gazed out at the distant sea of clouds, tears glistened in his eyes. Host, do not cry. This system understands you. Leave me be. Chapter 68. Returning to Qingyun Peak aboard the flying vessel, Shun An felt the toll of exhaustion taking its effect, and before he realized it, his head tilted to the side and he dozed off. Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to voice her irritation. But upon noticing that Shun An had truly succumbed to fatigue, she opened her mouth but refrained from speaking, her eyelashes fluttering. Unbeknownst to her, her initial disdain for Shun An had long since dissipated. Master, Murong Tian, seeing Shun An's head droop, felt his eyes redden and, with a resounding thud, knelt on the ground, grief etched across his face. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brow, raising her sleeve to cast a barrier that muffled their voices. Your master has exhausted himself in saving you. He is merely asleep, not dead. Why weep? Oh, I thought. Murong Tian scratched his head as he rose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing Shun An nestled against Lu Yinqin's shoulder like a fledgling bird, admiration shone in the boy's eyes. Indeed, he was his master, just moments ago. As they departed from Chunyuan Mountain, Elder Lu had personally supported him, and now he rested upon her shoulder. It was noteworthy that, under ordinary circumstances at Lingfu Mountain. Elder Lu had never engaged in such intimate contact with any male. Should Master Li Yintang learn of this, he would likely be incensed to the point of bloodshed. The journey was silent, and by the time the flying vessel emerged from the clouds and mist, arriving atop Qingyun Peak, it was already deep into the night. Upon awakening, Shannon expressed his gratitude to Lu Yunqin before hastily leading Xiao Jinxue towards the kitchen. What business does he have in the kitchen, when he intends to refine medicine to heal his injuries? Lu Yunqin pondered in confusion. Ah, Elder Lu, you may not be aware that my master operates in a manner quite unlike ordinary folk. He holds no regard for the traditional alchemical furnace. Morong Tian remarked with a grin, scratching his head. Then what does he use to concoct potions? Lu Yunqin inquired, momentarily taken aback, casting a dubious glance towards the kitchen. Surely not a frying pan. Indeed, that is precisely it. Morong Tian declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Lu Yunqin was astonished. Shannon truly was a peculiar phenomenon in the realm of alchemy. While most alchemists pursued not only the utmost refinement techniques, but also sought superior furnaces and optimal environments for their craft, this individual had the audacity to brew potions directly in the kitchen. Though her curiosity was piqued, the deepening night urged her to return homeward. It would be unwise to risk discovery, as reason would falter in such a predicament. Rest well, I shall return tomorrow. With this parting remark, Lu Yunqin gracefully departed. Unbeknownst to her, at a secluded entry point on the backside of Qingyun Peak, a shadowy figure clad in black, revealing only a pair of lecherous eyes, observed the scene. What brings the master of Qingyuan Peak here at such an hour? The figure shook his head, a glimmer of intent flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the rear mountain. Whatever the reason, it's time to gather some spiritual herbs. His resolve hardened, he produced several burlap sacks, and, gritting his teeth, stealthily made his way toward the rear of Qingyun Peak. He even clutched a shovel-like spiritual tool, intended for digging. Recently, spiritual birds and beasts had been frequently appearing at Lingfu Mountain. Upon investigation, he discovered they had all emerged from the rear of Qingyun Peak. There lay a 10-acre herb garden, rich in spiritual energy, with soil far more fertile than his own herbal hall. The thought of Murong Tian, under Shun and S orders, having pilfered numerous spiritual herbs from his own establishment, filled him with indignation. Seizing the opportunity while Shun, and the others were absent, and with no formations or restrictions in place, he conceived a plan to return the favor. Not far off, on another obscure path, two black-clad figures were stealthily descending the mountain, one old and one young. The younger one clutched 2 sacks of spiritual herbs under his armpit, hesitating slightly. Master, is it not somewhat dishonorable to act thus while Elder Shun is away? The voice belonged to Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak. Shoo! The older figure turned, covering the boy's mouth with urgency. What is there to fear? I observed that old Su Hei fellow sneaking in to gather herbs last time, even digging up a sack of soil to take with him. I recorded it all. If Elder Shin inquires, we can help him catch the thief. As he spoke, the older figure spat contemptuously. Su Laohai was heartbroken after being injured by Elder Shun. The prices of spiritual herbs have skyrocketed to an outrageous extent. My master, I find myself in a predicament. Our talisman making consumes resources, and in addition to supporting the livelihoods of hundreds within the peak, I must also provide for your cultivation and sustenance. As he lamented his hardships and destitution while counting on his fingers, Yu Jingyuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. By the way, master, did that person who just flew by resemble Elder Lu? It truly does. Could it be that Elder Shun and the others have returned? But why would Elder Lu sneak into Qingyun Peak at this hour? Why ask so many questions? Hurry up and leave. In the kitchen, Shunan was retrieving spiritual herbs from his storage bag and handing them to Xiao Jingxue, who began to divide them according to the proportions needed for the 4th-grade nourishing heart pill, while he himself kindled a fire beneath the stove. Xiao Jingxue was already quite familiar with this scene. She deftly moved to the side, her jade hands forming a sword gesture, carefully using a vessel to contain the fragments of the spiritual herbs, adhering to the dosage outlined in the formula. Upon observing her precise movements, Shannon noticed that with a gentle flick of her sword gesture, the leaves of the spiritual herb gracefully separated and fell into the vessel. Refining pills does not require the entire herb. Most of the time, a single leaf or fruit suffices, demanding meticulous control over the dosage. The thought of her finesse made him feel a pang of envy, as he was accustomed to using a kitchen knife for such tasks. Now, this was the mark of a true alchemist. While she was busy preparing the herbs, Shannon began to examine some new items provided by the system. Foremost among them was the Xianmin 13 needles, a painful price paid with 5 years of his lifespan. Xianmin 13 needles, one of the renowned techniques of a certain ancestral figure in the realm of medicine. It possesses remarkable efficacy against injuries from demonic deviation and heart meridian damage. It can also aid in regulating qi and blood flow. The higher the practitioner's realm, the more challenging it becomes to apply the needles. Demonic deviation and heart meridian damage? Shannon stroked his chin, pondering. To experience demonic deviation. A breakthrough from the heavenly spirit realm to the Qianquan realm requires undergoing the heavenly tribulation, while transitioning from Qianquan realm to Nirvana realm entails facing the heart tribulation. Surviving such ordeals signifies a rebirth, hence the term Nirvana. He had yet to encounter such formidable beings. Even if he did, given his late-stage body refinement strength, he would be unable to wield this needle technique. This implies that, for now, this technique serves little purpose beyond assisting disciples in regulating their qi and blood. After the moment of regret, he continued to peruse the rewards following Murong Tian's upgrade. Insight Pill, a 5th-grade pill that aids martial artists in achieving clarity of consciousness and comprehending their own path. The concept of Tao had been made abundantly clear to Shun, and when he witnessed Qin Baishan's astonishment upon using the sword to open the Heavenly Gate skill card. Typically, martial artists grasp these concepts in a sequence. First the force, then the intent, and finally the Tao. If one's comprehension is insufficient, even with excellent foundational skills, reaching the Qianquan realm may only allow for an understanding of force. Though Murong Tian lacked a strong foundation, he possessed exceptional comprehension. After mastering the Thunderbolt sword, the sword in his hand had already subtly approached the level of sword intent. However, true mastery of the sword path still eluded him. Chapter 69, Master. That thief was rather impressive. I wonder if this pill can enable that lad to grasp the unparalleled sword heart of the unmatched sword technique. Shannon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only by successfully comprehending the unparalleled sword heart could one truly ascend to mastery, transforming one's spiritual essence into a sharp sword energy of immense power. In addition to the insight pill, the system also rewarded him with the formula for the insight pill. Ranging from 5th to 7th grade, the required herbs varied significantly, with those of higher grades being increasingly rare and precious. Here we go. It was time for the exhilarating segment again. After glancing at the rewards, Shannon eagerly activated the lottery wheel, curious about what treasures he might draw this time. System. Initiate the lottery. He called out in his mind. Are you willing to stake your life? As the lottery wheel shimmered with brilliance, Shannon watched in anticipation as streams of golden light passed by, his heart racing with excitement. Ultimately, after another golden flash, the pointer halted on a purple orb of light. Phew, a rare item, barely a loss. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it was not something useless, like that absurd cat toy. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the rare item, Heavenly Spirit Eye. Heavenly Spirit Eye, capable of penetrating countless restrictions and formations, revealing weaknesses and understanding their essence. Shannon was momentarily taken aback. Oh, an eye that can decipher talisman arrays. This was indeed novel. But how was it meant to be utilized? Was he to gouge out his existing eyes and replace them? The host need not worry, it is not an eye transplant, but rather a transfer of the eye's power. Upon hearing this, Shannon exhaled deeply and chose to proceed with the transfer. As a wave of mysterious sensations washed over him, his vision grew cool, and he momentarily lost sight, engulfed in darkness. Peak Master, the spiritual herbs have been divided. Came the gentle voice of Xiao Jingxue, who raised her hand to wipe away a sheen of fragrant sweat, her expression weary. As Shun En's vision returned, he turned to look. In that instant, he was utterly mesmerized. To his eyes, Xiao Jingxue stood before the stove, her skin as white as snow, her form ethereal and graceful. Yet, everything appeared hazy, as if veiled by a mist, rendering her features indistinct. Realizing the implications, Shun En quickly shut his eyes, a cold sweat breaking out. What a sin! This was his disciple. He must not gaze upon her. To do so would be to descend into depravity. Peak Master? Noticing his silence, Xiao Jingxue tilted her head in confusion, her attire as pure as fresh snow. Though still young, her figure was exquisite, concealed beneath her loose robes. Unbeknownst to anyone. Nothing's wrong, Shannon replied, his gaze evasive as he waved his hand. Jingxue, you should rest early tonight. Come back to see me refine pills next time. Although puzzled by her master's sudden embarrassment, Xiao Jingxue, being gentle and obedient, had been tending to Murong Tian's wounds throughout their journey and was already quite fatigued. Thus, upon hearing his words, she did not linger but offered a slight bow and departed. Once she left, Shannon took a deep breath. Goodness, that was a glimpse into the unseen. His heart raced, a mix of exhilaration and anxiety coursing through him. That moment had definitely not been intentional. System, what gives? Wasn't it supposed to decipher talisman arrays? How did it turn into a form of clairvoyance? The voice of the system carried a hint of disdain. Just clothing? What is the host so perplexed about? Shannon found this utterly absurd. This was indeed a divine skill. In his previous life, he could have effortlessly amassed fortunes akin to those affluent elites in the city. With the ability to perceive, he could have earned 500 billion, subsequently marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life. Host, do not indulge in fantasies. While the spiritual eye is powerful, it requires strength to activate, the system interjected. The host is merely at the body refinement stage. He can only maintain it for a maximum of 5 seconds at a time and cannot use it repeatedly, lest he risk blindness. Soon, the system doused him with a bucket of cold water. The previous experience was merely a result of his initial acquisition of the spiritual eye, which was still unstable. In the future, he would need to activate it himself. Moreover, the 5-second limit posed a significant risk if overused, potentially leading to blindness. After hearing the explanation, Shannon let out a quiet sigh, feeling a tinge of regret. Although he had obtained a divine skill, it came with limitations, preventing him from observing the charming secrets of the elders on Spirit Rune Mountain every day. Coughing, he reassured himself that he was not the kind of shameless scoundrel who would exploit the spiritual eye for nefarious purposes. Shaking his head, Shannon dismissed such thoughts and turned his attention to the task at hand, refining pills. The following morning, upon seeing his master with dark circles under his eyes, carrying a large pot of green medicinal liquid, Morong Tian was deeply moved. Adoration value 2. Shannon, mentally exhausted, had no inclination to engage with this. After delivering the medicinal liquid, he cautioned, "This heart-nourishing pill is a 10-day supply. Take 1 bowl each time, divide it into 3 doses. And do not take it on an empty stomach. Do you understand?" "Yes, master, I will remember." Morong Tian nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. "Very well. Once your injuries have healed, I will refine some enlightenment pills for you to aid in comprehending the unparalleled sword heart and fully condensing your sword intent." Shannon waved his hand, contemplating as he stroked his chin. It had been nearly a month. The spiritual herbs in his 10-acre medicinal field should be flourishing splendidly by now. The herbs needed for the 5th-grade enlightenment pill were precisely what he had grown. When Morong Tian went to the spiritual herb hall, he not only collected discarded herbs, but also discreetly stashed away several premium spiritual herbs in a sack. Those herbs would suffice to refine a pound of 5th-grade enlightenment pills. Just as Shannon was reveling in his thoughts, a somewhat anxious voice from outside interrupted him. "Peak Master, something terrible has happened." Looking up, he saw the usually composed and courteous Xiao Jingxue rushing towards him with a look of urgency. "What is it?" Shannon frowned, inquiring. Xiao Jingxue hesitated, unsure of how to begin, but ultimately gritted her teeth and said, "Peak Master, you must hurry to the back mountain. Qingyan Peak has been robbed." "What?" Shannon's eyes widened, all traces of sleep vanishing. He hurriedly adjusted his clothing and rushed towards the back mountain. Upon arriving at the medicinal garden, he was rendered speechless. The 10-acre field had been completely stripped bare, with even large chunks of soil excavated. No, it was not entirely barren. A solitary water danflower stood forlornly amidst the medicinal field, yet it appeared to have suffered greatly, drooping lifelessly without a hint of vitality. In that moment, Shannon was at a loss, unsure whether to weep or to laugh. Morong Tian hurried over, initially taken aback. He gazed at the sole remaining spirit herb in the medicinal field and let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, master, that thief unwittingly left us one." A gust of wind swept by, causing the water danhua to tremble, unable to endure any longer, and it fell limply to the ground, its petals scattering about. The entire medicinal field fell into an eerie silence as Shannon stood there, mouth agape, his mind a blank canvas. Was this theft of herbs, or merely a resupply? Overcome with sorrow, Shannon looked up at the heavens, tears welling in his eyes. These spirit herbs had been lovingly cultivated by his own hands. And now they were all gone. Cursed be the thief of spirit herbs. How cruel your heart is. Chapter 70. He is here to steal herbs. So what are you doing? Lingfu Mountain, Spirit Herb Hall. Su Huan wore a distressed expression as he surveyed the expanse of dark brown soil in the medicinal field. Several spirit herbs were planted there, but they appeared wilted, resembling malnourished beings. What could possibly be the issue? The soil on Qingyun Peak was notoriously fertile, replete with spiritual energy. How could it be ineffective here? He scratched his head, deep in thought, utterly perplexed. Could it be that this spiritual soil chooses its master? Only recognizing the land of Qingyun Peak, rendering it useless upon arrival at the Spirit Herb Hall? Such a notion seemed absurd, though reluctant to accept it. The evidence lay stark before him. The spiritual soil at the Spirit Herb Hall had become entirely inert, devoid of any spiritual energy, and even seemed to absorb the energy from the spirit herbs. Given such circumstances, not only was it impossible to cultivate superior spirit herbs, but merely keeping the herbs alive would be a stroke of luck. After all, that rascal Morong Tian had taken so many worthless herbs from the hall and managed to revive them in the medicinal field of Qingyun Peak. Why could he not achieve the same? Su Huan was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. Over the past fortnight, aside from occasionally harvesting spirit herbs from Qingyun Peak, he had been studying the spiritual soil. However, the spiritual soil had already merged with the unique energy of Qingyun Peak. Even if he excavated all the soil from the medicinal field, it would be of no avail. The medicinal field on Qingyun Peak would continue to yield new spiritual soil, while any soil removed from Qingyun Peak would simply become barren. Hall Master, it's terrible. Lingfu Mountain has been robbed. Just as he was deep in thought, a disciple rushed in from outside the medicinal field, anxiously calling out. That shameless thief not only cleaned out the herbs cultivated by Elder Shun of Qingyun Peak, but also took a significant amount of the soil. This soil was the result of the hard work of the farmers. If I catch him, I shall ensure he pays dearly. The disciple, filled with urgency and a grimace of anger, seemed to harbor a deep hatred for such herb thieves. Upon noticing the incongruous dark brown soil before Su Huan, he was momentarily taken aback. Cough, cough. Su Huan cleared his throat and feigned seriousness. Is that so? You must increase vigilance and ensure that despicable thief does not enter my spirit herb hall. As evening fell on Qingyun Peak, Murong Tian approached with a bowl of medicine, anxiously urging, Come, master, open your mouth. It's time for your medicine. During the day, the master of the household discovered that the medicinal garden had been completely ransacked. And overwhelmed with anger and exhaustion, he fainted. Xiao Jingxue painstakingly brewed a restorative soup for him. After Shunan consumed it, he smacked his lips and furrowed his brow. Disciple, this medicine is not right. You must have added something else, didn't you? Murong Tian was taken aback and turned to look at Xiao Jingxue, who nodded gently. As expected of the Peak Master, you can immediately discern that this calming soup has additional ingredients. Oh, the inclusion of other herbs has resulted in such an effect. Well done. Shinan expressed his admiration, inquiring, What other herb did you add? Water Danhua, she replied, blinking innocently. The one from the medicinal field? Yes. The only wilted one that remains in the garden. Xiao Jingxue nodded, her expression unassuming. She was unaware that as long as the herb was still planted in the spiritual soil, it would soon regain vitality. Thus, she sought to refine it into medicine before its efficacy dissipated entirely. Shinan felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest anew. This meant that the medicinal field was indeed barren, devoid of any remnants. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. How dare anyone thieve from the peak of Qingyun? If he did not apprehend the thief, he would no longer bear the name Shun. Just as he was about to rise in a fury to confront the sect leader at the main peak, the door creaked open. Lu Yunqin, elegant in her plain attire, stepped inside, her delicate brow slightly furrowed. Shinan, why are there so many spiritual birds at Qingyun Peak? It seems as though all the creatures from the sect have come here. Having just completed her affairs at Qinghuan Peak, she had hurried to investigate the reported theft at Qingyun Peak. To her surprise, she encountered numerous birds and beasts on her way up the mountain. Not only wild animals, but also spiritual birds raised within Lingfu Mountain had escaped. Xiao Jingxue recalled the matter and spoke up, Peak Master. Those spiritual birds seemed to be drawn towards the spiritual energy of the back mountain. Shinan paused, then remembered that Murong Tian had filled the source of the immortal spirit spring. Could it be that the fusion of the spring liquid with the spiritual soil emitted such a rich spiritual energy that it attracted these birds? He slapped his forehead. I knew it. Aside from a few individuals at Qingyun Peak, no one else knows about the medicinal field. And given Qingyun Peak's impoverished reputation, which thief would be foolish enough to target it? They must have discovered the medicinal field only after following these spiritual birds. Pondering with his chin in hand, Shinan considered that the various peaks and sects of Lingfu Mountain did not raise many spiritual birds. Only Qingfu Peak, Qingling Peak, Qingxi Peak, and the Medicine Hall housed them. Among these, the most likely culprits for stealing the medicinal herbs would be the Medicine Hall. That old scoundrel Su Laoan. This rascal must bear a grudge against Murong Tian for previously pilfering herbs from the Medicine Hall. Upon learning about the medicinal field at Qingyun Peak, he had brazenly decided to reclaim the herbs for himself. Most of the concoctions brought by Murong Tian are nothing but useless potions. Yet the ones stolen by old Su have been revitalized into remarkable remedies. Is this not akin to me, Shinan, providing the Spirit Medicine Hall with a 2-month supply of medicine at no cost? This simply cannot stand. I must confront the thieves at the Spirit Medicine Hall. Grasping a stick, Shinan stormed out in a fit of anger. Wait, Lu Yunqin interjected, her brow furrowed. You have no evidence. How can you prove that the thief is indeed from the Spirit Medicine Hall? I will know once I go to take a look. Those spiritual herbs were cultivated by my own hands. How could I possibly fail to recognize them? Do not be hasty. The sect leader is already aware of this matter and is dispatching someone to investigate. Shinan shook his head vehemently. By the time he conducts his investigation, all my herbs will have been consumed. What good will that do? No, I must catch the thief myself, he insisted, making his way down the mountain. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Elder Shun, do not be anxious. I know who the thief is. The group looked up to see Zheng Sanshan, the leader of Qingfu Peak, approaching with a benevolent smile. You know? Shunan questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Of course, Zheng Sanshan replied, stroking his beard as he opened his palm to reveal a circular crystal. As the crystal glimmered, a prism of watery light appeared before their eyes, projecting an image of the herb garden at the rear of Qingyun Peak during the night. A figure clad in black was seen tugging a sack with one hand while hastily stuffing herbs into it with the other. Despite the dark and windy night, his tightly concealed appearance did little to mask his lecherous little eyes, which left Lu Yinqin momentarily speechless. Isn't that the master of the spirit medicine hall, Su Huan? Just as Zheng Sanshan smiled, thinking he could pin the blame solely on Su Huan with this revelation, Shunan interrupted him. Wait a moment, he said, regarding Zheng with suspicion. Old Su is here to steal herbs, but what were you doing at Qingyun Peak in the middle of the night, Elder Zheng? The atmosphere grew tense, and all eyes fell upon the suddenly stiffened Zheng Sanshan. He offered an awkward smile and stammered, this footage was not recorded by me. It was captured by my disciple, Yu Jingyuan. Lu Yinqin frowned. Then what was he doing at Qingyun Peak's rear in the dead of night? Oh well. Zheng Sanshan chuckled nervously, his gaze evasive. He was pursuing a spiritual creature within the peak and happened to capture this scene. What spiritual creature necessitates a late-night chase? Lu Yinqin pressed further. At this, Zheng Sanshan found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Shunan, however, remained sharp-minded, suspecting that Qingfu Peak had also laid claim to some of his spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, Lu Yinqin was correct. One must adhere to the principle of evidence. With this crystal image in hand, apprehending Old Su alone for restitution would suffice. Yet, just as Shunan prepared to reach for the crystal, Zheng Sanshan suddenly stepped back. Elder Shun, do not rush. This item is quite valuable and cannot simply be handed over. Zheng Sanshan chuckled, winking meaningfully. In that moment, Shunan understood. This fellow was no better than Old Su. He sought to extort a sum from him using this evidence. Elder Shun, please do not hold it against me. I am merely a victim of Su Laohong's coercion. After you extracted a portion of his spirit herbs, the prices surged exorbitantly. The Qingfu Peak, already burdened by the resource-intensive task of talisman crafting, now finds itself on the brink of financial collapse, struggling to sustain its disciples. Zheng Sanshan's face was a picture of despair, as if he were on the verge of tears. Shunan could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is there truly no respectable elder within Lingfu Mountain? The esteemed head of the Spirit Herb Hall resorting to underhanded tactics over a few missing herbs, while the master of Qingfu Peak publicly plays the victim for sympathy. However, Shunan had no intention of indulging him. He turned to Lu Yinqin and spoke, Elder Lu, would you kindly administer a beating to him? In return, I shall provide you with free alchemical services for Feishuan. Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback. Although the appearance of his concoctions left much to be desired, she had witnessed their effectiveness on Chunyuan Mountain, and he was willing to refine them by the pound. With his assistance, Qinghuan Peak would no longer fret over the scarcity of elixirs. With this thought, she nodded and stepped forward. Zheng Sanshan was bewildered. Elder Lu, we are comrades. We cannot afford to harm our bond. After acquiring the crystal stones, Shunan hurried to the main peak without delay. Xian Yuzi was in a state of disarray, fretting over how to apprehend a thief. The previous restrictions on Qingyun Peak had long since deteriorated, leaving them entirely defenseless and incapable of tracking the thief's methods. Master, just as he was about to sip his tea, a sudden wail erupted, startling him and causing him to spray his drink. He looked up to see Shun and bursting in, tears streaming down his face. A sight so heartrending that it could bring tears to the eyes of any observer. Yet, what was that faint scent of onions wafting from him? Master, you must take a stand for Qingyun Peak. That Su Laohong, lacking respect for his elders, has stripped our peak of all its herbs, leaving not even the soil untouched. What? Su Tangzhu stole the herbs from Qingyun Peak? Xian Yuzi was taken aback, and upon seeing the crystal stones in Shun An's grasp, he fell into a profound silence. After all, Su Huan was a prominent figure. How could he stoop to such petty thievery? Then, it suddenly dawned on him that during the last disciple competition, Shun An had left early, allowing Murong Tian to sneak into the herb hall while everyone was occupied in the martial arts hall. It was rumored that Su Huan had sought compensation, yet every time he visited Qingyun Peak, Murong Tian would send Xiao Jingxue to attend to him. With a princess present, he dared not show his displeasure. Thus, the matter of the pilfered spirit herbs had faded into obscurity. This incident had weighed heavily on Su Huan's mind, and he had often lamented to Xian Yuzi about it. However, due to Qingyun Peak's meager resources, Xian Yuzi had deemed it a form of compensation and did not consider pursuing the matter further. Little did he expect that Su Huan would sneak back to Qingyun Peak and pilfer the spirit herbs once more. Master, you must advocate for Qingyun Peak. I executed your entrusted tasks flawlessly during my trip to Chunyuan Mountain, without a single oversight. Yet upon my return to Lingfu Mountain, I discovered that my home had been burglarized. This is utterly inhumane. Beasts, I tell you. Shunan pretended to wipe away tears, while Xian Yuzi's expression darkened. Rest assured, Elder Shun, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. With that, he grasped a crystal stone and took off towards the spirit medicine hall. Once he departed, Shunan's pained visage swiftly returned to normal as he pulled an onion from his pocket and took a bite. On his way, Xian Yuzi noticed a figure covering their face, glancing around cautiously, as if fearful of being discovered. He furrowed his brow. Did that resemble Elder Zheng? Impossible, he thought. How could he act so furtively? Could it be? With his brow furrowed, Xian Yuzi charged forward. Halt! Such a sneaky demeanor. Could it be that the remnants of the demon sect have infiltrated our sect? Prepare to receive my fist. His booming voice startled the figure, who looked up to find Xian Yuzi's imposing presence before him. Elder, please stop. Bang! The figure staggered back several steps. What had merely been a slap mark on his face had now turned into a swollen eye. Xian Yuzi was taken aback. Elder Zheng, is it truly you? Master, could we perhaps ascertain the identity of a person before resorting to violence? Zheng Sanchan lamented, having already suffered a beating from Lu Yunqin. Now he had endured the master's wrath as well. One had utilized the mirror moon palm, while the other was a punch from the celestial realm. The injuries inflicted by the earth-level palm in Tent and celestial might would not heal without spirit medicine. He could expect to be swollen for at least 3 to 5 days. Why were you sneaking around like a thief, covering your face? I thought the remnants of the demon sect had become so brazen as to plot against us in broad daylight. Xian Yuzi felt a bit embarrassed. What kind of esteemed elder from the earth spirit realm acted so shiftily? By the way, what happened to your face? Xian Yuzi pointed at the red and purple slap mark on Zheng Sanchan's face. Zheng Sanchan grimaced. I fell. With that, he chose not to linger any longer and took off on the wind. Better to flaunt himself than to risk another punch later. Watching him fly away, Xian Yuzi rubbed his chin, filled with suspicion. Can an earth spirit realm expert really fall and leave a slap mark in the process? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and accelerated towards the spirit medicine hall. Master? Inside the hall, Su Huan's heart sank at the sight of the master's arrival. Xian Yuzi produced the crystal stone, revealing the image, and with a playful wink, he began, Elder Su, you surely wouldn't want this matter to become common knowledge, would you? Chapter 72. Elder Su, reputation is paramount. Upon seeing the crystal stone in Xian Yuzi's hand, Su Huan was left dumbfounded. Despite being so cautious, how could someone have captured such a moment? Master, who is this person? He asked, his gaze shifting nervously, attempting to maintain his composure. Xian Yuzi frowned and enlarged the image. The entire water prism now displayed only the lecherous little eyes of the figure in black. Elder Su, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror? Xian Yuzi remarked, his expression peculiar. Su Huan's face immediately fell as he began to wail. Master, I had my reasons for acting this way. That old scoundrel Shun is ruthless. He sent his disciple to steal a large quantity of spirit medicine from my hall. And afterward, he refused to offer any compensation. Shunin, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of medicinal alchemy, lamented not merely for the precious herbs he squandered, but also for the theatrical display of tears he enacted, a performance that rivaled even the most heartfelt sorrow. I had heard whispers that the majority of the herbs Murong Tian retrieved from the apothecary hall were, in fact, the discarded remnants of your establishment. A suspicion that prompted Xian Yuzi to raise an eyebrow in skepticism. Su Huan, caught in an awkward predicament, hesitated. Enough of this chatter. As the esteemed head of the apothecary hall, you must recognize that if word of your actions were to spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation. Let us proceed thusly. Elder Shin shall return the herbs taken from Qingyun Peak, and I shall take it upon myself to dispose of this crystal. The subsequent matters will rest in my hands, Xian Yuzi declared with a dismissive wave. Master, those herbs rightfully belong to the apothecary hall. What do you mean by returning them? Su Huan lamented, his face a picture of despair. Although he had occasionally withheld certain herbs from Qingyun Peak over the years, it was a gesture born from a sense of protectiveness for the precious resources. After all, there were but 2 individuals on Qingyun Peak, and leaving them to spoil was an act of negligence. It was one thing to deal with useless herbs, but the ones returned from Qingyun Peak were vibrant, thriving specimens of superior quality. Though he had not nurtured them, their potential made the situation all the more distressing. Ah, Suhol Master, you surely do not wish for this incident to become public knowledge, do you? Xian Yuzi gestured with the crystal in hand. Su Huan's expression soured as if he had tasted bitter melon, his reluctance evident as he finally conceded. Very well, I shall only take a small portion. I cannot be too greedy. Returning the herbs is far better than losing my good name entirely. Little did he anticipate that someone had captured the scene of him unearthing herbs in exchange for the crystal. Accursed paparazzi. How utterly devoid of humanity. In the main hall of the summit, Xian Yuzi sighed with relief, addressing Elder Shun. I have already conferred with the apothecary hall. You may accompany me now to reclaim the losses from Qingyun Peak. Upon hearing this, Shun and spirits soared. Thank you, master. Let us go together. Xian Yuzi extended his hand, feeling it prudent to accompany them, lest the two men descend into conflict once more. Wait, just as he took a step forward. Shinnen interrupted. What is it? Xian Yuzi inquired, puzzled. Master, please wait a moment. I must prepare, Shinnen exclaimed before dashing away. Prepare? What is there to prepare for? Xian Yuzi was taken aback. However, he soon learned the nature of Shun's preparations. A mere quarter of an hour later, Shunen returned, accompanied by Xiao Jingxue and Murong Tian. Xian Yuzi regarded them with suspicion. Forgive me, master, there is strength in numbers. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home to prepare dinner. Otherwise, night will fall upon us. Shunen chuckled, his demeanor seemingly harmless. Glancing at the dimming sky, Xian Yuzi nodded. Then let us proceed. Under his guidance, the quartet swiftly arrived at the medicinal fields of the apothecary hall. Su Huan had temporarily dismissed the disciples. Standing grim-faced to the side, Hall Master Su, your generosity is commendable. I shall not hold back, Shunen declared. Shunen stood with a simple gesture of respect, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Humph. Su Huan let out a cold snort, turning his head away and closing his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Shunen, undeterred, gazed contentedly at the vast expanse of medicinal fields before him. This area was significantly larger than the rear of Qingyun Peak, perhaps encompassing at least 100 acres. With a grand sweep of his arm, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Disciple, Jingxue, get to work. Su Huan opened his eyes in surprise. Why did this feel reminiscent of bandits descending from the mountains? As he turned to look, he could hardly contain his expression, his face darkening at an alarming rate. Before him, Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue each retrieved bundles of burlap sacks from their storage rings, their roles clearly defined. One ventured into the area of precious spiritual herbs aged a century, while the other tackled the section containing more common, yet still rare, herbs under 100 years. Xiao Jingxue handled the herbs with a delicate touch, demonstrating a professional finesse in her collection. In stark contrast, Murong Tian brandished a shovel, carelessly filling the sacks with both soil and herbs. After filling one sack to the brim, he stored it away and produced another. Witnessing this scene left not only Su Huan, but even Xian Yuzi utterly stunned. Could it be that one was the scion of a medicinal family, and the other a distinguished princess? Why did they both resemble bandits? Shunen. Su Huan's anger surged, and he was about to charge forward when Xian Yuzi swiftly restrained him by the neck, imploring loudly, Su Hall Master, reputation is paramount. If word of this spreads, your dignity will be lost. Su Huan, a man devoted to herbs, felt his heart ache as he watched Murong Tian treat the spiritual herbs without a shred of care, shoveling them into the sacks along with the dirt, his eyes reddening with rage. Yet, held back by Xian Yuzi and mindful of his own integrity, he could only watch helplessly, shouting hoarsely, wasteful, wasteful. Shinnen, how can you allow your disciple to squander the spiritual herbs in such a manner? Shinnen, having cleared his ears, dismissed the earlier gloom stemming from the theft of the medicinal fields, his face now radiating with delight. Enough, enough. As he observed Murong Tian finishing off 2 acres, he pressed on to the next. Su Huan grew frantic. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxue had already collected over 20 specimens of century-old spiritual herbs and showed no signs of stopping. Shunen, I have taken only this quantity of herbs from Qingyun Peak. You must command your disciple to cease this madness. Shunen yawned, feigning ignorance. He was well aware that the other herbs had been pilfered by Zheng Sanshan, yet with Qingfu Peak being pathetically impoverished, devoid of anything but talismans and formations, whom could they possibly rob if not the herb hall? Realizing his cries fell on deaf ears, Su Huan struggled wildly, desperate to intervene against Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue. His eyes wide with fury. Damn it, beasts! Beasts! Xian Yuzi held him back firmly, reiterating, Su Hall Master, consider your reputation. Reputation is crucial. In the end, 20 acres of the 100-acre medicinal garden were thoroughly stripped bare. Xiao Jingxue had decimated 2 acres of century-old spiritual herbs. All right, enough. We cannot accommodate any more on Qingyun Peak. Shunen clapped his hands in conclusion. Murong Tian finally set aside his shovel, his expression one of unfulfilled satisfaction. Xiao Jingxue wiped the sweat from her brow, slightly out of breath. Observing the chaotic scene, with the ground stripped bare and turned over. Shunan turned around with a sense of contentment. However, upon turning, he was startled. Master Su, what happened to you? Xian Yuzi looked down and quickly released his grip from around Su Huan's neck. Su Huan's face was as purple as an eggplant, his eyes rolling back. Master, did you choke Su Hall Master to death? Shunan exclaimed in shock. Xian Yuzi was equally alarmed, having been so engrossed in dealing with the bandits from Qingyun Peak that he had forgotten the person he was holding. Fortunately, Su Huan was a late-stage practitioner. He merely fainted due to a lack of breath. However, had it continued for a moment longer, the outcome might have been dire. The compensation owed to Qingyun Peak has been settled. I shall dispose of this crystal, Xian Yuzi sternly instructed. Rest assured, I, Shunan, am famously tight-lipped. Shunan replied with a cheerful wave. Let us return to Qingyun Peak to tend to the herbs. Indeed, the three departed from the spirit medicine hall with an air of swagger, as if they were bandits leaving a village after a raid. Xian Yuzi cast a sympathetic glance at the fallen Su Huan, suddenly pausing as he gazed in the direction the trio had taken, his expression blank. It had just dawned on him that Murong Tian's aura seemed somewhat different. Had he broken through to the return to origin realm? As the moon ascended, the disciples of the spirit medicine hall returned one after another. Upon seeing Su Huan on the ground and the barren expanse around them, their eyes nearly bulged out. Hall Master, this is terrible. Our spirit medicine hall has been robbed. Amidst the commotion, Su Huan slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes and beheld the 20 acres stripped bare, he was momentarily stunned. Then, feeling a wave of darkness, he fainted once more. The disciples were alarmed, crying out in distress. Hall Master, quickly, pinch his acupoint. Hurry, why are you slapping him? Is that how you pinch acupoints? At Qingyun Peak, on the back mountain, Shunan reclined in a chair as Xiao Jingxue placed freshly washed green grapes on a plate and poured him a cup of tea. Under the night sky, Murong Tian was diligently tilling the land with a rake. Having broken through to the return to origin realm, he found the task much easier, maneuvering with the familiarity of experience. Particularly, he discovered that using spiritual energy to plow solidified his somewhat unstable realm due to consecutive breakthroughs, prompting him to work even harder. He estimated he could complete the 10 acres of expansion in the herbal garden by nightfall. Shunan, enjoying the green grapes, watched the scene with delight. It was fortuitous that Murong Tian had not fully recovered from his injuries, making immediate cultivation inadvisable. Tilling the land served as a temporary reprieve until he was fit to practice again. After all, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Suddenly, as Shunan savored the grapes, a cacophony arose beside him. Turning to look, he saw several particularly plump ducks with vividly colored feathers blinking their eyes at the large sacks of spiritual herbs beside Xiao Jingxue. What on earth is this? Shunan was taken aback. Master, it appears that the 5 spirit ducks raised on Qingfu Peak are known to nurture one's spiritual energy. It is said that Elder Zheng has only 30 of them. From a distance, Murong Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke. 5 spirit ducks? Shunan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged forward and captured 2, causing the ducks to quack frantically, their colorful feathers swirling about. Jingxue, hurry, prepare the fire. Moments later, the 3 of them sat together in the bamboo pavilion, delighting in roasted and stewed duck. Peak Master, isn't it somewhat inappropriate for us to consume these, as they belong to Elder Zheng? Xiao Jingxue said, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth, her expression tinged with concern. What is inappropriate? Were you not the one who ate the most just now, junior sister? Murong Tian replied with a satisfied burp. The former's delicate face flushed. Well, Jingxue has a different constitution. Consuming food imbued with spiritual energy can aid in alleviating the bone corrosion poison, Shunan remarked, picking his teeth while pondering. Most of the spiritual birds on Lingfu Mountain have been drawn here by the aura of the spring liquid, along with quite a few wild ones. Henceforth, we need not worry about food. The taste of the 5 spirit ducks is indeed exquisite, leaving a lingering flavor on the palate. Disciple, tomorrow you should set up about 10 hunting traps near the medicinal garden, so we won't need to descend the mountain for provisions, said the master. Understood, master. Just then, under the night sky, a figure clad in green floated gracefully towards them. It was Lu Yunqin. Sensing the unique aroma of the 5 spirit ducks wafting through the pavilion, she furrowed her brow, wondering if she had arrived too late. Oh, Elder Lu, what brings you here? I heard from the sect leader that the thief who stole the medicine has been located, Lu Yunqin said, settling down beside them with practiced ease. Oh, what did he say? Shunan inquired, intrigued. He mentioned that remnants of the demon sect had infiltrated Lingfu Mountain to steal the herbs, and they even raided the medicinal herb hall. However, they have since met their end. Lu Yunqin observed him, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. She was aware of the contents of the crystal, and thus, she did not believe his words. Shunan displayed a knowing expression. I primarily came to check on your injuries, but it seems you are recovering quite well, Lu Yinxin remarked, noting the rosy glow on Shun'en's face. I appreciate Elder Lu's concern. I am no longer in grave danger. That is good to hear. I had intended to assist you in regulating your energy tonight. But since you are well, I shall take my leave shortly. Shun'en was taken aback and then hurriedly coughed, feigning a weak disposition. Elder Lu, I still feel I have not fully recovered. Lu Yinxin, skeptical of his claim, glanced at him and said softly, the medicines from the medicinal herb hall were taken by you, were they not? I will have Fei Shuang come over to gather a few herbs for you to assist in alchemy. Her cultivation method is crucial at this time. After speaking, Lu Yinxin did not linger, reminding Murong Tian to rest well and not to rush his training, before gracefully departing. Watching her flit in and out, Shun'en stroked his chin thoughtfully. We must establish a comprehensive protective formation around the peak to prevent further thefts of herbs. Moreover, it is imperative that the formation prohibits martial artists from flying. Otherwise, they will flit about Qingyun Peak while I, as the peak master, must walk daily. I find myself quite envious. Not only must the earth spirit realm be restricted, but the celestial spirit realm must also be constrained. Where can one procure such a formidable array? A contemplative expression crossed Shun'en's face, soon followed by a gleam of inspiration in his eyes. Who is the foremost expert in the art of talismanic arrays at Lingfu Mountain? It must be the master of Qingfu Peak, Zhang Sanshan. It is said that the protective grand formation of Lingfu Mountain has always been crafted by the successive masters of Qingfu Peak, with annual maintenance diligently undertaken by Zhang Sanshan himself. He must be persuaded to create an array for Qingyun Peak that surpasses even that of the main peak. As for whether he is willing, the old rascal has a stake in the elixirs of Qingyun Peak. It would be remiss not to take advantage of him at least once. Chapter 74. Power comparable to the forces of the earth. Lingfu Mountain, Main Hall. Is this news credible? Xian Yuzi inquired from his seat, a look of astonishment upon his countenance. Returning to the sect master, this information has been relayed from the palace, and it is undeniably authentic. Zhao Cheng, the master of Qingxi Peak, spoke in a grave tone. Elder Shin nearly cleaved a mountain in two with a single sword strike, almost slaying the venerable elder of the Qin family on the spot. The other elders seated around inhaled sharply, grappling with disbelief. What prowess did the elder of the Qin family possess? He was a formidable figure in the celestial spirit realm, and not just a novice. Even if the sect master were to intervene personally, it would likely be a challenge to defeat him in a single strike. Shun'en had nearly accomplished this. This is inconceivable. Shun'en has been under our very noses all these years, even with the aid of a Nirvana realm brother. How could he silently cultivate to such a level? Elder Mu of Qingling Peak hesitated, still skeptical. The assembly fell into deep contemplation. This matter was indeed difficult to accept. If one were to suggest that Shun'en, with the assistance of his brother, had barely reached the return to origin realm over the years, it might be believable. But to grow to the point of slaying a celestial spirit realm powerhouse with a single sword strike seemed utterly preposterous. Xian Yuzi pondered for a moment before cautiously stating, that likely is not his own strength. It is more probable that it is a life-preserving measure left for him by his brother. Upon hearing this explanation, the others nodded in agreement, finding it somewhat more credible. Yet, did he truly employ such a trump card merely for the likes of Murong Tian? Zhao Cheng remained perplexed. The assembly exchanged looks, indicating their confusion. Only Zhang Sanshan, cloaked in mystery behind his mask, hesitantly interjected, perhaps his brother left him more than just that sword? As his words settled in, the group was taken aback, soon descending into a prolonged silence. If that were the case, this was no mere brother. This was akin to a father figure. By the way, Elder Zhang, why have you been donning a mask these past few days? Someone inquired curiously. Zhang Sanshan's lips twitched beneath the mask, and he retorted abruptly, what business is it of yours? The individual was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in confusion, utterly bewildered. Was it truly necessary to react with such ire over a simple question? Enough. Regardless of the circumstances, Elder Shun remains a member of Lingfu Mountain. We must show our support when we visit the Tianxue sect. Xian Yuzi gestured dismissively. The assembly was taken by surprise. Li Yin furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Master, do you truly believe that Murong Tian will be a match for Qin Qianhua 6 months from now? The others quickly chimed in. Indeed, Master. Recent reports indicate that Qin Qianhua has already advanced to the middle third realm, far surpassing her peers at the same level. Xian Yuzi's gaze was piercing as he replied calmly, though Qin Qianhua has broken through to the middle third realm within the pure Yuan pool. Did not Murong Tian also achieve a breakthrough to the returning essence realm? With 6 months remaining, why wouldn't he have the opportunity to prevail? Despite his words, he had never taken the 3-year agreement seriously in the past, for Murong Tian's innate talent was simply too extraordinary. However, Recent developments showed that Murong Tian had experienced a series of breakthroughs, suggesting he had encountered significant fortuity. Especially noteworthy was the sword intent he exhibited during the sect's grand competition, which had greatly impressed Xian Yuzi. Master, the leap from the returning essence realm to the earth spirit realm is not an ordinary feat. It signifies a transition from the lower three realms to the upper three realms. Without a prolonged accumulation of understanding the essence of the earth, it is simply impossible. Lian interjected once more. Who said I was counting on him to break through to the earth spirit realm? Xian Yuzi shot him a sidelong glance. The latter was taken aback. What do you mean by that, Master? The transition from the lower three realms to the middle three realms indicates that the pinnacle of the returning essence realm and the earth spirit realm are not vastly different in spiritual force. The only difference lies in the power of the earth itself. If one could comprehend a force comparable to the might of the earth, it would not be impossible for a peak returning essence practitioner to contend with the earth spirit realm. Such a force comparable to the might of the earth. The crowd frowned, glancing towards Xian Yuzi. He spoke casually. For instance, true sword intent. Sword intent. Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. A genius capable of grasping such intent would have a significant likelihood of attaining enlightenment in the future. Such individuals are either extraordinarily rare natural Dao bodies, like the disciple of the Qi Yun Dao sect, which is far stronger than Ling Fu Mountain, or true prodigies with terrifying comprehension. Murong Tian, let alone being a natural Dao body, is fortunate enough not to be considered a congenital waste. Could it be that his comprehension is so astonishing that he could master sword intent within 6 months? Though the crowd did not voice their skepticism, they harbored doubts in their hearts. In the entire Din dynasty, only 2 geniuses who seemed to have grasped the concept of intent in recent years were known. One was the Southern King, Xiao Aohai, who comprehended the Zhunhai sword intent, a breathtaking force akin to mountains filling the seas, imbued with a fierce killing aura. The other was the current crown prince of Dan, Xiao Tiance, who grasped the true intent of the royal dragon, destined to be an emperor. Enough, no more discussion. You all should prepare yourself. Many of you have been stuck at the earth spirit realm for far too long. You must seize the opportunity to break through. Lest you embarrass me before the Tianxue sect in 6 months, Xian Yuzi waved his hand, his tone tinged with exasperation. The crowd exchanged wry smiles. For such breakthroughs are not something one can force. However, after so many years of stagnation, it was indeed time for action. As the crowd began to take their leave, Xian Yuzi sighed and shook his head. Ling Fu Mountain had become increasingly desolate, with each peak master having only reached the earth spirit realm. There is little we can do. In the earlier campaign to eradicate the demonic sect, numerous elders sustained hidden injuries, and even he himself bears the burden of accumulated internal wounds, rendering him unable to transcend into the realm of Qianquan. Otherwise, he would have long since achieved that state. This is also the reason why many elders have been unable to break through. Were it not for the presence of a venerable elder in the Qianquan realm, Lingfu Mountain would likely no longer hold the title of the foremost sect in the Great dynasty. Nevertheless, in comparison to the Tianxue sect of the Northern Ming dynasty, Lingfu Mountain appears considerably weaker, not to mention the premier sect of the Southern Zhu, the Qiyun Dao sect. It is said that within the Qiyun Dao sect, even those in the Tianling realm are relegated to the position of deacon elder, while the truly authoritative elders are all in the Qianquan realm. One wonders when Lingfu Mountain will attain such splendor and become the foremost sect in the Southern Zhu domain. Xian Yuzi rubbed his temples. Their generation is certainly incapable of such advancement. They can only hope that the next generation will elevate Lingfu Mountain further. As for what was just mentioned, Xian Yuzi's gaze flickered as he turned towards the distant Qinghuan peak, murmuring to himself, Lu Yunqin, how many levels of the Jiushuan Dao Lotus technique have you mastered? In the Great dynasty, the young prodigies who grasp the essence of the Dao are not limited to the royal family. Lu Yunqin's direct disciple, Ling Feishuang, though still weak in cultivation, possesses a unique technique. In his eyes, her terrifying comprehension is hardly inferior to that of the Daozi of the Qiyun Dao sect. After all, her understanding encompasses more than one aspect. Chapter 75. Ling Shizhi, why not join me at the martial arts hall for a bite? Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. After several days of diligent effort, the 20 acres of medicinal fields have finally taken shape, lush with spirit herbs sprawling across the landscape, presenting a most delightful sight. The dense spiritual energy even envelopes the back mountain of Qingyun Peak in a mystical white mist, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Peakmaster, what is it about the soil in our medicinal garden that sets it apart? Just a few days ago, senior brother Morong's herbs were nearly crushed by the soil. Yet upon planting, they remarkably revived, inquired Xiao Jingxue, washing green grapes by the stream in the bamboo garden. Her curiosity piqued. The soil on the back mountain of Qingyun Peak is simply more miraculous than any she has encountered in the Medicine King Valley. The soil of Qingyun Peak absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, and I personally watered it with spiritual water for a total of 81 days. Can it be compared to ordinary soil? Shinan replied casually. Xiao Jingxue pursed her lips, evidently skeptical. However, she had indeed never encountered such extraordinary soil. In other medicinal fields, it is common for spirit herbs to wither unexpectedly, but here, such occurrences are inconceivable. Moreover, the spirit herbs thrive remarkably, significantly shortening their maturation period. Some medicinal materials that would typically require several years to mature can be harvested here in just a month or two. The potency of spirit herbs is categorized by their age, with older herbs possessing more formidable effects. Of course, this is merely a classification range and does not imply that one must truly wait a decade or a century. Some materials that would take 10 years to mature in the wild can reach that efficacy in a year or a year and a half under the careful nurturing of an apothecary. By the way, Peak Master, why haven't I seen Senior Brother Murong all day? Xiao Jingxue expressed her confusion after he fully recovered from his injuries. I presented him with a wisdom pill, which he should be in the process of refining now. Shunan spoke with a hint of exasperation, feeling as though he had become nothing more than a tool for Murong Tian. This lad seemed unwilling to take a moment's respite, having just healed. He resumed his sword practice from dawn until deep into the night, followed by additional training throughout the night. Every morning, he awaited the elixir I would concoct for him to alleviate his fatigue. Wisdom pill? Xiao Jingxue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. What grade of elixir was that? And what were its effects? Why had she never heard of it? 5th grade, Shinan replied leisurely. As for its effects, it simply enhances your mental acuity, enabling you to grasp concepts that are typically obscure and difficult to understand. An elixir that enhances comprehension? Xiao Jingxue was astonished. She had not anticipated that the Peak Master could concoct such a remarkable elixir. According to the Master of Beichen Valley, such elixirs are notoriously challenging to create. Even he could not guarantee success every time, and a failure could lead to detrimental effects on one's intellect. Master, just as Xiao Jingxue was processing this information, a voice akin to thunder echoed from afar, startling Shunan so much that he dropped the green grape he was holding. Looking up, he saw Murong Tian, clad in black, sprinting towards him with a face alight with excitement, sword in tow. Shunan frowned. What is the cause for such a commotion? Did I not advise you to refrain from being so boisterous? You might frighten Jingxue. Xiao Jingxue calmly caught the fallen grapes, her expression composed. She had long since grown accustomed to Murong Tian's exuberance and understood that her Peak Master was likely testing her reactions, rather than genuinely being alarming. After all, he had indicated as much previously. Master, after consuming the wisdom pill, I feel as though I have gained some insights, yet I struggle to practice swordsmanship alone. Feeling as though something is lacking, and I cannot contain my sword intent, Murong Tian said, his expression tinged with excitement, a sharp aura enveloping him. In an instant, a fierce ray of sword light cleaved through the bamboo walls of the bamboo courtyard. Master, please strike me. Shinan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard someone make such a request. Observing the bamboo wall, now split cleanly in two and collapsing with a resounding crash. Shun An's lips twitched. Murong Tian had already reached the realm of returning to origin, while he himself was merely at the late stage of body refinement. In a practice duel, it was uncertain who would prevail. Disciple. Regarding my state, Shunan was about to impart some earnest advice when he suddenly noticed a flash of sword light approaching. He instinctively performed a roll to evade. Crack. The rattan chair shattered into 2 pieces. Master, I can hardly contain myself. Please hurry. The long sword on Murong Tian's back trembled slightly, emitting a melodic cry that expressed its yearning for battle. This sword energy was not actively unleashed by him. Rather, it was a manifestation of his inability to suppress the overwhelming sword intent enveloping him. Shinan was taken aback. By heavens, this lad is attempting to slay his master. As he noticed Murong Tian poised to unleash another wave of sword light, Shinan quickly interjected, Hold on, let us proceed to the training grounds. Murong Tian paused, bewildered. Is it not permissible to practice here? Shinan, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, You reckless spendthrift. Just look at how you've reduced Jing Shue's bamboo garden and rattan chair to ruins. Moreover, practicing swordplay here poses a risk. What if you accidentally injure Jing Shue? Murong Tian turned around, realizing in his haste that he had inadvertently unleashed his sword energy, shattering both the bamboo wall and the rattan chair. All right, master, please hurry. He gritted his teeth, firmly gripping the black sword at his back before dashing away. Xiao Jing Shue stood frozen, acutely aware of the sword aura emanating from Murong Tian, which seemed to converge upon a singular intent, making it difficult for her to suppress it. Glancing back, She noticed that Shunan had vanished without a trace, leaving her alone amidst the remnants of chaos. She shook her head slightly, finding a touch of humor in the situation, before she began to tidy up the disarray. The Qingyun Peak was far more intriguing than the Medicine King Valley. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, Shunan ran while glancing back. Upon realizing that Mu Rong Tian had not pursued him, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly fell victim to that boy's sword energy. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Shunan felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that revealing too much of his strength could be perilous. He had nearly lost his life. This won't do. I must find a place to hide for a few days before returning. Shunan shook his head repeatedly. Although he still possessed the 6 Meridians Divine Sword skill card, using it in such a manner would indeed be wasteful. As for the sword intent induced by the Enlightenment Pill, it would dissipate on its own in a few days, and Mu Rong Tian would not be in any mortal danger. It was merely a pity to waste the effects of the Enlightenment Pill. As he descended the mountain, Shunan pondered thoughtfully. Continuing in this manner would not suffice. Otherwise, how would Mu Rong Tian ever cultivate his unparalleled sword heart and advance in his martial arts? He needed to find someone to guide him, to make proper use of the Enlightenment Pill, lest it be consumed in vain. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly found himself before a pair of long, elegant legs. Startled, he looked up and his eyes sparkled with delight. A broad smile spread across his face as he approached the serene woman before him, rubbing his hands together in a welcoming manner. Ling Shizizi, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Would you care to join me at the martial arts hall for a bite? Chapter 76. The strength of Ling Fei Shuang. Ling Fei Shuang regarded the kindly middle-aged man before her and gently cupped her hands in greeting. I have met Elder Shun. I am not hungry. I have come at my master's behest to request your assistance in alchemy. Oh, what kind of elixir? Shunan blinked in curiosity. The 4th rank Gathering Earth Pill. Upon hearing this, he paused in surprise, casting a puzzled glance at the composed young woman. The Gathering Earth Pill? That is a medicinal concoction for Earth Spirit Realm martial artists. But, Shizizi, you have only just entered the Return to Origin realm. Why do you require the Gathering Earth Pill? Ling Fei Shuang did not elaborate further, simply stating, it is necessary for my cultivation. I see, Shunan replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I can certainly refine it, but it will take some time. The spiritual herbs in my garden have only just been planted and are not ready for immediate harvesting. Additionally, purchasing spiritual herbs would be rather wasteful. At his words, Ling Fei Shuang felt a jolt of surprise. Initially skeptical about her master's request for elixirs, she was now astonished to hear Shun's verbal affirmation. When did Elder Shun become a 4th-tier alchemist? Thank you, Elder Shun. I shall return in a few days. Ling Fei Shuang clasped her hands in respect and was about to take her leave. Oh, dear niece Ling, do not be in such a hurry. Since you are here, why not accompany me to explore the inner peak, indulge in some delicacies, and enjoy a cup of tea? Shunan cheerfully interjected, blocking her path. Ling Fei Shuang frowned slightly. She had been contemplating returning to her cultivation. Come, come. My disciple is currently practicing swordplay at the training grounds. As fellow disciples, you may engage in some sparring and mutual guidance. Shun's enthusiasm caught Ling Fei Shuang off guard. During her last visit, he had also been exceedingly welcoming and had then asked to borrow 1,000 gold. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. She had heard that Mu Rong Tian had showcased a formidable sword technique during the sect competition, and since she had missed it last time, it would be worthwhile to witness it now. She was curious about the sword technique that had led Mu Rong Tian to decline her master's offering of the Mirror Moon Palm. With Shun's warm invitation, the two made their way to the training grounds. At the training grounds, Mu Rong Tian sat cross-legged, firmly gripping his black sword behind him. Sweat dripped from his brow, while his fierce sword aura had etched numerous marks into the nearby azure bricks. Where's my master? If he does not arrive soon, I fear I may lose control. Mu Rong Tian's anxiety grew. His sword aura was surging with excitement, and he had begun to grasp the essence of the unparalleled sword technique. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait for the next? No, I must go find him. After waiting a brief moment without any sign of his master, he stood up, his expression turning urgent. Just then, he spotted 2 figures approaching along the distant mountain path. Upon recognizing them, a glimmer of joy flashed in Mu Rong Tian's eyes, and he dashed forward. Master, you have finally arrived. As the black-clad youth rushed over, Shunan quickly retreated behind Ling Fei Shuang. Niece Ling, my disciple has achieved a breakthrough in his sword aura and wishes to spar with you. Please, do not hold back. Although Ling Fei Shuang was merely at the initial stage of the returning essence realm, as a direct disciple of Lu Yunqin, she had mastered earth-tier martial techniques, making it unlikely that she would struggle to help Mu Rong Tian control his surging sword aura. Ling Fei Shuang was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Mu Rong Tian, enveloped in a flickering sword light, while Shun hid behind her. Weren't we just here for tea and snacks? How did it turn into Murong Tian seeking a spar? However, there was no time for contemplation, as a flurry of sword light rushed toward her. With a furrowed brow, she thrust out her palm. Her palm shadow danced like a dragon, effortlessly weaving through several fierce sword lights, precisely imprinting on Murong Tian's chest. Bang! The impact forced him to stagger backward. Shunan looked on in astonishment, marveling at her keen eyesight and reflexes. She had effortlessly tracked the trajectory of the sword lights and instantly countered, sending Murong Tian flying. Truly, this niece Ling, who had previously secured first place in the sect competition for several years, was indeed remarkable. Shunan realized he did not know much about Ling Feishuang, only known as the foremost disciple of her sect prior to Murong Tian's arrival. She achieved victories in battle with an overwhelming force, encountering no setbacks. However, for reasons unknown, her cultivation seemed to have stagnated over the past 2 years, allowing many to catch up to her. Disciple, I fear that my interference may cause you harm. Thus, I have invited your senior sister Ling to accompany you in sword practice. Treat her well, and I shall take my leave. As Ling Feishuang repelled Murong Tian, she intended to inquire, but was interrupted by distant words echoing in her ears. Shun and had vanished without a trace. She frowned, having planned to linger here a while before returning to her cultivation. Upon hearing her master's words, Murong Tian's eyes glimmered with excitement. Drawing forth his black sword, he exclaimed loudly, "Thank you, senior sister Ling. Your junior is here." With his declaration, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically, his gaze sharpened, and he seemed to morph into a half-drawn sword. Noticing this change, Ling Feishuang's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, the chill in her expression momentarily thawing. The sword aura he exuded felt somewhat extraordinary, hinting at the presence of genuine sword intent. Quickly grasping the truth, she realized that Elder Shun's invitation to spar with Murong Tian was a ruse, a clever ploy to coax her into providing him with guidance to sharpen his swordsmanship. Nevertheless, she was indeed curious to test Murong Tian's true strength. As he gripped his sword, utilizing the earth-tier footwork, he astonishingly split into 2 shadowy figures, both advancing with swift, net-like strikes. In the face of this spectacle, Ling Feishuang remained composed, betraying no sign of panic. With a gentle push of her toes, she seemed to dissolve into a mirage, effortlessly gliding through Murong Tian's sword web, and without looking back, she raised her hand to strike at one of the shadows. Bang! Murong Tian felt another palm strike his back, sending him sprawling forward, landing in a rather undignified manner. Ling Feishuang elegantly flicked her sleeve, slowly turning her head, and spoke coolly, "Your sword aura is commendable, but it lacks purity. Simplicity is key." As the sword aura swirled around him, Murong Tian rose thoughtfully and charged once more. "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Let us go again." Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Ling Feishuang effortlessly evaded his assault, delivering another palm that sent him reeling back. Throughout the encounter, she had not even unleashed her martial techniques. From a distance, Shinan watched this scene unfold from behind a tree, astonished. Wow, so formidable. Ling Feishuang's performance truly astounded him. Despite being of the same realm, she utilized minimal spiritual energy compared to Murong Tian, whose every strike was accompanied by a surge of potent spiritual essence. Although his sword aura appeared impressive, it seemed ultimately futile, unable to graze the hem of Ling Feishuang's attire. The disparity between them lay not in the strength of their techniques, but in their perception and combat experience. Chapter 77. The trials of the Kangwu realm. Feishuang had begun her solitary descent from the mountain for trials 2 years prior, enduring countless life and death battles. Although they were of the same realm, it was far from simple for Murong Tian to best her. Just as Shunan marveled at the spectacle, a male voice suddenly broke the silence beside him, startling him. Looking back, Xian Yuzi was standing quietly behind, observing the 2 individuals engaged in a spar. Though termed as sparring, it was, in essence, Murong Tian enduring a one-sided thrashing. Descending the mountain for training? Shunan pondered with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Xian Yuzi nodded gently, stepping forward to stand alongside him. 2 years prior, Feishuang would frequently descend the mountain, not only to engage in combat with ferocious beasts, but also to undertake sect tasks. She had even encountered remnants of the demonic sect who set traps in retaliation against Lingfu Mountain. Regardless of the numerous life and death situations she faced, she emerged unscathed. The battles outside were far from the controlled sparring among peers. They were true life-or-death struggles, where she needed to meticulously manage her energy consumption. It was precisely through these perilous encounters that her combat skills had vastly surpassed those of her contemporaries. Listening to his words, Shunan nodded slightly, well aware of this, as he had not squandered his previous life. After all, Was it not written online that two individuals of the same realm with equivalent tactics could easily outmaneuver 100 who lacked practical experience? Although Murong Tian possessed rank, sword momentum, and earth-level martial arts and sword techniques, he lacked the discernment of when and how to apply them. In contrast, Ling Fei Shuang had instinctively mastered the art of conserving spiritual energy and identifying her opponent's flaws. She did not rely on particularly formidable martial techniques. Rather, she could analyze Murong Tian's movements to predict his attack direction and swiftly discern openings to counter. It was akin to the stark difference between an infant wielding a knife and a seasoned veteran returning from the battlefield. Yu Jingyuan, Wang Hu, and even Murong Tian were still in their infancy, while Ling Fei Shuang had long since left them far behind. In the arena, within a mere span of a few breaths, Murong Tian had been repelled by Ling Fei Shuang 5 times. He now bore a serious expression, having realized that regardless of his approach, the woman before him seemed to anticipate his every move. At times, just as he raised his hand, her palm strike would already be descending upon him. Despite his repeated defeats, Murong Tian displayed no signs of discouragement. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. Amidst these consecutive losses, he had not even noticed that his previously restless and uncontrollable sword momentum was gradually falling under his command, allowing the sword to move freely. From a distance, Xian Yuzi observed this scene with a look of admiration. I had not previously recognized the remarkable insight Murong Tian possessed, given his lackluster talent. It was understandable that he had gone unnoticed. Shunan spoke softly. Are you lamenting the plight of Lingfu Mountain? Xian Yuzi turned back slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded him. Noticing Shunan's silence, he took a deep breath, his gaze distant, and began to speak slowly. Elder Shun, the current predicament of Lingfu Mountain is dire. I cannot address every concern. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you and Murong Tian continue as you have, Lingfu Mountain will remain indifferent to you, for even if substantial resources are expended to elevate your cultivation, it would yield no benefit. After all, during the incident with the demonic sect, Lingfu Mountain suffered significant injuries, compelling me to exhaust all resources to nurture those gifted disciples. As we must always remain vigilant against the sect's potential resurgence. Listening to Xian Yuzi's earnest words, Shunan furrowed his brow. Hasn't the demonic sect already been eradicated? Xian Yuzi slowly shook his head. They have merely been uprooted from their stronghold. In truth, half of the true leaders of the demonic sect still lurk in the shadows, recuperating and ever poised for a comeback. Shunan frowned. What heinous deeds has the demonic sect committed? At that time, he was merely a lowly disciple of Qingyun Peak, lacking the qualifications to participate in the true battles of the mighty, and could only engage in skirmishes on the periphery. Thus his knowledge of the demonic sect remains rather scant. Speaking of this matter, Xian Yuzi's expression grew more solemn. The demonic sect is not so simple. When the demonic sect invaded, the Ping Tian dynasty also launched an attack on Wolf Abyss. Had it not been for Lingfu Mountain thwarting the demonic assault, and the king of Zhun Nen holding his ground at Wolf Abyss, the Daoan dynasty would likely have ceased to exist by now. Shinan, not being foolish, instantly grasped the implication of his words. The sect leader suspects a connection between the demonic sect and the Ping Tian dynasty? Xian Yuzi smiled slightly, replying nonchalantly, perhaps. The demonic sect excels in battling with demon beasts, while the royal family of the Ping Tian dynasty fortuitously possesses the most formidable demon-controlling techniques in the entire Nenju domain. Shinan felt a jolt within. The former continued. Do you know who the 3 in the Qinkuan realm that the king of Zhun Nen battled against were? Not quite. Shinan shook his head slightly. First, there was the general of the Ping Tian dynasty, Luo Hai, in the early Qinkuan realm, who was slain. Second, the leader of the Ping Tian dynasty's tiger hunting army, the Ling Feng Wang, Zhou Xiao, also in the early Qinkuan realm. And third, there was Zhou Zhao's controlled demon beast, the Qi Yin tiger, which possessed comparable strength in the Qinkuan realm. A demon beast? Shinan was somewhat astonished. The specifics of that battle had not been widely disclosed. He had assumed that Xiao Ao Hai had fought against 3 human warriors, never realizing that a demon beast had been involved. A Qinkuan realm demon beast. Do you know why the king of Zhun Nen recently had to venture to Wolf Abyss? Xian Yuzi inquired once more. Shunan still shook his head. Such matters were beyond his knowledge. It was because rumors circulated within the Daoan dynasty that his strength had plummeted to the earth spirit realm, necessitating his intervention to quell the concerns of those with ulterior motives. Is the Ping Tian dynasty testing the waters? Shunan frowned. Xian Yuzi nodded. They are becoming restless. It seems they intend to make a comeback. If I am not mistaken, the remnants of the demonic sect may indeed soon resurface. The ambition of the Ping Tian dynasty has always been to annex the Daoan dynasty and the Bei Ming dynasty, to become the true sovereign of the Nanju domain. Shunan shook his head. these matters were secondary. He had no time to worry about the demonic sect or the Ping Tian dynasty. He was solely focused on assisting Murong Tian in winning the 3-year agreement in 6 months to obtain the system rewards before considering anything else. Sect leader, you have yet to mention the reason for your sudden visit to Qingyun Peak. Is there something amiss? Xian Yuzi glanced at him, then directed his gaze toward Murong Tian, who was barely managing to withstand a few strikes from Ling Feishuang. I have come to discuss another matter with you, concerning the recently emerged Kangwu realm in the southern domain. I wish for Murong Tian, Feishuang, and Zheng Yuan to embark on a journey of training together. Shun En's gaze sharpened. The residence of the Kangwu Master. Chapter 78. I shall trouble you, Master Ling. The Kangwu realm now lies at the entrance of the northernmost territory, and many have already set off in its direction. Judging by the extent of the seal's deterioration, it should open within 2 months at most. If you wish to enter, I can devise a method for you. Xian Yuzi spoke in a low voice. Wait. Shunen suddenly raised his hand, filled with doubt. Did Elder Lu not mention age restrictions for entry? Can I still go in? Xian Yuzi shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly. It was only mentioned that there are age restrictions, not that one's age cannot be altered. As long as one's cultivation does not reach the celestial spirit realm, consuming certain specially formulated rare elixirs will grant access. Of course, these elixirs do not come cheaply. One from the Medicine King Valley costs 300,000 gold. He watched closely, gauging Shun and S reaction to assess whether he truly harbored such intentions, thereby inferring his cultivation level. However, the latter simply shrugged and shook his head in refusal. I shall not go. Xian Yuzi was taken aback. Why? Shun En's reasoning was simple and straightforward. I am afraid of death. Xian Yuzi's lips twitched. Aren't you quite formidable? You dared to challenge old Master Qin. Now you fear death? I owe it all to the ample resources left by my sworn brother. Otherwise, I would not dare to confront old Master Qin. Shinen casually scratched his ear, responding with nonchalance. Shinen, tell me honestly, how much did your adoptive father leave you? Xian Yuzi leaned in closer, curiosity evident in his voice. What adoptive father? It's clearly my sworn brother. There's not much left. I've used it all up. Not a single item remains. Their gazes locked. Xian Yuzi frowned. Really? Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Shinen nodded, blinking innocently. Xian Yuzi scrutinized him, his expression deepening, and slowly spoke. I do not believe you. Shinen gazed after Xian Yuzi, who soared away on the wind, and resolutely contemplated the idea of establishing a protective formation at Qingfu Peak. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the training ground, drawing his attention. Murong Tian was sent reeling through the air, rolling several times before barely coming to a stop. Meanwhile, Ling Feishuang withdrew her jade-like hand, her cool eyes revealing a hint of surprise. This time, Murong Tian managed to hold his ground against her for 10 rounds before being sent back with a single palm strike. From the beginning until now, in just a brief half hour, Murong Tian had progressed from being unable to block a single attack to barely withstanding several. His combat prowess was rapidly ascending. Senior sister, let us go again. Murong Tian rose once more from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. He thrust his sword forward with no frills or embellishments. However, Ling Feishuang furrowed her brows slightly, glancing downwards. She keenly sensed that this sword strike from Murong Tian was merely a feint. The true lethal move lay beneath. The third style of the thunderclap sword, a thunderous strike from the ground. As Murong Tian let out a thunderous shout, bolts of lightning instantaneously shattered the blue bricks, surging forth from the ground and transforming into a multitude of shimmering lightning swords. The swordplay was commendable, yet the intent was all too transparent. Ling Feishuang had already anticipated the eruption of lightning, lightly springing into the air with a delicate flick of her toes, perfectly evading the onslaught of the lightning swords. However, as the electric brilliance dissipated, her brow furrowed in sudden concern. The essence of Murong Tian had vanished. Beneath the radiant flashes, she had failed to discern his subsequent movements. Senior sister, watch your back. A hushed warning accompanied by a gust of wind came from behind her. Ling Feishuang's cheeks flushed as she swiftly turned, delivering a palm strike. Yet, her hand passed right through Murong Tian's chest without any tangible resistance. An afterimage, a frown creased her delicate brow as an ominous sensation surged within her. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes meeting the blinding sunlight, and she vaguely discerned a shadow rapidly enlarging. The sun's glare obstructed her immediate clarity of his trajectory. Almost instinctively, she raised her jade hand, executing her move with the grace of falling leaves. In an instant, she pierced through the dazzling sword shadows descending with the sunlight, landing 3 powerful strikes upon Murong Tian's chest. Bang, bang, bang. With a gasp, she watched her disciple spew blood from the force of the 3 strikes. soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. From a distance, Shinan was left speechless in astonishment. Was he truly in the Guyuan realm? How could Murong Tian appear so feeble against Ling Feishuang? On the training field, Ling Feishuang gazed at Murong Tian, who lay unconscious after a few spasmodic movements, her mouth slightly agape as she glanced at her own hand. Had she exerted too much force? She hadn't intended to. But she had not anticipated that Murong Tian would feign an attack twice merely to conceal his aerial strike. Most critically, he had used the sun's blinding rays to mask his sword's brilliance. One must concede that Murong Tian possessed considerable talent, devising such tactics for attack in a short span. If he were pitted against less experienced warriors who had not encountered much combat, he would undoubtedly have succeeded. Ling Feishuang's sudden escalation in force stemmed from her surprise. Had she not employed the falling leaves palm, she might have found herself injured. The 3 consecutive strikes were merely habitual in her usual battles. She would relentlessly strike her opponent, delivering up to 18 blows until their organs were shattered before relenting. To cease after just 3 strikes indicated her realization that she was not contending with a mortal enemy, but rather a fellow disciple. Brother Murong. In the distance, Xiao Jingxue, having just tidied up the bamboo garden's remnants, chanced upon this scene and hurried over, concern etched on her face as she helped Murong Tian to his feet. Shinan emerged from the shadows, assessing Murong Tian's injuries. Noticing his presence, Ling Feishuang's expression turned apologetic. Elder Shun, I struck with too much force. How is his condition? Observing the apology on her face, Shinan felt a stir within him, rising to his feet and feigning a sigh as he began to speak. It matters not, however. He fears that this may significantly delay his sword training. If, in the future, Ling's disciple is absent, he cannot fathom how many days and nights he will have to endure alone to make up for the lost time. In just 5 months, the 3-year pact with Qin Xianyue will come to fruition, and he is left to wonder about the outcome. Ling Feishuang's beautiful eyes furrowed in concern, and a wave of guilt washed over her. What was initially meant to be a friendly spar had inadvertently led to her inflicting injury upon Murong Tian, thereby affecting his training schedule. The thought of potentially jeopardizing their 3-year agreement filled her with a sense of remorse and self-reproach. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to speak up. Elder Shun, do not trouble yourself. If necessary, I can come to Qingyun Peak for an hour each day to train with junior brother Murong. Shinan feigned a look of concern, but in doing so, would you not be sacrificing your own time? Not at all. I can simply reduce my sleep by a little each day, Ling Feishuang replied, continuing with her determination. In that case, I shall be indebted to you, Ling's disciple. Shinan said, nodding gently before turning away, a smile blossoming on his lips. Chapter 79. The Dog That Relies on Its Master's Authority? Having secured a free sparring partner, he no longer had to worry about Murong Tian, this rebellious disciple, wielding his sword against him. Contemplating this, he stepped forward to face Murong Tian, who appeared somewhat weakened, still reeling from the 3 strikes he had endured. Come, my beloved disciple, open your mouth. Shinan produced a bamboo tube, removing the stopper to reveal a swirling liquid within. Ling Feishuang instinctively pinched her nose, frowning at the ominous green liquid that exuded a distinctly toxic odor. What is this? Is it safe to drink? As these questions surfaced in her mind, Murong Tian had already opened his mouth and gulped down the green liquid with zeal. Ling Feishuang was taken aback, feeling a newfound admiration for Murong Tian. To consume such a concoction, one could hardly deny his tenacity. Soon, a more astonishing event unfolded. After downing the poison, Murong Tian sat cross-legged, and in a mere moment, he sprang to his feet, sword in hand, eyes ablaze. Sister Ling, once more? Seeing him charge forward as though unharmed, Ling Feishuang remained rooted in place, the gentle breeze tousling her hair, leaving her somewhat disheveled. Was it not said that this injury would cause a significant delay? How much time had passed since he drank that potion? A quarter of an hour? Perhaps even less. Murong Tian now appeared utterly revitalized, exuding vitality. Instinctively dodging the brilliant flashes of his sword, Ling Feishuang's expression remained somewhat dazed. Did she sense a subtle trickery at play? Observing Murong Tian's increasingly adept control over his swordsmanship, Shinan nodded in satisfaction before turning to hum a cheerful tune as he departed. Having resolved the matter of finding a sparring partner for Murong Tian, he next needed to visit Qingfu Peak to address the protective formation surrounding it. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Shinan leisurely descended the mountain. At Qingfu Peak, Yu Jingyuan looked on with a furrowed brow at his master. Master, what troubles you? Why do you wear that mask all day? Bang! The crisp sound echoed as Zheng Sanshan playfully flicked his disciple's forehead. It is better not to inquire too deeply into matters of the martial world. How goes your practice of the heavenly sword talisman? Yu Jingyuan, cradling his head, replied sullenly. After consuming the spiritual herb brought from Qingyun Peak, My cultivation at the return to origin stage has stabilized. With a bit more practice, I should be able to fully master the heavenly sword talisman. As he spoke, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. At that time, I wished to visit Qingyun Peak. For what purpose? Zheng Sanshan inquired. To spar once more with junior brother Murong. However, upon uttering this, Yu Zhengyuan received not encouragement, but rather the somber voice of his master. Spare yourself the trouble. Shun En has transmitted the Thunderblade technique to Murong Tian, which is classified as superior among Earth-level techniques. That sword, which opens the Celestial Gate, must be a heavenly grade martial skill. Unless you can comprehend the true essence of the talisman like the Elder of the Heavenly Sword did back in the day, I advise you against seeking a beating. To my knowledge, Murong Tian's cultivation now matches yours. Zheng Sanshan stroked his beard and spoke. At these words, Yu Xingyuan was taken aback. What? Junior brother Murong has also broken through to the return to origin stage. He was genuinely astonished. Merely 2 months ago, was he not just a novice at the initial stage of Qi? How could he have caught up so quickly? A bitter expression crossed Yu Xingyuan's face. Who truly is the genius, and who is the waste? He squandered several years, and now his cultivation is on par with mine. Anyone who dares to label Murong Tian as waste shall find themselves pierced by the heavenly sword talisman 1,000 times. Peak Master, Peak Master. Outside the hall, a disciple of Qingfu Peak rushed in hurriedly. Zheng Sanshan furrowed his brows beneath the mask, speaking with authority. What causes such alarm? It is Elder Shun. He has ascended the mountain. As the disciple's words fell, Zheng Sanshan sprang from his seat, his throat tightening. Shun is here? What could be his purpose? Zheng Sanshan felt a twinge of anxiety, while others believed the 20 acres of the spiritual herb hall had been plundered by remnants of the demonic sect. He knew full well that Shunin was behind it. It was said that Elder Su fainted twice on the spot due to this incident, and even now, he remained dazed at the spiritual herb hall, staring blankly at the barren 20 acres with a foolish grin. Now that he suddenly visits Qingfu Peak, does he intend to confront me about the spiritual herbs I once took? Elder Zheng, how have you been? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shun En's languid voice echoed at the entrance. As he stepped forward, Zheng Sanshan forced a smile, preparing to greet him. However, Shun En's gaze swept the room, landing directly on Yu Zhengyuan, and he inquired with curiosity. Nephew Yu, where's your master? Both were momentarily stunned, and Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched. What is this? Is he trying to assert dominance over me right away? Even without seeing my face, can he not sense the aura of the earth spirit realm enveloping me? Yu Zhengyuan pointed to the side. Zheng Sanshan also pretended to cough a few times. Oh, why does Elder Zheng still wear a mask? What is the meaning of this? Upon hearing the sound, Shunin turned in surprise. It was not that he deliberately feigned ignorance. Rather, he truly did not sense the presence of the other party. Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched slightly as he spoke. It is still Elder Lu who has been led astray by your persuasion. With these words, Shunin immediately understood and chuckled. Ah, it is merely a matter of coincidence. We are family, after all, and I come with a humble request for Elder Zheng's assistance. Zheng Sanshan, noting the smile upon his face, instantly realized that this fellow harbored ill intentions. Just as he prepared to refuse, he caught sight of a graceful figure in green attire standing at the doorway. Lu Yunqin, with her gentle demeanor, smiled sweetly as she observed him from the entrance. Her exquisite beauty, combined with her warm smile, made her a captivating sight wherever she stood. Yet, at this moment, with Zheng Sanshan under her gaze, his mind wandered back to his encounters on Qingyun Peak. The bandit Shun En had already led Lu Yunqin astray. The two were now in collusion. In that instant, he comprehended that the phrase dogs rely on their masters was not merely applicable to canines. Elder Shin, please speak your mind. I shall assist you to the extent of my capabilities, Zheng Sanshan replied with a hint of bitterness. He did not wish to acquiesce, especially with Lu Yunqin standing at the door. Should he reject Shunin, and the latter were to retort, Elder Lu, I will refine elixirs for Qingwan Peak daily. How should I deal with him? Come now, Elder Zheng, let us find a more suitable place to converse in depth, Shunin cheerfully suggested. Leaning closer and gesturing towards the side of his face that Lu Yunqin had struck, he lowered his voice. After all, you wouldn't want that incident to become common knowledge, would you? Zheng Sanshan, with a troubled expression, nodded and followed him outside. Yu Zhengyuan, standing nearby, appeared utterly bewildered. What incident? Was even his own direct disciple unable to disclose it? Chapter 80. Is evidence required for spreading rumors? Elder Shun, what exactly is the matter? Once outside, Zheng Sanshan could no longer endure the probing gaze of Shun En and could not help but inquire. The latter rubbed his hands together and replied with a smile. It's quite simple. To prevent the next theft of spiritual herbs from Qingyun Peak, I would like to request Elder Zheng's assistance in crafting a protective formation for the peak. As for the effectiveness, It can be similar to the protective formation of Lingfu Mountain. What? Zheng Sanshan was taken aback, his eyes beneath the mask fixated on Shun and Elder Shun. Do you have any idea how many people and how many years it took our ancestors on Qingfu Peak to forge that protective formation? You want me to create one for Qingyan Peak as well? Shinan knew this request was no small feat. So he retrieved a sum of 10,000 gold from his storage ring, cheerfully placing it in Zheng Sanshan's hands and giving him a wink. It's not as if you'll be working for nothing. After all, there is a reward, isn't there? Zheng Sanshan weighed the 10,000 gold in his hand, feeling a sense of frustration. Do you think Qingfu Peak is in one of this mere sum? Despite his words, he swiftly accepted the gold, storing it in his ring. 10,000 gold is insufficient. You must also provide the necessary elixirs for Qingfu Peak's formation. I can craft the protective formation, but its effectiveness will undoubtedly be inferior to that of the mountains, and the materials must be provided by Qingyan Peak. Zheng Sanshan cleared his throat and spoke. Hearing his words, Shunan shook his head repeatedly, stepping forward to pat his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Old Zheng, you are mistaken. I am not here to negotiate with you. The matter of you stealing my spirit herbs from Qingyan Peak remains unknown to the sect master and the other elders at this moment. If I were to inform them later, consider the reputation of Qingfu Peak and your esteemed status as a 5th-grade talisman master. Why risk ruining your entire life over such a trivial matter? Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched. You have no evidence. Oh, Shunan blinked. Does this require evidence? Do you understand what it means to spread rumors with a mere tongue, only to spend a lifetime refuting them? If you disagree, I shall summon the performers from Furong Pavilion daily to call your name on Lingfu Mountain. After a moment's thought, he suddenly shook his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No. It would be better if the male performers were to shout while crying and covering their backsides. Zheng Sanshan clenched his fists tightly, his face marked by indignation. Is this how an elder should behave? Speaking and acting like a bandit. Is there no shame at all to resort to such despicable tactics? Rest assured, although I may not be able to refine the herbs from Qingfu Peak, if your disciple needs any medicine, feel free to seek me out, Shonen continued, thumping his chest in assurance. Despite his desire to refuse, Zheng Sanshan could only nod bitterly at this moment. Could he dare to refuse? Shunan was certainly capable of carrying out such threats. Let us not forget that Lu Yunqin was still waiting in the Great Hall of Qingfu Peak. Then it is settled. I await your good news, old Zheng. After patting his shoulder, Shunan hummed a tune as he departed. Outside Qingfu Peak, Lu Yunqin curiously glanced at Shun and beside her. What do you intend to discuss with Elder Zheng? Nothing much, just reminiscing. Shunan chuckled lightly, offering a vague response. Reminiscing? Lu Yunqin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Do they have a past worth reminiscing? And why bring me along? I heard from the sect master that Fei Shuang was tricked by you into feeding swords to Murong Tian today. How did it go? She shook her head and shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Shunan smiled awkwardly. Can a mutually consensual affair be called deceit? Lu Yunqin rolled her eyes at him. Having spent some time together, she had come to understand Shin En's character. He was serious when it mattered, yet unpredictable in his frivolity. Just like the time he brought a county princess to the Spirit Herb Hall to gather herbs. Although Fei Shuang lacked social skills, she was rich in combat experience. If Murong Tian could learn well from her, that would be beneficial. Lu Yunqin raised her hand to sweep her hair from her forehead, speaking gently. If he can grasp a certain sword intention, combined with the techniques you imparted, it's not impossible for him to surpass Qin Qianhua. Shinan appeared slightly surprised. Didn't you always doubt his ability to win? She paused, recalling the stubborn determination Murong Tian had shown in the pure Yuan pool, striving with all his might to condense his qi and return to the origin. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body felt akin to a myriad of insects gnawing at his heart. Yet he endured this torment in silence for nearly an entire month. Such resilience manifested in a youth is truly astonishing. In the past, even if Murong Tian were to reach the return to origin realm, Lu Yunqin would never have believed he could rival Qin Qianhua. However, upon witnessing his indomitable spirit, she found herself wavering, even entertaining the extraordinary notion that perhaps Murong Tian could indeed triumph. How have you found the days at Qingyan Peak, Your Highness? Lu Yunqin inquired, diverting the conversation. Jingxue is quite delightful, intelligent and considerate, far more reassuring than that foolish boy Murong Tian, Shinan remarked, recalling the gentle and demure Zai Jingxiu. Reminiscent of a fragile beauty, it is often said that daughters are their father's little treasures. Similarly, this female disciple is also the master's little umbrella. Since Zai Jingxiu ascended the mountain, Shunan has come to realize that a disciple can indeed be so obedient and sensible. He would often invite her to observe during his alchemical practices, explaining various concepts to her. Though they bore no formal titles of master and disciple, their bond was undeniably that of one. Zai Jingxiu, possessing remarkable intelligence, grasped concepts swiftly, and could draw connections effortlessly, embodying the quintessential student a teacher cherishes. What are your thoughts on accepting the princess as a disciple? Lu Yinqin pressed further. As I mentioned previously, we must wait until the matters concerning Murong Tian and the Qin family are resolved before we discuss this, Shunan replied with a chuckle. Given the current circumstances, Murong Tian's admiration must reach its zenith, likely after the 3-year agreement. Even if he wished to accept her now, the system would not permit it. Lu Yinqin looked at him in astonishment. Are you suggesting this to prompt the prince to express his stance, so he might support you later? Shunan hastily shook his head. I am not. Do not speak nonsense. If he intended that, wouldn't he simply take Zai Jingxiu as his disciple outright? After all, we will all be one family. Would Zai Ohai truly stand by while they are bullied at Tianxue sect? Their gazes met, and Lu Yunqin's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. It seems your hesitation in accepting the princess as a disciple is indeed a consideration of the prince's sincerity. When the 3-year agreement concludes, if nothing significant arises in the Wolf Abyss, let the prince bring along a few of his deputy generals to pay a visit to Tianxue sect. Certainly. The 300,000 wolf army cannot accompany them. Otherwise, would the royal family of Baiming not be kept awake at night in terror? Chapter 81. Who will cook? Seeing her expression of newfound understanding, Shun felt perplexed. What do you comprehend to wear that expression? Let us proceed to Qingyun Peak, she suggested. And together they walked side by side towards their destination. Along the way, they encountered a rather shifty-eyed individual who, upon witnessing their close proximity, felt a surge of anger, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. At Qingyun Peak, within the martial arts hall, dusk approached. The setting sun blazed like fire, casting elongated shadows of the 2 figures on the training ground, dancing like flickering candle flames. Zai Jingxiu stood quietly to the side, observing intently. On the training ground, Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang continued their sparring session. It was not only the former who was drenched in fragrant sweat, even the latter felt a certain strain. After practicing for an entire afternoon, it was astonishing how Murong Tian, seemingly unfazed by fatigue, remained vigorous. When his spiritual essence ran low, he simply resorted to medicinal remedies. Throughout the afternoon, his progress left Ling Feishuang utterly astounded. Initially, he had attacked with overwhelming ferocity, disregarding energy expenditure. Now, however, his strikes were swift and straightforward, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Each sword thrust resembled a flash of lightning, even without spiritual essence transforming into thunderous might. One could still sense an oppressive aura emanating from his blade. Murong Tian had truly grasped the essence of sword momentum. It was not merely the strength of cultivation or the purity of spiritual essence that defined powerful swordsmanship. Rather, it was the ability to evoke the sensation of thunderclouds looming overhead and the reverberation of thunder on the ground, even without employing any spiritual power. This was the true manifestation of sword momentum. The 5th style of the Thunderbolt sword, heavenly thunder, shakes the universe. Whoosh. This time, the sound was not of thunder but a piercing rush of air. Murong Tian thrust his sword forth, its song resonating continuously, even without any leakage of spiritual essence. Ling Feishuang dared not underestimate it. To her, this seemingly unremarkable thrust had transformed into a surging tempest of thunder. The thunder rolled in like a tidal wave, leaving her no retreat. Despite the absence of any formidable aura surrounding Murong Tian, and without the gathering of spiritual essence, it felt as if a tumultuous sea of thunder was manifesting before her eyes. This was the true sword momentum. Mirror Moon Palm. Ling Feishuang, unwilling to be complacent, faced the raging sea of thunder, issued a sharp command, and unleashed a ground-level martial technique, manifesting countless palm shadows. In an instant, her figure and palm prints became ethereal, elusive like flowers in a mirror, or the moon reflected in water. The thunderous sea surged forward, and Murong Tian's sword passed through her form, causing no tangible harm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Murong Tian, once again struck as if by a heavy blow, was sent flying. Yet, in that moment of retreat, he instinctively raised his hand for another strike. Bang! As he landed on the ground, Ling Feishuang slowly lowered her head, her delicate brows furrowing. A fragment of her white garment floated down gently, the cut smooth and precise. Not far away, Lu Yunqin observed this scene with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that Murong Tian could seize the opportunity the moment Ling Feishuang withdrew her mirror moon palm. Shannon looked on with a sense of satisfaction. Although this lad was often a source of frustration due to his single-mindedness, he undeniably possessed talent in this regard. In just half a day, he not only mastered the sword momentum, but also learned to identify his opponent's weaknesses. Senior Sister Ling, let us continue. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Murong Tian rose once more from the ground. Ling Feishuang, still recovering from her astonishment, felt a twinge of bitterness at his eagerness to continue fighting. Had she known, she would not have taken the trouble to come to Qingyun Peak for yet another round. Enough, do not force it. If you can barely hold your sword, what is the point of continuing? Have I not taught you the importance of balancing work and rest, of maintaining a degree of relaxation? As Shunan stepped forward, Lu Yunqin followed closely beside him. Upon their arrival, the others bowed in respect. Master, your disciple is not fatigued, Murong Tian declared, still brimming with excitement. Bang! Shunan delivered a sharp tap to his head, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Miraculously, Murong Tian appeared unfazed, while Shunan nearly felt his finger go numb from the impact. Goodness, this lad's physical strength has increased significantly since his breakthrough to the return to Origin Realm. Your lack of fatigue stems from an excess of adrenaline. Once that rush subsides, you will truly understand exhaustion. What does that mean? The group was momentarily bewildered. Nearby, Xiao Jingxue stood on her tiptoes, listening intently with a serious expression. Ahem, it refers to something that can temporarily alleviate pain and fatigue, Shunan clarified, clearing his throat before deftly inserting a silver needle into Murong Tian's body. This set of needles had been procured from Qingling Peak, costing several thousand gold. Ouch! Master, why did you suddenly poke me? Murong Tian exclaimed, startled by the sudden sting, his thoughts of practicing swordsmanship with Ling Feishuang momentarily distracted. You will understand shortly. Shunan replied nonchalantly. After the needle was inserted, Murong Tian, who had just been full of vigor, suddenly fell backward, overwhelmed by a wave of soreness and fatigue that made his eyelids heavy. Before long, amidst the gazes of the onlookers, soft snores began to emanate from him. This lad had fallen asleep on the training ground, as if he had never rested in his life. Peak Master, what kind of needle technique is this? Xiao Jingxue inquired with curiosity, while Lu Yunqin and Ling Feishuang also turned their attention to Shunan. He tucked away the silver needle and replied lightly, it's nothing. Merely a casual poke to redirect his focus. When a person is intensely concentrated, they often overlook their own condition. Just now, this lad was entirely absorbed in sword practice, selectively ignoring the fatigue that had accumulated in his body. With that single needle, it merely pulled him out of that heightened state of concentration. For instance, some people stay up late, flipping through pages of a book, feeling no fatigue even after reaching page 400, only to be overwhelmed by drowsiness the moment they close the book. It's the same principle. Listening to his words, Ling Feishuang nodded in quiet agreement, finding his reasoning quite sound. In her past battles for survival, she often experienced similar phenomena. During a fight, she felt little pain, but afterward, the intensity of her aches doubled. I see now, Xiao Jingxue said, her expression enlightened as she nodded thoughtfully. Well then, I appreciate your hard work today, dear disciple Ling and Elder Lu. Would you care to stay for a meal? Shunan turned with a cheerful smile. Lu Yunqin and her disciple exchanged glances and nodded gently. Since we're already here, let us dine together before departing. But just then, Xiao Jingxue timidly raised her hand, blinking cautiously as she spoke. Peak Master, Murong Shixiang is asleep. Who will cook? A single utterance suddenly froze the air, leaving several individuals in a state of bewilderment as they gazed at the deeply slumbering Murong Tian sprawled on the ground. Who shall prepare the meal? Chapter 82. Clandestine figures, clearly not of noble intent. Ultimately, the responsibility of cooking fell upon Shenanze. As a noble princess, Xiao Jingxue was accustomed to a life untouched by toil, so asking her to assist in concocting a potion was acceptable, but cooking was out of the question. As for Lu Yunqin and Ling Feishuang, being guests, it was hardly appropriate to impose such a task upon them. The meal in question consisted of the 5 spirit ducks that Murong Tian had previously ensnared in traps. Shenanze, not particularly skilled in elaborate culinary arts, opted instead to kindle a fire by the stream, preparing the ducks for roasting. The ducks were brushed with a layer of oil, sizzling enticingly over the flames, producing a mouth-watering sound as they cooked. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and within a mere half hour, the ducks had transformed into a golden, crispy delight, igniting the appetite of all who beheld them. Here, Ling Shizizi, Jingxue, Shun Anze proclaimed, tearing off 2 golden, sizzling duck legs and offering them to the 2 women. Ling Feishuang nodded in gratitude as she accepted her portion. However, Xiao Jingxue softly interjected, you have worked hard recently, master. Please, you should eat first. Shun Anze's expression brightened with appreciation as he took the leg back and then turned to Lu Yunqin. Elder Lu, would you care to sample my culinary skills? Lu Yunqin nodded gently, her lips parting slightly as she cautiously tore off a piece of duck leg and brought it to her mouth. With a single bite, the exterior was crispy while the interior remained tender, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth. A hint of spiritual energy seemed to pervade, as if it could dissolve the weariness of an entire day. She was pleasantly surprised. Despite Shun Anze's usual potion brewing prowess, his roasting skills were quite commendable. Elder Shun, are you not going to eat? Lu Yinqin inquired upon noticing the two others hesitating to partake. Shun Anze exchanged a glance with Xiao Jingxue, then plucked 2 duck wings and smiled. No worries, you enjoy your meal. We are merely on a diet and will suffice with a couple of wings. On a diet? Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, her skepticism evident. Once the entire 5-spirit duck had been consumed, although not fully satiated, the dusk had descended, making it inappropriate to linger any longer. Then we shall take our leave for now. We will return tomorrow, Lu Yinqin said, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe her mouth as she stood. Feishuang, let us go. Travel safely, Shun Anze urged. Ling Shizizi, do not forget to accompany Murong Tian for sword practice tomorrow. Ling Feishuang, her spirits dampened despite her recent delight in the 5-spirit duck, watched the pair depart, and after a prolonged gaze into the distance, turned sharply to rub her hands together. Quickly, Jingxue, I am nearly starving. Xiao Jingxue found her master's unrestrained eagerness somewhat amusing. It seemed that despite their current abundance of spiritual fowl, Shun Anze was rather frugal. Complying, she nodded and retrieved a selection of well-prepared ingredients from her storage ring. She arranged various spiritual ducks and chickens, alongside a whole pig glistening like white jade, all set to roast by the fire. As the sizzling sounds resumed, an even richer aroma of meat filled the air. On the mountainside of Qingyun Peak, Lu Yinqin and Ling Feishuang ambled leisurely down the path. At this moment, the moon is bright, yet the stars are few, and the sky has completely darkened. As the two individuals traverse the nocturnal path, Lu Yinqin suddenly furrows her delicate brows, casting a glance to the side. There, amidst the grass, a masked figure is stealthily crouched on the ground, engaged in some dubious activity, obscured by the dimness of the mountain path. Cunning and suspicious. It is evident that this person harbors ill intentions. Come forth, she commands sharply, summoning a sharp stone from the air and launching it in that direction. Whoosh! A pained wail ensues. The figure clutches their rear and stumbles through the grass, revealing teary eyes beneath the mask. Elder Zhong, what have I done to offend you? I apologize, is that not sufficient? As the mask is removed, an aged face, marred by a handprint and a bruised eye, emerges, displaying a countenance of deep sorrow. Elder Zhong? Lu Yinqin exclaims in astonishment, recalling that Zheng Sanshan had indeed appeared masked in the Grand Hall earlier that day. Zheng Sanshan is on the verge of tears, desperately wishing to find a place to assess the injury to his posterior. Why has he been so unfortunate lately? Could it truly be divine retribution for his misdeeds? He, Zheng Sanshan, had always endeavored to perform good deeds, yet now, due to a single misstep, he finds himself entangled in such disgraceful circumstances. Lu Yinqin hastily retracts her hand, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Elder Zhong, at this hour, what brings you to Qingyun Peak, lying on the ground? Elder Shin requested my assistance in setting up a protective formation for the peak. I was merely in a hurry to survey the terrain, Zheng Sanshan replies, his eyes glistening with tears. What does she mean by at this hour? He has already been here for over an hour. Typically, he would complete maintenance of the formation for the Sect Master's peak and return to Qingfu Peak by sunset. Even the Sect Master cannot detain him. Remaining at Qingyun Peak late is merely to prevent Shun En's troublesome antics from spreading rumors about the male actors of Furong Pavilion. To think that not only did he work overtime without compensation, but he also endured a beating. Moreover, isn't Elder Lu also at Qingyun Peak at this hour? Zheng Sanshan muses aloud. Lu Yinqin coughs lightly. Feishuang spent the day practicing swordplay with Murong Tian. I am here to escort her home. Ling Feishuang glances at her master, feeling somewhat puzzled. Did she not just arrive today? During the days she was absent, did her master not frequent Qingyun Peak daily? Zheng Sanshan's earlier mention of the protective formation. Could Shin An's visit to Qingfu Peak be related to this? Lu Yinqin suddenly inquires with curiosity. Indeed, Zheng acknowledges. Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes sparkle, and she nods slightly. In that case, once the formation is complete, do remember to send a token to Qingyuan Peak. Zheng Sanshan is taken aback, regarding the young woman before him with a strange expression. Outside, rumors abound that Lu Yinqin and Shun En are involved in something more than mere friendship. It seems there is substantial truth to those whispers. However, he dares not refuse her request. He cannot contend with her, so he merely nods in agreement. Feishuang, let us depart. Satisfied by his acquiescence, Lu Yinqin takes Ling Feishuang and leaves. As he watches the two retreat into the distance, Zheng Sanshan inhales sharply, grimacing as he extracts a stone from his rear. Gazing upon the bloodstains above, his weary eyes brimmed with tears. The old man, who had preserved his virtue for many years, could hardly fathom that today he would lament such a fate. Just as sorrow filled his heart, he suddenly detected a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. How delightful! His stomach grumbled audibly, a reminder of the afternoon spent surveying the terrain of Qingyun Peak, during which he had forgotten to eat. Surely, as someone serving Qingyun Peak, it would be permissible to partake in a meal, wouldn't it? Zhang Sanshan pondered with his chin in hand, quickly arriving at a decision, and limped up the mountain. As he walked, he swallowed hard, unable to resist the alluring scent. What could this meat be that smelled so divine? It resembled the flavor of the five-spirit duck he had savored in the past. However, given the rarity of spiritual fowl, Qingfu Peak not only raised 5 spirit ducks and 8 treasure chickens, but also a white jade pig, whose tender meat and abundant spiritual essence rivaled that of certain elixirs. If sold in the market, it would fetch no less than 20,000 gold coins. Chapter 83. Truly fragrant within the bamboo courtyard. After bidding farewell to Lu Yunqin and her companion, Shunan was thoroughly enjoying a chicken and a duck with Xiao Jinxue. In contrast to Shun En's hearty gulps, Xiao Jinxue appeared far more demure and gentle, yet she consumed a greater quantity. While Shunan was merely at the late stage of body refinement and had no other needs, a chicken and a duck were more than sufficient to satisfy him. Xiao Jinxue, however, bore the bone erosion poison, and consuming more spiritually enriched food would effectively nourish her body and suppress the toxins. Have you seen the pig roasting by the fire? That was left for Xiao Jinxue to enjoy alone. Ah, Jinxue, who would have thought your foolish senior brother's traps could catch a white jade pig? This creature is a treasure. Consuming it will ensure that the bone erosion poison will not flare up for at least 2 months, Shunan remarked, sucking on his fingers. It must have been drawn in by the spiritual essence of the Peak Master's medicinal field. It seemed that being near the field granted them certain benefits. Xiao Jinxue, elegantly savoring the meat, spoke softly. As they discussed this, Shunan felt a pang of regret. Indeed, the essence of the immortal spirit spring was a boon for martial artists, now squandered by that rebellious disciple, Morong Tian. With the spring essence gone, the source's energy was wasted on these spiritual fowl, nurturing them instead. Even resting upon it could expedite their growth. However, it wasn't entirely without cost. They absorbed the essence of the source, and then people like them would consume them. In a sense, it was akin to drinking the essence of the immortal spirit spring. It seemed these spiritual fowl were all raised by Qingfu Peak. Would Elder Zheng be displeased if he found out? Xiao Jinxue expressed her concern. What does it matter if they were raised by Qingfu Peak? Their names are not inscribed anywhere. I caught them at Qingyun Peak. They were trespassing on our territory. As the complainant, is it not my right to impose a slight punishment? Shunan replied nonchalantly, gnawing on the duck in his left hand while casually discarding a bone. Xiao Jinxue nodded slightly, recognizing the wisdom in her sect leader's words. Indeed, they were the intruders at Qingyun Peak, deserving of a minor reprimand. Casting a glance at the bones on the ground, she coughed softly and chose not to dwell further on the matter. Just as she was about to resume her meal, her gaze caught sight of a figure limping along the bamboo path. Sect leader, who is that? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice as she pointed. Shunan turned to look back. Zhang Sanshan was cursing as he rubbed his backside. It was bad enough that he had been ambushed by Lu Yunqin. Now, in his haste to join the feast, he had tripped and nearly shattered his teeth on the way. Which kind-hearted soul wears black at night to sleep on the training grounds? What on earth? This Qingyun Peak is filled with peculiar characters. Sleeping on the training grounds is one thing, but to do so like a slumbering pig, completely unresponsive, one might mistake them for deceased. Elder Zheng? Shunan, clutching half of a wooling duck, was taken aback. Zhang Sanshan was equally stunned, glancing over at the white jade pig roasting by the fire. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares before Zhang's irritation flared. What are you eating? I demand to know what you are eating. It's all a misunderstanding, dear Elder Zheng. Shunan hurriedly tore off a duck leg and stuffed it into Zhang Sanshan's mouth, attempting to soothe his nearly explosive temper. It's not as you perceive. I was merely trying to keep warm by the fire, when your pig decided to skewer itself and leap into the flames. I couldn't possibly intervene. Zhang Sanshan, now numb to the situation, gazed at him with the look of a disgruntled spouse. Shunan, with an earnest expression, implored him sincerely. Their eyes locked, and Zhang Sanshan removed the duck leg from his mouth, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Elder Shen, do you truly believe the words you are saying? Ah, dear Zhang, you must understand. The princess has been afflicted by a bone-corroding poison, and I am merely seeking a means to delay its onset. Shunan sighed deeply. His face etched with sorrow. Zhang Sanshan turned his gaze toward the young woman nearby. Xiao Jinxue, sensing the scrutiny, discreetly averted her eyes, feigning indifference. The moon is exceptionally round tonight, she remarked. The group looked up at the overcast sky, the atmosphere momentarily steeped in a serene awkwardness. Observing Zhang Sanshan's woeful expression, Shunan decided to lay his cards on the table, reaching for the duck leg. Are you eating or not? If not, return it to me. He quickly stepped back to evade Zheng's grasp, biting into the leg with a resentful glare. Eat, Zhang Sanchan retorted. Despite his indignation, the flavor of the Wuling duck was undeniably exquisite, as Zhang Sanchan consumed his meal with a blend of sulkiness and delight. The remaining white jade pig was ultimately devoured by the two. Zhang Sanchan feasted the most, reasoning that if he could not reclaim the cost of the pig that had been slaughtered, he was entitled to enjoy it in return. During their meal, upon realizing that Shun En was surveying the terrain to devise the Qingyun Great Array, a smile broke across his face. He playfully patted his greasy hands against Zhang Sanchan's shoulder, offering encouragement. Dear Zhang, our spirit talisman mountain requires diligent individuals like you. Fear not, once the array is completed, we shall treat ourselves to a fine dining experience in the city, my treat. Under his persuasion, Zhang Sanchan descended the mountain in a state of deep discontent, limping as he resumed his exploration of the terrain as the night gradually deepened. At one moment, engrossed in drawing symbols on a piece of bluestone, a thunderous sound suddenly roared. Crack! A flash of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the tree beside him. Startled, he shivered. Gazing at the overcast sky, Zhang Sanchan furrowed his brow in suspicion. Surely, I cannot be that unfortunate to be targeted by lightning? Just as the thought crossed his mind, crack! A series of lightning bolts struck down in succession, and a torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Good heavens! Zhang Sanchan's mouth twitched, and he took off running, his legs now surprisingly nimble. Just as he fled, 3 bolts of lightning accurately struck the very spot where he had stood moments before, shattering the bluestone. In the depths of Qingyun Peak, Shun En was startled awake by the rumbling thunder outside. Surprised, he wondered why, despite the beautiful daytime weather, the night was filled with thunder and rain. Who could be making vows on Lingfu Mountain? Or perhaps a senior practitioner was undergoing tribulation this very night. As he pondered these thoughts, his brow suddenly furrowed in realization. Oh no, I forgot that Murong Tian was still sleeping on the training ground. He hurriedly grabbed an umbrella, slipping out without even putting on his shoes. As Shun En approached the training ground, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. He halted, observing in silence. Within the training arena, the young man in black had unknowingly awakened. Now, braving the torrential rain, he was repeatedly practicing his swordsmanship. The rain soaked his robe, and his dark hair clung to his youthful face, giving him an innocent appearance. Each swing of his black sword sliced through a cascade of raindrops, like a curtain of pearls severed. His clear eyes were filled with determination as he gripped the sword tightly. Nearby, a frail girl in a white dress had arrived much earlier than Shun En, anxiously holding an umbrella while calling out, "Senior brother, the rain is getting heavier. Please take a break." Murong Tian shook his head, resolutely continuing to wield his long sword. "Little junior sister, you should go back. There is no need for you to stay with me. I must grasp the essence of the sword quickly. I cannot disappoint master in 5 months." Hearing the young man's steadfast words, Shun En, observing from afar, was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he sighed softly. This foolish boy. Chapter 84. The emergence of a periodic task. Seeing him unwilling to leave, Xiao Jingxua placed her delicate hand over her chest and continued to persuade him. But didn't he, the peak master, say that whether practicing swordsmanship or cultivation, one must balance work and rest? It's enough for now. The young man in black shook his head, his long sword creating a flurry of afterimages as he responded with unwavering resolve. But master also said, when heaven is about to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, it must first strain their muscles and bones and toughen their spirit. Master hopes for me to become a sword immortal. In my training, there can be no notion of enough. Buzz. The long sword emitted a vibrating hum, scattering a multitude of raindrops. Master has told me that my talent is insufficient, so I must exert 10-fold, 100-fold more effort than others to truly become strong and to make him proud as a sword immortal. When Murong Tian's stubbornness took hold, no one could dissuade him. Rumble. Amidst the swirling layers of dark clouds, flashes of lightning illuminate the sky, while torrential rain cascades like a waterfall, drumming on the green bricks and azure tiles with a rhythmic patter. In the distance, Shun En observes this spectacle in silence before slowly turning away. Beep. The host's disciple possesses a strong conviction. Congratulations to the host for activating a phased task. Assist Murong Tian in becoming a sword immortal. As the system's voice echoes, he momentarily pauses. The aspiration to become a sword immortal is no trivial matter, as it hinges upon 2 fundamental prerequisites. Firstly, one must possess at least the strength of the Qinkuan realm. Secondly, one must comprehend a form of swordsmanship. Even the once great sword king Xiao Aohai could merely be deemed a sword king, not a sword immortal, although he once wielded the power of the Qinkuan realm. His mastery of the Zhenhai sword intent had yet to reach the level of Dao. As Shun En retraces his steps, he meticulously examines the task introduction. A phase task implies that upon completion of each stage, rewards can be claimed. This particular task concerning the Sword Immortal is divided into 3 stages, independent of realms, and solely focused on the sword. Phase 1, Murong Tian comprehends sword intent. Reward: 5 Peak Earth Spirit Realm time cards and 1 system lottery chance. Phase 2, Murong Tian perfects the unmatched sword technique and grasps the unmatched sword heart. Reward: 5 Celestial Spirit Realm time cards or 1 random positive or negative attribute. Phase 3, Murong Tian comprehends the sword Dao. Reward: 1 Shinkuan Realm consumption card, 5 Celestial Spirit Realm time cards, or 1 permanent positive attribute of the host's choice. Upon encountering several new terms, Shun En's curiosity peaks, prompting him to inquire within. System, what is this random attribute? Even with Murong Tian reaching maximum admiration or winning against Qin Xianyue in their 3-year agreement, such random attributes had never surfaced in previous task rewards. This reward can only be triggered by phase tasks. Random attributes are categorized into positive and negative, and can be either permanent or temporary. What attributes are available? Could you elaborate? Child of the Wind grants the host mastery over wind power, allowing for telekinesis, wind traversal, or even the creation of a spiraling sphere. Upon hearing this, Shun En's mouth gapes in astonishment, and his heart races. Goodness, this surpasses skill cards. Skill cards vanish upon use. But this has the potential for enduring existence, available for use at any moment. Is there more? Is there? Shadow Walker bestows the host with perfect concealment at night. The ability to become invisible, effortlessly traversing darkness with double prowess, and the ability to temporarily transfer the power of night to others. Beast Affinity enhances rapport with all beasts, granting the ability to converse with them. Listening to these, Shunin nearly drools, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. It's finally here. I once thought I could only linger in the shadows, but it seems the system, while unable to elevate my cultivation, might still amplify my strength through these attributes. Do not rejoice too soon, host. While these are positive attributes, there are also negative ones. For instance, the attribute of being caught empty-handed. Even if the host utilizes a Dao Ancestor Realm swordsmanship skill card, a mere 3-year-old child could catch it barehanded. Or the second unique attribute of Lingfu Mountain. The host loses their hair, skin turns pale, voice becomes high-pitched, and gains the evil-repelling sword technique. Stop, enough. Shinan, amidst his busyness, cautioned, it would be prudent for you to relinquish your obsession with my turnip head. Even if I were to leap from this place to my demise, I would never engage in the cultivation of the exorcising sword technique. Moreover, why is it the second eunuch? Who is the first? The system fell silent for a moment before it spoke softly, after modification. There is no need to cut the turnip. Is it possible that a host capable of rivaling the celestial tier exorcising sword technique would refrain from cultivation? That is acceptable. Hey, system, speak up. Why the silence? Have you glitched? Did the rain short-circuit you? After tapping his head and receiving no response from the system, Shinan pouted and raised his umbrella to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, as the torrential rain poured down, Xiao Jingxue, having exhausted all her efforts to persuade Murong Tian, bit her silver teeth and hurried towards Shun En's residence. If he would not heed her words, surely he would listen to the Peak Master? With her garment in hand, she quickly arrived outside the room, her eyes widening in surprise. The room was illuminated by candlelight, and through the window, she could see a blurred figure at the table, studying late into the night. Jingxue, come in, a gentle voice beckoned from within, causing Xiao Jingxue to pause. Did the Peak Master anticipate her arrival? After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Shunin indeed sat at the table, engrossed in a volume of Sword Immortal records, which chronicled the illustrious Sword Immortals of ages past and their philosophies on the sword path. On the table lay a sheet filled with words. Peak Master, it is unwise for Murong Shixiang to practice swordsmanship in this storm. It is reckless. What if something were to go awry? You must persuade him. Xiao Jingxue expressed her concern. Shunin set the book aside and gazed at the young woman before him, speaking slowly. Jingxue, he is different from you. Throughout your life, no one has dared to show you disrespect, for you are the daughter of the Southern Guardian, the esteemed princess of Qingshui. Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. Shunin continued earnestly, Murong Tian, however, does not share your fortune. The Murong family is but an ordinary lineage in the realm of medicine, insignificant in this world governed by the law of the jungle. Due to his lack of talent, he has endured countless slights. The Qin family, in front of a multitude of guests in Fuling City, declared him a waste, unworthy of being united with the illustrious Qin Xianyue, belittling the Murong family and his father as mere ants. He must exert extraordinary effort to ascend to Tianxue sect, seeking to reclaim the dignity that has been stripped from him and his family. He aims to demonstrate to the Qin family and the world that Murong Tian is not a waste, that his father is not worthless, and that it is not he who is unworthy of Qin Xianyue, but rather she who is unworthy of him. Shunan articulated each word with conviction, exhaling a long sigh. To advise him to rest at this moment would be futile. If, in 5 months, he finds himself on the cusp of victory, he will surely regret not having strived harder now. Xiao Jingshue's lips parted slightly, her gaze cast downward, rendered speechless and uncertain of what to say. Indeed, she had never faced such ridicule and could not fathom the depths of humiliation that would compel Murong Shixiang to practice swordsmanship and cultivation with such fervor. Yet she understood that if, in the end, she were to lose to Qin Xianyue by a hair's breadth, her senior brother would undoubtedly feel quite disheartened. Chapter 85, The 5 Guiding Principles. But what if her senior brother were to exhaust himself in the process? Xiao Jingxue couldn't shake her concern. Shunan smiled gently and pushed a piece of paper forward on the table. Here lies a formula for a 3rd-grade solidifying essence pill, complete with details on the refining process and important considerations. Xiao Jingxue was momentarily taken aback. Master, what is this? The disciples of Qin Yuan Peak rise and fall together. Henceforth, you shall refine these elixirs to aid your senior brother in solidifying his foundation and alleviating his fatigue. Once you have mastered this, I will impart to you even more formulas. But I am merely a 2nd-grade alchemist. And so what? Shunan replied earnestly, rather than merely worrying. It would be more prudent to find ways to help your senior brother restore his health, to do what you can for him. He stood up and looked earnestly at the young girl before him. Jingxue, if you wish to truly join Qin Yuan Peak and become my disciple, you must demonstrate that you are worthy of my teachings. I, Shunan, do not select my students based on talent or background, but rather on the purity of their hearts. Shunan's gaze softened slightly, recognizing her concern for her senior brother as a testament that she has already begun to see herself as part of Qin Yuan Peak. If within 6 months you can become a 4th-grade alchemist, I shall truly accept you as my student. Xiao Jingshue's eyelashes fluttered. This was the first time she had distinctly heard the master express his willingness to take her as a disciple. However, after hearing this, her expression turned conflicted. To become a 4th-grade alchemist within 6 months, if not for the presence of the bone corrosion poison, this might not be an impossible feat yet. At present, she was utterly unable to condense her qi, and the influence of the poison rendered her incapable of refining 4th-grade elixirs. Even though her understanding of alchemy had long surpassed that of a 2nd-grade alchemist, she could only concoct 2nd-grade pills. Do you believe you cannot achieve this? The young girl lowered her head, remaining silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. Shunan slowly shook his head. You should know that Su Laohai from the Spirit Herb Hall is merely a late-stage Qi-Si warrior, yet he is a 4th-grade alchemist. Do you truly believe yourself inferior to him? Xiao Jingxue nodded, acknowledging this fact. However, Master Su had devoted many years to the study of alchemy, thus enabling him to perfectly refine 4th-grade pills at his level of strength. More importantly, he was not afflicted by the bone corrosion poison. Each time she overexerted herself, the excruciating pain rendered her existence unbearable, making it impossible to sustain the refinement of higher-grade pills. Observing the girl's demoralized demeanor, Shunan discerned her thoughts and spoke solemnly. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those worthy, but first, it must temper their resolve, labor their muscles, starve their bodies, and leave them empty and wanting. Why must you view the bone corrosion poison as suffering rather than a form of refinement? Refinement? Xiao Jingxue was taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion as they met the gaze of the middle-aged man with silver-streaked hair before her. Shunan nodded. Though your senior brother may lack innate talent and has endured much ridicule, it is precisely under such circumstances that he possesses an indomitable spirit, a heart resolute in its desire to become strong, to become a sword immortal. Such a heart is indispensable, though the bone-corroding poison may hinder your alchemy, rendering you incapable of sustaining your energy for prolonged periods, lest you succumb to manifold suffering. Why should you harbor fear? This is an invaluable opportunity to hone your character and fortify your mental resilience. As she absorbed the earnest words of the middle-aged man before her, Xiao Jingshue's mind conjured the image of Murong Tian, steadfastly enduring solitary nights by the pure Yuan pool, his determination etched upon her heart. She found herself engulfed in introspection. Indeed, even when the peak master refrains from employing spiritual energy during alchemy, his unparalleled mastery of medicinal arts enables him to neutralize the effects and achieve the desired outcome. Shouldn't she, despite her limitations, dare to attempt the refinement of 3rd-grade elixirs simply due to the presence of the bone-corroding poison? Was it that the peak master refrained from aiding her in detoxification in order to encourage her to seize this opportunity for self-improvement? Xiao Jingxue murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes glimmering with thought. Shunan, taken aback, responded, "Ah yes, precisely. Understanding dawned upon Jingxue. The young woman lifted her gaze, her delicate features now reflecting a tenacity reminiscent of Murong Tian, as she stepped forward to grasp the alchemical formula laid upon the table. Observing this scene, Shunan nodded with satisfaction. Jingxue, upon entering my Qingyun Peak, you must first comprehend the 5 fundamental principles. Xiao Jingxue listened intently. First, never yield, and always believe in yourself. Second, do not oppress the weak. Abusing the teachings of Qingyun Peak will not be tolerated, and I shall personally expel anyone who does so, regardless of their noble status. Xiao Jingshua's expression turned serious as she nodded earnestly. Third, respect your masters and cherish camaraderie among peers. Internecine strife and treachery will lead to expulsion from Qingyun Peak. Fourth, the master is always right, and neither senior nor junior should ever suffer indignities outside. At this juncture, Shunan deliberately gazed at her and continued, if one day, for any reason, your master or senior brother becomes incapacitated, even if reduced to merely a body refinement stage, you must harbor no disrespect. Xiao Jingxue comprehended. She locked eyes with him, nodding solemnly, committing these lessons to memory. Subsequently, noticing her master stroking his chin in contemplative silence, she inquired, Master, what is the 5th principle? I have yet to formulate it. I shall impart it to you later. Xiao Jingxue was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the previous 4 principles were improvised? Very well, off you go. Your senior brother has been practicing swordplay all night, and if he doesn't receive your solidifying elixir by morning, he may suffer irreparable harm. Should you fail to produce it, I shall not prepare this elixir for him. Shunan waved his hand, imparting a sense of urgency. Xiao Jingxue nodded earnestly, clutching the formula as she hurried off to prepare for her alchemy. Internally, she reminded herself that her senior brother awaited the elixir to restore his health, and she must succeed in its refinement. Midway through her hurried steps, she paused, then turned towards another direction. Having spent so much time with the Peak Master, she instinctively headed towards the kitchen when discussing alchemy. However, her skills did not extend to concocting elixirs in a mere iron pot. She required a proper alchemical furnace. Watching her depart, Shunan exhaled deeply and settled down. Once again, he successfully persuaded another individual. From now on, all elixirs of the 4th rank and below would be entrusted to her for refinement, allowing him to carve out more time for himself. Of course, this was not for mere amusement, but rather to immerse himself in the pages of more books and acquire further knowledge. After all, his disciple aspired to become a sword immortal, as her master. He could not remain devoid of wisdom, lest he repeat the folly of teaching blindly as he once did. What, then, should the 5th guiding principle entail? Shunan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Had he known, he would have refrained from mentioning the 5 principles. Based on his past experiences with literature and online dramas, he had learned that unspoken words often bore fatal consequences. He certainly did not wish for this 5th principle to become his dying declaration. How tragically cliched that would be. Chapter 86. The formation of the azure cloud array. The downpour persisted until the dawn's first light gradually calmed the tempest. After a night of rigorous practice, Murong Tian was utterly exhausted, his garments soaked with a mixture of sweat and rain. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Despite his fatigue, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, for he could distinctly sense that his mastery over the sword had grown increasingly precise and adept. His comprehension of sword momentum had also ascended to new heights. After merely resting for a quarter of an hour, he propped himself up with his sword, his legs trembling slightly. He still needed to prepare a meal for his master and junior sister, he murmured, wiping the moisture from his face. However, when he lifted his gaze, he noticed a figure standing beside the training grounds. Having been too engrossed in his sword practice, he had failed to notice when the person had arrived. Master Yu, Murong Tian stammered. Are you done practicing? Shunan glanced at him and placed the bowl of meat porridge on a nearby table. Eat first, then rest, he said calmly before turning to leave. Heading towards the alchemy chamber, Murong Tian watched the retreating figure of his middle-aged master, a feeling of gratitude welling within him. Outside the alchemy chamber, Shunan peered through the crack in the door, quietly observing the focused figure of Xiao Jingxue within. The chamber lacked a traditional alchemical furnace. Instead, she was using one she had brought from the apothecary valley. The young girl, with her naturally pale complexion, appeared particularly haggard at this moment, her face glistening with fragrant sweat, and her delicate brows knitted in concentration, an image that evoked sympathy. The alchemical furnace before her blazed crimson, flames continuously dancing beneath it. Beside her lay heaps of discarded medicinal residues, remnants of the previous night's failed attempts. From Shun's observations, it seemed she had reached the critical final step of alchemy, merging the elixirs, a perilous stage. A slight miscalculation could lead to an explosion. The grimace on her face, with her teeth clenched, indicated that she was enduring some form of intense suffering while refining the elixir. He could even faintly discern the emergence of thin, dark blue veins on her exquisitely pale neck, appearing and disappearing ominously as she cultivated her energy. The bone-corroding poison. Shunan narrowed his eyes. Over the past few days, he had perused numerous texts, gaining a deeper understanding of this toxin. Once implanted in the human body during childhood, it lay dormant, only to awaken upon the initiation of martial practice, rapidly consuming spiritual energy and infiltrating the marrow, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Each episode of its activation felt akin to insects gnawing at one's bones, inflicting unbearable agony. In her youth, Xiao Jingxue spent her days immersed in study within the confines of the palace, seldom venturing outside. Who, then, was responsible for planting such a toxic seed? As Shunan furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sudden series of muffled sounds erupted from the alchemical furnace. The crimson furnace trembled, flames leaping forth from its openings. This is bad, it's going to explode. Shen An's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly pushed the door open. Concentrate. A delicate yet commanding voice rang out. Xiao Jingxue. Her gaze resolute, bore the excruciating pain and forcefully stabilized the furnace. With a final tremor, the furnace stilled, an ethereal fragrance wafting through the alchemical chamber. Xiao Jingxue's complexion paled as she exhaled deeply, her hand instinctively rising to wipe the sweat from her brow, only to be reminded of the sound of the door opening behind her. Turning around, she was momentarily stunned. The Peak Master? Their eyes locked, and Shunan cleared his throat awkwardly, relieved. Thankfully, he had narrowly avoided wasting the indestructible skill card. Regaining her composure, Xiao Jingxue's face brightened. Peak Master, I have successfully refined a third-rank solidifying essence pill. The verdant markings on her neck were fading rapidly, returning to normal. As she spoke, her heart swelled with excitement. Just as the Peak Master had indicated, she was indeed capable of concocting third-rank elixirs. Moreover, enduring the agonizing pain throughout the night had significantly enhanced her mental acuity. If she could maintain this momentum, it was entirely possible she could become a fourth-rank alchemist within 6 months. Well done. Swiftly deliver the elixir to your senior brother. Shunan nodded approvingly. Certainly. The young woman nodded joyfully, disregarding the sweat that drenched her clothing, and with a flourish of her sleeve, she opened the furnace lid, carefully storing the solidifying essence pills before departing. Watching her hasty retreat, Shunan An's gaze deepened. His two disciples were truly extraordinary. One possessed an exceptional talent and comprehension of swordplay, but had weak physical constitution. The other, despite having comparable aptitude and insight to Qin Xianhua, was tormented by a debilitating poison, unable to break through the returning essence realm. Yet, what was heartening was their shared understanding of perseverance and resilience in the face of adversity. With such tenacity, how could they not become formidable forces in the future? In the time that followed, Qingyun Peak experienced no significant events. Murong Tian practiced swordsmanship day and night, sleeping only a few hours each day. Without Xiao Jingxue's unwavering support in refining pills, any ordinary person would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Ling Feishuang also arrived punctually each afternoon to train with Murong Tian for an hour. With her as a sparring partner, Murong Tian's understanding of combat and sword technique surged. From barely able to withstand Ling Feishuang's attacks at the outset, he gradually found himself able to engage with her more dynamically, even compelling her to fight with full intensity, lest she risk underestimating him. Such remarkable progress astonished not only Lu Yinqin but even Xian Yuzi, who happened to be visiting Qingyun Peak. Throughout this past month, Zheng Sanshan had been stealthily roaming around Qingyun Peak, known to be surveying the terrain and setting up restrictions to construct a grand formation. Unbeknownst to him, one might have assumed he was there with ill intentions. It is noteworthy that one day, Zheng Sanshan's disciple, Yu Zhenyuan, ascended to Qingyun Peak, riding the winds with fierce determination evident in his demeanor. However, upon witnessing the intense martial exchange between Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang in the training arena, and gazing at the battered stage, he fell into silence, merely muttering an apology for the disturbance before turning to leave. This peculiar interaction left Shun and somewhat perplexed, though he thought little of it, assuming Yu Zhenyuan was merely perusing the area. After nearly 2 months of diligent labor, Zheng Sanshan finally completed the construction of the Qingyun Grand Array, with Shunan personally infusing his blood to become the array's master. Observing the soaring runic light, Shunan nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that Zheng Sanshan, the sole 5th-tier talisman master of Lingfu Mountain, truly excelled in the art of talisman arrays. The aura of this array was undoubtedly on par with the protective formations of the other 5 peaks. Even a master of the heavenly spirit realm would find themselves restrained within its confines. After handing over some tokens to Shunan, Zheng Sanshan departed from Qingyun Peak, his eyes glistening with tears, not from sorrow, but from excitement, relieved that he would no longer have to toil endlessly crafting talismans. The formation had indeed consumed a significant portion of his energy, as he feared a certain rogue might demand revisions, compelling him to work meticulously without cutting corners. In the evening, as Shunan awaited a visitor while dining in the bamboo garden, a figure approached leisurely, gliding towards Qingyun Peak. Suddenly, a thud echoed through the air, causing the void to ripple from the impact. Xian Yuzi stood momentarily stunned, feeling a buzzing sensation in his head. When did Qingyun Peak acquire a restrictive formation? It appeared to be the handiwork of Qingfu Peak. As warmth spread across his nose, he raised a hand to touch it, revealing vibrant crimson. Chapter 87. On the brink of departure in a desolate cavern within the Great Dynasty, flickering candlelight danced, casting elongated shadows. Several figures clad in black were bowing respectfully before a bald elder seated cross-legged in a blood-red robe. "Greetings, High Priest." The elder slowly opened his eyes. His muscular frame was imposing, and one could discern the fearsome tiger tattoos etched upon his body through the loose fabric of his robe. He surveyed the black-clad figures and spoke in a measured tone. "Is everything arranged?" Reporting to the High Priest, "The beast pouches have been delivered. This operation is foolproof. Xiao Tiance will not escape." The elder nodded. "What of the recent news regarding Lingfu Mountain? How is the investigation proceeding?" The foremost black-clad figure clasped his hands and replied. "The information is accurate. The brother of Qingyun Peak's master, Shinan, is a Nirvana realm expert, and he has bestowed numerous valuable items upon him. Qin Baishan nearly perished at his hands. However, his brother is not within the Great Dynasty, nor even in the southern domain." Nirvana realm? The elder's eyes narrowed as he pondered. After a moment, he continued, "Regardless of that powerful individual, if Shun An's disciple enters the Kangwu realm during this operation, ensure that they are thoroughly monitored. It is imperative to acquire all the advanced techniques and martial skills residing in his mind." "Understood." The black-clad figure clasped his hands again, hesitating before daring to inquire, "And what shall be done about the disciples of Lingfu Mountain?" "Leave none alive." The cold, icy words fell, and a glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the bald elder. "Indeed. Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak." Shinan looked curiously at the walking Xian Yunzi. "Master, what troubles you?" "I'm feeling heated," Xian Yunzi replied, wiping his nose, finally managing to stanch the bleeding completely. He cursed Zheng Sanshan hundreds of times in his heart. This old fellow had set such a formidable array at Qingyun Peak. Even a slight collision caused the prohibitive force to surge wildly within him. Normally, he would dawdle when asked to maintain the main peak's prohibitions. Shunan nodded, attributing the sudden fluctuation of the array to a bird's collision, secretly contemplating the necessity of easing the prohibitive force, allowing only martial artists to be hindered while permitting spiritual birds to pass. Otherwise, Qingyun Peak would soon run out of provisions. Uncertain of what had brought the master here today, Xian Yunzi coughed lightly and skillfully retrieved bowls and chopsticks from his storage ring, taking a seat at the dining table. Shunin and the others were no longer surprised by this scene. Ever since they discovered the unexpectedly excellent cuisine at Qingyun Peak, this esteemed leader, who usually held great prestige among the disciples, would occasionally come to share a meal, even bringing his own utensils. Of course, he came only occasionally. Lu Yunqin and Ling Feishuang, however, did not miss a single meal. As Xian Yunzi picked up a piece of duck meat, he spoke. "The prohibitions of the Kangwu realm are on the verge of breaking. You should prepare. We will set off the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Shunan exchanged a glance with Lu Yunqin and nodded gently. Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He never expected that he would someday have the opportunity to gain qualification for training in such a secret realm. Not only him, even Ling Feishuang's gaze flickered slightly. The inheritance realm of a Nirvana realm expert was far from an ordinary secret realm. It was bound to be filled with treasures and opportunities, considering it belonged to a formidable figure of the upper three realms. "This time, only the two of you from Lingfu Mountain and Zhengyuan will go. If you encounter danger inside, make sure to support each other and stand united against any external threats. Do not engage in one-on-one combat." Xian Yunzi spoke sternly. "We will obey the Master's orders." Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang replied in unison. Only then did he nod in satisfaction before continuing. "This time, in addition to you, the Qin family and the Shangwan family will also enter the Kangwu realm. Moreover, from outside the Great Dynasty, both the Baiming Dynasty and the Pingtian Dynasty will have participants as well." "Will the disciple from Qiyun Dao sect be going?" Shinan inquired, furrowing his brows. "That will not be the case." Xian Yunzi shook his head. "He is currently in seclusion and will not participate in this secret realm. Among the younger generation from the Dao sect, the leader will be a disciple named Gu Yun, along with Beichen Wangshu from the Medicine King Valley. They are both in the late Earth Spirit realm and possess formidable strength. If you encounter them, remember not to engage in combat, Preserving your lives is paramount. As for the other aristocratic disciples from the two dynasties, there are also those at the Earth Spirit realm. Exercise caution. If you cannot obtain the heart of Kangwu, do not risk your lives. As he spoke, Xian Yunzi cast a lingering glance at Ling Feishuang. Shinan sighed quietly while listening to these words. From the perspective of the younger generation, it becomes evident that the disparity between Lingfu Mountain and both Yawang Valley and Xiyun Dao sect is indeed vast, to the extent that Lingfu Mountain can only be compared to the second-tier sects of the other two dynasties. The disciples of Yawang Valley and Xiyun Dao sect possess individuals at the Earth Spirit realm, whereas on Lingfu Mountain, both Yu Jinyuan and Ling Feishuang have merely just stepped into the returning origin realm. The contrast is glaring. Moreover, Ling Feishuang is already 19 this year, although Yu Jinyuan is merely 17 and will undoubtedly reach the Earth Spirit realm before turning 20, he is still at a disadvantage due to his age. As for disciples around the age of 20 at Lingfu Mountain, they do exist, yet their talents leave much to be desired. Most are only at the returning origin realm. And in terms of strength, they may not even compare to Yu Jinyuan, who has mastered the Heavenly Sword Talisman. Were it not for the battle with the demonic sect a decade ago, Lingfu Mountain would not have fallen into such disrepair. That battle claimed far too many strong individuals and promising talents, leaving Lingfu Mountain in a state of stagnation, struggling to regain its vitality. It can be said that the current peak masters are merely mid-tier combatants compared to those who fought in that battle. The former peak masters were all beings of the heavenly spirit realm, with two even at the cosmic realm. One of them was the former master of Qingyun Peak. Had his eldest disciple not perished in that battle and instead matured, Lingfu Mountain would undoubtedly possess another powerful cosmic realm expert today. Unfortunately, that conflict devastated the mountain's gates, nearly severing its lineage, and it had fallen into insignificance for years, with few willing to join until recent times. Were it not for the presence of a venerable elder overseeing affairs, it is likely that the sect would have vanished entirely. After discussing matters concerning the Kangwu realm, Xuanyuzi set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze towards Shun and Elder Shun. Please follow me. He gestured, leading Shun into a more secluded area. The latter followed, his expression one of curiosity. What business could warrant such secrecy? Once they had left the bamboo courtyard, Xuanyuzi waved his sleeve to create a barrier and spoke softly. What I mentioned to you last time, have you given it any thought? What matter? Shinan was taken aback. Noticing that Shun had forgotten, Xuanyuzi's lips twitched. It concerns your entry into the Kangwu realm. He paused, then continued with a serious tone. In addition to Murong Tian and the other two, there is another individual who will accompany Lingfu Mountain into the realm. I hope you can enter to protect him. Of course, individuals from other sects may also send elders to provide covert protection. Who? Upon hearing that someone else would be entering the Kangwu realm, Shun's curiosity was piqued. Xuanyuzi fixed his gaze on him, enunciating each word clearly. His Highness the Prince. Chapter 88. What of the promised void sealing formation? The Prince? Shinan was taken aback. Why would the royal heir venture into such a perilous place? Given the royal family's resources, there was no need to take such risks. Even the royal descendants of the Baiming and Pingtian dynasties would avoid entering such a dangerous environment. Xuanyuzi's expression turned grave. His purpose in entering is not merely to partake in this contest. He has more pressing matters to ascertain. More pressing matters? Shinan furrowed his brow, perplexed. What could possibly be of greater significance than the life of the crown prince? The secrets within will reveal themselves once you enter. Xian Yuzi observed him with a hint of anxiety, awaiting his response. If warriors below the celestial spirit realm can access the Kangwu realm through that elixir, why does the sect master not permit all the elders of the 5 peaks to enter? Shunan remained troubled and confused. Xian Yuzi's lips twitched. Do you think the elusive heaven pill is so common? It is a 6th grade elixir, with rare ingredients that are nearly impossible to refine. Why choose me then? Is Elder Lu not stronger than I, being at the late stage of body refinement? Shinan regarded him with skepticism. The latter fell silent. Who would believe that Elder Lu is in a peculiar situation and cannot enter the Kangwu realm? Thus, I come to inquire about your adoptive father. It is adoptive brother. Shinan emphasized once more. Xian Yuzi nodded. If your adoptive father has left you many hidden cards, you may enter. If not, or if you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. He spoke with a grave demeanor. I can only say that this journey to the Kangwu realm will be perilous, exceedingly dangerous. Given Murong Tian's strength, his life may be at stake. Shunan frowned, lost in contemplation. Protecting the crown prince was not within his altruistic inclinations. After all, the prince was Xian Yuzi's nephew, not his own concern. However, Murong Tian was his own disciple, and his safety was a matter that warranted consideration. Rest assured, unless it is absolutely necessary, you need not lift a finger. Another elder will accompany you into the realm to provide covert protection. Seeing Shun in deep in thought, Xian Yuzi seized the moment to speak further. Moreover, there are countless opportunities within. Elder Lu mentioned your proficiency in alchemy. The revered Kangwu once was a 7th-grade alchemist. Should you gain his legacy in the art of medicine, enough, do not tempt me. Shunan raised his head, stroking his chin, and after much deliberation, said, Grant me some time to contemplate. Very well. Xian Yuzi nodded, not rushing for an immediate answer, for the journey would not commence until the day after tomorrow, leaving ample time for consideration. By the way, who is the other elder? Guess? Do you think I will guess? Shunan wore a friendly smile and turned to leave. Xian Yuzi, recalling something, hurriedly followed to inquire, Do you still possess the token for entry into the Qingyun Peak formation? As the sect master, surely I cannot arrive at Qingyun Peak only to trek from the foot of the mountain to the summit? You guess? After bidding farewell to Xian Yuzi, Lu Yinqin and the other departed after satisfying their hunger. Shunan sat quietly on a chair beside the training ground, observing Murong Tian diligently practicing his swordplay, while Xiao Jingxue perused texts on the art of medicine nearby. He found himself uncertain about whether to enter the Kangwu realm, as he had no substantial skill cards at his disposal. Aside from a diamond invulnerability card from the Earth Spirit realm, he possessed only 2 cards of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword at the peak of the returning Origin realm. The experience of the medicinal path cannot be wielded against an enemy. As for that cat teaser, really? In a life-and-death crisis, would one truly rely on a cat toy? Entering the Kangwu realm, there exists a singular condition, that Murong Tian can comprehend the sword intent within these 2 days and accomplish the first phase of his task. Only then can he earn a chance to draw a lottery and obtain 5-time limited cards for the pinnacle of the Earth Spirit realm. As for surpassing the admiration value to level 9, that seems utterly impossible at this moment. He is still lacking over 20 experience points for the breakthrough, which is unattainable in just 2 days, especially since the higher the admiration level, the more arduous the ascent becomes. Observing the black-clad youth drenched in sweat on the training grounds, Shun An's gaze was fraught with conflict. The Crown Prince's entrance into the Kangwu realm surely foretells significant events. This young man has only just entered the returning Yuan realm. With his current prowess, he likely has no rivals among enemies of the same realm. However, facing those in the Earth Spirit realm, escape would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, one cannot overlook the possibility that Lingfu Mountain will send protectors inside. And both Qiyun Dao sect and the Medicine King Valley, along with other families, will undoubtedly seek to acquire that elusive Mandan pill. This indicates that the Kangwu realm will become a chaotic battleground for powerful beings of the Earth Spirit realm, rendering the returning Yuan realm participants mere fodder. Pondering these matters, Shunan shook his head. Overthinking serves no purpose, tomorrow remains. If Murong Tian succeeds in grasping the sword intent and earns his rewards, then entry may be considered. If he fails, his presence would be futile, leading only to his demise. Peak Master, why does senior brother Murong's sword technique seem increasingly simplistic, appearing more mundane? Xiao Jingxue inquired curiously, having set aside her book. Shunan glanced at the youth wielding his sword and replied softly, A sword is a tool for killing. Extravagant movements are of no consequence. The ultimate aim is merely to slay. The reason it appears unremarkable is not due to a regression in his swordsmanship, but rather an advancement to such a degree that onlookers cannot even perceive the concealed sword aura and killing intent. Shunan spoke with confidence. He had indeed transformed. Whether through his daily reading or the martial arts mastery granted by the system, his knowledge had deepened significantly. When he spoke, it was no longer mere bluster, but genuine insight. Oh, Xiao Jingxue nodded, half comprehending, her delicate hand resting on her cheek as she quietly observed the black-clad youth practicing his swordplay. Under the sparse moonlight, a gentle evening breeze caressed the flora on Qingyun Peak, stirring the garments of the 3 figures on the training grounds. The black-clad youth practiced his sword. The delicate maiden immersed in her book, while the middle-aged man with frosted temples quietly observed them. Occasionally, the girl would voice her queries inspired by the text, and the middle-aged man would generously provide well-structured answers. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the only sounds were the slicing of the sword through the air and the occasional exchange of questions and answers, creating an atmosphere of serenity and contentment. The night swiftly passed, and by noon the following day, Lu Yinqin and her disciple arrived gracefully, as per usual. Shunan, watching Lu Yinqin descend from the sky, fell into a contemplative silence. One could not help but wonder if that old Zheng had been slacking off while arranging formations these past 2 months. What has become of the promised barrier? Was it not said that none could enter the realm of the celestial spirits? How dare they deceive themselves so brazenly? I shall ensure that the performers of Furong Pavilion pay a visit to Qingfu Peak's entrance. Chapter 89. The Intent of Flying Flowers and Falling Leaves in the Training Arena. Lu Yinqin furrowed her delicate brows, her ears slightly flushed as she queried, Why do you stare at me so? Shunan, filled with suspicion, inquired. How did you gain entry? I flew in, she replied, blinking innocently. You encountered no obstacles, no restrictions? None at all, Lu Yinqin answered truthfully. This is indeed perplexing. Shunin stroked his chin, increasingly convinced that Zheng Sanshan had been slacking off these past 2 months, indulging in idleness. This old scoundrel had often lamented to him about working late to survey the terrain and draft the formation for the Qingyun array. It seems it was all a facade. Observing his bewilderment akin to that of a monk who cannot comprehend, Lu Yinqin stifled a chuckle, choosing not to reveal that she had procured a token from Zheng Sanshan. After all, he had neglected to provide her with one after the array's completion. Shunin scratched his head, unable to fathom the situation, and decided to dismiss it. Clearing his throat, he turned to his disciple. Today marks the final day of your sword training. Tomorrow, we embark for Kangwu Realm. And I hope you can grasp the essence of the sword today. Yes, master, Murong Tian responded solemnly, his gaze resolute as he approached the training arena to face Ling Feishuang. During this period, he had practiced tirelessly, and though he had begun to discern a direction, he still lacked that final push. Today? Lu Yinqin exclaimed. You expect him to comprehend the essence of the sword today? Indeed, for we must depart for Kangwu Realm tomorrow. And possessing the sword's essence will grant him an added measure of self-defense, Shunin stated matter-of-factly. To comprehend the essence of the sword is no trivial matter. He has held the sword for merely half a year. To master its might is already commendable. Achieving understanding of its essence is far from simple, Lu Yinqin remarked. The attainment of insight is no easy feat. Even Xiao Aohai, with his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, required several years to achieve understanding. Even my disciple, Ling Feishuang, took a year and 2 months to grasp the essence. To expect understanding within 6 months would not merely reflect high comprehension, but would indeed be a prodigy of intellect. Shunin remained silent, merely observing the arena. Whether or not he could grasp the sword's essence today would determine his entry into the Kangwu realm. In the arena, under the scrutiny of the three, Murong Tian performed a customary salute. Senior sister, please enlighten me. Very well, Ling Feishuang nodded, her demeanor serious. After so many days of sparring, she had long lost the composure of her first encounter. Now, she faced Murong Tian's onslaught with utmost caution, for his sword strikes were swift and cunning. Once the formalities were concluded, Murong Tian launched the first attack, transforming into 2 phantoms that rushed forth, flanking her. Thunderous fury. Both phantoms thrust their swords forward, the sound of clashing blades resonating. The observing Xiao Jingxue could scarcely perceive the trajectory of their strikes. Shun An's eyes narrowed slightly. Endowed with the spirit eyes, his vision had become extraordinarily keen. Despite this, without taking the initiative, she could only barely discern the 2 flashes of sword light. Ling Feishuang was cautious, her palms moving in a manner as ethereal and exquisite as falling leaves and drifting flowers. A series of crisp sounds rang out as she precisely struck the blade of Murong Tian's longsword, deflecting the attack while simultaneously countering. However, Murong Tian had transformed significantly. His reflexes were swift as he immediately sidestepped to block and thrust again. When his sword was once more parried, he pivoted, directing his blade straight at Ling Feishuang's brow. Startled, she hastily withdrew. With a thunderclap, Murong Tian bellowed, and 2 bolts of lightning erupted from the ground's fissures, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, the sword light was fierce and fleeting. What astonishing speed! Lu Yinqin narrowed her beautiful eyes. Compared to yesterday, this young man's swordsmanship had advanced further. In the martial arts arena, Ling Feishuang was alarmed, realizing it was too late to evade. In the next moment, Murong Tian's pupils contracted. Before him, Ling Feishuang seemed to dissolve into a flurry of petals and leaves, cascading down, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. The sword light disappeared amidst the falling leaves, vanishing without a trace. As a gentle breeze swept through, countless leaves and petals swirled around him, enveloping him from all sides. One leaf pierced through his sword light, imprinting itself upon his chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, he was sent flying, his insides churning. He gazed in astonishment at Ling Feishuang, who reappeared as the petals scattered. Her expression was serene as she softly spoke, the intent of falling flowers and leaves. At this declaration, both Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue, along with Shunin, were taken aback. Ling Feishuang had actually comprehended the intent. They had not noticed it before. Little did they expect her to be such a prodigy. He cast a surprised glance at Lu Yinqin beside him, who remained unperturbed, clearly having anticipated this revelation. Murong Tian's sword had truly achieved a speed as swift as lightning, so rapid that it was almost impossible to react. Had he relied solely on conventional martial techniques to defend against it, Ling Feishuang would inevitably reveal a disadvantage within 10 moves. Thus, She chose to showcase her understanding of the falling flower's palm intent. Come again. After the initial shock, Murong Tian was not disheartened. Instead, he felt exhilarated and charged forward once more. This time, facing the swift sword light, Ling Feishuang exhibited no sign of panic as she elegantly waved her hand. The swirling petals and leaves effortlessly blocked the sword light, rendering his attacks ineffective. He thrust his sword from various angles repeatedly, yet none proved effective, not even causing her to budge. The falling flower's palm intent leaned towards defensive maneuvers, allowing her to utilize the myriad petals and leaves to execute her technique. For Murong Tian to breach this defense, he would need to increase his sword's speed to a degree that would leave Ling Feishuang unable to react. Fast enough that the falling flower's palm intent could not even begin to defend. Lu Yinxin spoke softly from the side, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Could Murong Tian achieve such a feat? Her words reached Murong Tian on the field, who at that moment exhibited unwavering determination as he unleashed his sword time and again, striving to attain the pinnacle of his speed. Shannon inhaled deeply, a hint of purple flickering in his eyes. Under the influence of his spiritual gaze, in an instant, he perceived the trajectory of the myriad petals and leaves drifting through the air, and sensed the barely perceptible breeze stirred by Ling Feishuang's delicate hand. The spiritual gaze allowed him to discern the flaws within countless formations and unravel the subtleties of this intent. Ling Feishuang's intention was to manipulate the floating flowers and leaves, and yet, the sword aura beside Murong Tian seemed to possess a semblance of this intent, albeit erratic and chaotic. Most notably, while those flowers and leaves moved in accordance with Ling Feishuang's guiding hand, Murong Tian's sword aura surged forth independently, as if the sword itself acted first. The intention was too overt. The roles had become reversed. After a moment of contemplation, Shunan spoke slowly, his voice calm. Disciple, do not rush. Draw your sword more slowly, and quiet your mind to perceive the essence of those drifting flowers and leaves. Murong Tian was taken aback. Slow down. But hadn't Elder Lu stated that to break through the flower palm intent, one must move faster? Why, then, did his master advise him to slow down? Lu Yinxin furrowed her brows slightly, perplexed. It was precisely because Murong Tian's sword was swift that Feishuang had employed the flower palm intent. What could be the reasoning behind urging him to slow his strikes? Chapter 90. Enlightenment of the sword. Despite his confusion, Murong Tian complied. He endeavored to draw his sword more slowly, yet the aura surrounding him suddenly dissipated, the sword light fading as his blade merely grazed the petals before being deflected. He staggered back several steps, his hand trembling upon the hilt, his brow knitted in concern. Why had his once firm sword aura collapsed so suddenly? As he pondered, a gentle and familiar voice resonated from afar. You must master the sword aura, it should not master you. The sword is a weapon, you are its master. If you desire speed, it shall be swift. If you desire slowness, it must comply. The wind sword immortal of the Eastern Spirit domain once proclaimed, where intent reaches, there the force arrives, where the sword goes, therein lies the true sword wielder. Lu Yinxin looked at the middle-aged man beside her, his white hair framing his face, astonished. She had not anticipated that he was knowledgeable about matters of the Eastern Spirit domain. The Eastern Spirit domain is a sanctuary for sword cultivators, revered for their mastery over the sword. Shun En's gaze was piercing. He had gleaned these insights from his readings. His tone remained steady as he continued. What you must achieve is a harmonious union between the sword in your hand and your own will, allowing you to strike with intention and shape the sword's aura at will. Murong Tian stood still, his gaze lowered upon the dark sword in his hand, murmuring to himself in contemplation. Striking with intention, shaping the sword's aura. Where intent reaches, there the force arrives, where the sword goes. His brow furrowed deeply. Although he had grasped the sword aura over the past few days, it appeared that each subsequent strike had been merely an attempt to align with his own aura, to be faster. Yet, this had resulted in others easily discerning his sword's direction once they recognized his aura. After a period of reflection, Murong Tian focused anew, drawing his sword once more. This time, he moved even more slowly, so slow that even Xiao Jingxue, at the realm of Qi Si, could perceive with utmost clarity the trajectory of his sword and the radiance surrounding him. Bang! Yet, as the sword was barely drawn, the sword intent around him crumbled once more, and the shimmering lights dissipated, leaving only the unremarkable long sword, which was deflected by the flying blossoms. Again, Murong Tian, undeterred, rose from the ground and drew his sword once more. Each attempt was slower than the last, repeatedly met with Ling Feishuang's sweeping palm, accompanied by a flurry of petals that sent him retreating. If you teach him this way, he might lose all the sword intent he has grasped over the past few days, rendering 2 months of effort futile. Lu Yinxin furrowed her brow. Noticing how Murong Tian's swordplay had grown increasingly chaotic, lacking the ferocity and swiftness of before, even more pitiful than on the first day he faced Ling Feishuang. Only through destruction can one rebuild, thus gathering intent from the momentum. Shannon spoke softly. He did not deny that he had devised this method by leveraging his recent, relentless study and the keen observations made moments ago. It was not guaranteed to succeed, but it was the only opportunity for Murong Tian to swiftly grasp the essence of the sword. If he failed to comprehend, and instead ruined his sword intent, then neither he nor Murong Tian would attend tomorrow's Kangwu realm gathering. With his current strength at the returning Origin realm, he would merely be cannon fodder. It would be wiser to remain and continue honing his skills. Lu Yunqin's delicate brows knitted together. Was this truly how one taught the art of the sword? After much effort, her disciple had begun to comprehend sword intent, progressing toward its essence. Now, he was being instructed to abandon the sword intent he had spent 2 months cultivating, to approach it from an entirely different angle. Watching Murong Tian, who now moved as slowly as an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation, Ling Feishuang's expression turned cold. She even dispelled her own mastery of intent, opting not to employ her martial techniques, but rather unleashed a direct palm strike. Clang! A crisp sound resonated. Murong Tian fell to the ground, his black sword spinning in the air for several revolutions before clattering to the earth. If this practice continues, your sword intent will be utterly destroyed. Ling Feishuang spoke icily, attempting to dissuade him from this method of training. Murong Tian lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. In the depths of his mind, he felt as though he was on the verge of grasping something elusive. His master had said, where intent reaches, momentum follows, and the sword goes where intent directs. In a moment of clarity, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he sprang to his feet. Drawing the black sword from the air, he thrust it forward once again, this time in an utterly unremarkable manner. Foolishness. Ling Feishuang shook her head inwardly, raising her hand for another strike. But suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. The seemingly mundane, slow thrust of the black sword surged in speed, the fierce sword intent erupting in an instant, transforming into a torrent of thunderous sword light. This unexpected and concentrated sword intent caught her off guard, and in a flurry, she immediately unleashed the flower petal palm technique. A myriad of falling leaves and blossoms manifested in the air, once more blocking the numerous fierce sword lights. Simultaneously, she struck out, enveloping the falling leaves and blossoms as they surged toward the black sword in Murong Tian's hand. Just as Lu Yunqin believed this strike would be deflected as usual, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Both she and Ling Feishuang's pupils contracted sharply. As the sword in Murong Tian's hand suddenly vanished, countless petals and leaves fell in vain. In the next moment, the boy's steady and pure voice resonated. "Senior sister, you have lost." Ling Feishuang was taken aback, a distinct chill coursing through her neck. The boy's brows and eyes gleamed like a sword, his robes rustling in the breeze. The black sword in his hand had somehow found its way onto his shoulder. At this moment, Murong Tian's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, no longer exuding a breathtaking sword momentum that was sharp and unparalleled. Instead, it emanated a calmness, a tranquility that concealed his brilliance. If previously he wielded the sword's might like an unsheathed, extraordinary blade, now this blade had returned to its sheath, embodying simplicity and authenticity. Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes were momentarily lost in thought, her crimson lips slightly parted. At this instant, what Murong Tian wielded was no longer mere sword momentum, but the true essence of sword intent, swift to the extreme, flowing with the heart's desire. Congratulations, host, for completing stage 1. You have earned a lottery chance X1. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger Time Limited card, Peak Earth Spirit Realm, X5. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Shannon couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. It seemed to be fate, guiding him toward the Kangwu realm. Upon hearing the phrase Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, he smiled wryly. Once upon a time, he had lay in bed, watching thrilling moments unfold, suddenly extending his hand and shouting in a dramatic fashion, Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Regrettably, it had only been a fleeting thought back then. Little did he expect that this dream could truly materialize now. He stroked his chin, silently resolving that since this was the case, he would fulfill the dreams of his many comrades from his past life in this otherworldly realm. It would not be a journey in vain. He pondered whether his comrades would find it more impressive to shout Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger before crushing their enemies, or to effortlessly fend off formidable foes with a mere flick of the wrist. System, why not conjure the Buddha's Wrath Lotus as well? Then I can obliterate the Tianxua sect, Shannon jested in his mind. The host is truly adorable. Call me father and I shall grant it. Father, my dear son, so obedient, let us not pursue that item. Shannon twitched his lips. This system was nothing short of a rebellious child. In the training arena, Ling Feishuang stared blankly at the black sword on her shoulder. unable to regain her composure for an extended period. This was her first defeat. Although it was somewhat unexpected, she had indeed lost. No one could have anticipated that Murong Tian's sword would become so swift in that fleeting moment. Just as she was about to strike, the sword suddenly vanished, only to reappear from another direction to launch an attack. You have won. She gazed deeply at the black-clad boy before her voice cool and devoid of displeasure. Thank you, senior sister. Murong Tian sheathed his sword and stood upright, bowing respectfully. He then turned to the middle-aged man in black, standing outside the arena. His clear and bright eyes brimmed with joy and anticipation, resembling a child awaiting praise from a parent after scoring full marks. Meeting his gaze, Shannon smiled warmly and nodded in approval. Truly, my disciple, well done. After receiving compliments, the young man could hardly conceal his delight. He had succeeded, proving himself worthy of his master's expectations, truly comprehending the essence of the sword. He had grasped something that countless others found elusive. Xiao Jingxue exhaled, a smile gracing his face. He had witnessed the tireless efforts of senior brother Murong over the past few days. This outcome was a testament to the countless nights spent honing their swordsmanship. All right, let us prepare well for our departure tomorrow. As Shannon spoke, he turned towards the direction of the bamboo courtyard. Yes, master. Murong Tian nodded enthusiastically, then excitedly looked at Ling Feishuang, drawing his sword once more. Sister, let us continue. Ling Feishuang commanded. System, utilize the remaining 6 pulsed divine sword skill cards to enhance the probability and draw something that can aid my journey. Inside the bamboo courtyard, Shannon reclined on a rattan chair. Enhancement successful. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Draw without a moment's hesitation, Shannon issued the command. After all, once they reached the Kangwu realm, there would be numerous powerful beings of the Earth Spirit realm. Even if they weren't soaring through the skies, they could outrun him. Without acquiring something to either pursue or evade, could he rely solely on his 2 legs? Of course, if he failed to draw anything useful, he would have to resort to purchasing a mount or a spirit tool at the market. As the wheel of fortune illuminated, the pointer finally rested upon a purple orb. Rare? Shun's eyes sparkled with surprise. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 red hair, 1 portable beast pouch, and 30 years of horse riding experience. Red hair? He was momentarily taken aback, for indeed, a mount had arrived, and it was none other than the legendary red hair. In a previous life, the phrase the red hair among horses and Lubu among men had echoed with renown. Yet, despite the red hair's prowess, it was merely an ordinary horse in this world where formidable beings could shatter mountains with a single punch. Sensing his thoughts, the system swiftly responded. Rest assured, host. For what the system produces is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. The red hair has been infused with the bloodline of a mythical beast, galloping like the wind. Its speed is unmatched, even compared to Earth's spirit realm warriors in flight. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Shannon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the system did not falter at critical moments. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a flash of crimson light appeared by the bamboo courtyard stream. A magnificent chestnut horse, devoid of any blemish, emerged, exuding an aura of regality merely by standing there, its gaze commanding. Its muscular physique was strikingly beautiful, appearing extraordinary. With a snort, the red hair approached Shannon, lowering its proud head to affectionately nuzzle its master's hand. Truly, the red hair embodied majesty. Shannon stroked its mane, feeling a deep attachment. Now, he had both skill cards and a means of transportation. Everything was in place, awaiting their journey to the Kangwu realm come morning. The night swiftly passed. Although Shannon had instructed Murong Tian to rest well, the lad only managed an extra hour of sleep, continuing his sword practice late into the night. At dawn the following day, Shannon led him towards the mountain gate. Xiao Jingxue stood at the foot of Qingyun Peak, watching as the two departed. The medicinal garden of Qingyun Peak still requires supervision, thus she cannot accompany them. Furthermore, entering the Kangwu realm would be a futile endeavor. Outside the mountain gate, Xian Yuzi and others awaited their arrival. Apart from himself and the disciples of Qingyuan Peak, there were also Yu Jingyuan and his master, Zheng Sanshan. After 2 months of recuperation, he had long since removed his mask, regaining the dignified visage of the Peak Master Elder. In addition to them, there was another individual, a young man clad in a plain gray robe, appearing rather unremarkable, with cultivation only at the initial stage of the Guiyuan realm. Were it not for Xian Yuzi's prior warning, Shannon would never have guessed that this seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, His Highness the Crown Prince. Regarding Xiao Tian's identity, Xian Yuzi merely mentioned it was entrusted by an old friend, refraining from further elaboration, likely fearing that the foolish Murong Tian and his companions might inadvertently reveal something. Since everyone had gathered, they prepared to embark. Xian Yuzi waved his sleeve, and a flying vessel materialized. The group stepped aboard, ascending into the sky, as the mountain gate of Lingfu Mountain quickly shrank into a mere dot below. The Kangwu realm is located at the edge of the far north, within the territory of the northern Ming dynasty, and the journey would take approximately 2 days. During this time, you may rest well, Xian Yuzi spoke softly while maneuvering the vessel. 2 days? Shunan inwardly gasped, pondering the vast distance. Xian Yuzi's vessel was notably faster than Lu Yunqin's by several folds. On board the vessel, Murong Tian curiously observed Xiao Tian's, while Shun inched closer to Zheng Sanshan. Fixating his gaze upon him, the latter cautiously shifted aside, asking, "What do you want?" "Old Zheng," Shunan began, "to be honest. Is the formation you set at Qingyun Peak genuinely effective, or was it a sham to deceive me?" Zheng Sanshan was taken aback. "What the hell? After 2 months of sleepless nights crafting that formation, you dare to question its authenticity?" Just as he was about to retort, he recalled Shun's despicable tactics, took a deep breath, and resolutely closed his eyes, uttering not a word. "Hey, old Zheng, don't play dead. Does the formation work or not? If it's ineffective, you'll have to redo it upon returning to Qingyun Peak. I won't tolerate you skimping on this." Zheng Sanshan clenched his fists tightly. Aside from the protective mountain formation and the Qingfu Great Formation, the Qingyun Grand Formation had consumed the most of his efforts. To have Shun accuse him of cutting corners was infuriating. He was certain Shun intended to trap him. He wouldn't engage in conversation. For this fellow was devoid of principles. Noticing Zheng Sanshan's silence, Shun smirked, further convinced of his negligence. Otherwise, how could Lu Yunqin have entered so easily? Casting a glance around, he saw that apart from Murong Tian, who was intently scrutinizing Xiao Tian's, the others had begun to meditate with their eyes closed. He leaned closer to Zheng Sanshan, lowering his voice to inquire, "Old Zheng, the other protector the sect leader mentioned to me, it wouldn't be you, would it? If so, then during the skirmish, I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. We'll wreak havoc together, you slaying foes while I offer my encouragement." Zheng Sanshan turned to regard Shinin, feeling a deep sense of despair. Why did the master choose this individual to accompany him into the Kangwu realm for protection? When danger arises, it's not just the threat from others that will be perilous. He might drive me to distraction as well. Such misfortune. Chapter 92. The symbol of mountains and rivers on the fringes of the extreme north. Snow falls incessantly. This place is shrouded in a ceaseless blanket of snow, creating an endless vista of desolation and solitude. Beyond this snowy expanse lies the true extreme north, fraught with innumerable dangers. Teeming not only with countless ferocious beasts, but also inhabited by tribes steeped in malevolence. Only those with cultivation at the level of the middle 3 realms can traverse the extreme north safely and venture beyond the southern domain. At this moment, within a vast valley blanketed by feather-like snowflakes, countless individuals await. Some glide gracefully on the wind, suspended in midair, while others navigate in fleets aboard flying vessels. Those privy to the secrets of the Kangwu realm include not only various prominent sects and families, but many wandering cultivators have also received word and flocked here. Among them, 3 enormous flying vessels stand out prominently, exuding an extraordinary presence. The leaders aboard these vessels, despite not revealing their auras, emanate an overwhelming sense of pressure. One vessel is adorned with cloud patterns, another with alchemical cauldrons, and the third bears a grand character representing the Zhao family. These 3 vessels symbolize the most formidable factions within the southern domain, excluding the imperial court, the Qiyun Dao sect of the Pingtian dynasty, the Zhao family, and the Yaowang Valley of the northern Ming dynasty. The leaders of the Zhao family and Yaowang Valley are both at the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm. While the hunched, bearded elder from the Qiyun Dao sect exudes a pressure that far exceeds that of the heavenly spirit realm, he is in the Qinkuan realm. He is the 5th elder of the Qiyun Dao sect, Yang Li, accompanied by his disciple Gu Yun, a 19-year-old in the late earth spirit realm, who possesses exceptional talent within the sect. Among the throngs of floating cultivators, Zheng Sanshan, dressed in a fur coat and holding tightly to his companion Shunin, who is fearful of falling, speaks in a hushed tone. Both men obscure their faces beneath conical hats. As they approach their destination, Xian Yuzi has discreetly released them, allowing them to blend into the crowd of wandering cultivators and enter the Kangwu realm without drawing attention. Shunin follows Zheng's gaze to the Qiyun Dao sect's flying vessel. Indeed, behind the bearded elder are several individuals, the most striking of whom is a tall, androgynous young man, with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazes upon the multitude of martial artists with an air of indifference. What of the Yaowang Valley and the Zhao family? Shun's eyes shift to the other 2 vessels. The Yaowang Valley is represented by their grand elder, Qian Hai, a practitioner of the heavenly spirit realm and a 5th-grade alchemist. The most distinguished junior accompanying him is Bei Chen Wangshu, daughter of the renowned alchemist Bei Chen Xiani, who is in the mid-earth spirit realm and a 4th-grade alchemist. On the Yawang Valley's vessel stands a plump elderly man with graying hair, perpetually smiling with narrowed eyes, emanating warmth and approachability. Behind him is a young girl clad in a blue dress, her long hair tied with a red ribbon, curiously scanning her surroundings with bright, inquisitive eyes, seemingly searching for something. She is Qian Hai and Bei Chen Wangshu. What about the flying vessel from Lingfu Mountain? Qian Hai gestured towards the distance, saying, "Look, that is the flying vessel of Lingfu Mountain." Bei Chen Wangshu raised his eyes and was momentarily taken aback upon catching sight of a small flying vessel not far off. Although Xian Yuzi's vessel was far more exquisite and larger than the ordinary ones, it paled in comparison to the three colossal vessels nearby. Is it not said that Lingfu Mountain is the foremost sect of the Dun dynasty? Why then, do they possess only a common flying vessel without any spiritual vessels? Bei Chen Wangshu scanned the flying vessel repeatedly, but failed to find the person he sought. Where's Jing Shui? Was it not mentioned that she also entered Lingfu Mountain? Why isn't she here? Qian Hai smiled wryly. Young master, Princess Qing Shui suffers from bone-corroding poison, making it impossible for her to participate in the trials, and it is not easy for her to travel long distances. Oh, Bei Chen Wangshu felt somewhat disheartened. He could not fathom Jing Shui's reasoning. After all, the most formidable alchemist in the entire Ninju domain was his father. Why would she choose to seek a master at the obscure Qingyun Peak of Lingfu Mountain? He had heard that the master of Qingyun Peak, Shunin, was merely at the body refinement stage and had an air of arrogance, refusing to accept her. As he spoke, Bei Chen Wangshu waved his delicate fist, feigning anger, declaring that if he were to encounter Shunin, he would surely question him thoroughly. Qian Hai could only shake his head in resignation. Young master. During the zenith of Lingfu Mountain, it was not inferior to Yawang Valley and may have even surpassed it. Moreover, the Qingyun Peak you mentioned, which you deem inconsequential, was once a bastion of strength, boasting 8 celestial spirit realm experts and over 20 earth spirit realm practitioners. The previous peak master was even at the Qianquan realm. So formidable? She blinked in surprise and confusion. Then why has it come to this, that someone at the late body refinement stage can become the peak master? That is due to the great battle a decade ago, which resulted in the destruction of 1/3 of Lingfu Mountain's gates, leading to the fall of nearly 90% of its strong practitioners. Qingyun Peak suffered near total annihilation, leaving only one survivor, who is now the current master. As Qian Hai recounted the tale, Bei Chen Wangshu could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Qingyun Peak. She had not anticipated that such a formidable peak had fallen to such a state. Yet, sympathy aside, she could not forgive Shunin for his arrogance in refusing to accept Jing Shui as a disciple. If given the chance, she would undoubtedly confront him. She pondered why Jing Shui would choose to be a disciple of a practitioner at the late body refinement stage. What of the other powerful individuals within Lingfu Mountain? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing her question, Qian Hai's expression turned serious, and his gaze became more solemn. If Qingyun Peak was the strongest peak of Lingfu Mountain a decade ago, then the most powerful individual at that time was undoubtedly the master of Qingshu Peak, Zheng Shanha. He was also at the Qianquan realm and possessed few rivals at that level. His mastery of talismans was so profound that it even surpassed that of Elder Tianjian from 200 years ago, achieving a stalemate against the Grand Elder of Qiyun Daozong with a single Shanha talisman. So impressive? Bei Chen Wangshu gasped, astonished. The Grand Elder of Qiyun Daozong was a figure of great stature, even a decade ago, having reached the pinnacle of the Qianquan realm, representing the peak combat prowess of the entire sect. To be able to fight him to a standstill meant that Zheng Shanha was perhaps even more formidable than her father. After the valiant warriors perished on Qingyun Peak, he stood alone, resolutely defeating the remnants of the demonic sect. With a single talisman, he disarmed and vanquished 3 priests of the Qianquan realm, not to mention the countless others from the Tianling and Diling realms who fell by his hand. His actions bought precious time for the Spirit Talisman Mountain to summon the Grand Talisman Array. As he spoke, Qian Hai's expression turned solemn, filled with admiration. Regrettably, such a heroic figure, exhausted and spent after the fierce battle, breathed his last before witnessing the Grand Talisman Array being activated. Yet, even in death, he stood upright before the gates of Spirit Talisman Mountain, drenched in blood, unwaveringly gazing in the direction of the demonic sect. The members of the sect were so intimidated that they dared not advance. It was only when the Grand Talisman Array was finally invoked, powered by the collective strength of Spirit Talisman Mountain's inhabitants, that the conflict was quelled. Qian Hai sighed softly, a hint of regret in his tone. Regret about what? The girl inquired. Because the incident occurred so abruptly, the river and mountain talisman was not left within the talisman tower, and now, there should be no one left capable of using it. Qian Hai explained, as if recalling something. He added uncertainly, however, I have heard that he may have a living brother. I wonder if he possesses the river and mountain talisman. Beichen Wangshu's eye sparkled. Did that master of Qingfu Peak once slay 3 powerful beings of the Qiankuan realm with this particular talisman? Just how formidable must the river and mountain talisman be? Chapter 93. The opening of the Kangwu realm. After introducing the Medicine King Valley, Zhang Sanshan proceeded to discuss the circumstances of other sects, while Shun and listened attentively, nodding along. Since there are no restrictions on the number of entrants into the secret realm, why don't the various sects bring thousands of disciples with them? Shun queried, noting that there were already several thousand wandering cultivators present, yet the major clans had sent relatively few members. Would you bring them in just to have them slaughtered? Zhang Sanshan shot him a glance. Sometimes, having too many people is not advantageous. It can make one a target. And certain dangers within the secret realm are specifically designed to strike where the numbers are greatest. Opportunities cannot merely be seized by sheer numbers. One must also consider personal strength and fortune. Shannon nodded, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face. Old Zhang, why is it that, despite both being elders, the others are in the Tianling realm while you remain in the Diling realm? Zhang Sanshan's lips twitched. This fellow truly has a talent for bringing up sensitive topics. You are also an elder. What realm do you occupy? Me? Shannon blinked. I am in the body refinement realm. Upon hearing him shamelessly divulge his own realm, Zhang Sanshan turned his head away. This guy's audacity never ceases to astonish. Conversing with him will surely be the death of me from exasperation. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Did Shunan truly possess a hidden realm? Why could he sense no trace of cultivation energy within him? As if he were genuinely at the body refinement realm. What then were those previous feats? Could it be that they were all due to the hidden cards left by his adoptive father? In the distance, the elders of various clans were also introducing the figures around them to their juniors. Qin Beishan and Shangwan Bao were among them, sharing a flying vessel, their camaraderie evident. Qin Xianyue noticed Murong Tian trailing behind Xian Yuzi, her gaze indifferent as she subtly shook her head. To dare to venture into the Kangwu realm with mere early-stage Guiyuan cultivation was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Those who ultimately obtained opportunities within the Kangwu realm would only be the likes of them from the Earth Spirit realm. Even those with good fortune in the Guiyuan realm might only taste the remnants, while those less fortunate could vanish without a trace. Shangwan Jia also took note of Murong Tian, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had yet to settle the score with Murong Tian for seizing his place in the upper 3 pools previously, with Lu Yunqin and Shunan protecting him. The Shangwan family truly had no means to deal with him. However, should they enter the Kangwu realm, he had 100 methods to torment that waste. Xiao Tian stood quietly behind Xian Yuzi, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. Thus far, he had not detected anything amiss. It seemed no one had noticed the presence of a newcomer in Lingfu Mountain. Could it be that my suspicions were erroneous? His gaze flickered as he shook his head slightly. Whether or not his assumptions were correct, he decided to continue observing. Suddenly, amidst everyone's contemplations, the entire expanse of snow trembled. The wind and snow intensified, fierce as blades. Oh my, such strong winds! Shunan exclaimed, nearly swept away by the gusts. Clinging desperately to Zhang Sanshan's arm, even wrapping his legs around him, utterly lacking in dignity. Zhang Sanshan, feeling mortified by the sight of Shun and clinging to him like a monkey, could hardly bear the embarrassment. Shunan, can't you fly on your own? I can't. Shunan replied earnestly, pressing down on his hat to prevent it from being blown away. I've told you I'm merely at the body refinement stage and cannot fly. Do you not believe me? I don't believe you, Zhang Sanshan replied directly, casting him a sidelong glance. At that moment, a series of exclamations erupted among the scattered cultivators. The Kangwu realm, the entrance to the Kangwu realm, is about to open. Is that the entrance? It's truly magnificent. In a chorus of astonishment, all eyes turned towards the heart of the storm. Before them, beneath the swirling snow, the void began to ripple, and a dazzling passage formed. Its end marked by a fiery red vortex, thick with emanating spiritual energy. The Kangwu realm, said to be the residence of the Kangwu Venerable, was, in truth, a small space of its own. Such a small domain was rare, even among the upper 3 realms. This alone illustrated the substantial wealth and profound heritage of the Kangwu Venerable. The seal has been lifted. Enter swiftly. The leaders aboard 3 enormous flying vessels waved their sleeves. Subsequently, beams of light soared into the sky. The Qi Yun Dao sect and the Zhao family members were the first to follow the radiant passage into the realm. Elder, I'm heading out, Beichen Wangshu exclaimed as she soared into the air, accompanied by several disciples from Yaowang Valley, her eyes sparkling. Young mistress, be cautious. Qian Hai hurriedly shouted, his expression tinged with concern. His lady was innocent and naive, unaware of the treacherous nature of humanity. The master of the valley summoned her to the Kangwu realm, partly to encourage her to vie for the Kangwu heart. Acquiring the Nirvana Divine Fire would greatly aid her future pursuits in the medicinal arts. On the other hand, the intention was for her to cultivate her character, to maintain such a pure disposition, for in this survival of the fittest world, one cannot tread far with naivete. Qianyu, proceed, Qin Baishan said softly, stroking his beard. Understood. Qin Qianyu nodded gently, leading the Shangwan family forward. Meanwhile, Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang, after bidding farewell to Xian Yuzi and Lu Yunqin, also departed. Naturally, they would not fly. They could only rely on Xian Yuzi and the others to escort them inside. As for the wandering cultivators, their presence here indicated they possessed their own means, be it flying boats or some enchanted artifacts capable of brief flight. After all, who could traverse such a vast distance to the edge of this extreme northern territory? Yet, there were some who, despite their age, sought to test their luck. The moment they stepped onto the radiant passage, a sharp aura of murderous intent surged forth from within. Boom. Among the gathered wandering cultivators, many ignited with a golden red flame, the searing energy distorting the very fabric of the void. Cries of despair echoed as those who dared to tempt fate were seized by terror. No matter how they flailed, the flames could not be extinguished. Within mere moments, they were reduced to ashes, swept away by the wind and snow. Even those within the earth spirit realm, and those concealed within the celestial spirit realm, would meet an inevitable demise should they contravene the rules of entering the Kangwu realm. This scene left many onlookers among the wandering cultivators trembling with dread, quelling any thoughts of proceeding further. Is this the Nirvana Divine Fire? Shunan felt a chill run down his spine, growing increasingly apprehensive. Old Zheng, does the Master-S concealed heaven pill truly have any effect? I am still young. Let us go. Zheng Sanshan barked, and the two sped forward through the howling snow. He was keen to avoid listening to the incessant ramblings of his companion. After just a short while, his ears began to feel sore. Goodness! As the scenery rushed past, Shunan barely had time to react before he was swept onto the radiant passage. Fortunately, no flames erupted from beneath their feet. Shunen's anxious heart finally found solace. He exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the Master-S pill was genuine. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. Chapter 94. Disturbance in space. Upon realizing that the restrictions did not target him, Shunen felt a sense of calm settle within. The two swiftly traversed the passage and successfully entered the Kangwu realm alongside the others. Upon entry, they were enveloped in a void of darkness. Navigating through the currents as one, Zheng Sanshan scanned his surroundings and soon spotted Murong Tian and the others not far off. He discreetly moved closer to ensure they could maintain proximity and observe any potential threats. At that moment, among the wandering cultivators, a figure clad in black, wearing a bronze mask, gazed intently towards Shangwan Jie, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving a response, the figure clad in black revealed a glint from beneath their flowing sleeves, producing a black stone. With a firm grip, a sharp crack resonated, unleashing a chaotic force of spatial energy. Suddenly, the previously stable void began to tremble, and an intricate web of fissures emerged. A thunderous roar echoed as a powerful suction emanated from within the cracks, instantly engulfing several unsuspecting cultivators. They had no time to scream, their bodies shattered into countless fragments, as if cleaved by the very fabric of space. The tremors in the void and the overwhelming pull caused everyone's pupils to constrict. This is bad, a spatial rift. Panic swept over the crowd, and many hastily summoned their spiritual energy in defense. Yet, numerous individuals were still caught by the abrupt rifts, meeting a gruesome end. The sudden turn of events left Murong Tian and the others frowning, while Ling Feishuang's expression turned grave. We must leave this place, she urged, leading a few companions to hasten towards the exit. Meanwhile, the fissures in the void continued to spread, the suction growing ever stronger. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened, his heart heavy with foreboding. Indeed, an unforeseen incident had transpired. He cast a fleeting glance back towards the Su family's direction, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. It seemed his father's suspicions were not unfounded. The Su family was far more formidable than anticipated. The emergence of these spatial rifts was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. Someone was covertly orchestrating this calamity. Their objective was undoubtedly to target him. Xiao Tianzhen narrowed his eyes. Apart from his mother and father, the only other person aware of his movements was the Empress. Should the remnants of the demonic sect make an appearance during this expedition to Kangwu, it would confirm the collusion between the Empress and the Su family with the demonic sect. Although this course of action bore significant risk, the recent reports of remnants from the demonic sect in Lingfu Mountain, coupled with the events at Lanyuan, left him with no choice but to pursue this desperate strategy. Purging internal threats was essential to focus on external challenges. Old Zheng, what is the situation? Shunen clutched Zheng Sanshan tightly, his heart racing. Just moments ago, a fissure had unexpectedly opened beneath him. Had he not reacted in time to leap onto Zhang Sanshan, he would have likely lost a vital part of himself to that spatial force. Indeed, this expedition to Kangwu would not be straightforward. Hold on to me. We must push through quickly. Otherwise, the chaotic spatial currents will only intensify, consuming everyone. Zhang Sanshan, too pressed for time to consider the weight upon him, raised his right hand with a grave expression, swiftly tracing symbols in the air. In the blink of an eye, a complete golden talisman materialized. As this talisman appeared, a gust of wind surged through the void, propelling the two of them like streaks of light. This spectacle drew the attention of many around them, including the figure wearing a bronze mask. Observing the two who had harnessed the talisman's power to dart into the radiant light, he squinted slightly. A teleportation talisman. It is Zhang Sanshan from Qingfu Peak. How ironic that our paths cross here. Zhang Shanha avenged his sect by slaying so many of my kin. It seems the time has come for him to repay that debt. With this thought, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Uncertain, Zhang Shanha pondered whether he alone could withstand the might of numerous formidable adversaries. He questioned if his younger brother possessed the strength to safeguard the descendants of Lingfu Mountain. After a cold sneer, the masked figure accelerated forward. Within the desolate and shadowy expanse of the Kangwu realm, two silhouettes materialized amidst the fluctuations of the void. As the surroundings stabilized, Shunan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, albeit tinged with anxiety. The image of those warriors being torn to shreds by the spatial rift sent shivers down his spine. Although he recognized the peril of their expedition, he had not anticipated such grave dangers. They had scarcely entered Kangwu when the first casualties occurred. Zhang Sanshan's expression turned grave as he warily surveyed the terrain. Fortunately, despite the desolation, there appeared to be no immediate threats. Yet, why did he suddenly find it difficult to breathe? His expression shifted, and he abruptly lowered his gaze, frowning as he struggled to speak. Elder Shun, we are now safe. May I descend? Shunan chuckled awkwardly, finally releasing the two legs that had been coiled around his waist and loosening the hand that had tightly gripped his neck. With the confinement lifted, Zhang Sanshan gasped for fresh air, casting a somewhat resentful glance at him. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of the spatial rift and his enemies, only to nearly be suffocated by this fellow. This situation had become troublesome. The recent upheaval had thrown the spatial order into chaos, altering everyone's positions. With no time to dwell on other matters, Zhang Sanshan spoke sternly, his brow furrowed. Did the sect leader not provide you with a locator disc? Quickly, ascertain how far they are from here. Understood. Zhang Sanshan nodded, flipping his palm to reveal a compass inscribed with runes. The needle trembled violently before finally pointing southeast. Its light dimmed to the point of near invisibility. Both men frowned in unison. The compass's faint glow indicated that Murong Tian and the others were quite far away. What shall we do? Should we fly over? Shunan rubbed his hands together, feeling a flicker of excitement. The sensation of riding the wind was entirely different from that of being in a flying vessel. It was exhilarating. That is feasible. But there are restrictions in the air above these mountains. I can protect myself, but you, Elder Shun, must fend for yourself, Zhang Sanshan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him before grasping his hand, ready to take flight. Hey. It's not that I'm afraid of dying. I merely believe that for the sake of caution, we should travel by land. Shunan hurriedly interjected. Zhang Sanshan chose to selectively ignore his words. His intention was not to fly directly to their companions. He simply aimed to leave this mountainous region, though he could manage to fly despite the surrounding restrictions. Doing so would expend a significant amount of spiritual energy. Should they encounter danger while depleted, it would spell trouble. According to the sect leader, it was highly likely that remnants of the demonic cult would also interfere in this secret realm expedition. Given the asymmetry of knowledge, where the enemy remained hidden and they stood in the light, it was prudent to proceed with caution. As for Murong Tian and his group, with Xiao Tianqi present, it was unlikely they would face immediate danger. After all, as the crown prince, the emperor would not send him in unprepared. He surely had contingency plans in place. Moreover, given the prowess of Xiao Tiansu, he should be in no peril unless confronted by seasoned experts of the late Earth Spirit realm. Chapter 95. The Master has instructed that one must complete the Caodaos before departing. Let us proceed. Zhang Sanshan spoke softly, and the two ventured beyond the mountains. A talisman in Xiao Tiansu's grasp, they hastened towards the heart of the Kangwu realm, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. Likely the location of the legacy left by the revered Kangwu. Not only they, but everyone who entered the Kangwu realm was also making their way in that direction. Meanwhile, in a desolate canyon, the expressions of Ling Fei Shuang, Yu Zheng Yuan, and Xiao Tian Su were grave. Alas, junior brother Murong is missing. The three exchanged worried glances, with Yu Zheng Yuan's brow furrowed. They had only just arrived and already discovered one of their number absent, and none could be found nearby. He must have been transported to another location. They needed to locate him swiftly. A trace of concern flickered in Ling Fei Shuang's eyes. Although Murong Tian was formidable within the returning Origin realm, they were surrounded by numerous Earth Spirit experts in this secret realm. Should he encounter one, the odds would not be in his favor, and given Murong Tian's temperament, he might unwittingly breach some forbidden area. Among the three, Xiao Tian Su, clad in humble attire, stepped forward and spoke. If we head towards the center, we are bound to cross paths with him. Ling Fei Shuang and Yu Zhengyuan exchanged a glance and nodded. Presently, this was their only recourse. They could only hope to find Murong Tian swiftly. In a desolate and chaotic graveyard, remnants of what was once a battlefield lay scattered. Alongside numerous debris, a youth clad in black traversed the area, pausing every few steps to perform 3 resounding kowtows at the graves before him. More notably, he bore an array of peculiar items hanging from his waist, strange stones, shattered swords, and a dirty wine gourd, giving the impression of a scavenger. Although he found it perplexing that such a graveyard existed within the domain of the Kangwu, his master had advised him before departing that should he encounter any unusual seated skeletons or graves within the secret realm, he must complete his kowtows before moving on. Additionally, if he stumbled upon any inscribed runes on a mountainside or any unremarkable broken weapons or books devoid of inscriptions, he must not overlook them, but rather observe them closely. The youth gazed resolutely at the remaining 100 or so graves ahead. His master's words were undoubtedly wise. Performing the kowtows was imperative. After each kowtow, he would rummage through the nearby clutter, deliberately selecting the most inconspicuous items to hang at his waist. It was not that he lacked a storage ring, but rather that it was already filled to capacity. Initially, he intended to collect everything near the graves, even tattered women's garments, into the storage ring. After an exhaustive search, he had accumulated no fewer than 1,000 items within his storage ring, leaving no room for more. Thus, he was compelled to choose only those items that were unremarkable yet distinctive. After all, since it was his master's instruction, there must be a purpose behind it. As the throngs hurriedly rushed towards the heart of the realm to seize the legacy of the esteemed Master Kangwu, a young boy meandered through the graveyard. His path marked by the faint sounds of his stumbling footsteps. Clad in travel-worn attire and burdened by an assortment of trinkets hanging from his waist, he resembled a rag-picker. After a short while, he finally arrived at the last tomb, nestled deep within the necropolis. In stark contrast to the other graves, this one appeared markedly dilapidated. The neighboring tombs were adorned with scattered artifacts and stone tablets, their inscriptions faded but clearly belonging to notable figures, as evidenced by their resting place within the Kangwu domain. Yet this particular grave was surrounded by overgrown weeds, devoid of any adornments. Even the marker before it was not a stone tablet, but a crooked wooden sign. Its writing equally obscure. The only legible characters were 2 words, human demon? Murong Tian's expression turned peculiar. Who would erect a monument for a human demon? Moreover, the character for human appeared rather diminutive. Without hesitation, Murong Tian knelt down, blinking back tears as he bowed deeply. Predecessor of the human demon, may your journey be peaceful. After 3 resounding bows, he rose and surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow. While other tombs had scattered remnants, this solitary grave stood out, its starkness unsettling amidst the overgrown grass. Surely, one could not leave empty-handed. Murong Tian stroked his chin, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the crooked wooden sign embedded in the earth, a spark igniting in his eyes. Predecessor of the human demon, it is rather dim here. Allow me to take you to a new home. With that, he reached out to grasp the wooden sign. To his surprise, it was firmly entrenched in the ground, and his initial tug yielded no results. Could this be the extraordinary object his master had spoken of? Murong Tian blinked, then summoned all his strength, even channeling his spiritual energy. As he strained to pull it free, his face flushed, and he muttered, "Predecessor of the human demon, fret not. I harbor no desire for your legacy. I merely wish to provide you with a home outside. My master taught me the importance of kindness and benevolence. As the saying goes, human nature is inherently good. Surely, you must feel lonely in this dim, desolate place. Let me take you away to rest among the verdant hills and flowing waters, and I shall even craft beautiful paper effigies for you to burn." His incessant chatter filled the graveyard, echoing through the stillness. It was a torment that even the powerful souls interred here could not have anticipated in death. Perhaps overwhelmed by Murong Tian's incessant prattle, or perhaps due to his newfound strength, the wooden sign suddenly popped out of the ground. Murong Tian, caught off guard by the momentum, fell back onto the ground. He dusted off the sign with a smile and secured it to his back with a rope. Phew. Finally done. He cast a satisfied glance at the array of dilapidated items hanging nearby before clapping his hands and departing from the graveyard. Not long after his exit, 2 others arrived at the scene. It was none other than Shangguan Jie. Accompanying him was an elder from the Shangguan clan, who had previously concealed himself among the wandering cultivators and was at the early stages of the earth spirit realm. Observing the graveyard, Shangguan Jie felt perplexed. Second uncle. Why are there graves within the Kangwu realm? The elder, whom he referred to as second uncle, pondered for a moment before responding. In the past, the esteemed Kangwu was pursued by numerous enemies, and some even followed him into the Kangwu realm. It seems this place was once the site of a fierce battle. I never expected the Kangwu esteemed one to be so benevolent as to erect monuments for them. He paused momentarily, then spoke solemnly. It is said that among those who pursued him was a powerful figure from the Ling clan of Zhongzhou, whose strength was unparalleled, rivaling even that of the Kangwu esteemed one. I believe his name was something like Sword Demon? Sword Demon? Shangguan Jie murmured the name, secretly admiring the figure. To be compared with the Kangwu esteemed one, who possessed the heart of Kangwu, speaks volumes of his formidable strength. Chapter 96. A sword to the throat. This place has clearly been visited by someone. It appears many valuable items have been scavenged. The elder scanned the surroundings, arriving at this conclusion through his observations. That individual cannot have gone far. Let us pursue. With keen determination, the 2 members of the Shangguan clan hastened through the graveyard. Pressing onward, whatever treasures had been taken were undoubtedly of considerable worth, and since they had encountered this opportunity, how could they let it slip away? Ahead, a young man clad in black darted through a dense thicket, surrounded by towering ancient trees, resembling a primeval forest. Occasionally, venomous snakes and insects would emerge. How could the esteemed Kangwu allow his domain to become so desolate? Not only are there graves, but also pests. Murong Tian muttered. Cleaving a centipede taller than a man with a single stroke of his sword, his brow furrowed in discontent. However, it should not be long before I find an exit. I wonder where the esteemed one's legacy truly lies. As he continued to probe forward, it was not long before Shangguan Jie and his companion caught up with him. They stared in silence at the centipede, which had been cleaved in 2, its body of vivid green akin to jade. This marked the 18th insect corpse they had encountered. The elder squinted at the centipede. This jade-green centipede was an excellent catalyst for detoxification elixirs, capable of refining 4th-grade pills, and its armor, once refined, could at least be fashioned into a low-grade mystic armor. How many precious items has that fellow scavenged from the graveyard to overlook so many rare venomous insects? Shangguan Jie spoke indifferently. From the wounds on those poisonous creatures, it appears a sword-wielding warrior is responsible, whose strength is merely at the returning origin realm. Regardless of how many treasures he has taken, we shall seize them. As he spoke, he waved his hand, collecting the jade-green centipede's corpse into his storage ring. The 2 continued to hasten forward, and soon, they spotted a solitary figure advancing at a leisurely pace along the edge of a steep cliff. Clad in black and wielding a black long sword, the individual was not particularly tall, even appearing somewhat gaunt. The sight left both of them momentarily stunned. The individual before him was adorned with an array of peculiar trinkets. A string of bells resembling garlic dangled from his shoulder, while at his waist hung a broken sword, an embroidered blade, and a shattered gourd. Astonishingly, he even wore what appeared to be a woman's undergarment upon his head. Most alarmingly, he carried a wooden gravestone upon his back. After a moment of shock, Shangguan Jie narrowed his eyes and swiftly recognized the familiar figure. It was none other than the inept Murong Tian, the very one who had usurped his place in the upper Sanchi at Chunyuan Mountain. It seemed that the individual who had just ransacked the grave treasures was indeed this fool. With a cold sneer, Shangguan Jie unleashed a palm strike, the energy of his late-stage Gui Yuan realm surging forth with a fierce wind. Murong Tian furrowed his brow and deftly evaded the attack. Boom! The palm imprint shattered the trunk of a large tree, causing it to tremble and crash to the ground. He turned, warily glancing behind him, and spoke coldly. Who is it? Shangguan Jie and his companion advanced, their expressions laced with mockery. What a coincidence to encounter you, you fool. Shangguan Jie. Murong Tian's gaze darkened as he tightened his grip on his sword. The Murong family had nearly faced disaster, with the shadow of the Shangguan family looming behind it. He held no fondness for those of the Shangguan clan. Hand over everything in your storage ring and crawl past here, and I shall spare your life. With a mocking demeanor, the Shangguan family member gestured towards his own midsection. In your dreams. Murong Tian replied coldly, his expression grave as he scrutinized the 2. Shangguan Jie's aura seemed manageable, still within the Gui Yuan realm, yet the pressure emanating from the elder behind him was suffocating. Mid-stage of the Di-Ling realm. Jier. Stop wasting time. Eliminate him swiftly. The elder of the Shangguan family stepped forward, only to be halted by a hand. Uncle, do not rush. I wish to thoroughly torment this brat. Shangguan Jie approached with a sinister smile, compelling the elder to halt in resignation. Murong Tian, do you know why Qin Xianyu sought to annul her engagement with the Murong family? As he advanced, he taunted. Had it not been for your father saving the head of the Qin family, thus fostering a favorable relationship that led to this betrothal in the hope of aiding the Murong family, do you truly believe that, as the fool you are, you deserve Qianyu? Establishing that 3-year agreement was nothing short of arrogant and self-deprecating. Murong Tian retorted coldly, my Murong family never sought to cling to the Qin family. If an annulment was desired, it could have been discussed privately. Yet, she, of all people, chose to publicly renounce the engagement before a crowd after the unforeseen death of the Qin family head, humiliating both me and my father. Humiliation? The Shangwan family erupted in laughter. You merely speak the truth. Your father is a fool, and you are the epitome of ineptitude. A mere insect. Who would care about your dignity? What are you trying to say? Murong Tian clenched his fists tightly. What am I trying to say? After the Shangwan family laughed, murderous intent surged within their eyes. I had no desire to deal with you, yet your master possesses some skill, managing to elevate you to your current state and seizing my rightful pool. Thus, I am rather displeased, and naturally, I must kill you to relieve my frustration. He stepped forward, his spiritual essence surging as he unleashed a powerful punch, a sinister smile creeping onto his face amidst the echoes of a tiger's roar. If you must blame someone, let it be your master. Murong Tian furrowed his brow, swiftly employing the ethereal steps of floating light and shadow to evade the attack. Observing that his punch had shattered only an illusion, Shangwan Jie's eyes flickered with surprise. Such an intricate footwork technique, able to so effortlessly evade my assault. In the next moment, Murong Tian lunged forward with his sword. Witnessing the sluggishness of the motion, Shangwan Jie's gaze turned scornful. With such a pace, do you even deserve to wield a sword? Oh, is that so? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Murong Tian's eyes. The slayer must always be slain. Through days of rigorous training and sparring with senior sister Ling, he had come to grasp the essence of striking unexpectedly for a decisive blow. Thus, beneath that seemingly slow sword intent, a bolt of lightning silently brewed. In the distance, Elder Shangwan sensed a hint of anomaly. His pupils constricted as he bellowed, Jia. Retreat quickly. Shangwan Jia hesitated momentarily. Retreat? Why would he need to back away from such a sluggish, tortoise-like sword? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Frowning, he reached up to touch it. A warm sensation met his fingers, and a vibrant splash of red was glaring in his palm. Is this blood? Shangwan Jia froze, and an overwhelming sense of panic surged within him. Before him, Murong Tian had already sheathed his sword, his gaze icy. At that moment, Shangwan Jia's throat erupted in a burst of electric light. With a hiss, blood gushed forth as the lightning detonated, and his head soared into the air, a headless body collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from the neck like a fountain. The wide-eyed stare was filled with terror and disbelief. Wasn't that sword supposed to be slow? Why did it suddenly strike with such swiftness? Chapter 97. The Fall of Murong Tian. You insolent wretch, dare you? Elder Shangwan was consumed with fury, charging forward. The oppressive aura of a powerful earth spirit realm expert enveloped the surroundings as he struck out with his palm, the force of the earth roaring forth. Murong Tian had already devised a countermeasure upon noticing the two of them. Without hesitation, he turned and leaped toward the steep cliff behind him, below which lay a raging river. Boom. Even though he was swift, the palm still struck his back. All of Murong Tian's weapons shattered under the immense force, save for a wooden token that withstood the residual impact, remaining unscathed. Yet, even so, the aftershock slammed into him, causing him to emit a muffled groan. His insides feeling as if they had shifted, his back a bloody mess. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting straight down, engulfed by the tumultuous waters with a resounding crash. Elder Shangwan reached the cliff's edge, his expression darkening. Sword intent. I never imagined this wretch had comprehended sword intent. Gazing upon Shangwan Jia's lifeless body, his face twisted in anguish. He could hardly accept that the most outstanding junior of the Shangwan family had met such a fate. He had barely entered the Kangwu realm, not even lasting a single day, and had yet to truly witness the legacy of the Kangwu master. Though he was eager to pursue the matter further and ascertain whether the individual had perished, at that moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Casting a cold glance towards the precipice, Elder Shangwan waved his sleeve to take possession of Shangwan Jie's storage ring and proceeded to arrange the corpse before turning to depart. Having endured a full-force strike from the Earth Spirit realm and then plummeting from such a great height, the young man had no chance of survival. It was imperative to locate the Qin family swiftly, to join them in the search for Kangwu Xian, and fulfill the task entrusted by the master. His gaze flickered, compelling him to leave the area for the time being. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit canyon, Ling Feishuang and her companions encountered no danger. Instead, a magnificent palace emerged before them, suffused with a radiant glow, seemingly extraordinary in nature. Although they yearned to enter and explore, the current priority was to find Morong, who was missing. We should continue searching for our junior brother Morong, Ling Feishuang stated decisively, opting to circumvent the palace without hesitation. Although Yu Jingyuan paused momentarily, he nodded in agreement. The palace possesses rune restrictions. Entering is not a simple matter. We cannot afford to delay in our search for junior brother Morong. Xiao Tiance expressed surprise. Esteemed ones, this is within the residence of the revered Kangguil. Such a grand palace may harbor celestial martial arts, terrestrial techniques, or rare elixirs. Are you truly unwilling to investigate? Ling Feishuang merely glanced at him, her voice cool and resolute. The safety of my junior brother takes precedence. If you wish to enter, you may certainly do so alone. It's perilous here. It is best for you to accompany us, Yu Jinyuan stated calmly. Xiao Tiance regarded the two with a knowing look, taken aback that they would forego such an opportunity in their quest for their companion. In that case, I shall take my leave. Take care, both of you. He bowed respectfully and unhesitatingly turned away. His departure was not driven by a desire for opportunity, but rather a concern that Elder Zheng and others had yet to arrive. Fearing that enemies might arrive first and inadvertently endanger Ling Feishuang and her companions. Thus, he resolved to remain there, awaiting the arrival of those individuals. Take care. Yu Jinyuan intoned solemnly, and neither party minded the other's decision, for they were not intimately acquainted. Why should one sacrifice an opportunity for the sake of seeking Morong Tian? As the group diverged, Xiao Tiance waited not far from the palace, while Ling Feishuang and her companion pressed on. Before long, a graveyard came into view, leading into a dense forest ahead. Amidst the thicket, traces of venomous creatures' blood were faintly discernible. This sword chi. Ling Feishuang furrowed her brow, her expression resolute. It belongs to junior brother Morong. He must have passed through here not long ago. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinyuan felt a slight relief wash over him. The two quickened their pace, forging ahead until they reached a somewhat expansive cliff face, where a strong scent of blood assailed their senses, causing them both to involuntarily frown. Ling Feishuang's expression grew grave as she closed her eyes to keenly sense her surroundings. After a moment, she spoke in a serious tone. This is dire. There is the aura of the earth spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinyuan immediately grew anxious. Could it be that his junior brother Morong had encountered a powerful adversary from the earth spirit realm? His brow furrowed. He hesitated. Words caught in his throat. In the early stages of the return to Origin Realm, despite possessing formidable swordsmanship, the two were simply not on the same level. The likelihood of survival was nearly non-existent, bordering on zero. Ling Feishuang remained silent, instead observing the bloodstains nearby. From the traces, it appeared that there had been two enemies. Surprisingly, Morong had managed to sever one's throat with a single stroke, leaving the head to fall upon the ground. She then followed the faint marks on the ground towards the edge of the cliff, ultimately resting her gaze upon a footprint, deeply imprinted by a forefoot, not far from the precipice. Seizing the moment while the other adversary from the earth spirit realm was caught off guard, Morong had leapt down, and throughout this ordeal, the earth spirit opponent had likely only made their move at this very moment. Listening to her analysis, Yu Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback. How did senior sister Ling know? For if the earth spirit realm expert had attacked from the outset, Morong would certainly have had no chance to slay one of them and escape to the cliff's edge. Moreover, the only pit created by spiritual force here must have been the handiwork of someone from the return to Origin Realm. An earth spirit expert wielding the power of the earth would not possess such a meager force. Either the attack had completely missed, or it struck Morong just as she leapt, sending her plummeting into the abyss. Otherwise, there would not be just that single pit. Both of their gazes fell upon the depths of the cliff. The turbulent waters below revealed no signs of life. If indeed struck by the earth spirit expert, survival was practically impossible. They could only hope that the initial attack had truly missed. Regardless, we must hasten to search for him. Yu Jinyuan spoke solemnly. Ling Feishuang nodded. But just as she prepared to descend via another route, her eyes caught sight of a token embedded in the cliff, distinctly engraved with the two characters, Shangwan. The Shangwan family. Ling Feishuang's expression sharpened. If it were Morong Tian employing his swift movements and rapid swordplay, it was indeed plausible for him to seize the jade pendant from the beheaded enemy in the earth spirit's moment of carelessness and embed it within this cliff. After all, the might of an earth spirit expert lay in their command of the earth. In terms of mental prowess, it was likely that they could not surpass Su, the master of the spirit herb hall. However, upon seeing this token, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, it seemed her junior brother had retained consciousness while falling. Yet, One could not dismiss the possibility that it was sheer willpower in his dying moments. For she had personally witnessed Murong Tian's tenacity. We must descend to find him. Without a hint of hesitation, Ling Feishuang leapt into the air. Senior Sister Ling. Yu Jingyuan exclaimed in shock. The adversary was neither a talisman master nor an earth spirit. Such a leap was tantamount to seeking death. Yet, in the next breath, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. For Ling Feishuang, treading upon the air as if it were solid ground, was accompanied by the force of the earth. Even though her cultivation still lay within the return to origin realm, she accomplished feats that could only be achieved by one of the earth spirit realm. Ling Feishuang was utterly unfazed by her ability to traverse the skies. Her previous endeavor to seek Elder Shun for the refinement of the earthly gathering pill was not in vain. She truly possessed the capability to absorb the power within. After all, the cultivation technique she practiced, the 9 profound Tao Lotus art, while embodying utmost gentleness and benevolence, would instantaneously elevate her realm once unsealed. Utilizing mere earthly forces was hardly a matter of consequence. At this moment, consumed with concern for Murong Tian's safety, she set aside her hidden intentions, fervently hoping that he would remain unharmed. Chapter 98. Aren't we all in the returning origin realm? After the initial shock, Yu Jinyuan cast aside his thoughts and began to inscribe a talisman midair. A gentle breeze accompanied the flowing runes, lifting him upwards as he soared toward the precipice below. Upon landing, amidst the tumultuous river, no trace of a person was found. Only by the riverbank did there appear to be a piece of clothing. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a torn woman's bodice. Ling Feishuang shook her head slightly. It was evidently not Murong Tian's. The two continued their search along the river. But with each passing moment, their hearts grew heavier. There was neither a soul nor a corpse. Murong Tian was either still alive and had already departed, or he had been swept away by the river's current. Continue searching. Ling Feishuang refused to yield, and the two pressed on along the riverbank. Before long, she suddenly furrowed her brows, lifting her gaze ahead. A woman clad in white, wielding a long sword, was slowly ascending from the slope, her demeanor indifferent and proud. It was none other than Qin Xianhua. She merely cast a glance at Ling Feishuang and Yu Jinyuan before proceeding forward, seemingly regarding them with utter disregard. Under normal circumstances, Ling Feishuang would have been indifferent to her presence, but the situation was different now. She positioned herself in the path, her tone slightly frosty. I ask you, where is my junior brother Moro? Before entering the Kangwu realm, the Qin family had been rather close to the Shangwan family. Although Qin Xianhua had not exchanged a word with anyone from the Shangwan clan, the camaraderie displayed between Qin Baishan and Shangwan Bao suggested a deepening relationship between the two families. It was not inconceivable that the Qin family had a hand in the pursuit of Murong Tian. Murong Tian? Qin Xianhua's brows furrowed slightly. If you seek him, why inquire of me? Then allow me to ask you, where are the members of the Shangwan family? Ling Feishuang retorted coldly, watching from the side. Yu Jinyuan broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing. Oh my dear mother, she is a formidable presence in the early stages of the earthly spirit realm. We are merely in the returning origin realm. Questioning her like this could provoke her wrath. Are we courting death? Why should I answer you? Qin Xianhua's countenance darkened. Her voice icy. Step aside. Ling Feishuang narrowed her beautiful eyes. My junior brother fell into the river due to an attack from the Shangwan family. You have come from downstream. Are you not also pursuing him? Qin Xianhua's expression remained indifferent. You overestimate your importance. To me, he is merely a minor character. Why would I expend effort to chase after a worthless individual? To her, Murong Tian was nothing more than a figure of the returning origin realm, utterly unworthy of her interest, let alone the notion of pursuing him. What did you just say? Ling Feishuang's eyes flashed with coldness. I said, why would I bother to chase after a worthless? A sharp slap echoed through the valley, reverberating far and wide. Qin Xianhu tilted her head, momentarily stunned, only to react when a fiery pain surged across her face. Had someone just slapped her? Beside her, Yu Zhengyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the sudden appearance of Ling Feishuang before Qin Xianhu, his expression one of utter shock. Was this instantaneous movement? Such remarkable speed? Ling Feishuang's gaze was frigid, and a 9-petaled white lotus mark subtly emerged on her brow. Her aura steadily escalated, advancing through the mid-stage of the returning origin realm, then the late stage, reaching its peak, and finally entering the early stage of the earth spirit realm. Such foul language. Did your family never teach you how to respect others? Her cold voice broke through the air, snapping Qin Xianhu back to reality as she dazedly raised a hand to touch her face. Prominently displayed was a glaring red handprint. For so many years, everyone had treated her with utmost reverence and flattery. The only one daring enough to strike her was Ling Feishuang. You seek death. Regardless of her previous pride, she was now utterly unhinged. consumed by rage as she raised her long sword to thrust forward. The blade surged forth like a tempest of snowflakes, icy and piercing. It felt as if even the rushing river had been frozen by this chilling aura, leaving Yu Zhengyuan gasping for breath. Yet, Ling Feishuang regarded the attack with disdain. Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to that of Murong Shidi. With a single step, she deftly maneuvered through the blizzard of sword light, her palm striking Qin Qianyu squarely in the chest. Since her opponent was not Murong Shidi, she saw no need to hold back. A resounding thud echoed as Qin Qianyu's complexion turned pale, blood spewing forth as she was sent reeling backward, her sword slipping from her grasp and embedding itself into the ground. She collapsed, her eyes wide with horror as she beheld the tall, white-clad woman before her, marked with the same nine-petaled lotus. This person was not merely in the returning origin realm, but had attained the early stage of the earth spirit realm. Furthermore, her strength was terrifyingly formidable, able to perceive and exploit the flaws in Qin Qianyu's swordplay with a mere glance, sending her flying. And what did her earlier words mean? How could her swordsmanship be so inferior to Murong Tian's? He was but an inconsequential waste. What right did he have to be compared with her? Do you presume your talent to be so exceptional that you look down upon others? Ling Feishuang advanced step by step, retrieving the long sword from the ground, its blade poised near Qin Qianyu's delicate neck. Yu Zhengyuan stood by, trembling with fear, dreading that she might make a swift cut. Qin Qianyu clenched her jaw, her gaze fixed intently on the icy woman before her. She could not comprehend why, in the mere spirit rune mountain, there existed such a disciple. In my eyes, your so-called talent is nothing but a jest. You are not even qualified to carry Murong Shidi's shoes. I truly do not understand how you dare to withdraw your engagement with the Murong family. Ling Feishuang's gaze was cold, akin to that of one looking at refuse, as she regarded the girl before her. A 17-year-old in the early stage of the earth spirit realm was indeed commendable, yet it was merely that. With a dismissive tone, she felt the mark of the lotus on her brow flicker once more. Her aura began to ascend yet again, early stage, mid-stage, until she reached the late stage of the earth spirit realm. Anger ignited in Qin Qianyu's eyes, filled with defiance. The individual before him was clearly several years his senior. Had they been of the same age, he believed he would have undoubtedly attained the celestial realm at her age. As if sensing his thoughts, Ling Feishuang let out a cold laugh and remarked, I forgot to mention, I only began my cultivation at the age of 15. The moment those words were spoken, Qin Qianyu stood in stunned silence, her expression a blend of astonishment and distraction. 15 years old when I began cultivating. With a swift motion, a long sword pierced through a nearby bluestone, embedding itself to the hilt. I will spare your life. Ling Feishuang looked down from her elevated stance, her indifferent demeanor akin to that of someone gazing upon mere ants. It was this very gaze that made Qin Qianyu clench her fists tightly. On the day of our 3-year pact, I hope that when you are beneath my junior disciple's feet, your Qin family will not regret the decision to annul our engagement. With that, she walked past Qin Qianyu